After finishing that, Wang Lin's expression became even more serious as he stared at the symbol on the sword sheath. He formed a seal with both of his hands and he spat out a mouthful of blue spiritual energy. The moment the blue spiritual energy touched the sword sheath, a blue flame surrounded it. It doesn't seem right to call it fire. Although it had the shape of a flame, it didn't have fire's temperature. In fact, the moment this flame appeared, the temperature of the entire room dropped. Wang Lin didn't even blink as he controlled the cold flame to refine the sword sheath. This cold flame was something he came up with while trying to copy a core formation cultivator's core flame. Because he had no one to consult with, he was very careful about it. After theorizing for a long time, he believed that his cold flame was enough to refine the sword sheath. Time slowly passed. 3 days later, Yi Zizai returned to the plane above the corpse sect like a meteor. The moment his feet touched the ground, he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already inside his own chamber. He was very unsettled as he thought about his deal with the other 3 demonic sects. The qualification exam to enter the foreign battleground was won by the demonic sects before, but now there was Pun Nanzi and his Xian Dao sect, so the outcome was uncertain. His brows were locked as he muttered, "Are you confident in killing Pun Nanzi?" A hoarse voice came out of Yi Zizai's body. Although that junior is only at the mid-stage of nascent soul, he is at the peak of the mid-stage. If he is lucky, he can break into the late stage within 100 years and become the master of a rank 3 cultivation country. If my possession is complete, he won't be a big deal, but right now, I don't want to make matters more complicated. Yi Zizai pondered for a long time in silence. After a long time, he took out a piece of jade. The jade was green with points of blood flashing non-stop. All Foundation Establishment disciples from Cave 77 to 99 quickly gather in Cave 36. After he finished speaking, he pondered for a while and looked at the corner he sealed a die in. Then, he came to a decision. He placed a jade on his forehead, then threw it out. Mu Rong was cultivating when his eyes suddenly opened as a jade in his bag of holding flew out by itself. His expression slightly changed and he picked it up with an unsettled expression. After a long time, he sighed and muttered, "Good thing I broke through the early stage to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment 3 years ago and jumped from Cave 82 to 72, or my life would be in danger this time." Suddenly, green smoke appeared before him, forming the shape of a piece of jade. Mu Rong was stunned. After he scanned the jade, he sneered and turned toward Wang Lin's cave. After a short period of time, he arrived at Wang Lin's cave. Seeing that the cave was sealed, he pressed his hand on the entrance and used his spiritual energy to shake the cave. After that, he shouted, "Ancestor, the first ancestor is gathering Foundation Establishment cultivators in Cave 36. I'm here to guide you there." After receiving no reply, he frowned. From the first ancestor's message earlier, Wang Lin didn't seem to be favored. Also, before the first ancestor left, he ordered him and several other Foundation Establishment cultivators to guard Wang Lin. In conclusion, Wang Lin was like a prisoner. But Mu Rong was very smart. He wouldn't say any of this out loud. Just at that moment, the sealed cave opened with a cracking sound. A tired Wang Lin walked out. Mu Rong looked at Wang Lin and smiled, "Ancestor, what happened to you?" Wang Lin didn't answer, but took out his dark blue jade and said, "Brother Mu, please guide me to Cave 36. Mu Rong didn't mind. He nodded and walked in front of Wang Lin. A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he coldly smiled in his heart. Although he wasn't able to completely refine the sword sheath in these 3 days, he was now able to go 4/5th of the way into the sword sheath, increasing the power of his flying sword greatly. They walked past one cave after another until they entered a giant cave with 16 stone pillars. On top of each stone pillar was a ball of blue flame. The ghostly light from the blue flame made the place look very creepy. Inside the cave neatly stood 20-ish people. Each of them had a coffin behind them. The coffins came in various shapes, but all released powerful auras. After having led Wang Lin here, Mu Rong looked at the people present with a complicated look. He then turned around and left without a word. Wang Lin frowned. He felt like there was something wrong here. After carefully checking out the people, he became even more cautious. Almost everyone here had just entered the foundation establishment stage, and all of them seemed very dumb, as in without much intelligence. There weren't any mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators present, but there were some late-stage ones. These three were clearly very different, like the difference between a dead and a living person. Wang Lin's pupils shrank when gas came out of the 16 blue flames. The gas gathered and formed the shape of Yi's eye. Wang Lin noticed that after he appeared, the eyes of everyone in the cave were filled with admiration. Yi's eyes gaze swept past everyone. His gaze stopped on Wang Lin for a few seconds. He plainly said, "The foreign battleground that opens up once every 100 years is about to open again. In order to gain the right to enter, we might fight against the orthodox sections. The rule is that core formation and nascent soul cultivators aren't allowed to enter. Soon, you all will be teleported to Juming Valley. Du Chen will be in charge of everyone there. Du Chen, come here." A black-clothed middle-aged man walked up. Wang Lin looked at him and saw that he was one of the three late-stage foundation establishment cultivators who had already entered the realm of pseudo-core formation. "This is the token to enter the foreign battleground. Hang on to it well. Remember, the goal of this competition is to steal the other tokens. Also, be careful of the other three demonic sections. Anyone who kills 5 enemies will have their soul freed." With that, he handed over the token, then took out 3 pieces of jade as his cold gaze suddenly landed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he silently looked at Yi's eye. Yi's eye's tone was normal as he calmly said, "These jades contain a sliver of everyone's soul besides yours." Without a word, Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood. He touched his forehead with his right hand and a golden light shone, causing the blood to become a drop of golden blood. The technique to extract a sliver of his soul was recorded in the jade Yi's eye gave him. Wang Lin pointed at the drop of golden blood. It shot forward and landed on one of the jades in Yi's eye's hand. Yi's eye was stunned as he looked at Wang Lin. He didn't expect Wang Lin to be so willing. Originally, he was prepared to directly kill Wang Lin if he resisted. He had already made the decision to not use Wang Lin as a corpse puppet or possession target anymore. After all, aside from the strange cultivation method, Wang Lin's talent wasn't nearly as good as that of the ones he had already prepared. Any one of the people he had prepared for his body or corpse puppet had much more talent than Wang Lin, so he chose a die in the end. Upon seeing that Wang Lin obeyed orders, Yi's eye looked at Wang Lin and waved his hand. A giant cave opened up. It was very dark inside and there was a suction force coming from inside. Yi's eye threw the 3 jades containing slivers of everyone's soul toward Du Chen and 2 other people. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he noticed that the other 2 were the remaining 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. The doubt in Wang Lin's heart became even more intense, but his expression remained normal. He carefully remembered the cultivator that held the jade containing part of his soul. Yi's eye blandly said, "Go, I'll wait for the good news." Du Chen respectfully nodded. He was the first one to step into the giant cave and disappear. Wang Lin's expression was normal. He didn't hesitate at all as he disappeared from the corpse sect. After everyone left, a hoarse voice echoed in the cave. Yi's eye, with 20+ puppets and that brat as a sacrifice, once the puppets consume them, their cultivation level will jump to pseudo-core formation. This time, the corpse sect's qualification is assured. Yi's eye calmly said, "The yin energy in Wang Lin is very pure, so he must have some secrets on him. If it was a few years earlier, I would have taken the time to investigate it a bit, but now I only have 3 months left to live. The day the foreign battleground opens is the day I die, so there isn't any point to it anymore. Since I'm not going to use his body, might as well use it as feed for the corpse puppets to boost their strength. Luo Cha, I'll ask you to boost a die to the core formation stage. Once the foreign battleground opens, go find me a good corpse puppet. In return, I'll make a trip to the jungle to help Lord Z possess my junior apprentice brother Wu Yu." The hoarse voice laughed madly and agreed. Juming Valley was at the southern edge of Zhao. The valley was very large. It contained several jungles and rivers. Being the place used for the competition for entering the foreign battleground, this area was shrouded by fog year-round. At this point, in the northern area of the valley, a large door appeared as cultivators with coffins behind them floated out one by one. After the last person appeared, the giant door turned into points of golden light and slowly dissipated. Just at that moment, the 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were about to crush the jades containing the slivers of soul with their hands. Wang Lin had kept an eye on the person that was holding the jade containing a part of his soul. The moment he saw that the 3 were about to crush the jades, he opened his mouth. A green flying sword flew out and attacked the 3. The moment the green light appeared, the temperature in the area dropped. The flying sword that Wang Lin blood refined had also changed after Wang Lin started cultivating the underworld ascension method. Yin energy had entered the flying sword. The Yin energy on the sword was very tyrannical. All of the plants in the area suddenly froze. Even all of the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators felt their bodies go numb as frost started to form on their clothes. The cultivator holding the jade containing Wang Lin's sliver of soul was shocked. He didn't have time to crush the jade. All he could do was quickly back up. But not even in his dreams did he expect the flying sword to start humming then suddenly disappearing from his view. He quickly threw out magical treasures to defend himself, but it was too late. The flying sword appeared 1 meter away from the cultivator and pierced through his throat. Blood sprayed out from the spot the sword pierced. He held his throat with both of his hands as he fell down with a look of disbelief on his face. Wang Lin jumped. He grabbed the jade and threw it into his bag of holding. All of this happened too quickly. Calling it a strike of lightning would be very appropriate. At the same time, the other 2 cultivators had crushed their jades. Pink smoke appeared and spread like waves into the surrounding area. The moment the coffins that the corpse sex disciples were carrying came into contact with the pink smoke, scratching sounds could be heard from inside the coffins. It was as if people were lying in the coffins and scratching the inside with their nails. Looking at the Foundation establishment cultivators, they all looked like they were under the effect of a binding technique. They couldn't move at all. After crushing the jades, the 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators didn't even look at Wang Lin as they charged back toward the gate that was about to collapse. The 2 disappeared into the gate in a flash and then the gate dissipated into specks of golden light and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin didn't say a word. He quickly backed up as he looked at the disciples of the corpse sect and began to ponder. The scratching sounds became even louder, until one of the coffins broke and a hand reached out, followed by the sound of heavy breathing. Slowly, a mummy with long, black hair sat up in the coffin. Its eyes emitted a green light as it scanned its surroundings until its gaze finally landed on its master. Its bloodshot eyes turned cold as it let out a scream and grabbed its master. It breathed viciously with its nose. The early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator trembled as his body turned into a white gas. The white gas was inhaled by the corpse puppet. At the same time, the withered body of the mummy started to recover. Not long after, the cultivator was a bag of bones while the corpse puppet had returned to human form. The corpse puppet sucked again and the cultivator let out a scream and died. A yellow gas escaped from the cultivator's body. The corpse puppet grabbed the yellow gas and put it into its mouth. Soon, the corpse puppet changed until it looked exactly like the cultivator that had just died. At the same time, one by one, the coffins broke and one by one the hands of corpse puppets reached out. All of these corpse puppets attacked their masters once they escaped. Not all of the corpse puppets did this. About 1/3 of the corpse puppets came out and just stood there, confused. Wang Lin was stunned as he looked at scene before him. All of the corpse puppets that had turned into something resembling their masters had late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. Wang Lin stared at these freaks. His scalp numbed as he slowly backed up. Screams could soon be heard from that direction. All of the corpse puppets that had taken the forms of their masters jumped on the remaining corpse sect disciples. Blood and body parts flew through the air. Wang Lin turned around and escaped without a word. After escaping far away, Wang Lin stopped right outside of a jungle. He felt like he had finally experienced how vicious the corpse sect was. If he didn't stop that cultivator from crushing the jade, he would have become those creatures' food. Wang Lin coldly laughed in his heart. He knew that this Ju Ming Valley was very dangerous, as both the orthodox sects and demonic sects were gathered here for the competition for the right to enter the foreign battleground. Wang Lin didn't want to get mixed into this. He just wanted to find places of extreme ease and go into closed-door cultivation to become stronger. The more he came in contact with the cultivation world, the more danger he experienced. He felt like one wrong step would lead him to his death. But since he had already entered the cultivation world, the only way to secure his own safety was to get stronger. At the same time, the wood element the heaven-defying bead needed was also an important matter in Wang Lin's heart. While thinking about this, Wang Lin suddenly stepped back. A black light zipped by where Wang Lin was just standing. It was followed by a laugh. "Brat, you dodged pretty quickly." A youth wearing luxurious clothes slowly walked out. After checking out Wang Lin, he asked, "What sect?" Wang Lin coldly replied, "Corpse sect." The luxuriously dressed youth was startled. He asked, "Corpse sect? The rumor is that all of the corpse sect disciples carry around a coffin. Where is yours?" Wang Lin stared at the youth and frowned. The youth coldly snorted. He pointed his finger at Wang Lin and a black light appeared in his hand as he said, "It doesn't matter if you're from the corpse sect or not. Leave behind your bag of holding." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He spread out his divine sense and found that there were 3 more people in the jungle. He didn't say a word as he backed up a few steps. When the youth saw Wang Lin back up, he revealed a look of contempt. He waved his hand and shot the black light toward Wang Lin's chest, aiming for the heart. Wang Lin raised his brow and waved his sleeves as the attraction force technique formed a giant hand before him. The black light penetrated a few inches into the attraction force technique before disappearing. Wang Lin coldly looked at the youth. He noticed with this divine sense that the 3 hiding in the jungle were quickly heading over. He didn't want to waste time with them, so he quickly backed away. The youth became angry. Although both of their cultivation levels were early-stage foundation establishment, he had 3 brothers coming, and one of them was already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The 4 of them didn't move with the other people of the Tian Dao sect. They decided to use this as a chance to steal from others. It has to be said that during this competition, all of the sects had given out a lot of magical treasures to raise the power of the foundation establishment disciples. When the youth saw that Wang Lin was only one person, he had the urge to kill him, and now that he saw Wang Lin trying to run away, he slapped his bag of holding and an 8-inch ruler flew out. This ruler was completely green. When it appeared, it emitted a powerful fragrance. The youth took a deep breath and without a word, pointed the ruler forward. The ruler shook and a large black mushroom grew out of it. The mushroom detached from the ruler and floated in the air. The youth's expression was serious as he quickly took out something from his bag of holding and threw it. Wang Lin saw a flash of red light as a red wasp flew toward the mushroom and devoured it with only a few bites. The wasp suddenly became several times bigger. It was the size of a fist. It let out a scream and charged toward Wang Lin. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as the small, green flying sword appeared before him and charged toward the wasp. The wasp let out a hum and dodged to the side of the flying sword, but at the same time, the flying sword suddenly disappeared. The flying sword reappeared before the youth and pierced through his chest, leaving a bloody hole there. The luxuriously dressed youth wasn't even able to react before he died. The moment the youth died, the ruler dimmed and fell to the ground. Wang Lin used his attraction force technique to quickly grab it, as well as the youth's bag of holding, and left. The wasp circled once in the air and quickly chased after Wang Lin. At the same time, 3 figures charged out of the jungle. There were 2 males and 1 female. One of the males' face was gloomy, as he looked at the body on the ground and shouted, "Chase!" In this very moment, in a small town at the northern border of Zhao, appeared two uninvited guests. One of them was very skinny, wore a black robe, and had eyes that contained a poisonous gaze. To his side was a very fairy-like person. This person was very old and full of wrinkles, but had a special air about him. The aura he released made a clear contrast with the dark aura of the skinny man. Currently, he was standing outside the town with an ancient mirror. His hand constantly formed seals as he was calculating something. The black-robed man was filled with killing intent as he said, "Fellow cultivator Qiming, did you manage to calculate it?" The cultivator frowned and said, "Ting Huayuan, you don't know that person's name or appearance. How am I supposed to find him with just the power of a curse?" The black-robed old man was Ting Huayuan. He stared at the other man and said, word for word, "Fellow cultivator Qiming, I'm willing to take out Wufeng Valley's token for your ability to predict the heavens. If you can find me that person's family, then I'll help you with anything you need, as long as I'm capable." The cultivator pondered for a while. He sighed and said, "Fine, I'll try my best. But fellow cultivator Tang, all vengeance has a start and all debts have a collector. I hope you don't kill too much." Ting Huayuan let out an eerie smile as he released a massive killing aura. He secretly thought, "Li Er, Grandpa is going to get revenge for you." Thinking about Ting Li, Ting Huayuan couldn't help but feel grief in his heart. The most outstanding fourth-generation disciple of the Ting family suddenly got killed by someone. After Ting Li died, Ting Huayuan dug into the matter and found out what really happened. Aside from Wang Lin, anyone else who was involved was noted by Ting Huayuan. The other cultivator sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator Tang, according to my calculations, that person is at Juming Valley. Why do you want to find his family? Forget about this. All debts have a collector. If word gets out that you took your anger out on mortals, it won't look good." Ting Huayuan's face sank as he stared at the other cultivator without a word. The cultivator bitterly smiled as he shook his head. He held a bronze mirror and formed a seal with his right hand. The bronze mirror immediately floated into the air and started to wander around, as if it was looking for something. However, after flying back and forth for a long time, it wasn't able to find the direction. The cultivator frowned. He knew that this was happening because there were too few clues. He pointed at the mirror and it flew back into his hand. The cultivator bit his finger and quickly drew a symbol with his own blood on the mirror. He tossed the mirror out again. This time, it grew to several times its original size. The mirror was crystal clear and there were ripples on the surface. The mirror slanted and faced Ting Huayuan. The cultivator said, with a serious expression, "Don't be surprised, fellow cultivator Tang. My mirror needs to absorb the aura of the curse between you two." Traces of black gas came out of Ting Huayuan's forehead and went into the mirror. The ripples on the mirror increased until the image of a large house was imprinted onto it. Ting Huayuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. After he finished looking, he turned to look at the other cultivator. The cultivator hesitated and let out a sigh. He waved his right hand and the mirror flew to the ground. It immediately increased in size until it was as large as a person. The cultivator forced a smile and walked into the mirror. Ting Huayuan let out a smile and followed behind. After the two entered, the mirror shrank until it disappeared without a trace. There was a small town 100 kilometers away from that spot. The Wang family could be considered a big family in these parts. It was said that the Wang family had younger generations who had joined cultivation sections. These kinds of news spread fast in these small areas. The Wang family started out as a carpenter family with various shops in the towns. From the eyes of an outsider, the Wang family was the largest family in the area. In the entire town, the most luxurious building had to be the Wang family's main house. On this day, the sun in the sky was like a giant furnace baking the earth. A guard of the Wang family was leaning against a pillar, fanning himself to get rid of the heat. His cotton robe was already soaked in the chest and back area. "This damn weather is so hot. How are we supposed to live in this?" The guard opened up his robe and fanned harder. At that moment, the door of a side building opened up and a servant girl came out with a bowl. She walked through the main household until she arrived at the door. She let out a laugh and said, "Brother, drink this sour plum soup to relieve the heat." The guard turned around and saw the girl. He suddenly smiled and received the bowl. He drank it all in one go. He soon felt a cool sensation in his body inside. The masters really know how to enjoy themselves. This ice-cold sour plum soup is really delicious. Little sister, when you came out, you didn't let young Master Hao see you, right? The girl took the fan and helped fan the guard as she smiled and said, "Brother, you can be at ease. The young master didn't see me. I used the moment when he wasn't looking to come out. Besides, young Master Hao is a very good person, so even if he saw me, there wouldn't be any problems." The guard enjoyed his little sister fanning him. He nodded and said, "That is true. Young Master Hao is an immortal, how could he be bothered with us? Little sister, you have to show off more. If you catch young Master Hao's attention and become his concubine, then your brother here would have it easy. Just give me work as a house staff and I'd be happy." The girl's cheeks became red as she rolled her eyes at her brother and said, "Brother, you've worked for the Wang family for longer than I have. I heard that there are a total of 3 young masters who were chosen by immortals, but I've been here for 3 years now, and aside from young Master Hao, I only saw young Master Zhuo once. Where is the 3rd person?" The guard proudly said, "This I know. That 3rd young master is named Wang Lin. He can't compare to younger Master Hao and them. I heard that he was a..." As he was speaking, he suddenly closed his mouth and stared at the sky. He saw a rainbow-colored light quickly flying toward them and landing on the ground in the blink of an eye, revealing a youth in black. This youth's skin was as smooth as jade and his face was very handsome. He had a sword on his back. But if one looked closely, they would see that this was no longer a youth. There were lines near the corners of his eyes. The arrogance from his youth was no longer there. Instead, there was a sense of age. Young Master Zhuo." The guard stammered and quickly bowed. The girl was startled by the way the young master landed. She quickly hid herself behind her brother. This person was Wang Zhuo. He frowned as he looked at the guard and said, "Your name is Wang Tao, correct?" The guard didn't think that Wang Zhuo would remember his name. His spirits immediately rose. He replied, "Master, I am Wang Tao." Wang Zhuo hesitated for a bit and slowly said, "Wang Tao, who told you about Wang Lin? What did they say?" Wang Tao's heart trembled as he said, It was the housekeeper who said it. They said that he is too ashamed to return home and that he was a piece of trash that tried to fight with you for the right to become an immortal." Wang Zhuo pondered silently. After a long time, he let out a sigh. He muttered to himself as well as to Wang Tao, "Trash, compared to him, I'm afraid I'm the real trash." Wang Tao was startled. He heard Wang Zhuo's words and became very confused. Just at that moment, a youth walked out from the house. This youth was very sturdy and handsome. He stood there, looking at Wang Zhuo, and plainly said, "Wang Zhuo, long time no see." Wang Zhuo bitterly smiled and said, "Wang Hao, we haven't seen each other in 3 years. You've changed a lot." Wang Hao's face was filled with melancholy. They both became silent. The guard Wang Tao and his little sister stood on the side, not daring to breath. He knew that these two were the geniuses of the Wang family, high above them both. Wang Hao whispered, "Any news about Wang Lin?" Wang Zhuo revealed a complicated expression and said, "After he left the Hangyu sect, there has been no news." Wang Hao sighed and asked, "What cultivation level are you at now? With your talent, you should have caught the eyes of many elders at the Xian Dao sect." Wang Zhuo bitterly said, "It's been hard to improve. I'm at the 11th layer of qi condensation, and that is only because I managed to win the competition last year by luck and was allowed to enter the back mountain. I wonder what cultivation level he is at now. He must at least be at the 15th layer already." Wang Hao pondered for a while and laughed at himself. "I'm only at the 7th layer. It's only been a few years and the gap has already widened." Wang Tao was shocked. Although he didn't know what qi condensation or foundation establishment were, from the talk of the 2 young masters, he understood that this Wang Lin was not the trash that the housekeeper made him out to be. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and the heat in the air suddenly disappeared. A huge mirror quietly appeared in the sky. Ripples appeared on the mirror's surface as two people walked out. One of them had a very immortal-like aura and the other was covered in an evil aura. A huge pressure descended from the sky. Wang Zhua and Wang Hao's expressions changed greatly. They didn't even dare to breath. Wang Zhua quickly clasped his hands and said, "Junior is Xian Dao Sect's Wang Zhua. Greetings, both seniors." The fairy-like immortal was startled and asked, "Xian Dao Sect? Do you have proof?" Wang Zhua's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen as he quickly took out his identity jade. The cultivator took the jade and looked at it. Then he looked at Wang Hao and asked, "You are as well?" Wang Hao was smart. He nodded without hesitation. Ting Huayuan let out a snort as he waved his hand. With two bangs, the heads of the guard and his little sister exploded. Blood sprayed everywhere. Two clouds of yellow gas floated up from the bodies. Ting Huayuan took out a flag and collected the two clouds of gas. Shortly after, two faces filled with pain appeared on the flag. It was the guard and his sister. Ting Huayuan grimly said, "Today, no one will be left alive." He stepped past Wang Zhua and Wang Hao into the main household. As for Wang Lin, he was quickly moving through Juming Valley. Behind him were two male cultivators and one female cultivator. They were filled with killing intent as they chased him. As he was running, his heart suddenly hurt, as if a stake was stuck through it. This pain wasn't from any injury, but a feeling in his heart. An unknown sense of panic and frustration appeared in his heart. Wang Lin had never felt something like this before. This was a pain that made him want to tear his own heart out. It was as if all of the blood in his body was instantly sucked out. Waves of dizziness hit his head. Wang Lin withstood this unexpected pain as he quickly ran. He turned away and saw that those three were still chasing him. His eyes turned cold as he changed his direction to the corpse sect gathering area. For beams of light quickly flew across Juming Valley. The only thoughts in Wang Hao and Wang Zhua's minds were panic and helplessness. They didn't even dare to move as they watched Wang Tao and his sister die before them. The fairy-like cultivator revealed a complex look on his face. He sighed and turned around so he longer had to look at them. Ting Huayuan smiled as he walked into the house. He closed his hand. When he reopened it, a ring of purple light appeared, preventing people from leaving. Then he took a step and entered one of the side houses. This was where the servants lived. Waves of miserable screams came from the house and streams of yellow gas were collected by the flag. 7 or 8 painful-looking faces of the Wang family servants appeared on the flag. Ting Huayuan didn't stop as he walked into the next house and more screams followed. Wang Hao's body trembled. He wanted to resist, but was unable to say a word. Soon, all of the Wang family servants had been turned into ghosts and Ting Huayuan's face was very serious. The rest of the Wang family was alerted by the screams and tried to escape, but to their horror, they found a purple light preventing them from leaving. They could only hear the constant stream of miserable screams coming from outside. This kind of fear caused the entire Wang family to become unsettled. Ting Huayuan muttered to himself, "Li Er, that person killed you, so I'll kill his entire family to get revenge for you." With that, he stepped into another room. Wang Hao's body shook as if there was some power rushing out from inside him. He took a few steps forward and loudly shouted, "No." Ting Huayuan turned around and sneered. He waved his hand and that house turned to dust without a sound, revealing a man and woman whose faces were filled with fear. This man and woman were Wang Lin's third uncle and aunt, which were also Wang Hao's parents. Ting Huayuan's right hand reached out and Wang Hao's father floated into the air with his hand around his neck. His face immediately became red and he opened his mouth, revealing a suffering expression. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as tears flowed out. He let out a roar and was about to run out when Wang Zhua held him down. Wang Zhua whispered, "Wang Hao, don't be rash. That person is a nascent soul cultivator. Teng Huayuan sneered. His right hand closed. With a bang, Wang Hao's father's head turned into pulp. His body fell to the ground, then his soul came out and was collected by the flag. No. Wang Hao's voice turned hoarse. He felt a pain in his chest as he coughed out blood. He looked at his father's body and muttered, Why? Teng Huayuan once again seized Wang Hao's mother, crushed her skull, and threw her before Wang Hao. Wang Hao's body shook as he coughed out more blood and finally collapsed. He held his mother's body. Tears flowed down from his eyes as he shouted, Why? Teng Huayuan's expression darkened. He waved his hand and under the shining purple light, all of the houses turned to dust. There were around 40 people on the ground. All of them were Wang family members. The women started to cry. They were all filled with fear. Aside from the people that were alive, there were only dead bodies without heads. Teng Huayuan smiled as he grabbed a person. This person was Wang Lin's father's third uncle. He was currently the most senior member of the Wang family. Surrounded by screams, his soul was taken by Teng Huayuan and he died. Wang Hao stared at the scene dumbfoundedly. He didn't even notice that the hand Wang Zhuo was using to pin him down had already carved out blood marks on his body. Wang Zhuo didn't dare to look at his parents among the crowd. He lowered his bloodshot eyes. Wang Lin's fourth uncle had lived in the wilderness for a long time, so he was much more brave than most people. He let out a wry smile and seemed to have thought things through. His wife died 1 year ago and his son had already been sent out to a martial arts sect, so he was gone already. He asked, in a loud voice, Immortal, what has my Wang family done to offend you? I know we mortals are like ants in your eyes, but even ants have the right to know what the cause of all this is. The fairy-like cultivator let out a surprised sound as he examined this man. Why? Teng Huayuan pointed a few times and several more people died. Blood sprayed everywhere from their messy, dismembered bodies. Someone from your Wang family dared to kill my great-great-grandson, so I decided to kill his entire family. With that, he struck the air with his right hand and more than 10 people died. Wang Hao struggled free from Wang Zhuo and was about to charge forward when Wang Zhuo pinned him down again. Wang Zhuo's face was filled with tears as he whispered, Wang Hao, no matter how it was before, we have to live. Only by living can we get revenge. Wang Lin's fourth uncle bitterly smiled and said, Immortal, how could someone from my Wang family kill your great-great-grandson? In these past hundreds of years, my Wang family has only had 3 immortals. He suddenly stopped as if he realized something. Among the surviving people, Wang Zhuo's father kneeled on the ground and said, Immortal, is the person who killed your great-great-grandson named Wang Lin? A cold light flashed across Teng Huayuan's eyes as he secretly thought, Wang Lin, so he is called Wang Lin. He looked at Wang Zhuo's father, reached out, and held Wang Zhuo's father before him. He looked Wang Zhuo's father in the eyes and said, word for word, tell me everything about this Wang Lin. Wang Zhuo's father quickly told Teng Huayuan everything about Wang Lin, including where his parents lived. He viciously thought in his mind, die, all of you, die. Even if this person wasn't killed by you, the Wang family is dead, so your parents should die as well. After Teng Huayuan finished listening, he let out a laugh. He then closed his hand. When he opened it, a ball of lightning appeared. He casually pushed it forward and a circular wave spread out. Wang Zhuo's father was the closest one. When he touched the shock wave, his body shook and turned into dust along with his clothes. As the ripple spread out, everyone who touched it died and their souls were collected by the flag. When the ripple was about to hit Wang Lin's fourth uncle, he had already closed his eyes, but a gentle, white light covered his body and blocked the ripple of the ball of lightning. Teng Huayuan turned around and stared at the fairy-like cultivator. The cultivator sighed and said, Fellow cultivator Teng, leave this person alive. He is useful to me. Teng Huayuan sneered as he pointed at Wang Zhuo and Wang Hao and said, You won't butt into the matter with those two then? The cultivator lightly smiled as he looked at Teng Huayuan and said, Fellow cultivator Teng, why are you asking such an obvious question? Of course I won't stop you, but if Senior Pun Nanzi asks, I'll have to tell him the truth. Teng Huayuan looked at the fairy-like cultivator. After a long time, he stomped his feet and the entire Wang family estate turned into rubble. As for Wang Zhuai and them, he didn't even look at them as he flew toward Wang Lin's parents. Wang Zhuai's body trembled as he looked at the ruins. After pondering for a while, he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed. His forehead bled and his expression was extremely serious. Wang Hao clenched his teeth. He let out a miserable laugh and fell down. Wang Zhuai got up and picked up Wang Hao. He bowed toward the fairy-like cultivator and flew toward the Xian Dao sect. All of his memories of the Wang family were swept away. The fairy-like cultivator sighed and thought, this is really a sin. I don't know if what I did was right or wrong, but this middle-aged man is really not normal. I'll save who I can. Thinking about that, he waved his sleeves and disappeared from the Wang family estate along with Wang Lin's fourth uncle. Teng Huayuan almost immediately arrived at the small village Wang Lin's parent lived in. With him was a small flag with more than 100 faces of the Wang family. All of them wore very painful expressions. Waves of miserable screams came from the flag, causing waves of cold wind. After arriving at the village, he spread out his divine sense. He quickly found Wang Lin's house and rushed toward it. 15 minutes later, Teng Huayuan walked out of Wang Lin's house. His right hand hit the flag and it grew to a giant size as Teng Huayuan spat out some nascent blood. Bursts of scream came from the flag as ripples appeared on it. Slowly, the ripples disappeared, revealing an image. This image showed Wang Lin quickly moving through a jungle. Teng Huayuan smiled and his right hand pointed at the image. As for Wang Lin, under the effect of this unexplainable feeling of horror, he led his 3 pursers toward the corpse sex gathering location. The pain. Unimaginable pain. Indescribable pain. This kind of pain drowned Wang Lin like a flood. Cultivators were very sensitive toward certain things. Wang Lin experienced a sense of panic he had never experienced before. His parents' faces appeared before him. Shortly after, Wang Lin saw a scene that he will remember for the rest of his life. No. 2 streams of blood flowed down from his eyes. His expression was painful, his body trembled, and slivers of Yin spiritual energy moved violently in his body, completely out of his control. Every plant within a 10-meter radius of him froze. This freezing aura kept growing stronger. It was in this moment that the Ji inside Wang Lin endlessly climbed up, reaching the Ji realm. In ancient times, Ji, Dao, and Shi were the 3 realms of spiritual energy that were hard to comprehend. In terms of mysteriousness, the Ji realm can't match the Dao realm. In terms of unpredictableness, the Ji realm can't match the Shi realm, but if there was ever a Ji realm cultivator in ancient times, it was a catastrophe. Although the Ji realm isn't as mysterious as the Dao realm or as unpredictable as the Shi realm, in terms of how terrifying it is, the Ji realm and the other 2 simply can't be compared. Cultivators with the Ji realm will, without a doubt, be several times more powerful than other cultivators of the same level, and their spiritual energy will be completely based on the Ji realm. As a result, the only word to describe the Ji realm is terrifying. Among cultivators of the same level of cultivation, a Ji realm cultivator is invincible. However, the weakness of the Ji realm is also very obvious. With the Ji realm, a cultivator can never reach the spirit-severing stage. The late stage of nascent soul is the limit. However, a late-stage nascent soul Ji realm cultivator is someone not even a spirit-severing cultivator would want to mess with. If this was all there was to it, then the Ji realm wouldn't be considered terrifying. What is really terrifying is that in ancient times, when a soul transformation cultivator was going through his trials, people found out that he had the Ji realm. This news was something that startled everyone in the ancient cultivation world and filled them with fear. It has to be said that this cultivator rampaged the cultivation world for 3,000 years. In those 3,000 years, he was like a king of the cultivation world. If anyone displeased him, he would wipe out their family and sect. In these 3,000 years, just saying his name would cause people's skin to crawl. The Ji realm is a heaven-defying existence. Not only does it make someone invincible in a fight against cultivators of the same cultivation level, spiritual energy infused with G realm can take techniques to their extremes. All of this is already very overwhelming, but when the only weakness of not being able to reach the spirit severing stage is removed, then when a cultivator past the nascent soul stage with G realm shows up, it can really be considered a catastrophe. Because of this, whenever a G realm cultivator appears, they are hunted down by all of the other cultivators. The G realm was considered by the ancient cultivation world something that was truly heaven-defying. If the demonic cultivation path is considered a ferocious beast, when compared to the G realm, it is only a tamed house pet. The truth is that in ancient times, the study of G realm never stopped, but in the end, there is only some introductory understanding of the G realm. Luckily, only that one person seemed to be able to break past the spirit-severing limit of the G realm. All of the G realm successors in later generations were stuck at the late stage of nascent soul. Most of the records about the G realm have been lost throughout the ages. Nowadays, people don't know how the G realm came to be or how to obtain it. Only in the libraries of very large sects in high-ranked cultivation countries are there some descriptions of the G realm. At some point during the ancient times, a genius cultivator was born in the country of Gunya. At the age of 10, he had already reached the core formation stage and his sect was wiped out by other sections. 5 years later, a mysterious cultivator appeared and within 1 month's time, he killed over 10,000 cultivators. Blood covered the sky. With only early-stage nascent soul cultivation, not only was he able to easily kill others in the same rank as him, but he was even able to kill spirit-severing cultivators. In the end, both the orthodox and demonic sects sent out a soul transformation cultivator and finally killed him. In ancient times, the country of clear water was destroyed and the king of the country entered a sect. 30 years later, he left and went on a killing spree of all cultivators. It didn't matter if they were male or female, old or young, he would kill them. In only 7 days, there were no cultivators left in the country of clear water. Not even his own sect was able to escape. Blood dyed the ground of clear water red. Just as the higher cultivation countries prepared experts to kill him, the blood in clear water boiled. Using the blood to kill his enemies, the king disappeared. Among the chaos, some believe that he underwent divine retribution. All of these things have one common point: all of these cultivators had the G realm. As for how these people obtained the G realm, no one knew. Some people believe that they underwent a change and some believe that they all had the same magic treasure. With the inheritance of that treasure, it would allow whoever owned the treasure to have G realm. Numerous speculations spread, but with the disappearance of the ancient cultivation world, all of these rumors died out too. No one knew that at this moment, in the rank 3 cultivation country of Zhao, a country that no one really paid any attention to, in a small place called the Juming Valley, a cultivator named Wang Lin was walking toward the true G realm. If Teng Huayuan knew all of this, then no matter what, he wouldn't be the person that would be the catalyst for the birth of a G realm cultivator. Wang Lin half knelt on the ground. Everything within half a dozen meters of him had been covered in ice. On his chest, the heaven-defying bead emitted a never-seen-before black light as it moved and floated above his head. Teng Huayuan used the connection of Wang Lin and his family to leave a message in his mind. "I'll wait for you outside the Juming Valley. If you don't come by the time the valley is open, then I'll destroy the soul flag and your family's souls will be gone forever." The 2 male and 1 female cultivators from the Tian Dao sect caught up. They suddenly stopped a dozen meters away because the ground covered in ice caused their hearts to tighten. The youth in the middle of the ice was especially terrifying. The destructive aura that he was giving off even made the mid-stage foundation establishment disciples' skin crawl. After hesitating for a bit, the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator made a decision. He waved his hand and said, "Retreat." Just as he was about to leave, the female stared at the heaven-defying bead above Wang Lin's head and said, "Senior apprentice brother, that bead looks very familiar." The other male said, This is the bead ancestor told us about." "Wait, no, the carvings on this bead are different. The bead the ancestor showed us had clouds, but this one has leaves." The mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator was startled. He took a closer look and immediately became more serious. But soon, greed gripped his heart. Aside from the carvings, everything else about the bead matched the bead the ancestor showed them. The thought of the prize for the beads suddenly entered his mind. Whoever turns it in will be given a soul transformation level magic treasure, their sect will receive 10 puppets that are at the level of spirit transformation, and their country's rank will be raised by 1. The mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator decisively said, "It doesn't matter if it is the right one or not, we should take it." The female took out a voice transmission jade and was about to send out a message when the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator stopped her and whispered, "Although this person is strange, if us 3 give it our all, we can kill him for sure. If you notify other people and this bead really is the one in the description, then the credit will definitely not be ours. Similarly, if we are wrong and make a fuss about it, we will be scolded." "Are you dumb?" The girl was startled. She hesitated for a bit, then put away the voice transmission jade. The 3 of them immediately took out their magic treasures and used them without a word. At the same time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer bloodshot. They were as clear as water. A huge amount of killing intent escaped from his body. As the killing intent appeared, the spiritual energy in his body moved. The first effect of the G realm displayed its might. Against cultivators of the same rank, the G realm is invincible. Staring at the 3, Wang Lin gloomily waved his hand. With a flash of blue light, the ice on the ground moved and instantly surrounded the 3. Their expressions and actions froze the moment they acted. Wang Lin stood up. He reached out with his right and retrieved the heaven-defying bead. After he put it back near his chest, he moved past the 3. Cracks appeared on the ice that covered the 3. The ice broke and the 3 died. Wang Lin silently moved through the Juming Valley when a flying sword suddenly arrived before him. A young man appeared. Without a word, he pointed his finger at Wang Lin and the flying sword shot toward him. Wang Lin didn't stop moving. The moment the flying was about to pierce his body, ice appeared in front of the sword and in the blink of the eye, the flying sword was frozen. The youth was shocked and quickly backed up. He originally saw that Wang Lin was by himself and only at the early stage of foundation establishment, so he wanted to come here, kill Wang Lin, and steal his treasures. However, he didn't expect that Wang Lin wouldn't even need to move to destroy his flying sword. He panicked. The only thought in his mind was to run. But before he could take more than a few steps back, a ray of green light flashed by. The small flying sword pierced through his chest. His body turned to ice and fell to the ground. This whole time, Wang Lin didn't stop even for a second. One day later, somewhere inside the valley, there were 8 people from the demonic and orthodox sects fighting each other with several people of each side watching. At some point, Wang Lin's lonely figure walked out. He walked forward as if he couldn't see them at all. Among the people watching, a middle-aged man from the demonic sect frowned. Without a word, he threw out a thunder talisman toward Wang Lin. Suddenly, thunder appeared from the sky and struck Wang Lin, but when it was about to hit him, ice appeared. It was even able to freeze intangible things like lightning. This scene caused everyone to stop fighting as they stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin, who was walking toward them without any expression on his face. Soon, the chest of the middle-aged man who threw out the talisman glowed green. His body then froze and he died. Everyone was surprised. Before they could react, Wang Lin was already in front of them. Before him stood 4 people. Before they could speak, they saw a blue light and they froze, following the middle-aged man's footsteps. At that moment, everyone withdrew to the sides as a white-robed disciple clasped his hands and said, "What sect is fellow cultivator from?" "I'm Yuan Tian's sect's disciple, Zhou Quan." Wang Lin ignored him and kept walking forward. Gradually, everyone moved out of his way. As Wang Lin walked out 100 meters from the crowd, a young disciple of a demonic sect stared at Wang Lin and sneered in his heart. "You killed my senior apprentice brother. I'll remember you." Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He felt a strong killing intent coming from behind him. He turned around and coldly looked at that demonic sect disciple. Under Wang Lin's gaze, that disciple felt his entire body, inside and out, became as cold as ice. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Wang Lin. Every cultivator who saw those eyes sucked in a breath of cold air. Those eyes were completely dead and were filled with killing intent. Anyone who saw those eyes felt their entire body turn cold. After staring at the cultivator for a bit, Wang Lin turned around and kept walking forward. A flash of green light appeared on that disciple's chest. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground. His body immediately froze. Even the blood he coughed out turned to ice before it hit the ground. No one dared to take a deep breath, and after Wang Lin left, no one wanted to fight anymore, so they all scattered. Just like this, Wang Lin traveled through Juming Valley. If anyone offended him, he froze them with a wave of his hand. Not even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators could resist. After killing a few people, they all ran away. In 3 days' time, the number of cultivators that died by Wang Lin's hands were countless. Aside from certain special circumstances, there is only one way for countries below rank 5 to increase in rank. An individual's rise in cultivation from core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, and soul transformation will raise a country's rank. If someone in a rank 1 cultivation country reaches the core formation stage, then that country will automatically be raised to a rank 2 cultivation country. If they have a nascent soul cultivator, then the country is raised to a rank 3 cultivation country. Following this, when someone reaches the spirit severing stage, the country is raised to a rank 4 cultivation country. With soul transformation, a rank 5 cultivation country. Rising in rank requires a large amount of luck. The higher it goes, the harder it is to raise in rank. Ranks the 2nd and the 3rd of may take thousands of years. As for ranks 3 to 4 and 5 to 6, tens of thousands of years is not enough at times. Although the process is difficult, it is the only way. As time goes by, there will be people who are talented enough, lucky enough to have some kind of encounter, or receive help from others. Someone who meets the requirements needed for their country to rise in rank will eventually appear. These people will without a doubt become the leaders of their cultivation countries. After a cultivation country reaches rank 4, they have the right to participate in the foreign battleground. However, in terms of power, rank 4 cultivation countries can't compare with rank 5 cultivation countries at all. The gap in cultivation level is not something that numbers can make up. For example, the most powerful cultivator of a rank 4 cultivation country is at the late stage of spirit severing. If you put them into a rank 5 country, they will instantly be second class and will look like a fragile child before the soul transformation experts. It is not over-exaggerating to say that without any special circumstances, a soul transformation cultivator can wipe out a rank 4 country. This kind of thing has happened more than once before. So in reality, the role of the rank 4 cultivation countries in the foreign battleground is really just to fight for the rank 5 cultivation countries that back them up. The real decisive battles have to be fought by the rank 5 cultivation countries. Once a cultivation country has reached rank 5, the first big problem they encounter is the lack of resources and materials. A large country must maintain countless cultivators. If they can't solve this problem, the country will collapse. Robbing lower-rank cultivation countries does not solve the problem of material and resource shortages. The only real solution is to rise to a rank 6 cultivation country. To rise from rank 5 to rank 6 is not as simple as a single person's cultivation level increasing. In order to rise up in rank as a high-rank country, the only way pertains to the foreign battleground. The foreign battleground is a place filled with cracks in space. It is an endless battleground filled with rifts in space and void winds that can easily kill a spirit-severing cultivator. Once someone is hit by the void wind, if they aren't at least soul transformation cultivators, they will turn to dust. Aside from the void winds, the most dangerous things are the rifts in space that can randomly appear anywhere. Once caught, not even a soul transformation cultivator will have an easy time. Only the experts from rank 6 cultivation countries can move as they wish in the foreign battleground. Every few hundred years, there is a huge war in the foreign battleground between the rank 4 cultivation countries. This battle is allowed and promoted by the Cultivation Union. Anyone who can win 1,000 times in a row will have their cultivation country raised to rank 6 and receive a large amount of resources and cultivation methods. In addition, the winning country can send one person to the cultivation union to learn a special cultivation method. That person's cultivation level will be brought to a level beyond soul transformation. Of course, the most important reward that makes all of the rank 5 cultivation countries crazy is that they will be given their own planet by the cultivation union to use as their new home. Cultivators care a lot about the spiritual energy of the land and the naturally formed treasures of the land. It can even be said that the basis of cultivation is spiritual energy and materials. Having your own planet is the symbol of a rank 6 cultivation country, but the cultivation union is very strict about the requirements to become a rank 6 cultivation country. The first step is to win 1,000 times in a row in the foreign battleground to acquire their own planet. The second step is that within a given period of time, there must be several rank 1 to 5 cultivation countries on the planet of the rank 6 cultivation country. The battle at the foreign battleground is the only way for rank 5 cultivation country to be promoted. This rule applies to almost every single cultivation planet. In general, the rank 6 cultivation country on the planet won't intervene between the battles of rank 5 cultivation countries, but everything has an exception. If a rank 6 cultivation country keeps the rank 5 cultivation countries down, then there is no way for a second rank 6 cultivation country to appear on the same planet. However, these situations are very rare. Various rank 5 cultivation countries speculate that rising from rank 6 to 7 has to do with how many rank 6 cultivation countries there are on a planet. The high frequency of battles in the foreign battleground leaves a lot of bodies and materials that need to be cleaned up. The rank 6 cultivation countries have very strict rules when it comes to cleaning up the foreign battleground. Only rank 3 or below cultivation countries can come clean up. Some of the materials there can be considered heavenly treasures to lower rank cultivation countries. The foreign battleground is split into areas based on the various rank 5 cultivation countries backing up the rank 4 cultivation countries. Disputes exist everywhere, no matter what rank. In order for Zhao to gain the chance to clean up the foreign battleground, the Juming Valley was created. Outside of the Juming Valley lies a very large formation. Several thousand years ago, a spirit-severing cultivator came to lay down this formation under orders. No core formation or nascent soul cultivators are allowed to enter the valley thanks to this formation. This is why after Teng Huayuan found out that Wang Lin was inside the Juming Valley, he was unable to go inside to kill him. Juming Valley is not only the location to battle for the right to clean up the foreign battleground, it is also the only entrance to the foreign battleground in Zhao. Aside from having to be a rank 3 or lower cultivation country, the only other requirement the rank 6 cultivation countries have is that the people entering can't be higher than the core formation stage. In general, after the eligibility has been determined, the foundation establishment cultivators inside the valley are directly sent in and won't come out for 50 years. It is precisely because Teng Huayuan knew of this that he killed Wang Lin's family and used their souls to force Wang Lin to come out. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill Wang Lin, he would have to wait 50 years. At the moment, almost the entire Juming Valley knew that there was a demon-like killer whose cultivation level was beyond comprehension running around. Some people speculated that he was already at the core formation stage and used some unknown method to enter the valley. Wang Lin kept walking north through the Juming Valley as his spiritual energy surged through his body. The killing he had done in these past few days not only didn't lower his urge to kill, but increased his killing intent greatly. His mind was completely blank. He doesn't know how many people he had killed, and he didn't know that the people who were still alive in the valley would turn pale and shiver whenever they saw him. A few days later, a deeply confused Wang Lin arrived at the southern edge of the Juming Valley. This place had a very steep cliff. Once he climbed out of there, he would have left the Juming Valley. Of course, under the effect of the ceiling formation, anyone who tries to leave will be teleported back the moment they touch the formation. In these past few days, every time Wang Lin thought of his parents, his heart would ache. It hurt so much that he wanted to rip his chest open. It hurt so much that he would sometimes cough out several mouthfuls of blood. As time passed, his body became weaker and weaker, but the spiritual energy in his body was getting closer and closer to the Ji realm. Standing at the bottom of the cliff, Wang Lin looked at the sky. He suddenly dropped to his knees and kowtowed a few times. 2 streams of blood flowed down his cheeks as he thought in. His heart, mother, father, Taizhu is unfilial. Ah, a sigh echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin stayed kneeling for a long time before getting up. His eyes were cold as he said, "When did you wake up?" Situ Nan said, 5 days ago. Wang Lin, I heard Ting Huiyuan's message. That soul flag is a nascent soul-level flag that can seal souls. As long as the souls are intact, there is a way to revive them. Wang Lin pondered for a while then nodded. That Ting Huiyuan killed your family because he was afraid that you would run off, so he is forcing you to appear. Wang Lin, I don't have much essence left, only enough for you to teleport 3 more times. You must use them wisely. I'm going to continue to sleep, but I suggest you go to the foreign battleground. Once there, my recovery will be much faster. Situ Nan's voice became softer and softer until it disappeared. Wang Lin's head suddenly became clearer than ever before. He frowned and muttered to himself, 3 times. In the past 3 months, the demonic and orthodox sects had battled each other many times. Whenever either side saw Wang Lin, they would stop fighting and would open up a path. After Wang Lin left, they would continue to battle. After Wang Lin made an offering to his parents, he was no longer confused. He found a cliff, dug a cave, sat down inside, and began to think. First was the spiritual energy in his body. Although his spiritual energy had the power to freeze before, it was far from the power it displayed now. This point confused Wang Lin greatly, and not even Situ Nan could figure out the reason for it. This showed that the Ji, Dao, and Shi realms had disappeared completely from the rank 6 cultivation countries. This spiritual power's sudden increase in strength made Wang Lin a bit more confident. He felt the spiritual energy in his body and suddenly felt very strange. It seemed there was something extra in his spiritual energy. It was as if there was some mysterious substance inside his spiritual energy, and it was because of this substance that his spiritual energy's power had increased greatly. Before, he didn't notice this because there wasn't much of that substance inside his body, but the amount of that substance had increased. The moment that thought came about, it began to expand uncontrollably. Wang Lin slightly frowned and concentrated on his body as he moved his spiritual energy. He started at his dantian, then through his body, then back to his dantian. As he examined it, Wang Lin gradually found some clues. His spiritual energy was now dark blue, however, that was not the spiritual energy's true color. It was because of some dark blue threads. This dense bulk of threads was the cause of the change in his spiritual energy. Wang Lin waved his right hand and spiritual energy came out. The spiritual energy gathered into a ball of ice, and inside it were countless dark blue threads. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin reached out and grabbed the air with a serious expression. The ball of ice began to shrink. Every time it shrank, large amounts of sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. Just as the ball of ice shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, some of the threads collapsed. Soon, more threads collapsed as if they couldn't handle the pressure. Wang Lin frowned. He sent out another wave of spiritual energy to replace the dark blue threads as he continued to refine. As time passed, Wang Lin had sent out several waves of spiritual energy, but every time, only a small number of the dark blue threads remained. Under the continuous injections of spiritual energy, the rate at which the dark blue threads disappeared couldn't match the speed that Wang Lin was replacing them. Finally, after several hours, the refining was complete. Although Wang Lin was tired, his eyes were shining. The ball of ice had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice, and the color had changed from dark blue to cyan. This cyan grain of ice was composed entirely of dark blue threads. It emitted a dangerous aura. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he grabbed the grain and left the cave. He paused in the air for a while, then quickly flew toward the closest jungle. Standing outside the jungle, he waved his hand and the grain hit a nearby tree. At the same time, there was a faint glow of cyan light and the tree turned to ice. A dark blue ripple appeared. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed and he backed up. In almost the blink of an eye, everything in a 300-meter radius turned into a blue world. Within the radius of 300 meters, no matter if it was trees, animals, flowers, or insects that were underground. Basically any living thing within a 300-meter radius died. Even Wang Lin himself was hit by the blue light. It caused his body to become stiff, as if a wave of cold energy entered his body. It was a good thing that the energy was the same as the spiritual energy in his body. After it was absorbed by him, he recovered his mobility. Filled with uncertainty, he looked at the center of the blast. He wasn't sure if he would still be okay if he had been at the center of that blast. It has to be said that the cyan grain was refined by him using only the dark blue threads in his body. There was nothing else like it. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "This cyan grain is the best magic treasure I have." After silently standing there for a bit, he turned around and left. After he returned to the cave, he once again invested a lot of time to obtain another cyan grain. Staring at the small grain, Wang Lin sighed and put it away. Making one already took a lot of spiritual energy. It seemed he was a bit too weak after making two. Although the grain was very powerful, producing it took too much spiritual energy. Wang Lin wryly smiled as he took out some spiritual liquid and drank it down to recover. By the time night came, he had recovered 70 to 80% of his spiritual energy. His eyes lit up and without a word, he started to refine another grain. 3 days later, 3 grains of rice floated before Wang Lin. His expression was very serious. 3 seemed to be his limit. It wasn't that he didn't try to make a 4th one, but every time he tried, one of the earlier 3 would dissipate. After several experiments, Wang Lin gave up on the idea of making the 4th one. After the 3 days of observation, although the grain's power was great, it was still not enough to harm nascent soul cultivators. If he could throw out a dozen of these grains, he would have a chance, but no matter what, Wang Lin couldn't make the 4th grain. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin came up with an idea. If he could fuse the 3 into 1, then its power would increase for sure, and since he would only have 1, then he should be able to make more. Thinking about that, Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before putting up a few defensive formations with the surrounding rocks. After that, he took out some protection talismans that he had stolen, sat down, then put 2 grains close to each other. Wang Lin's heart was about to come out of his throat as he prepared to escape at any moment. Slowly, the 2 grains touched. Wang Lin saw an illusion. It was as if time had stopped the moment the 2 grains touched. But shortly after, the 2 grains fused into one without any sound. The new grain had no change other than its color becoming darker. Wang Lin was startled. After pondering for a while, he fused the new grain with the remaining grain. When those 2 grains touched, there was a flash of cyan light. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed and he used one of the few teleports he had left to disappear from the room. The moment he disappeared, the cyan light expanded and everything within a 1-kilometer radius turned into a world of ice. Wang Lin appeared 1 kilometer away. Although he was outside the cyan light, he could still feel the cold enter through his feet. Looking at everything before him, Wang Lin began to ponder. Although he had to waste a teleport, it was worth it. It seemed that fusing 2 grains was the limit. When he tried a 3rd, it would immediately explode. He obviously couldn't use that cave anymore. Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he found another place and dug out a huge cave. Using a few days of time, Wang Lin replenished his supply of grains again. He easily controlled them to fuse together and was finally able to successfully create a 4th grain. This confirmed his previous hypothesis that 3 grains was the max, but if they fused into 1, then it only counted as 1. The 3rd and 4th grains fused together. Later, Wang Lin carefully put the 3 grains into his bag of holding. 2 of them had a darker color than one of them. After sorting out all of the grains, more than a month had passed. It was close to the time that the Juming Valley would open up. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground. After cultivating for a while, he opened his eyes and spat out a green light. The small green sword hummed as it circled around Wang Lin, almost as if it had intelligence. Wang Lin raised his hand and the sword landed in his palm. He touched the sword and felt the sword's bone-piercing coldness. The small green sword was blood refined by him, so when his spiritual energy changed, it caused the flying sword to also gain G attributes. Just as he was about to use his changed spiritual energy to refine the sword, he suddenly stopped. He immediately noticed more than 100 sword lights flying in his direction. It seemed they were all chasing one person. Wang Lin's face became as cold as ice as he muttered, "It's that person." As he walked out of the cave, Wang Lin coldly looked around and saw 100 or so people split into 5 groups. They were surrounding a young man. A middle-aged man walked out of the mob of people. He clasped his hands and said, "Junior brother Li Shan, your Xian Dao sect already has a token. Why do you need so many? If you hand it over, we won't trouble you anymore." Among the disciples of Wufeng Valley, a disciple snorted and said, "Li Shan, hand over the tokens or you will die for sure." The person they surrounded was Li Shan, someone that Wang Lin had met back in the Hanyu sect. He was here to represent the Xian Dao sect and was the only Qi condensation disciple from the Xian Dao sect. The Juming Valley only had an upper limit and not a lower limit on who could enter, so even a Qi condensation disciple was allowed inside. Most sects wouldn't send a Qi condensation disciple though. Li Shan was able to come because he was good at making fake magic pills and he was a master of sneak attacks. With these abilities, Pun Nanzi broke the rules and let him go. Pun Nanzi also gave him a magic treasure that made it so people wouldn't be able to detect him. The downside of this treasure is the more he uses it, the less effective it becomes. Li Shan really did have some skill. Thanks to the protection of his fellow disciples, he was able to steal quite a few things during battles, including 2 tokens. Adding on the token the Xian Dao sect already had, they now held 3 tokens. The sects that lost their tokens attacked non-stop in the hopes of taking one back, which was why there were so many battles before. But it was also because Li Shan was too greedy. After he entered the Juming Valley, every time he saw someone, he would use that treasure to hide his presence and steal something. As he used it more and more, the magic treasure gradually lost its effect, and when he was stealing the 4th token, the magic treasure completely lost its effect. He was found out, but the Xian Dao sect disciples reacted quickly enough to save his life. The news spread out and all of the sects that had lost a token stopped fighting and rushed toward the Xian Dao sect's gathering place. The Xian Dao sect's disciples were trapped there, so he secretly escaped using the tunnel he had dug ahead of time. However, what he didn't expect was to be found and forced to flee the moment he came out of the tunnel. He only ran a few steps when he turned around and saw more than 100 sword lights chasing after him. He almost fell to the ground because every one of them was at the foundation establishment stage. And this is how the situation played out. Li Shan knelt down and threw 2 tokens on the ground without any hesitation. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The 2 sects that had lost their tokens had several people charge out, but how could the other sects just let them take the tokens back? Thus, they sent out people to stop them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the 2 tokens on the ground. He moved quickly toward the tokens. Someone noticed him coming and went to stop him, but Wang Lin activated his attraction force technique and threw that person away. Just like that, after several steps, Wang Lin was almost at the tokens. The 2 groups that were fighting finally noticed Wang Lin. The people who were informed of the happenings within the Juming Valley recognized Wang Lin. They all secretly complained, but stopped and didn't dare to move forward. However, there were still some cultivators who had only heard about Wang Lin but never saw him, so they charged forward without any hesitation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and a small, green sword suddenly appeared and began to flash. Every time the sword flashed, a cultivator would be frozen in ice and would die on the spot. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He had noticed a few days that there was something wrong with the flying sword. Ever since his spiritual energy changed, it was harder to make the sword move as he wished. However, he just needed to concentrate more on controlling the sword and he wouldn't have any more problems. With the power of the G realm spiritual energy, no foundation establishment cultivator could stand in his way. Even the magic treasures their elders had given them all fell to his G realm spiritual energy. It has to be said that for a G realm cultivator, their best weapon is their G realm. Wang Lin walked another 5 steps. For every single step, several people died to the flying sword. Gradually, there were less and less people around him as most of them quickly backed away, not daring to move forward. Wang Lin easily arrived before Li Shan. Li Shan was so scared that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed the 2 tokens. He pondered for a while, then put the 2 tokens in his bag of holding. As his cold gaze swept past everyone, he said, "Hand over all of your tokens, or die." Li Shan, who was lying on the ground, noticed that the voice was familiar, so he worked up the courage to raise his head. Suddenly, he felt like he was struck by lightning and said, "You." Wang Lin. Wang Lin gazed at Li Shan. This scared Li Shan so much that he shivered and immediately shut up, but there was a storm in his heart. It has to be said that the name Wang Lin was very famous in the Xian Dao sect. Wang Lin, who arrived like a storm in the exchange between the Hangyu sect and the Xian Dao sect, was the goal of many core disciples of the Xian Dao sect. He was also the person that Li Shan wanted to surpass the most, even in his dreams, especially after the incident with the stink bomb. Li Shan's life was hard after that event. During that time, Li Shan cursed Wang Lin on a daily basis. But even so, he still believed that there would be a day when he would surpass Wang Lin, and after he reached the 14th layer of qi condensation, this thought became even more entrenched in his mind. But now he was dumbfounded as he found out that the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. It had only been a few years and Wang Lin already had the ability to easily kill Foundation establishment cultivators. In Li Shan's eyes, Wang Lin's progress was simply too amazing. After hearing Wang Lin's words, the people around him couldn't help but remember Wang Lin's reputation in Juming Valley and how he had easily killed all those Foundation establishment cultivators just now. Their hearts turned cold. After a long time, a white-clad youth sighed. He looked deeply at Wang Lin and asked, "Fellow cultivator, can you tell me what your cultivation level is?" Wang Lin plainly said, "Foundation establishment." The person was startled. He thought that Wang Lin wasn't willing to tell the truth, so he bitterly smiled. He slapped his bag of holding, threw out a token, turned around, and loudly said, "The Piao Miao sect gives up their chance to enter the foreign battleground. Once the valley opens, we are leaving." With that, he led a group of cultivators southwest and slowly disappeared. With someone leading the way, the sects that had already lost their tokens explained their situation and even opened up every disciple's bag of holding. After that, 3 more sects left. The He Huan sect was the last sect with a token. The female disciple leading the group didn't hand over the token, but looked at the other remaining sect, Wu Feng Valley. The leader of the Wu Feng Valley was an old man who looked like he was close to death. He was already at the pseudo-core formation stage and would only need to go into closed-door training for a few years to form his core. He stared at Wang Lin and sneered, "Little baby, this old man has to thank you for gathering all these tokens for me. Leave behind the tokens and you can scram." The He Huan sect's leader's brow loosened. After taking to the members of the sect, they all slowly backed away. Wang Lin's gaze swept past them before landing on the arrogant old man. Then, without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and a cyan grain of rice appeared in the air. It was clear from the expression on the old man's face that he was looking down on Wang Lin. He felt that he could have killed those people as cleanly as Wang Lin did. In this eyes, Wang Lin must have been hiding his strength, but at most, it was only the peak of late-stage Foundation establishment. He believed that his cultivation level was the same as Wang Lin's. Because he was at the same cultivation level and was holding one of Wu Feng Valley's key treasures, the Heavenly Lightning Wind Fire Fan, he had no doubt that his victory was assured. Now seeing that Wang Lin took out an unimpressive little point of light, a condescending smile appeared on his face. He shouted to his fellow disciples, "All of you, back up and watch how I destroy this arrogant brat." With that, he waved his hand and a small, 3-inch fan appeared in his hand. There were many golden flame symbols on the fan, making it look very pretty. The expressions of the other Wu Feng Valley disciples changed when they heard the old man's words and saw the fan. They unconsciously backed up. Some even backed up more than 100 feet before they relaxed a bit. Wang Lin moved and grabbed the dumbfounded Li Shan as he quickly backed up. As he backed up, he used his attraction force technique to control the grain of rice to go toward the old man. The old man's face was filled with disdain. He hit the fan and the fan opened. As the fan opened, a beam of golden light shot out. Suddenly, a strange wind appeared and flew around the fan. Then, the golden flame on the fan seemed to be alive, instantly heating up the area. Just at that moment, the cyan grain hit the outer edge of the strange wind. The next instant, the golden fire surrounded the grain. Wang Lin's expression was normal. His feet didn't stop as he thought in his head, explode. In the midst of the strange wind and golden flames, a cyan light burst forth. When the light reached its peak, it exploded with a boom and formed a ring of cyan light that began to spread like a tidal wave. This scene was like 10,000 horses galloping. In an instant, it covered everything within more than 300 meters. Wind was normally an intangible thing, but under the power of the G realm, the wind turned into pieces of blue ice and fell to the ground. Next was the golden flame. The flame didn't even have time to go out before it was frozen. If one looked closely, it would look like the flame was still burning inside the ice. As for Wufeng Valley's treasure, the heavenly lightning wind fire fan, it maintained its open form as it was covered by blue ice. The pseudo-core formation old man didn't even have time to react. His face was filled with disdain and pride when the ice froze him. Behind him were 17 disciples of Wufeng Valley. Even the ones that backed away more than 100 feet weren't able to escape. They all became ice sculptures. Within a 300-meter radius, nothing was left alive. Anything that breathed was killed. This became a forbidden area for life. Li Shan's mind went blank as he stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him. His heart was shocked to the limit. He opened his mouth, but was unable to speak. His gaze toward Wang Lin became much more respectful. The disciples of the He Huan sect managed to escape it because they were 500 meters away, but they didn't dare to move because Wang Lin's cold gaze locked onto them. The disciples of Wufeng Valley turning into ice sculptures before them left the He Huan sect disciples in a state of shock. Looking at the 10+ ice sculptures, the leading female disciple's face was pale as she took out the token without any hesitation. After she carefully put the token on the ground, Wang Lin shouted, "How many tokens are there in total?" The female disciple's body shook. Suppressing her fear, her voice trembled as she said, "There are 7 in total." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he secretly calculated. Wufeng Valley didn't have a token, and in his hand he had 1 from the Piao Miao sect, 2 from the Xian Dao sect, and 1 from the He Huan sect. He had 4 in total. Only 3 more and he would have them all. But the token belonging to the Corpse sect disappeared into the formation along with the late-stage Foundation establishment disciples. Excluding the 1 from the Corpse sect, there were 2 more. Before entering Juming Valley, he heard from Yi Zizai that the competition in the valley was to steal the others' tokens. According to this and from Situ Nan's explanation of how to enter the foreign battleground, he gained a vague understanding of everything. He turned to the female disciple and suddenly said, "How many slots are there to enter the foreign battleground?" The female disciple was startled. She hesitated, but after seeing Wang Lin's cold gaze, her body shivered and she quickly said, 3. There are only 3 slots. With that, she was afraid that her explanation wasn't enough and would anger Wang Lin, so she quickly added, "There are a total of 7 tokens, but if there are more than 3 tokens that are not destroyed, Zhao loses its chance to enter the foreign battleground." Wang Lin glanced at her and the female disciple immediately became scared. She anxiously said, fellow cultivator, of the 3 remaining tokens, I know where one of them is. If you let us go, I can tell you." Wang Lin's expression was normal as he coldly said, "Speak." The female disciple clenched her teeth and quickly said, "It is at the gathering spot of the Xian Dao sect. There should still be people sieging the place. We were in a rush to chase Li Shan, so we didn't bother staying there, but I'm sure they have a token." Li Shan's expression suddenly changed, but then he let out a bitter smile because Wang Lin's gaze fell on him. It is in Elder Lu Mei's hand. He wanted to lie, but the moment he saw Wang Lin's gaze, he couldn't help but tell the truth. He never had this kind of feeling, even when meeting ancestor Pun Nan Zi. Elder Lu Mei? Wang Lin pondered a little. The image of a very beautiful young woman came to his mind. He looked at Li Shan and asked, "She reached the foundation establishment stage?" Li Shan nodded with envy and said, "Ancestor Pun Nan Zi personally helped her reach the foundation establishment stage." Wang Lin pondered a little and couldn't help but think of everything that had happened back at the Hangyu Mountain. Scenes of his parents appeared in his mind and his heart couldn't help but ache. He reached out, grabbing the female disciple and Li Shan as he jumped into the air. The female disciple panicked and a damp spot appeared on her pants as her face turned very red. "Tell me where the Xian Dao sect is." Wang Lin frowned as he held the female disciple a bit further away. The female disciple weakly pointed to a direction and Li Shan also gave in and gave a more detailed direction. Wang Lin didn't say a word and quickly moved forward. After a short period of time, they arrived at the gathering ground of the Xian Dao sect under the two's guidance. The ground was in complete disarray. It was clear that there was a harsh battle here before. After Wang Lin arrived, he waved his hand and the female disciple and Li Shan fell to the ground. "You can leave." Wang Lin looked at the female disciple and walked toward the gathering spot of the Xian Dao sect. The female disciple carefully backed up. After backing up more than 200 meters, she jumped on her flying sword and escaped as fast as she physically could. Wang Lin's tone was plain as he said, "Li Shan, call out the people of the Xian Dao sect. I only want the token, not to kill people." Li Shan's forehead was covered in sweat as he took out a jade from his bag of holding with a bitter smile. He held it against his forehead. After a while, he tossed it forward. The jade shot out like an arrow until it was out of sight. After a while, rings of light appeared on the ground. They then became pillars of light. Inside the pillars, there were 10 people sitting cross-legged on the ground. Among them was a beautiful girl that would make anyone's heart pound faster. Her expression was solemn, her hands formed the shape of a vase, and there was a duster floating above her head. This duster was like white hair as waves of white light spread out from it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the faces of these 10 people. The girl suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Li Shan at first, she didn't care, but when she saw Wang Lin next to Li Shan, she was startled. After carefully looking at Wang Lin, her eyes revealed a strange light. She waved her hand and the duster landed in her hand. The pillar of light slowly dissipated. Among the 10 people, there was 30 or so year old young man who looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and said, "Wang, senior brother Wang, long time no see." This person was Lu Mei's brother, Lu Feng. Wang Lin scanned him with his divine sense and found that he had reached the early stage of foundation establishment too. However, his spiritual energy was unstable. It was clear that he had just entered the foundation establishment stage. Wang Lin stared at them and let out a sigh as he said, "Xian Dao sect, forget it. Hand over your token and I won't make it hard on you guys." One of the 10 Xian Dao sect disciples, an old man, stood up and sighed. "What an arrogant junior, asking us to hand over our token right away." "Lu Feng, do you know him?" Lu Feng wryly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice Ma, he is Wang Lin." The old man named Ma was startled and then he sneered, "So it's you. But even if you have reached the foundation establishment stage, you don't have the right to be arrogant before us." Scram! With that, he waved his hand and a huge gust of wind blew toward Wang Lin. Wang Li didn't even dodge. Just as the gust of wind got within 5 meters of him, it turned into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. At the same time, there was a flash of green light and the old man named Ma's body shook as a giant hole appeared in his chest. Then, his entire body froze and he died. Wang Lin had a strong feeling that after his spiritual energy changed, there was powerful killing intent in his mind. He had almost lost control of it many times, so he just gave up on controlling it. The sword flashed green as it circled around Wang Lin with the tip pointed at the Xian Dao sect. If one looked closely as the sword flew, it would pause, but Wang Lin would quickly force it to move again. The expression of the Xian Dao sect disciples changed greatly, and Lu Feng was dumbfounded as his heart shivered and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had always seen Wang Lin as his goal, and when he reached the foundation establishment stage with the help of Pun Nanzi 1 year ago, he thought that he had surpassed Wang Lin. But looking at it now, not only had Wang Lin already reached the foundation establishment stage, but his cultivation was also very strange. Senior apprentice Brother Ma, who was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, died after one attack from Wang Lin. What cultivation level had Wang Lin reached? The more Lu Feng thought about it, the more scared he became. Lu Mei unexpectedly didn't reveal a surprised expression, but after looking at Wang Lin, she decisively took out the token and tossed it at him. From beginning to end, she didn't say a word, but her eyes were always on Wang Lin. After putting away the token, Wang Lin coldly looked at Lu Mei. He then turned around and disappeared into the distance. After a long time, Lu Mei withdrew her gaze and sighed. Her unparalleled charm seemed to have no effect in front of Wang Lin. After returning to his cave, Wang Lin took out the 5 tokens. After pondering for a bit, he crushed 4 of them without any hesitation and placed the remaining token in his bag of holding. He used his attraction force technique to move rocks to block the entrance of the cave. After setting up a few defensive formations, he began his closed-door training. He needed to be fully prepared for the battle in 2 months. There were a total of 7 tokens. Wang Lin got 2 from Li Shan, 1 from the Piao Miao sect, 1 from the He Huan sect, and 1 from the Xian Dao sect. In total, he had 5. Ignoring the one that belonged to the corpse sect, there was still 1 more remaining. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He had already found all of the sects in the Juming Valley, but he still hadn't found the last token. Of course, that didn't rule out the fact that someone could have hidden one somewhere. He wasn't going to bother searching for it. After all, he already had 5 of the 7 tokens, which was enough to secure his spot in the foreign battleground. After he stopped wondering about the token, he started thinking about the battle in 2 months. First were his cyan grains of rice. He had already recovered the one he used earlier and now had 3 in total once again. One was a single grain while the other 2 were supercharged grains from fusing 2 normal ones. After carefully putting away the 3 grains, Wang Lin pondered a bit and started looking through his bags. He had killed quite a few people recently, so he still had a lot of stuff to go through. After searching for a long time, Wang Lin took out a round bead. This bead was only 1/10 the size of a fist. It was very smooth, without any designs on it, and there were some cracks on the side. After picking up the bead, he couldn't help but think of the strange man named Adai. This was the first gift Adai had given him. He looked at the bead as his eyes lit up. After a long time, his mouth curved upwards as he let out a cold smile. He put the bead back into his bag of holding, took a deep breath, and spat out a green light. The green flying sword floated before him, motionless. Wang Lin felt like ever since his spiritual energy changed, there was something constantly obstructing his control of the flying sword. It was not easy as before. Although the flying sword's power had increased greatly, a flying sword he couldn't fully control was not something he would allow. Therefore, Wang Lin decided to use this time to refine the flying sword again. Both of his hands formed a seal as he sent out spiritual energy to surround the flying sword. Then, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a gourd. The flying sword was his blood-refined weapon, so he was willing to expend a lot of resources on it. He clenched his teeth and poured out 1/3 of the liquid that was stored inside. Under Wang Lin's control, the spirit liquid filled with yin energy floated in the air and condensed to 1 droplet of water. The water droplet released waves of yin energy that covered the cave in frost. Wang Lin pointed at the water droplet and the droplet immediately moved toward the flying sword. The droplet landed on the tip of the sword and rolled down the sword's blade, all the way down to end of the hilt. Soon, the flying sword became crystal clear. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He bit his tongue and spat out blood. As he spat out the blood, he waved his hand and the blood turned to mist, which then covered the flying sword that was covered in spirit liquid. The blood mist slowly entered the liquid. Soon, the spirit liquid that covered the flying sword was light red. Wang Lin took a few breaths. He spat out more blood as his hand created symbols. After each symbol was made, he would toss it at the flying sword. Gradually, more and more symbols appeared, and after a short while, all of the blood was used up. Wang Lin looked at the flying sword and without a word, he hit his chest as the spiritual energy in his body surged. He pushed his chest inwards and spat out a bit of his essence blood. Wang Lin's face became pale, but he didn't hesitate as he drew a symbol with that blood. As more and more symbols appeared, along with the help of the essence blood, the spiritual liquid around the flying sword was already dark red and was even turning purple. After the last drop of blood gathered on the flying sword, Wang Lin concentrated and shouted, "Gather." With a hum, the flying sword shook violently and started to tremble faster and faster. Wang Lin didn't panic as he looked at the flying sword. His hand was constantly forming seals. Shortly after, the spiritual energy surrounding the flying sword started to boil and release white smoke as if it were being baked. As more and more white smoke appeared, the amount of liquid decreased. Eventually, all of the liquid disappeared. Looking at the flying sword, although it was still green, there were red veins on its surface and it was only half of its original size. What surprised Wang Lin the most was that the sword's hilt was almost completely gone. Before, the sword's hilt to blade ratio was 1:5, but now the ratio was 1:15. One could basically ignore the hilt at this point. What Wang Lin didn't know was that this flying sword that had been blood refined by him was slowly evolving. Once this evolution reaches the final phase, the flying sword will gain the G realm property and will become very powerful. Wang Lin tested the flying sword and found that it moved several times faster than before. When he used his full power, it was so fast that he couldn't keep track of it with his eyes anymore. Adding on to the flying sword's teleportation ability, this flying sword was a very terrifying existence. At the very least, if a core formation cultivator without a defensive treasure active were to be hit by the sword, whether or not they'd come out alive would be uncertain. This was the power of the G realm on a magic treasure. It allowed the magic treasure to break past its boundaries and reach an extreme. But when going against a nascent soul cultivator, it was still not enough. After all, Wang Lin was only at the foundation establishment stage. Even with the G realm, he was simply too weak. The G realm will only display its true power when Wang Lin breaks into the nascent soul stage. That is when the terror of the G realm commences. The current small, green sword was even more delicate. Slivers of blue ice appeared and disappeared from the flying sword. It all looked very strange. Wang Lin swallowed the flying sword again. His eyes lit up as he calculated the time and found that he had spent 1 month refining the sword. Wang Lin decided to spend the remaining month cultivating inside the heaven revolting bead. He was confident that he could break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment by the end of the month. Once he reaches the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he will be able to use several powerful techniques, like one from the corpse sect that will allow him to summon ghosts to fight for him. In order to get the soul flag from Tinghuayuan during their fight, Wang Lin was racking his brain for ideas. After making a decision, he took out a gourd with spirit liquid, touched the bead, then entered the heaven-defying bead space. Wang Lin hadn't cultivated inside the bead in a long time. Looking at the boundless space, there was a mass of gray gas above him. He felt a powerful pressure coming from the gas. The area was surrounded by thin and long lights that were very dim. When Wang Lin first entered the bead, these bodies of light didn't move, but after the water element was complete, the bodies of light began to move randomly. Wang Lin stood inside the space and tried to touch a body of light, but his hand went directly through it. It seemed that Wang Lin and these bodies of light were on different planes, so no matter how hard he tried to touch them, he never could. Although he couldn't touch them, he could easily control them with his mind. With just a thought, the light would start to move, form a pattern, scatter, or condense. As long as Wang Lin thought it, the light would react. Wang Lin had asked Situ Nan about the lights, but even Situ Nan wasn't sure what was going on. According to Situ Nan, this heaven-defying bead was very strange. This space was only one of its functions. Aside from time manipulation, Situnan hadn't figured out anything else about the bead. Situnan only knew that with his identity as the strongest cultivator of a rank 6 country, no one in his cultivation planet dared to mess with him before he had obtained the bead. But after the bead came into his possession, some extremely powerful cultivators appeared and tried to kill Situnan. They forced him give up his body and to hide inside the heaven-defying bead only to barely escape with his life. Situnan had told Wang Lin before that based on his analysis, the people who were chasing him were definitely not from his planet. Situnan was very sure because by the time he reached his current cultivation level, he knew all of the experts on the planet, and for someone that was called the #1 cultivator in his planet, his cultivation level was very high. Most of the people that attacked him had the same cultivation level as him, and he was sure that only one of those people had surpassed him. If it wasn't for that fact that that person acted, Situnan wouldn't have given up his body. It has to be said that Situnan had many friends. If it was only people of the same cultivation level as him, he wouldn't have to give up his body because he was the #1 cultivator in his planet, giving him a home field advantage. When that person acted, Situnan knew that it would be pointless to get people to come and help. They would die one by one because Situnan knew that that person's cultivation level was not the same as his. Situnan's heart formed an answer. That person must have came from a rank 7 cultivation country. Thinking about this answer, the heaven-defying bead became even more mysterious. Something that even a rank 7 cultivation country would fight for must be a very precious treasure. Situnan told Wang Lin all of this and warned him time and time again to be careful. If anyone were to find out about this bead, then both of them will die for sure. Situnan calculated that if that person really was from a rank 7 cultivation country, then it would be easy for them to send a search order to a rank 6 country. Thus, they had to be very careful. Wang Lin thought about all of this deeply in his heart. But ignoring the fact that this heaven-defying bead might have any other functions, just the time manipulation was already heaven-defying enough. To cultivators, cultivation level is life. Every time one reaches a new level of cultivation, their lifespan increases. In addition to that, let's not forget about the feeling of being above everyone once you're at the top. It has to be said that in the cultivation world, cultivating is very important. What are mortals and chi condensation cultivators to a foundation establishment cultivator? Although saying that they aren't even on the same level as dogs and pigs is a bit ugly, that is what the cultivation world is like. Similarly, in the eyes of nascent soul cultivators, core formation and foundation establishment cultivators are viewed the same as mortals and chi condensation cultivators. And if someone is at the soul transformation stage, then anyone at the spirit severing stage and below are people they can kill as they wish. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a determined look. He had already experienced the harshness of the cultivation world. The cultivation world was much crueler than the mortal world, and he must become stronger if he wished to survive. He must become so strong that everyone fears him. Only then will he not be bullied by others. If my cultivation level was spirit severing or soul transformation, not to mention Tingli, even if I killed the entire Ting family, Ting Huayuan wouldn't dare to say a word and wouldn't even dare to go find my parents. Power, everything is centered around power. Only after becoming a powerful cultivator can one determine the life and death of a person. Wang Lin's heart was in pain as his eyes turned cold. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out inside the dream space. Shortly after, both of his hands formed a seal. He then reached out and grabbed with his right hand. All of the lights gathered and formed a door. This was a function that Situnan figured out after the heaven-defying bead had completed its water element. Using the surrounding light to form a formation that allowed Wang Lin free movement in and out of the dream space. Wang Lin stepped into the door. This place was still inside the heaven-defying bead space, but the surroundings looked different. Before Wang Lin, there was a giant over 30 feet tall that was floating in the air while sitting cross-legged. There were countless objects emitting light surrounding the giant. Upon closer examination, the giant's figure was very plain, but there seemed to be energy gathering around him. His body was not solid, especially his chest, which had a giant hole and seemed to be ready to disappear at any time. There were waves of spiritual energy fluctuations around his body. At this point, the giant's eyes were closed, its body glowed, and it completely ignored Wang Lin. Wang Lin stared at the giant. This wasn't his first time seeing Situ Nan's nascent soul. Every time he saw it, he was shocked. He thought that if his nascent soul was so large, how large must Situ Nan's body be? Situ Nan told him that during the soul transformation stage, the nascent soul transforms and becomes larger. However, the body doesn't grow at all, and the nascent soul was only this large when it's outside of the body. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, took out the gourd, took a big gulp, and began charging toward the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The reason he was doing this here was because Situ Nan once told Wang Lin that doing this would help him recover. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the deadline for the trial to enter the foreign battleground was almost here. A lot of cultivators had arrived outside the Juming Valley months ago. They all found the best locations to watch the Juming Valley's only exit. As more and more cultivators arrived, the area outside the Juming Valley became more and more lively. Of course, if anyone with grudges met, they would start a big fight. Due to the foreign battleground opening up every 100 years, the area within 1,000 kilometers of the Juming Valley had been prepared with buildings. It has to be said that the opening of the foreign battleground gathers all of the top cultivators in Zhao. When the time for the foreign battleground to open is near, these buildings become the biggest marketplace in Zhao. All of the cultivators in Zhao meet in these buildings, making them very lively. Many materials and rare magic treasures appear here. On this day, countless cultivators gathered outside of the Juming Valley. There were cultivators from all of the numerous sects in Zhao. Aside from the very large sects, who had their own area, everyone else was clumped in groups. The remaining people were from very small families, small sects, or were independent cultivators. These small families, small sects, and independent cultivators didn't have the right to enter the foreign battleground. They showed up hoping to get something. Every time the foreign battleground opens, a large amount of spiritual energy leaks out. Absorbing just a bit of that spiritual energy would equal to weeks of cultivation. Seeing that the Juming Valley was about to open, everyone found somewhere to wait for the opening. At noon on this day, the sky was blue and the sun was high in the sky. The temperature was slowly rising. It was extremely hot, but none of the cultivators outside minded, as their attention was focused on the exit of the Juming Valley. Cultivators with experience all knew that the Juming Valley would open exactly at noon. If one were to look from the sky at the Juming Valley, they would find that it was shaped like a gourd. The mouth of the gourd was the only entrance. On each side of the entrance were two very tall mountains, and at the entrance was an octagon formation. The formation suddenly began to shine. Not far from the entrance, the nascent soul cultivators of the demonic sects gathered. Among them was Ting Huiyuan's thin figure. His eyes were filled with excitement and killing intent as he stared at the formation at the entrance. The formation became brighter and brighter, then 8 people slowly walked out. Ting Huiyuan's eyes were filled with disappointment as his right hand took out a flag. He squeezed the flag and one of the souls on it disappeared. Seeing the 8 people walking out, the cultivators of the Juming sect started to point and talk. They came out. Look, they came out. Normally, the first ones to come out are the ones that have lost their token. I wonder which sect that is. What is this? Why are there so many people? Normally, the first sect to come out has the least amount of people. They came out. I see Zhou Yu. They are disciples of the Piao Miao sect. The Piao Miao lost their token last time and now they lost it again. It seems one of the largest of the orthodox sects isn't that great. If my Fu Tian sect went, we would probably be stronger. Brother Zhang, the strongest person in your sect is only at the early stage of core formation. The Piao Miao sect can send any ancestor and they will wipe out your sect. If you ask me, the Piao Miao sect failed because the disciples of the demonic sects are too strong. Among the top 8 sects, aside from the Jiemia sect, whose nascent soul cultivator had died, which made them lose the right to participate, all of the nascent soul ancestors of the remaining 7 sects were present. Currently, the Piao Miao sect's sect head, Xian Hai's face was dark. as he silently stared at the entrance. The 8 members of the Piao Miao sect walked out with strange expressions on their faces. Seeing all of the people outside the valley and hearing their chatter, their faces turned red as they walked with their heads down toward Xin Hai. Xin Hai tried his best to contain his anger. He had spent a lot of resources for the right to enter the foreign battleground. He sent a total of 25 disciples. 3 were at the late stage and 8 at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Although the remaining disciples were all at the early stage, he handed out a lot of magic treasures. He was dead set on qualifying this time no matter what, but looking at it now, only 8 out of 25 people survived. While Xin Hai was looking at the 8 disciples, the ancestor of the Yuan Tian sect, named Shengguan Yun, was nearby and laughed at him. He said, "Brother Xin, it's not that big of a deal to lose the battle to enter the foreign battleground. The cleanup of the foreign battleground is quite dangerous. Normally, only 1 out of 10 disciples come out alive. Now you don't have to worry about your disciples anymore. It's only 100 years until the next one." Xin Hai sneered, "Brother Shangguan, there is no need to be sarcastic here. Since I lost the bet, I won't back out on our agreement." With that, he looked at the 8 disciples and gloomily asked, "Your eldest apprentice brother died?" One of them knelt on the ground and whispered, "They all died, all of the other disciples are dead." The remaining 7 all knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. Shangguan Yun sneered in his heart, but on his face he showed mercy as he silently shook his head. Xin Hai's face sunk as he said, "So many people died. Good. Which sect killed them?" The first disciple that knelt on the ground hesitated. Xin Hai waved his hand and a barrier surrounded the Piao Miao sect disciples. Shangguan Yun raised his head and sneered in his heart. After blocking out other people's divine senses, Xin Hai motioned for the disciple to talk and the disciple quickly spilled everything. After Xin Hai finished listening, he was startled and his eyes turned cold. After a while, he coldly snorted and said, "You guys stay behind me. I have to see who he really is." With that, he waved his hand and the barrier disappeared. Shangguan Yun, who was on the side, said, "Why isn't fellow cultivator Su Mei here?" Xin Hai looked at Shangguan Yun and said, "Senior brother went to greet the messenger from Heaven's Tower. I believe he will be here soon." At that moment, the formation lit up again. Everyone outside the valley stopped their chatting and turned to watch. Ting Huayuan clenched his fists as he gloomily stared at the formation. He had already made up his mind that the moment Wang Lin appears, he will use the curse to teleport next to him and make him suffer all the torture in the world. The formation shined brightly and 13 people walked out. Ting Huayuan's face became even more gloomy as he pinched another soul in the flag. He sneered in his heart. "Wang Lin, if you're really cold-hearted enough to not care about your family and don't come out, then I'll admit that I underestimated you. But even if you manage to get away, once I reach the mid-stage of nascent soul, I can increase the power of the curse to find you." The cultivators outside of the valley began to talk again. The qualification battle this time is too strange. Before, the first to come out always had the most people and then the number of people decreases from there on. Why is it that the second group has more than the first group? Strange. I have a feeling that the matter this time is very strange. What sect is it this time? If any of you know, speak quickly. It's the Hehuan sect. I know that slut, Wang Ying. As long as she appears within 100 feet of me, I can smell her stench. That is correct. That is the Hehuan sect. As people talked, the faces of the 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Hehuan sect, Cheng Huan and Chen Yan, darkened. They sighed as they looked at each other, then their expressions returned to normal. The disciples of the Hehuan sect gloomily rushed toward Cheng Huan and Chen Yan with complex expressions on their faces. The leading female disciple quickly threw a voice transmission jade to the 2 nascent soul cultivators when they arrived. Chen Yuan frowned. He placed the jade on his forehead and was startled. Then, he quickly looked at Wang Ying and asked, "Is this true?" Wang Ying respectfully said, "Ancestor, we saw it with our own eyes." The disciples behind her all seemed to already know the contents of the jade and all quickly nodded. Chen Yan looked at everyone, then took the jade from Qin Yuan. After scanning the jade for a long time, she let out a cold laugh and crushed the jade into dust. Suddenly, a pair of eyes from one of the orthodox sects looked at them. Chen Huan and Xing Yan immediately turned and saw Xian Hai nodding at them. Chen Huan and Shen Yan noticed Xian Hai's reaction when the Piao Miao sect disciples came out, but couldn't guess why. However, after seeing the jade, they realized what happened. Ting Huayuan frowned as he looked at Chen Huan, Qin Yan, and Xian Hai. He suddenly felt that something big was going to happen, but he didn't know what the problem could be. After speculating for a bit, he couldn't figure out what was wrong, so he let out a cold snort and destroyed another soul in the flag. At that moment, not only Ting Huayuan, but all of the other sects realized that something was wrong. They didn't know what the disciples could have said to make the faces of 3 nascent soul cultivators become so dark. Even the small families, small sects, and independent cultivators noticed that something was wrong, so they all gathered together and started talking. Just at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a circle of light silently appeared. The circle of light floated to the middle of the sky, then expanded to 10 meters in radius. 4 people walked out of it. The person in the front was fat like a ball with a smile on his face, but the moment he appeared, all of the nascent soul cultivators flew into the air and respectfully stood at his side. This person was the messenger that was left at Zhao, Lin Yi. Li Yin let out a laugh and said, "Everyone, I'm here to help the messengers of the higher cultivation countries open the gate to the foreign battleground. I won't mess with your right to enter, so please rest assured." The 3 people behind Li Yin were Pun Nanzi, the white-haired cultivator from the Piao Miao sect, and the skinny cultivator from the Tian Dao sect. These 3 accompanied Li Yin and landed in the middle of the clearing. All of the other nascent soul cultivators quickly followed and stood at their sides. Xian Hai took the chance to stand next to the white-haired old man and sent over some voice transmissions. This white-haired old man was the Piao Miao sect's #1 expert, Xue Mei. After he heard Xian Hai's message, he calmly nodded. The formation lit up again and 5 people walked out. The moment those 5 appeared, a wave of cold energy spread out. The 5's eyes were bloodshot. They looked around and found a corner to sit in. What sect are they from? Everyone immediately started to talk again. After a long time, no one could figure it out, so everyone started guessing what sect these 5 were from. Xue Mei, who was standing beside Li Yin, suddenly laughed and said, "Lord Messenger, look at these disciples of the corpse sect, filled with hostility. I heard that the corpse sect has a secret technique that allows their disciples to fuse with their corpse puppets. I guess those 5 are these so-called human puppets." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Those 5 are indeed human puppets." The skinny man from the Tian Dao sect looked around and frowned as he said, "Why isn't fellow cultivator Yi here?" Lin Yi shook his head and said, "The corpse sect didn't follow the rules of keeping the token within the Juming Valley, so they are disqualified. Even if he doesn't come, it doesn't matter." With that, he casually looked at crowd in the northwest and secretly thought, the corpse sect. This time, several more people will finish the possession and recover their cultivation. Thinking about that, Lin Yi suddenly turned toward to Wufeng Valley's nascent soul cultivator and said, "Wufeng Valley also didn't keep their token and is disqualified, but they gave their token to another sect, so that sect is allowed to have 2 tokens because there is no limit on the amount of tokens you can have." The nascent soul cultivator of Wufeng Valley was an old man in black. His expression didn't change as he looked at Ting Huayuan. Ting Huayuan was also silent. Even though he was a guest elder, he still paid a huge price to get the token. The formation lit up again. Suddenly, Ting Huayuan's heart pounded as he felt the curse. He stared at the formation, waiting for Wang Lin to appear. The moment Wang Lin appears, he will immediately teleport out. The formation shined and 1 person walked out. Ting Huayuan was about to teleport out when he suddenly stopped. Fury erupted in his heart because that person wasn't Wang Lin at all, but an early-stage foundation establishment disciple from Wufeng Valley. Ting Huayuan's face was extremely gloomy. With his right hand, he crushed a dozen or so souls before he calmed down. The moment the disciple appeared, he quickly ran to Teng Huayuan and the black-robed old man. He knelt to the ground. His voice was filled with fear as he said, "Dead, they are all dead. Even senior apprentice brother Wang Peng is dead. I was far away, so I was able to escape." The black-robed old man looked at the disciple. He suddenly hit the disciple on the head with his palm and said, "If they are dead, you shouldn't be the only one alive." With that, the disciple's head shattered like a watermelon. A gentle wind blew and the smell of blood spread. All of the small families and sects became silent as they looked at the old man's direction. No one dared to talk about Wufeng Valley anymore. Suddenly, the surroundings became silent as the formation started to shine again. This time, a very large number of people walked out. They walked out one after another, and Teng Huayuan realized that they were disciples of the Xian Dao sect, but he still carefully looked at them. Suddenly, Teng Huayuan's expression changed. His face was filled with killing intent. His body suddenly moved and disappeared. He reappeared next to a Xian Dao sect disciple and said, "You finally came out." With that, his hand reached toward the head of a youth that had just walked out. The youth's eyes flashed cold. The moment Teng Huayuan's hand reached out, the youth disappeared and reappeared in the air as several people exclaimed, "It's him! It is him who killed senior apprentice brother. He stole our token. Ancestor, it was him. I also saw him kill everyone from Wufeng Valley." All of the disciples that had come out of the valley became very excited and started to shout. Inside the valley, they were all afraid of Wang Lin and had suffered for more than 3 months because of him, but now that their elders were all here, they became brave. Teng Huayuan didn't think that Wang Lin could teleport and was startled. That's why Wang Lin got away. His face was gloomy as he shouted, "Wang Lin, I want to see where you can run to." Just at that moment, a scream came from the Hehuan sect. All of the tokens that were inside the valley are in his hands. He has at least 5 tokens. The moment those words came out, all of the cultivators that were present started talking as they looked at the youth. Even Lin Yi became interested as he looked at the youth. He revealed a surprised expression as he chuckled and silently shook his head. Teng Huayuan shouted, "Fellow cultivators, this person killed my great-great-grandson, so we have a personal grudge. Today, I'll kill him and I won't take any of the items on his body, but if anyone dares to obstruct me, then don't blame me for making you my enemy." Lin Yi suddenly laughed. "Okay, none of the cultivators of Zhao will dare to get in the way. I want to see if you, Teng Huayuan, dare to kill him." The moment Lin Yi's words came out, everyone was stupefied. Although it was not convenient to talk about it, everyone had their own guesses on the meaning of those words. Teng Huayuan didn't dare to be arrogant before Lin Yi, but he couldn't help but frown as he was unable to understand the meaning of Lin Yi's words. Pun Nanzi's eyes lit up as he looked at the youth in the air with a strange expression. The more he looked at the youth, the more familiar the youth seemed, but after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of who it was and became very confused. He thought that no matter how he looked at this youth, he was only at the foundation establishment stage, so why wouldn't Teng Huayuan dare to act? Not only him, but all of the nascent soul cultivators were very confused. Just at that moment, the eyes of the youth in the air turned cold. He didn't fear the people present at all as he raised his head and an enormous aura fell from the sky. It was as if the heavens were crashing down. The youth's hair and clothes were moving without wind as slivers of spiritual energy escaped from his body. All of the surrounding cultivators, especially the experts from the top sects, were shocked. Even Teng Huayuan, who was about to teleport, suddenly stopped. In their eyes, the youth's cultivation level had increased at a rapid rate. This was something they had never seen before in their lives. The youth's cultivation level went from the early stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage, then to the late stage. It rapidly increased to early stage core formation, then to mid-stage core formation, and finally late-stage core formation. It was not over yet. When he reached the late stage of core formation, an invisible ripple started from the youth and spread out. A 1-foot-tall nascent soul appeared and quickly went back into the youth's body. The surroundings were so silent, it was scary. They would have never thought that they'd see someone's cultivation level climb from early-stage foundation establishment to early-stage nascent soul. And it was still not over. The youth raised his hand and his cultivation level climbed up to mid-stage nascent soul. Only once he reached the mid-stage of nascent soul did he finally stop. At that moment, the youth's face was filled with an evil aura, his hair moved strangely, and he pointed at Ting Huayan and asked, "Do you dare to fight with me?" At that moment, to everyone present, the pressure from this youth was 100% genuine pressure from an expert. Even the nascent soul cultivators had looks of disbelief in their eyes. Lin Yi rubbed his fat chin. He faintly smiled as he observed the youth and secretly thought, which family's little brat came to play in my territory? He holds the 1,000 illusion bead from a rank 5 country. I believe that his backing isn't small. These 1,000 illusion treasures are uncommon even in illusionary city. I remember that this bead is split into 3 ranks, from nascent soul to soul transformation. The stronger the bead, the higher that person's position. Ting Huayuan's face was extremely ugly as he looked at the youth in the sky. He suddenly understood the meaning of Lin Yi's words. After he hesitated for a bit, he coldly snorted and said, "Wang Lin, I don't believe that you're at the nascent soul stage. How could you have entered the Juming Valley? If you're below the spirit severing stage, it is impossible to enter." Ting Huayuan didn't immediately act as he was very unsettled. In his heart, he didn't believe that Wang Lin could have reached the mid-stage of nascent soul at all, but the scene before him said otherwise. Whether it was Wang Lin's aura, spiritual energy, or divine sense, they were all at the nascent soul stage. Adding on the fact that he had just teleported, Wang Lin really was at the nascent soul stage. If Wang Lin was only at the early stage, then Ting Huayuan would still be willing to fight, but the cultivation level Wang Lin displayed was mid-stage nascent soul, so Ting Huayuan couldn't help but be cautious. Everyone present was so focused on the youth in the sky that no one noticed the formation shine again as another youth walked out and blended into the crowd. He stared at Ting Huayuan, who was in the air, then his eyes locked onto the black flag in Ting Huayuan's hand. Ting Huayuan focused all of his attention on Wang Lin. Even though he felt a fluctuation in his curse, he still stared at Wang Lin. He waved his right hand and a soul came out of the small flag. He cursed the soul with a cold smile and put the flag back into his bag of holding. At that moment, the sky darkened and the pressure from 3 months ago appeared again. The entire sky was covered by dark clouds. Soon after, a giant pair of hands came out of the clouds and pushed them apart. A giant head appeared. This giant was the same one from 3 months ago. When he appeared, the first thing he noticed was the youth in the air. He revealed a strange expression, but he muttered a bit to himself, then ignored the youth. He shouted toward the cultivators of Zhao, 3 months have passed. The passage to the foreign battleground will open. With that, he shot 2 beams of black light from his eyes. The 2 beams of light intertwined and formed a giant circle in the air. The moment the circle appeared, the sky seemed to have lost all light. The circle seemed to suck away all of the surrounding light and became the only light source in the sky. The giant waved his hand and threw out a rock. The moment the rock appeared, it exploded into pieces that transformed into strange symbols. The symbols quickly imprinted on edge the circle. All of the spiritual energy in Zhao was quickly gathering in the circle. The spiritual energy for the first time became visible as a thick fog of spiritual energy was gathering to be absorbed by the circle. As the circle absorbed spiritual energy, the symbols on the circle became brighter. Eventually, a thin film appeared in the circle. The film was almost transparent. One could clearly see that inside the film was an empty space filled with broken bodies, magic treasure, and materials that floated around. Wang Lin was currently hiding among the crowd. He wasn't looking at the circle, but at Ting Huayuan's waist, because there hung his black bag of holding. The change in the sky was outside his expectations and messed up his plan, but shortly after, his eyes lit up and he quickly calculated. Slowly, he let out a smile. The giant suddenly cut his finger and shot out a drop of blood. The drop of blood moved like a meteor and landed on the thin film. The thin film rapidly melted like hot water poured on snow. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he poured spiritual energy into the treasure Adai gave him and muttered, "Attack." Wang Lin had carefully studied this magic treasure during those 2 months of closed-door cultivation and found out that the person it forms could be changed. After absorbing his spiritual power, it even managed to take a sliver of the curse. The youth in the sky quickly waved his hand and a purple dragon came out of his body. It was as if his body had turned into a giant, purple dragon. The dragon roared and sent out giant sound waves. Ting Huayuan's expression suddenly changed greatly. He was now sure that Wang Lin was indeed at the mid-stage of nascent soul. There was no way for Wang Lin to give off such a powerful aura otherwise. The dragon's body moved and shot toward Ting Huayuan like lightning. The dragon showed its teeth and the smell of blood in its mouth pounded Ting Huayuan. Ting Huayuan quickly backed up as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. The blood transformed into several large mosquitoes that charged forward to try to stop the giant dragon. After that, Ting Huayuan quickly slapped his bag of holding and took out a 7-foot-long flag. The moment the flag appeared, a cold wind started blowing. Thousands of individual faces appeared on the flag. Their expressions were filled with pain as they screamed like crazy. Ting Huayuan's right hand waved the flag and the faces inside it were thrown out. One by one, the disembodied heads charged toward the giant dragon, their eyes filled with pleads for death. Lin Yi rubbed his chin as he looked at the flag and shook his head. This soul flag is not enough. With only 30,000 souls, it hasn't even reached the first level of completion yet. Pun Nan Zi heard it and nodded. What Lord Messenger says is correct. Back when I was in the foreign battleground, I saw a soul flag with more than 1 million souls. Its power was indeed terrifying. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. That is only a partially complete soul flag from a rank 4 cultivation country. The soul refining sect in the rank 5 country of Pai Lu has a soul flag as their sect treasure. It is said the number of souls inside that flag surpasses 1 billion and was gathered throughout the thousands of years of the sect's history. Ting Huayuan waved the soul flag and 30,000 souls flew toward the giant dragon. In the blink of an eye, the souls surrounded the dragon and entered it, but then something strange happened. The souls didn't meet any resistance as they went into the dragon. It was as if the dragon didn't exist. The souls entered on one side and exited through the other. The 30,000 souls went in and out of the dragon as if they were having a party. Ting Huayuan was stunned as the dragon passed through the souls and charged toward him. Ting Huayuan's expression became very unsettled, however, he didn't have any time to think and quickly backed up. He threw out several defensive magic treasures to stop the dragon, but no matter what the magic treasures did, they couldn't stop the dragon. The dragon passed through them as if they weren't there, let out a roar, and swallowed Ting Huayuan. Lin Yi's expression was strange. He looked at the giant, who was enjoying the show, and found that the giant's expression was also strange. The two looked at each other and then the giant laughed and looked at the dragon with a playful expression. Ting Huayuan only felt a gentle wind as the dragon devoured him. The dragon looked very fierce, but the moment it touched him, the dragon disappeared without a trace. It had been a long since Ting Huayuan had felt cold sweat, but at that moment, his back was covered in sweat. Illusion. Ting Huayuan's face went from green to red. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and cursed it out loud. This was the first time he had cursed since reaching the core formation stage a few hundred years ago. He was scared to death by an illusion in front of all of the cultivators of Zhao. Ting Huayuan's anger suddenly reached its limit. He gloomily slapped his bag of holding to take out the black flag and kill Wang Lin's family members one by one right in front of him, but just at that moment, points of light appeared in the air. The light gathered and the youth appeared again. Without a word, he waved his hand and a flash of cyan light filled with coldness shot toward Ting Huayuan. Ting Huayuan sneered. Not only did he not back away, he went forward instead. He reached out with his hand and sarcastically said, "The first one was an illusion, but the second one might not be. Is this little trick all you have, Wang Lin?" With that, his hand grabbed the flying sword. There was a flash of green light and the flying sword disappeared. It reappeared behind Ting Huayuan and mercilessly charged toward his back. There was a tink sound as the sword stabbed at a piece of metal. The sword bounced back very far. From the torn piece of Ting Huayuan's clothes, one could see a golden plate of armor. A cold light flashed across Ting Huayuan's eyes as he moved forward with a dark expression. He appeared before the youth and grabbed toward him with black lines that extended from his fingernails. At the same time, he waved his left hand and 8 blood pillars appeared. The 8 pillars joined together to form a cage. At the same time, the youth in the air not only didn't panic, but revealed a mocking expression. As Ting Huayuan's hand drew close to him, the youth's body turned into a point of light and slowly disappeared. 2 cyan grains of light, one big and one small, appeared where the youth was. The 2 cyan grains quickly collided with each other. Ting Huayuan's expression suddenly changed. At that very moment, a wave of cyan light spread out and instantly covered everything in a 1-kilometer radius. Everything within 1 kilometer became an ocean of ice. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and thought, interesting, this little guy is interesting. He not only has the Illusion City's 1000 illusion bead, he also has the underworld sex blue ice. That flying sword is also not normal. Although it is an imitation, it is still powerful. The giant in the sky was also startled as he looked toward the formation at Juming Valley and let out a strange smile. In the sky, the film in the circle formed by the 2 black dragons had almost completely melted. It was about to open. The 8 blood pillars around Ting Huayuan let out cracking sounds as they were instantly frozen over and lost their effect as a prison. At the same time, waves of blue ice quickly climbed up Ting Huayuan's legs. He felt waves of coldness enter this body, causing it to become stiff. However, he didn't panic. This level of coldness wouldn't affect him much. He cycled spiritual energy through his body and recovered. At the same time, Wang Lin, who was at the entrance of the Juming Valley, suddenly used one of his 2 remaining teleports. He appeared just as the blue light spread out. With his body's resistance to the cold, he wasn't affected and silently appeared behind Ting Huayuan. He knew that with his strength, he had no chance in a fight against a nascent soul cultivator. Ting Huayuan would only have to raise his hand to kill him countless times, so Wang Lin didn't even think about getting revenge. Even though he was filled with killing intent, he suppressed it. He reached out and grabbed toward Ting Huayuan's bag of holding. Ting Huayan noticed Wang Lin when he appeared behind him. He suddenly turned his head and saw that it was Wang Lin. He understood what was going on, but his body was still recovering from the stiffness, so his movements were slow and Wang Lin's appearance was sudden. By the time he saw Wang Lin was already on his bag of holding. Ting Huayuan revealed a hideous expression and shouted, "Explode!" A destructive force suddenly came out of the bag of holding when Wang Lin's hand touched it. The force entered his body and ran through his arm. The explosion started at his fingertips and rapidly spread. Wang Lin clenched teeth. The flying sword appeared, cut off his hand, and he used the force of the explosion to push himself back. At the same time, his left hand moved and grabbed the bag of holding with his attraction technique as he quickly escaped. When Ting Huayuan regained his mobility, he took a step forward. He instantly moved out of the area of the cyan light and chased after Wang Lin. He caught up in the blink of an eye, reached out, and shouted, "Wang Lin, do you think that just because you have my bag of holding, you will be able to open it? Since you killed my great-great-grandson, I'm going to refine your soul into the soul flag and let you suffer torture worse than death." Wang Lin's right hand had completely shattered. He used his spiritual energy to freeze his arm to stop the bleeding. He didn't dare to touch Ting Huayuan's bag of holding. He was holding it with his attraction force technique. Ting Huayuan felt very annoyed as having to deal with a Foundation establishment junior before everyone was already a very shameful thing. If he had instantly caught or killed Wang Lin, it wouldn't have been too bad, but he was tricked into a sorry state by an illusion and then that blue ice restrained his body for a while. On top of that, even though it was only for a short period of time, Wang Lin had managed to steal his bag of holding. He wasn't feeling any less insulted than if had been slapped in the face, and this wasn't just one slap, it was like being slapped repetitively. What annoyed him the most was that Wang Lin clearly wouldn't be able to survive one hit, but knew how to teleport. This shocked Ting Huayuan greatly, as teleporting was something only nascent soul cultivators could do. In addition to all of this, what shocked Ting Huayuan the most was Wang Lin's determination and decisiveness to cut off his own right hand to stop the explosion from spreading. At this point, Ting Huayuan couldn't help but praise Wang Lin, but that praise was quickly submerged by hatred. The more decisive Wang Lin was, the more Ting Huayuan wanted to kill him. Wang Lin, you can't blame anyone for killing my great-great-grandson, but you can rest assured. After I kill you, I'll go wipe out old man Jima, who's sent Ting Li after you, and his disciples to accompany you in hell. Ting Huayuan sneered in his heart and waved his hand. Suddenly, a cold wind started to blow. 30,000 souls came out and charged at Wang Lin. In order to prevent Wang Lin from using teleportation again, Ting Huayuan hit his own chest and his nascent soul appeared above his head. With a roar, his nascent soul shrunk greatly. A ball of blood came out of the nascent soul's mouth. The moment the ball of blood appeared, it began to expand until it enveloped the area. Due to the effect of the curse, the moment the blood surrounded the area, Wang Lin found that his body was immediately immobilized. He was about to teleport away until he looked straight ahead and saw something that made his body tremble. He stared at the souls coming at him and wept 2 streams of blood. The souls he was looking at had expressions filled with pain, and one of them was his father. Ting Huayuan noticed Wang Lin's expression. He suddenly decided not to rush things. He eerily laughed. Did you see it? Did you really think I would put your entire family's souls in just one soul flag? Wang Lin, you're too navy. With that, he pointed with his hand and the 30,000 souls stopped. Then, Wang Lin's father's soul separated from the group and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin gritted his teeth as a stream of blood leaked out of his mouth. He watched as his father's soul entered his body. While enduring the awful pain, he started to laugh miserably. His laughter became louder and louder as he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. He raised his head and shouted, "So this is the cultivation world. Good. Good." He slammed his forehead and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. He carefully wrapped it around his father's soul in a way that wouldn't freeze it. Ting Huayuan watched Wang Lin and suddenly felt a chill in his heart, but shortly after, he felt that it was kind of funny that he would be scared of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, he couldn't stop the chill in his heart from intensifying. He waved his hand again and another soul came out of the cluster of 30,000 souls. This time, it was Wang Lin's mother. Wang Lin's body shook as he let go of the bag of the holding he was holding with his attraction force technique. That bag was now useless to him. Memories of his childhood, of before he entered the Hanyu sect, flooded into his mind. Wang Lin, see how merciful I am, to let you reunite with your parents. As Ting Huayuan talked, he pointed with his finger and Wang Lin's mother's soul entered Wang Lin's body. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain he felt in his heart. Wang Lin could feel that his heart was bleeding. He coldly stared at Ting Huayuan as he once again used his spiritual energy to freeze and preserve his mother's soul. Ting Huayuan let out an eerie smile and said, "Okay, let the games end. I know you want to use the tunnel to the foreign battleground to escape. You can give up on that idea." With that, he reached out and Wang Lin's bag of holding flew into Ting Huayuan's hand. He crushed the bag of holding, destroying everything inside along with the tokens. At the same time, the 30,000 souls charged into Wang Lin and began to devour his flesh and spiritual energy. Countless human faces appeared under his skin. There were even ones that charged toward Wang Lin's parents' souls, which were surrounded by Wang Lin's ice, but Wang Lin used his body to protect them. Shortly after, Wang Lin's left hand was devoured at a visible rate before him. After that were both of his legs. Throughout this entire time, Wang Lin didn't let out a sound as he stared coldly at Ting Huayuan. This caused the chill in Ting Huayuan's heart to become even stronger. The giant in the sky stared at Wang Lin and excitedly thought, "Hostility aura. This is hostility aura." As the 30,000 souls rampaged through him, his body slowly dissipated. Teng Huayuan revealed a serious expression as he muttered to himself, "Li Er, your great-great-grandfather is getting revenge for you. Watch, it's not over yet. Once his body is destroyed, I'll take his soul." Wang Lin let out a miserable laugh. He couldn't feel the pain in his body. He took the chance while he could still breathe to use his attraction technique to wrap around the ice that contained his parents' souls and move them to his chest. This was the only thing he could do. Even if he were to die, he wanted to die with his parents. He didn't regret coming out of the Juming Valley. He knew that if he were to hide, he would only be able to temporarily escape, but even if there was a sliver of hope, he wouldn't give up on it. Coming out gave him a sliver of hope in stealing back his parents' souls. If he had stayed inside, he wouldn't have even that tiny sliver. His body was locked within this blood prison. He had already tried to teleport away, but found that he was unable to. Right now, there was only hatred in Wang Lin's heart. Father, mother, Tai Zhu is unfilial. If there is another life after this, I hope I'm not your son because I am unworthy. Without me, you guys wouldn't have to suffer. Wang Lin wept blood as he closed his eyes. Just then, an ancient voice came from Wang Lin's chest. Shortly after, Wang Lin's body exploded. The 30,000 souls escaped Wang Lin's body in a panic as a beam of light grabbed Wang Lin's parents' souls, broke through the blood prison, and entered the foreign battleground. The film that was more than 80 to 90% melted suddenly collapsed under the impact of the ray of light. The giants and Lin Yi's expressions suddenly changed when they saw that ray of light. Lin Yi shouted, "It's," just as he started, he immediately shut his mouth and jumped toward the foreign battleground. However, the moment he touched the circle formed by the two black dragons, he was bounced back. The giant revealed a look of greed and laughed. "Good, good. The credit for this is going to be mine. Today's harvest is pretty good. First, I got to see the hostility aura and then I saw the bead. Lin Yi, if you dare to fight with me, I'll kill you." With that, the giant came out of the cloud. His body was more than 100 feet tall. It gave off an aura that suppressed people. Cracking sounds came from his body as he shrank to the size of a normal person. There was a mark of a hammer on his forehead. Lin Yi shouted, "TCH. What do you mean?" The giant stared at Lin Yi and walked into the circle. After entering, he waved his hand and the circle turned back into two dragons. The portal disappeared without a trace. The sky immediately lit up again and the clouds disappeared. Lin Yi's expression was very ugly as he coldly looked at the still dumbfounded Teng Huayuan. He let out a cold laugh and then disappeared into the horizon. Every cultivator outside the Juming Valley remembered the youth that dared to fight with a nascent soul cultivator. The Foundation establishment cultivator named Wang Lin was carved into everyone's hearts. Zhao's right to enter the foreign battleground was ruthlessly taken away. It didn't matter if there were any remaining tokens because the Lord Messenger that came to open the tunnel had already left to chase something. Why would he still remember something as small as this? Lin Yi was filled with anger as he watched the item the Cultivation Union was looking for taken being away before his eyes. This feeling made him want to cough up blood. Especially when he thought about how the bead had always been in Zhao and how he was the overseer of Zhao. If this got out, it would be too embarrassing. Teng Huayuan's face was sullen because he didn't know if Wang Lin had died or not. He believed Wang Lin to be dead, but he couldn't get rid of this feeling of terror in his heart. The people outside the Juming Valley gradually left and the story of Wang Lin spread with them. Eventually, every cultivator in Zhao knew of Wang Lin. Pun Nanzi took the disciples back to the Xian Dao sect. There was a female disciple behind him. That was Lu Mei. She watched everything and felt bitterness in her heart. She didn't know why, but she had a sliver of affection for Wang Lin. This sliver of affection not only didn't disappear with time, but would resurface in her heart in the dead of night. Wang Zhua and Wang Hao also came to know about what had happened outside of the Juming Valley. The hatred they had toward Wang Lin for the destruction he brought gradually disappeared. The two of them knew that they didn't have the guts to fight against nascent soul cultivators. But this didn't mean that the two of them had given up on revenge. Wang Zhua and Wang Hao were set on killing Ting Huiyuan. It was their lifelong goal. After Pun Nanzi came back, he learned of the Wang family's tragedy. Under Lu Mei's plea, he accepted Wang Hao as a disciple. Lu Mei knew that this was the only thing she could do to help Wang Lin, even if he will never know about it. Ting Huiyuan returned to Ting family city with that feeling of terror and went into closed-door cultivation. He swore that he wouldn't come out until he has reached the late stage of nascent soul. The entire country of Zhao seemed to suddenly quiet down. The foreign battleground was filled with rifts in space and steel wind. At this very moment, there were thousands of people from dozens of rank 3 cultivation countries here to clean up the battleground. The highest level cultivator here was at the late stage of foundation establishment. With this cultivation level, they could barely take a step without being in danger, so how could they complete the task of cleaning up the battleground? In fact, when they entered the foreign battleground, the Lord Messenger that opened up the tunnel gave each of them a piece of jade. This jade protected them from the steel wind and will teleport them back to their own country after 50 years. But against the mysterious spatial rifts that could appear anywhere, these jades were powerless. The foreign battleground is still very dangerous for these foundation establishment cultivators, but if they are careful and lucky, they can still make it out alive. Generally speaking, the survival rate of the foreign battleground is 30%. Although it is not high, considering all of the materials and magic treasures they can find while cleaning up, it is not so bad. After all, cultivation is a heaven-defying thing, so the higher the risk, the better the reward. And anyone who returns safely from the foreign battleground will have a higher status within the sect. Their cultivation level will also be higher as cultivating in the foreign battleground is far faster than back at their sects. After all, the foreign battleground has very dense spiritual energy. That and years of constant danger forces their cultivation level to rise rapidly. Basically, every time the cleaning is completed, there will be people who have successfully formed their core. This is why so many foundation establishment cultivators risk their lives to come here. At this moment, in the foreign battleground, at the 67th northeast angle, there was a youth in white digging at a body with a knife. If one looked closely, this person was cutting at the gap of the body armor on the body. He clearly wanted to get the body armor. The body armor was already heavily damaged and covered in burn marks. The chest portion of the armor had been completely shattered, revealing a fist-sized wound. In addition to that, on the body of the giant, there was a very faint image of a hammer. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't see it at all. This youth's name was Mai Liang. He was a cultivator of the war god temple in the country of Ho Fun. He had already been at the foreign battleground for more than 30 years, so he was very experienced. There needs to be a little explanation here. In the foreign battleground, one doesn't age, but when they leave, they will rapidly age the years that they have been inside. As he was digging, his expression suddenly changed and he immediately laid down. Just then, a ray of black light shot by and past him. The youth was stunned. He thought that he had seen a bead in the ray of black light, so he gave up on the armor and chased after the light. He had been here for 30 years, but aside from his peers, he hadn't seen another live person. However, he had seen several magic treasures that could fly on their own. Although no one had managed to get their hands on one, Mai Liang had heard about them. These magic treasures with their own consciousness were very powerful. Mai Liang used his fastest speed to chase after the bead. The more he chased, the more excited he got, especially because this area was kind of desolate. In the past year he had been here, he hadn't met another peer. Thinking about that, his heart started beating even faster and he secretly thought, my luck has finally arrived. If I could get that treasure and return to the sect, then junior apprentice sister would admire me. Then, I'll give this treasure to the sect head and have him make junior apprentice sister form a cultivation pair with me. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Mai Liang used every ounce of his strength to chase after the bead with that fantasy in his mind. But that bead was simply too far. Mai Liang hadn't chased very far before the gap grew. Mai Liang clenched his teeth and pulled out an item from his bag of holding. This item was a shuttle. It was red and released slivers of heat. This was the biggest harvest he had while cleaning the foreign battleground. He normally wouldn't dare to take it out because he was afraid it would be stolen. However, right now, the treasure was about to get away. He couldn't be bothered with keeping it a secret, so he took out the shuttle and threw it forward. The shuttle instantly grew to several times its normal size and with a hum, charged forward at a very quick speed. Mai Liang was clinging onto the shuttle from the moment it grew. He could only feel the wind hitting his body like punches. It was a long time before he could finally open his eyes and see that he had already closed quite a bit of the distance between him and the bead. Filled with excitement, Mai Liang clinged onto the shuttle and chased after the bead. Time quickly passed. Although Mai Liang wasn't getting left behind by the bead anymore, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overtake or catch up to the bead. He could only maintain the current distance between him and the bead. It wasn't until 3 days later that Mai Liang noticed that he had entered a foreign part of the foreign battleground. He became nervous. It has to be said that besides the steel wind and spatial rifts, the most dangerous things in the foreign battleground were foreign places. A foreign place had many dangers. A large amount of spatial rifts could suddenly appear and devour everything. Mai Liang had heard from the elder that the foreign battleground was simply too large and they were only cleaning a small portion of it. And just in that small portion, there were places that contained a lot of spatial rifts. As he was hesitating, he suddenly noticed that rows of very dense white stripes appeared before him. Looking at the stripes, Mai Liang's expression changed as he forced the shuttle to stop and quickly back up. He was too familiar with these white stripes. When spatial rifts appear, they first appear as these white strips. Soon, the white stripes will fuse into a large spatial rift that will devour everything. Mai Liang's face was pale as he looked around. After realizing that there were only spatial rifts in front of him, he relaxed a bit. He wryly smiled and said, "Forget it. It's not worth dying for a treasure that I don't even know the effect of. I haven't been able to do pair cultivation with junior apprentice sister yet. I don't want to die needlessly here." Just at that moment, a small, white stripe appeared before the ray of black light. Without any hesitation, the ray of black light went into the spatial rift. Mai Liang sighed and cursed. "Spatial rift, you swallowed yet another treasure. In the 30 years I've been here, you have swallowed so many. If not 10,000, it has been 8,000. Why can't you leave one for me?" He had just finished cursing when he felt a chill as someone patted his shoulder. He was instantly covered in cold sweat as he slowly turned around to see a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression was very ugly as he asked Mai Liang, "Little guy, did you see that black light?" The Mai Liang was able to instantly see the hammer pattern on the middle-aged man's forehead. He took a deep breath because he had seen this pattern many times during his 30 years here. He had seen one just a few days ago. He heard from some of the elders that this pattern was the symbol of the giant demon clan from a rank 5 cultivation country. The members of the giant demon clan were born with spiritual energy, so they had the best bodies for cultivation. They were also the only rank 5 cultivation country that contained only one sect in the entire country. The people of the giant demon clan could only freely change their bodies once they reached the soul transformation stage. Since this person looked like a normal person, he must be a soul transformation expert from the giant demon sect. Mai Liang's throat was dry. He was too scared to lie, so he quickly said, "Senior, I saw that ray of black light. It went over there and was swallowed by a spatial rift." The middle-aged man was the one who had chased after Wang Lin from Zhao. He chased it the entire way as quickly as possible, but the more he chased, the more shocked he became. That bead's speed was the same as his. It was even able to dodge all of his interceptions. Not only that, but the bead's speed gradually became even faster until it was able to lose him. In addition to all of that, there were still the spatial rifts. Even though he wasn't afraid of spatial rifts, it would be very annoying if he were to get caught in one. With his early-stage soul transformation cultivation, he could only prevent himself from being sucked in. He could not move around as he wished. With the obstruction of the spatial rifts, his speed became even slower. Even with teleportation, he could only prevent himself from getting left behind. On the way, he found Mai Liang. He was shocked to find that Mai Liang was able to travel faster than him thanks to that shuttle. After hearing Mai Liang's story, his face was sullen and he was very angry. Although the foreign battleground was very large, it still had borders, but there were no borders inside the spatial rifts. Even if he were to go back home to get a late-stage soul transformation cultivator to help him, it would still be like searching the ocean for a needle. There wasn't much hope. Thinking about that, he looked at Mai Liang. He reached out, took the shuttle from Mai Liang, and shouted, "This thing is now mine." With that, he moved and flew back toward where he came from without even looking at Mai Liang. After that person left, Mai Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead, let out a breath, and quickly left the area. Mai Liang didn't know that that person was extremely famous in his rank 5 cultivation country. However, he was famous because he always had to take something or it would be a waste otherwise, like the time when he took Lin Yi's light tower. The spatial rifts in the foreign battleground occur due to the countless battle that happen here. If it wasn't for the fact that the cultivation union comes and stabilizes this place, it would have already collapsed. What is on other side of the spatial rifts is a sea of stars. That place is filled with energy and strange creatures. It isn't like no one that has entered the rifts have come out. However, those late-stage soul transformation cultivators teleported out almost as soon as they had entered, before the suction force reached its maximum strength. The scariest thing about the spatial rifts in the foreign battleground is the suction force. Even soul transformation cultivators have trouble with it. The suction is so powerful that it can even suck out spiritual energy, so don't even think about escaping. That's just one reason that they're dangerous. The other reason is that no one knows exactly where the spatial rifts connect to. They had only heard from some very powerful cultivators that the space is pitch black and that your divine sense is trapped inside your body once you get there. A point of light suddenly appeared in the spatial rift and floated within it. If one looked closely, they could see a soul fire glow faintly. Time slowly passed. After unknown amount of time, that point of light kept floating in space. That soul fire showed signs of dissipating. Time passed and the light was still very faint. Only a faint ember remained of the soul fire. One day, a giant shadow suddenly floated toward the light. Upon closer inspection, that shadow was a large corpse. This body seemed to be the same as a giant demon clan member's body. However, if one looked closely at that body's forehead, there wasn't a hammer, but an axe. A black axe. If any giant demon clan members were here, they would instantly recognize that as a sign of their ancestral tribe. The moment the body touched the light, a sliver of smoke came out of the body. The smoke took the figure of a person and revealed a greedy look as it jumped at the light. This was a special type of creature that lived inside the foreign battleground. It devoured everything, whether it was bodies, magic treasures, or souls. It jumped toward the body, but it let out a scream and tried to escape. However, the light instantly absorbed the creature, leaving behind only the body. After absorbing that creature, the light became brighter and the soul fire inside it became stronger. At that moment, Wang Lin woke up. To be more accurate, his soul woke up. When he woke up, he didn't have any consciousness as he was only a ball of soul fire. A very cold feeling came from within his soul. There was a very large fire next to his soul. Although this fire released an evil aura, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to jump toward it. The light suddenly went into the giant's head and slowly settled inside. Wang Lin's soul could be considered to be surrounded by a demonic flame as the coldness went away and his soul gradually calmed down. Time slowly passed by again. This period of time was even longer than the one before. During this long period of time, the body Wang Lin was in slowly floated in the foreign battleground. It wasn't certain if it was because that body contained Wang Lin's soul, but more of those creatures appeared to try to devour Wang Lin. However, they were all devoured by him instead. His divine sense grew larger and his soul fire grew stronger. The stronger he became, more of these creatures emerged like crazy, wanting to devour him. Wang Lin didn't know that the body he was in was like a giant beacon in this dark world. Wang Lin didn't exactly know how much time had passed. Ever since he had awakened, he felt hungry and had devoured several of those creatures. He only knew that every time he devoured one, he could feel his mind become clearer. Finally, one day, Wang Lin remembered the moment of his birth, the 16 years with his parents, the days at the Hanyu sect. And he finally remembered Teng Huayuan. A wave of sorrow came from his soul as he realized what had happened. At the last moment, Situnan risked himself to save him and had brought him into the foreign battleground. The moment it went into the spatial rift, the heaven-defying bead underwent a change. To be more accurate, it disappeared without a trace. But Wang Lin could clearly feel that the heaven-defying bead hadn't disappeared. It had mysteriously fused into Wang Lin's soul. It could be said that the heaven-defying bead had melted and fused with Wang Lin's soul. It was because of this that he was able to devour all of those mysterious and powerful creatures. Situnan didn't die, but entered a permanent state of slumber. The last thing he did before falling asleep was wrap Wang Lin's parents' souls with his nascent soul to slumber with him. Wang Lin's parents were not cultivators, so they had no chance of being revived or possessing a body. Wang Lin just wanted to keep his parents around so they don't disappear. After he recovered all of his memories, he realized that his divine sense had become huge. The giant's body seemed to be unable to withstand it anymore and had started to break down. Helpless, Wang Lin left the giant's body. The coldness returned once more. He floated through the space, looking for the next body to possess. This process of traveling through the void to find a different corpse lasted for a long time. Likewise, the mysterious creatures kept coming to him to be devoured. His divine soul became even more powerful. Devouring these powerful creatures gradually became Wang Lin's habit. He stopped devouring them while defending himself, but he actively seeked them out when he wasn't. Or it could be said that Wang Lin had been here for too long. Long enough for him to search through his own memories multiple times. He began to analyze everything that he had done. After he finished analyzing everything he had done, he realized that he had nothing left to do. That was when he suddenly remembered that formation book he had bought. He immediately recalled the contents of the book and began to study them. When he had completely mastered the basic formations in the book, he fell back into the state of having nothing to do. In these countless years, Wang Lin had seen many spatial rifts that led to the exit, but his divine sense had become far too large to leave through these small spatial rifts. But he found out that as his divine sense grew larger, the spatial rifts would crack when he slammed into them. However, after one or two collisions, the spatial rift would automatically disappear. One or two collisions weren't enough to cause the spatial rift to collapse. That was because his divine sense wasn't powerful enough, so Wang Lin started to devour those creatures like crazy. He completely gave up on the idea of finding a body to possess. Instead, he quickly moved through the void. Every time he came across one of those mysterious creatures, he would quickly rush up and devour it. This life continued for a long time. Every time he saw a spatial rift, he would slam into it. He knew that he would be able to cause the spatial rift to collapse in one or two hits one day. But as time passed, Wang Lin found that the mysterious creatures in the void seemed to have disappeared. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find another one. So he increased the scope of search. One day, Wang Lin felt a divine sense similar in size to his own. This was the first time that Wang Lin had found a divine soul as powerful as his. A fuzzy voice entered Wang Lin's soul. "You passed the trial," it said. Wang Lin was startled. He quickly used the same method to send out a message. "How can I leave here?" "Leave? Why would you want to leave?" "There is no way to leave." After the owner of the voice sent out that message, he slowly backed away and disappeared. Wang Lin pondered a little. He could hear some coldness in that soul's words. He realized that within this void, there were souls with divine senses as powerful or more powerful than his. They must each have their own territory. Once Wang Lin enters another's territory, it will be a battle to the death with them. After this unexpected encounter, Wang Lin went in other directions and found that there were 3 more souls with large divine senses like his. Through some exchanges, Wang Lin found out that with this current strength, he was unable to break through the spatial rift in 1 or 2 hits. But Wang Lin's determination to return was strong. He came up with a crazy idea. He spread out his divine sense to cover his entire territory. The wider his divine sense spread, the stronger the disturbance it caused. Wang Lin carefully watched over the area his divine sense covered. To his right, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin sent a piece of his divine sense into the spatial rift. The moment the divine sense entered the spatial rift, he cut off that part of his divine sense. As the spatial rift disappeared, he lost contact with that piece of his divine sense. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he waited for the next spatial rift to appear. Su Hao was a 6th-generation disciple of the spirit art sect in the rank 3 cultivation country of Julu. He sat on top of a giant rock. He was sorting his gains from throughout the years when his transmission jade suddenly started to shake. Su Hao's brow furrowed as he placed the jade on his forehead. A very hurried voice entered his mind. Quickly, come to the 48th degree northwest. A piece of divine sense without any owner appeared. The person who sent the message was a good friend that he had met at the foreign battleground named Guyang. They were both late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. They often teamed up to kill people for their treasures, so their relationship was very good. The moment Su Hao heard this, his expression immediately changed. He became very excited. Divine sense was the most precious thing in the foreign battleground, even more so than working magic treasures. Only powerful cultivators whose nascent souls had escaped from their bodies, but then died had a small chance of leaving behind a bit of divine sense. Su Hao didn't understand the specific uses of divine sense, but he knew that when he entered the foreign battleground, the messenger listed out the things that the higher cultivation countries wanted, and divine sense placed in the top 10. The stuff on the list must be turned in once they obtain it, and they would receive certain reward for them. Thinking about it, Su Hao quickly flew northwest. After he arrived, he found out that a large amount of people had gathered here. In the distance, there was a large barrier surrounding a blue spot. This blue spot just floated in the air motionlessly. Su Hao's eyes revealed greed as he slapped his bag of holding, took out a black fork, and charged over. As for Wang Lin, he quietly waited for spatial rifts to appear. Suddenly, 8 spatial rifts appeared within his divine sense. Pieces of Wang Lin's divine sense quickly entered the rifts and were cut off. He had sent out 8 portions of his divine sense. This process continued as Wang Lin's divine sense became smaller and smaller as he sent out countless portions of divine sense. In these 3 years, the foreign battleground had entered a crazed state. Since that time, when Su Hao and Guyang took that portion of divine sense would appear daily, causing everyone in the foreign battleground to go crazy. It was unimaginable for this much divine sense to appear in the foreign battleground. If the upper cultivation countries found out about this strange event, it would have immediately caught their attention. But in these 3 years, they hadn't sent anyone to check the foreign battleground. The foreign battleground entered an unstable state. For some unknown reason, the people inside couldn't leave and the people outside couldn't go in. The cause of the problem were the spatial rifts. In this past decade, there were too many spatial rifts. A few entrances were filled with countless spatial rifts. The experts of the rank 4 and 5 cultivation countries came to the conclusion that the foreign battleground was about to collapse. If even a nascent soul were to go in right now, it could cause a collapse. As for asking the rank 6 cultivation country to repair it, the price was simply too great. Even if they knew about the large quantities of divine sense that was appearing inside the foreign battleground, they still wouldn't do it, and that's taking into consideration the fact that the price would be split among the rank 5 cultivation countries. And most importantly, there was more than one foreign battleground, so there was really no need to fix this one. The general rule was once a foreign battleground can't be maintained anymore, it was simply abandoned. But what caused all the experts to scratch their heads was that this foreign battleground should still have lasted thousands of years before collapsing. What could have happened in the last decade to speed up its collapse? They didn't know that all of this was caused by Wang Lin. If it wasn't for him slamming into all of the spatial rifts, this wouldn't have happened. The flow of time in the void was different from the flow of time in the foreign battleground. 100 years in the void was only 1 year in the foreign battleground. To be more accurate, the time Wang Lin had spent slamming into the spatial rift was 7 years outside, but 700 years in the void. 700 years of continuous blows from Wang Lin caused the foreign battleground to collapse even faster. Right now, no cultivator from the rank 4 or 5 cultivation countries dared to enter the foreign battleground. They could only send messages to the cultivators inside. They told them to cancel the cleaning, work together to gather all of the divine sense, and leave through a transfer array. Wang Lin had lost track of time as his soul became smaller and smaller. Right now, he no longer had to cut off his divine sense. He was waiting for a large rift. On this day, within Wang Lin's divine sense, a spatial rift several times larger than normal appeared. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin entered. Mai Liang had set his sights on a magic treasure. This magic treasure was very similar to the black light he had seen before. Both could fly on their own. He had chased this treasure down for 3 days and was completely worn out. He wryly smiled at the purple sword before him and secretly thought that if his shuttle wasn't stolen, he could have easily caught up and wouldn't be so tired right now. Thinking about the shuttle, he couldn't help think about that black light. In these 10+ years, he couldn't help but fantasize about that treasure. Since that treasure was being chased by a member of the giant demon clan, it must have been some heaven-defying treasure. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh. Mai Liang muttered to himself, the transfer tunnel to leave here won't open early or late, but exactly when my 50-year time limit is up. But no matter what happens, I can finally go home. In these past few years, it has become too dangerous. It is all because of the divine senses that have been appearing. After I get that flying sword, I'll return to the gathering point. Hee, junior apprentice sister, you have to wait for me. You can't turn down senior apprentice brother. I am a brute and only I truly love you. But 50 years have passed. What does junior apprentice sister look like now? Well, she cultivates the war god method and I heard that it has the ability to make you stay looking young, so at most she would look 30. If she has become an old lady, then I might as well give up. Humph. Of the dozens of people from the war god shrine that came here, only 10 or so remain. Once I return, the elders will focus resources on me to help me cultivate. And the bottle of pills I received before is very powerful. Just one pill will keep me young. After I leave, I will only look like a 20-year-old young man. Thanks to that, I can have any woman I want. Mai Liang let out a mischievous smile as he suddenly gained motivation. Just as Mai Liang was feeling proud, 2 beams of light suddenly closed in. In the blink of an eye, they arrived next to Mai Liang. One of the lights charged past him towards the purple sword, revealing a 30-year-old young man. His expression darkened as he caught the flying sword and threw it into his bag of holding without a word. He then turned to stare coldly at Mai Liang. The other ray of light revealed a middle-aged man in black. He stood behind Mai Liang and faintly smiled at him. Mai Liang's expression changed as he said, Su Hao, Guyang. He complained in his heart. He had seen these people from a distance before. These two had bad names because they liked to kill people to steal their treasures. Mai Liang decisively tore off his bag of holding and threw it to Su Hao. Fellow cultivators, here is everything I have found during my time here. You guys can have it all. I just want my life, he begged. Su Hao was startled. He took the bag of holding and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, You are the most spineless person I have ever met, but also the most practical. Fine, I'll let you go this time. Scram. Mai Liang relaxed and was about to back away when his expression suddenly changed. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as a flying sword pierced through his chest. His body shook as he felt his life draining away. He forced his body to turn around and look at Guyang as he said, You. Guyang waved his hand. As the flying sword flew back to him, he said, I didn't say I'd let you go. With that, he left without even looking at Mai Liang. Su Hao made a sound and shook his head. He knew that Guyang killed Mai Liang because he hated the fact that Mai Liang gave the bag of holding to him. He and Guyang had an agreement, the bag of holding belongs to whoever gets a hold of it first, and they couldn't fight over it anymore. If Ma Liang had given the bag of holding to Guiyang, Su Hao would have done the same. Ma Liang's consciousness was already fuzzy as an image of his junior apprentice sister appeared before him. He gradually closed his eyes. Just at that moment, a large spatial rift appeared next to Ma Liang and a large soul charged out. The moment the soul appeared, it paused and quickly drilled into Ma Liang's body. Ma Liang's eyes suddenly opened. Beams of golden light shot out of his eyes. The wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. Soon, he had completely recovered. A cold voice came from his mouth. Ting Huayuan, I, Wang Lin, am back. Divine sense. Return. Suddenly, all of the divine sense in the foreign battleground that belonged to Wang Lin, whether it was inside someone's bag of holding, refined by someone, inside someone's body, or being fought over, all of it began to tremble. The pieces of divine sense one after another gathered toward Wang Lin from the foreign battleground. A panic that had never occurred before appeared in the hearts of every cultivator who had a piece of the divine sense. The Cultivation Union is a very large organization. Aside from a few people, no one knows exactly how many countries are part of the Union. The minimum requirement for a country to become a true member of the Cultivation Union is to reach rank 6 and gain their own cultivation planet. Generally speaking, as long as the country is a cultivation country, they belong to the Cultivation Union. But there are countless cultivations countries, so the Union doesn't have time to manage them all personally. So generally speaking, all cultivation countries rank 5 and below are managed by the rank 6 cultivation country on the planet. The country Suzaku rose at an insane speed. It went from rank 1 to rank 6 in only 100,000 years, becoming one of the rare rank 6 cultivation countries. After becoming a rank 6 cultivation country, they gained the right to have their own cultivation planet. That planet was named Planet Suzaku by the Cultivation Union. On the planet Suzaku, the country of Suzaku's orders are God's orders. The planet Suzaku has 18 rank 5 cultivation countries. Whenever a country meets the requirements to become a rank 5 cultivation country, the country of Suzaku gifts them 10 foreign battlegrounds. That is to say, there are only 180 foreign battlegrounds on planet Suzaku. If one were to collapse, then there would permanently be one less foreign battleground. That is, unless they are willing to buy one from the rank 6 cultivation country at a very high price. As for how these foreign battlegrounds are formed and where those spatial rifts lead to, no one in the rank 5 cultivation countries know. Each of the rank 5 cultivation countries control many rank 4 cultivation countries, and every rank 4 cultivation country controls many rank 3 cultivation countries. As for rank 1 and 2 countries, the Cultivation Union has set rules to prevent anyone from interfering with their growth. Zhao is a rank 3 cultivation country controlled by the rank 4 cultivation country of Green Dragon. They are controlled by the rank 5 cultivation country of the Giant Demon Clan. Every time there is a large battle in the foreign battleground, all of the nascent soul cultivators in Zhao are called to fight. They aren't allowed to delay or resist. Back then, the Hangyu sect's 5 nascent soul ancestors were called to go. If they went, the Hangyu sect would be safe, but whether they were going to live or die was unknown. If they refused, not only would the Hangyu sect be destroyed, but they would be killed as well. In fact, the same thing happens in almost every rank 3 cultivation country. This is natural selection. A dog-eat-dog world. An order by someone strong is something a weak person has to follow and can't refuse. Maybe it's due to having to live in this cruel world that cultivators adapt faster than mortals. Or maybe, in the eyes of those high above in the Cultivation Union, this world, this universe, is a giant refining pot. Whether it's mortals or cultivators, both are being mercilessly refined. In ancient times, cultivation focused on comprehending the heavens and pursuing their own Tao. Cultivators gave people the feeling of elegance and heavenliness. But the ancient cultivation world suddenly collapsed in a disaster. Then, the Cultivation Union rose up and took its place. That's when the word Tao shattered. It has been proven that cultivation without any desire is the path to destruction. Only by following the laws of nature will one walk the true path of cultivation. Although they don't know the final result, at least right now, under the command of the Cultivation Union, the current cultivators are far stronger than the cultivators of ancient times. This is more than enough. At the moment, a strange event was occurring in one of the foreign battlegrounds that belonged to the giant demon clan. Every cultivator that had managed to get a piece of divine sense panicked. A huge meteor shower seemed to cover the foreign battleground as every piece of divine sense charged toward one place. Shortly after, the foreign battleground that was already on the verge of collapsing couldn't withstand the power of this divine sense and began to truly collapse. A large hole appeared in the foreign battleground. The hole instantly devoured a huge chunk of the foreign battleground. At the same time, a huge divine sense carefully came out of the rift. Following it were a bunch of mysterious creatures. The same ones Wang Lin devoured. The same scene appeared in other areas of the foreign battleground. 3 large divine senses came out of the giant rift caused by the collapse of the foreign battleground. Countless mysterious creatures came out and jumped on anything they saw. It would be fitting to describe them as locusts. Every one of the cultivators used all their strength to escape in a frenzy toward the transfer array. They were afraid that if they were one step too slow, they would be devoured. One could see many swords desperately flying. The moment the 3 giant souls appeared, Wang Lin immediately noticed them. He was very familiar with these 3 divine senses as they were his 3 neighbors. At this moment, the divine sense that he had sent out in the past 3 years gradually returned to him. Every time a portion returned to him, his divine sense grew larger, until it reached its original size. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. He sat down cross-legged and got used to this foreign body. Several mysterious creatures came by and saw Wang Lin. They hesitated for a while, but couldn't withstand the temptation and jumped toward Wang Lin. When they were a dozen meters away from Wang Lin, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Know your place." His large divine soul suddenly spread out and the mysterious creatures seemed to have met their natural predator as they let out screams and quickly shattered. But before they could escape, they were caught by Wang Lin and were instantly devoured. As he was about to devour more, a large divine sense came to try to stop him. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Not only did he not back up, but he devoured all of the strange creatures that wanted to attack him. The other large divine sense let out a sigh and didn't say anything. Most of Wang Lin's divine sense had returned to his body, however, there were still some pieces that were not in the foreign battleground, so they couldn't return to him. However, in terms of strength of his divine sense, it was almost no different than from before. "Everyone, I'm going to pass through." He spread out his divine sense and moved. This divine sense immediately covered the entire foreign battleground and the 3 divine senses that were happily eating suddenly paused. Shortly after, each of them sent a message toward Wang Lin. "You are very powerful. I can't believe you managed to leave that place. This place is about to collapse. Our job as soul devourers is to devour this place to prevent it from collapsing. You are a soul devourer as well. Why are you interfering? Newly born soul devourer, my wandering souls offended you, so you were in the right to punish them, but devouring a collapsing space is what us soul devourers are born to do. Even if we don't devour, there will be other soul devourers that will come to devour this place." The 3 large divine senses sent out one sentence each. They no longer devoured and waited for Wang Lin to respond. In their view, Wang Lin was at the same level as them. This was the first time he had heard about soul devourers. He pondered a bit as he sorted out Mai Liang's memory and knew that the transfer array was about to open. If the entire foreign battleground were to collapse, he wasn't sure if the transfer array could still open. "I don't want to stop you guys, but hope you guys can slow down so it takes longer for the foreign battleground to collapse." "Okay. As you wish. I also agree, but you can't stop the wandering souls from hunting." After forming an agreement, Wang Lin moved toward the location of the transfer array with Mai Liang's memory. On the way, every time wandering souls noticed him, they would all be terrified. They quickly backed away and didn't dare to block him. Along the way, Wang Lin felt very unnatural in his new body. Although this Mai Ling's talent and spirit root were really good, several times better than what he had before, this was, after all, a possessed body. It would require some time to refine before he could completely take it over. At this point, he didn't have any spiritual energy in his body and was relying on his divine sense to move. The first thing he would need to do was find a place to go into closed-door cultivation, improve his strength, and combine with his powerful divine sense to kill his way back to Zhao. While flying, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked northwest. He pondered a little and flew over there. Not long after, he saw 3 beams of light flying towards him. 10 wandering souls were closing in behind them. Zhou Zihong was a disciple of the war god shrine of the country of Huafun. She was normally very sweet, but the current her pursed her lips, her hair was in a mess, she was covered in sweat, and the spiritual power in her body was all used up. Her face was filled with grief as she looked at her 2 senior apprentice brothers. Their faces were also filled with grief as they desperately ran. "I'm afraid we are the only 3 people from the war god shrine that are still alive." Zhou Zihong let out a miserable laugh. 3 days ago, there were still 10 people from the war god shrine, but who would have thought that the foreign battleground would suddenly collapse and all these strange creatures would appear? Any cultivator who was caught by these wandering souls would die and have the essence in their body devoured until their body became a mummy. And these strange creatures seemed to love hiding inside these mummies. Every time the cultivators saw a body, they were terrified. Of the 10 people from the war god shrine, aside from Mai Liang, who had left 4 days ago, only the 3 of them remained. Zhou Zihong let out a sigh as she looked back at the strange creatures closing in on them. She closed her eyes in despair as she involuntarily thought of Mai Liang. That Mai Liang has always been as timid as a mouse and is very afraid of death, but he just happens to be very thick-skinned. Junior apprentice Sister Tong couldn't stand him bugging her anymore and thought of throwing him into the foreign battleground to get rid of him. If it wasn't for the fact that I pity him and helped him out many times, he would have already died. At least he still has a conscience. A few days ago, he gave me a pill that he said would help me maintain my age. I wonder if it's true. Her heart filled with despair. She couldn't help but start to think crazy thoughts. Just at that moment, she suddenly heard senior brother Yang beside her shout, "Mai Liang! Quickly, run now!" Zhou Zihong was startled and opened her eyes. She saw a youth flying their way. He was very handsome, but his eyes contained a hint of coldness and there were bloodstains on his chest. "Junior brother Mai, it looks like it will be hard for us to escape this disaster." "Ah," senior brother Yang sighed. He looked about 30 and there was sadness on his face. Wang Lin looked at the 3 and didn't say a word. At that moment, the creatures chasing them stopped as they saw Wang Lin and revealed hesitant expressions. Wang Lin snorted and sent out a message with his divine sense. Scram! More than 10 wandering souls suddenly panicked and ran away. They disappeared without a trace. Zhou Zihong stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before her. She didn't know why those scary creatures would suddenly just leave. She turned her head toward Wang Lin as a crazy thought came to her mind. Could these scary creatures be afraid of Mai Liang? But shortly after, she dismissed the speculation. The other 2 war god shrine disciples were also confused, but the relief of surviving such a dangerous situation hit them and they finally let out a breath. Senior brother Yang was the oldest of them. He considered the situation and said, "Junior apprentice sister, although those strange creatures have left, it is still not safe to stay here. We should go to the transfer array and quickly leave." Zhou Zihong shivered and nodded, then said, "Junior brother Mai, you are the weakest of us, so you mustn't let those things touch you. If they touch you, you will die." The other war god shrine disciple impatiently said, "What are you guys still blabbering about? If you guys aren't leaving, I'm going by myself." With that, he moved and quickly charged out. Wang Lin knew that this person was called Ling Tao thanks to Mai Liang's memories. Senior brother Yang went too because he didn't want to stay here. Zhou Zihong hesitated a bit and said, "Be careful." Then she followed them as well. This whole time, Wang Lin still hadn't had a chance to speak, but he casually followed them. The reason he saved the 3, aside from his own reasons, was because he knew from Mai Liang's memories that Mai Liang was very grateful toward Zhong Zihong. Since he took Mai Liang's body, he felt like he should help Mai Liang do a few things. The three of them were very careful as they flew. They were even very cautious when taking out pills to recover their spiritual energy. Zhong Zihong even took out an extra pill and handed it over to Wang Lin. He stared at the pill and couldn't help but think of his heaven-defying bead. The liquid the bead soaked in was the best medication. Unfortunately, the bag of holding containing the gourds and all of his treasures was crushed by Teng Huaiyuan. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He could feel the heaven-defying bead in his soul. He could feel the sword that he blood refined in his soul as well. However, this was not the right time to check if he still had it. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin was even more determined to find a place to enter closed-door cultivation once he leaves. The cultivators inside the foreign battleground noticed that in these past few days, the speed at which the place was collapsing seemed to slow down a bit. But this was pointless to them because compared to the foreign battleground collapsing, those strange creatures were scarier. With the space collapsing, at most you would just see people disappearing, but if someone was attacked by the strange creatures, they would be screaming in pain in front of your eyes. The creatures would then leave behind a mummified corpse. If these cultivators could choose how they'd die, they would choose dying to the space collapsing over being devoured. There were 4 total large transfer arrays inside the foreign battleground. The direction Wang Lin's group was flying toward was the closest one. Wang Lin didn't really care which transfer array they went to. The transfer arrays can only transfer people who meet a certain requirement. Anyone who enters the foreign battleground receives a piece of jade. Aside from protection from the steel wind, the other thing it does is it allows one to use the transfer array. Wang Lin didn't have a jade from Zhao, so he had no way of going back through the transfer array. Also, he was currently using Mai Liang's body, so it was best he go back to Mai Liang's home country of Ho Fun. This was the other reason why he saved Zhou Zihong's group, to steal a jade. Of course, if he could find Su Hao and Gu Yang, then that would be the best case. These two had already been set as must-kill targets by Wang Lin. This was not to get revenge for Mai Liang, but the two of them knew that Mai Liang should have been dead. To prevent any issues in the future, those two must die. On the way, Wang Lin used Mai Liang's memories to tell his 3 neighbors about Su Hao and Gu Yang. All of the wandering souls in the foreign battleground became his eyes and ears. If the two ever show up, his 3 neighbors will instantly tell him. If there was still no news of them at the very end, that would mean Su Hao and Gu Yang had already died. After flying for an entire week, Zhou Zihong's group of 3 was very shocked to find that the wandering souls seemed to completely ignore them. Some would obviously charge toward them, but they would make a sudden turn and go around them. It can be said that along the way, the 3 were scared, but never in any danger. In the end, they were so used to this that when they saw those strange creatures now, they would no longer stop. They would just slow down until the creature left, then keep going. What was even more strange was that one time, one of the creatures suddenly appeared and jumped toward Zhou Zihong. But just as it was about to touch her, it suddenly let out a terrifying scream and desperately ran away. The 3 of them weren't dumb, so they grew suspicious about what was going on. They thought about what had happened recently and immediately understood that the answer lied with Wang Lin. But besides Zhou Zihong, who once opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, the other 2 just pretended that nothing was going on. It was not that they didn't want to ask, but because they couldn't. If they accidentally offended Wang Lin, they would lose their lives here. The disciple named Lin Tao's eyes lit up with his back toward Wang Lin. He seemed to be planning something, but his expression soon returned to normal. Seeing that they were close to the closest transfer array, the amount of nearby cultivators increased. Their goal was the transfer array before them. Wang Lin had already used his divine sense to scout the area. There were some people gathered around the transfer array. They are all waiting for the transfer array to open. A screen of white light surrounded the transfer array to protect it. Outside the light screen floated a large number of mummified bodies. They all belonged to people who wanted to leave through the transfer array. There were wandering souls moving in and out of the mummified bodies. The transfer arrays in the foreign battleground are all normally closed. They only open at certain times. There were still 2 more days until it was time for them to open. The people nervously stared at the wandering souls inside the transfer array. Every time there was any movement, they panicked. But gradually, they realized that the strange creatures only wandered outside the transfer array. They didn't dare to touch the transfer array's shield. As people noticed this, everyone inside the formation let out a breath. While flying, Wang Lin was startled for a moment. One of his neighbors told him that the 2 he was looking for were already dead and that their bags of holding were being sent over by wandering souls. Shortly after, a wandering soul with 2 horns appeared in the distance. Zhou Zihong and them didn't mind at first. But as the wandering soul got closer and closer, they looked toward Wang Lin. The wandering soul stopped before them. It shook its body and threw 3 bags of holding into Wang Lin's hands. After the wandering soul did of all this, it quickly turned around and left. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the wandering soul. He said, "Stop." The wandering soul stopped. Its body trembled as it turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at Zhou Zihong's group as he moved next to the wandering soul. Wang Lin had devoured a lot of wandering souls. If not 10,000, at least 8,000. Although he didn't keep track that well, he noticed that there was something strange about this wandering soul. The wandering souls that Wang Lin devoured before were more like divine sense with life. They had minimum intelligence and only knew how to devour everything. But the wandering soul before him was clearly different. Its divine sense was a mess, as if the souls it devoured weren't digested and had left very deep scars. After these marks accumulated to a certain degree, it caused this wandering soul to change. Wang Lin's eyes lit up after carefully looking at it for a long time. When he looked at this wandering soul, he felt the same feeling as when he saw Situ Nan's nascent soul. It can be said there was something similar between the 2. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at Lin Tao. He ordered, "Kill him." The moment Wang Lin's words came out, Zhou Zihong's group's expressions suddenly changed. Especially Lin Tao's, whose face was pale. He started backing up, but the wandering soul immediately jumped toward him after hearing Wang Lin's order. Zhou Zihong bit her lower lip. She wanted to stop Wang Lin, but she couldn't utter a word. Senior brother Yang let out a sigh and a complex expression crossed his face. Lin Tao moved as fast as he could, but not to escape. He dodged back and forth in the area, trying to stay away from the wandering soul. He knew that even if he ran away, not to mention whether or not he could get away, with how large the foreign battleground was, he knew he couldn't get to a transfer array alive. Thinking about that, he quickly said, "Senior, I don't have any relationship with my Liang at all. We rarely speak to each other. Please, spare me. Senior, I'm willing to become Senior's slave." Lin Tao anxiously said as the wandering soul closed in on him. Wang Lin faintly smiled. He waved his hand and the wandering soul immediately stopped. Lin Tao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't dare to wipe it off. He respectfully said, "Senior, you must be an expert from a higher cultivation country. I am honored to become your slave. I don't have any other intentions." With that, his hand formed a seal and he pressed on his forehead. A drop of golden blood floated out of his forehead toward Wang Lin. After the drop of golden blood appeared, Lin Tao's body looked a lot weaker. He nervously looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his hand. After he caught the blood, his gaze fell on senior apprentice brother Yang. After Lin Tao saw Wang Lin accepting the drop of golden blood, he immediately let out a breath. He knew that his life was safe. He was very smart and it can be said that he was the first person who realized that something was wrong. He realized that Mai Liang had already died and had been possessed by someone, but he didn't dare to mention it to the other 2. Lin Tao also knew that following Wang Lin was the only way to live. Even if Wang Lin didn't kill him and had just left him alone, he would die for sure, so this was a decision he didn't need to think about at all. When Wang Lin ordered the wandering soul sent after him, he knew that Wang Lin had realized that he knew, which was why he didn't play dumb. That would only get himself killed even faster. This was where Lin Tao's cleverness showed. He became Wang Lin's slave without any hesitation and even gave out a drop of his soul essence blood. After Wang Lin got Lin Tao's soul essence blood, he could kill him with just a thought, but Lin Tao had no other choice. If he wished to keep following Wang Lin, this had to be done. Lin Tao quickly moved to Wang Lin's side. He then pointed his sword at the other two without any hesitation. Since he already knew that he was a slave, then he must do what needed to be done, even if it was just for show. The young man named Yang Riley smiled. Without a word, he slapped his forehead and a drop of soul essence blood flew toward Wang Lin. He wasn't any slower than Lin Tao in speculating that Mai Liang's strange actions were because Mai Liang had been possessed. He was very nervous the entire time. Since all of it was now out in the open, he quickly weighed his choices and decided to become Wang Lin's slave. Compared to life and death, what was pride? Also, this person was clearly a cultivator from a higher cultivation country and powerful enough for these strange creatures to fear him. If he followed this person, he might have a better chance to rise in the future. After sending out the drop of soul essence blood, he looked at his junior apprentice sister Zhou Zihong with a complex look and said, "Junior apprentice sister, you." Zhou Zihong waved her hand. She looked at Wang Lin while biting her lower lip and asked, "Senior you, when you possessed that body, was Mai Liang dead or alive?" With that, her gaze became calm as she stared at Wang Lin. She wanted to ask this question when she noticed that something was wrong with him. Wang Lin looked at her and said, "Dead." Zhou Zihong let out a breath. It didn't matter if what Wang Lin said was true or false. She didn't want to keep asking. Intuitively, she thought the Wang Lin wasn't lying. The three of them were not even ants in this person's eyes, so there was really no need to lie. So, without a word, she sent out a drop of her soul essence blood. 3 drops of golden blood appeared before Wang Lin. He opened his mouth and sucked them in. 3 specks of light appeared in his divine sense. With just a thought, he could kill the 3 of them. In truth, Wang Lin didn't try to hide anything this whole time. Anyone who knew Mai Liang before would realize that something was wrong. Adding on the fact that the wandering souls feared him, anyone would be able to guess that something was off. Wang Lin didn't want to kill them, but if the 3 of them weren't smart, then he would have no other choice. The fact that he possessed a body was something that others couldn't know about, but after he leaves the foreign battleground, it will be easy. After all, 50 years is plenty of time for someone's personality to change. After Zhou Zihong, Yang Xiong, and Lin Tao became Wang Lin's slaves, they immediately relaxed and stood behind Wang Lin. Zhou Zihong looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression. She knew that she was very attractive. Back in the sect, she was sought after by many other disciples, but she rejected them all. Zhou Zihong swore that before she reaches the core formation stage, she won't form a cultivation pair. But now she was someone's slave. If her master were to ask, she couldn't refuse. Thinking about it caused her heart to become very chaotic. She didn't know that Wang Lin wasn't interested in her at all. After collecting the 3 drops of soul essence blood, Wang Lin looked at the wandering soul. He rubbed his chin and sent out a message to his 3 neighbors. "I want this wandering soul." The 3 neighbors pondered for a bit and then sent their reply. "Newly born soul devourer, there is one thing you don't understand. Once you're born as a soul, you can't leave this place. A wandering soul is also a type of soul. They aren't as strong as devils, but anything with a soul is their food, and likewise, they are our food. Us soul devourers can't directly devour people's souls. We can only devour wandering souls to make us stronger. With a powerful wandering soul, these low-level cultivators don't have any chance of resisting. Even if higher-level cultivators aren't scared, as long as there are enough wandering souls, the result is the same. And wandering souls to us are weapons, slaves, and also food. Have you considered what the consequences of a wandering soul appearing in the world of the living would be? Newly born soul devourer, let me tell you clearly, if wandering souls got loose in the world of living, even if there aren't a lot of them, it would be a catastrophe. Wandering souls in the world of the living are also called devils. If a lot of them enter the world of living, the world of living will become a world of decay, just like where we were before. And among the devils, one of them will become a soul devourer. There is a law between the world of living and the world of decay. Anyone who tries to break that law will be killed. These were things that Wang Lin didn't know. He pondered for a while and asked, then what kind of place is this foreign battleground? This chaotic place is opened by powerful cultivators from the world of the living. It exists in the space between the world of the living and the world of decay, but even so, wandering souls can't normally enter here. Only after we have entered can they enter. Even you can't leave at all, not to mention that wandering soul. If you like that wandering soul, I can gift it to you, but in the end, you still have to return to the world of decay. That is the mission of a soul devourer. The voices of the three neighbors slowly disappeared as Wang Lin silently stood there with an unsettled expression. The three of them noticed that Wang Lin was standing there silently for a long time. Their hearts pounded and they became very nervous. Lin Tao was thinking that Wang Lin might still not feel safe. He was wondering what he should do if Wang Lin wanted to kill him. Zhou Zihong was thinking about what if he wanted her. She revealed a struggling expression. Yang Xiong was even more nervous as he thought about even more stuff. He was not only afraid for his life, but was afraid that Wang Lin would give up Mai Liang's body to steal his. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he flew toward the transfer array. The three slaves quickly followed him and the wandering soul carefully followed far in the back. The more they moved forward, the more bodies they saw, but as Wang Lin got closer, all of the wandering souls got out of the way and didn't dare to block him. Such a strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Someone took the lead and groups of cultivators began to follow the four of them. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at them as he continued to fly. The wandering souls hesitated for a bit and carefully devoured a cultivator that was in the back. After they realized that Wang Lin didn't care, they immediately jumped on the cultivators. Screams came from the group following Wang Lin as the remaining cultivators escaped with their own groups. One day later, the transfer array came into sight. There were even more mummified bodies and the area was filled with wandering souls. As a result, this became a restricted area that no cultivator dared to approach. Those who were lucky enough to make it here were swarmed by wandering souls the moment they entered the area. In the area within a 10-kilometer radius, there was not a single living person other than those lucky people that had reached the transfer array early and Wang Lin's group of four. Looking at the transfer array from far away, he said, "The three of you enter the transfer array." The three didn't dare to refuse. They clenched their teeth and flew ahead. Good thing the wandering souls seemed to have received orders and didn't attack the three as they safely made it into the transfer array. After that, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged nearby and stared at the transfer array. His hand reached out and a trembling wandering soul immediately flew toward him. Wang Lin pointed toward the transfer array. The wandering soul tried to struggle, but it charged toward the transfer array. The wandering soul struggled as it charged toward the transfer array. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he watched the wandering soul. The dozens of people inside the transfer array saw the wandering soul flying at them and immediately backed up. They all took out their magic treasures and nervously observed the wandering soul's every movement. As the wandering soul came closer, the people inside became even more nervous. The wandering soul hit the light screen protection barrier on the transfer array. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but he secretly sighed. The moment the wandering soul touched the barrier, it turned into smoke. The people inside the formation began to cheer. They felt even more confident now that this transfer array could protect them. Newly born soul devourer, it is no use. That transfer array is the gate to the world of the living. Any soul life form that touches it will be immediately destroyed by the law of the world. A voice entered Wang Lin's mind. He stared at the transfer array with an unchanged expression and began to ponder. After a long time, his eyes lit up. He pointed at the air multiple times and more than 10 wandering souls flew toward him, struggling. Wang Lin sneered. He pointed at the transfer array and the wandering souls all charged toward it. The difference in rank made it so they couldn't resist at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he noticed something about the barrier. When the wandering souls got close, a black line appeared. That black line entering the wandering souls was what was killing them. As for how the black line appeared, it was too far for Wang Lin to see. His face was filled with doubts. Without a word, he spread out his divine sense, caught more than 1,000 wandering souls, and sent them toward the transfer array. These wandering souls quickly charged toward the transfer array. Screams came from the people inside the transfer array. Those cultivators' faces all turned pale. When there was only 1 or 2 wandering souls, they were kind of scared. When there were more than 10, they panicked due to fear, but with more than 1,000 wandering souls, fear just couldn't describe it anymore. It was more correct to say that they were terrified. Some of them even closed their eyes in despair, but most of them set their last hopes on the barrier. However, they also prepared to commit suicide if the barrier failed, because they'd rather die than be devoured. This point had become a general consensus among the cultivators. The moment the 1,000+ wandering souls touched the barrier, they let out screams and disappeared. It felt as though they were all just blown away by wind and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin suddenly stood up. He clearly saw what had just happened. Those black lines would appear out of thin air and attack the wandering souls. No matter what angle the wandering souls attacked from, the black lines would appear and destroy them. This black line was clearly related to the law of the world his neighbors were talking about. Wang Lin's gaze became cold as he sent out another wave of divine sense and gathered more than 2,000 wandering souls. These wandering souls were forced into a suicidal attack by him. At the moment, the cultivators inside the transfer array had finally relaxed for a bit from the scare, but they instantly began to panic again. It was not because they didn't trust this barrier, but because of the fear that they developed for the wandering souls on the way here. This was like being surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Even though you were surrounded by fire, you would still be scared. The 2,000 wandering souls charged when Wang Lin pointed his finger. The wandering soul that underwent a change that had been following behind him revealed a pleading look, not daring to move forward. Wang Lin stared at that wandering soul. Although wandering souls possessed some intelligence, this was the first one he had seen that would plead. Wang Lin stared at the wandering soul and his eyes became cold. The wandering soul let out a cry. It wasn't able to withstand the pressure of Wang Lin's divine sense, so it charged forward. The moment it charged out, it was clearly different from the other wandering souls. The other wandering souls all got out of its way. Although not as much compared to Wang Lin, the other wandering souls clearly feared this one. The moment the 2,000+ wandering souls slammed against the barrier, black lines appeared and destroyed them all. Just at that moment, the mutated wandering soul arrived. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank as he revealed a joyous expression. Half of the mutated wandering soul's body had entered the barrier even though a black line had entered its body. The mutated wandering soul revealed a painful expression, but it still charged through the barrier and jumped onto a cultivator. The cultivator quickly let out a miserable scream and turned into a mummy. At that moment, more than 10 black lines appeared and entered the mummified body. The mutated wandering soul quickly charged out of the body with a painful expression, but it didn't get far before being destroyed. The expressions of the cultivators inside the transfer array suddenly changed as they looked at the mummified body. Some of the female cultivators started crying. Yang Xiong secretly sighed. He went up and kicked the mummified body out of the transfer array. Wang Lin's eyebrows locked together. He carefully pulled out a sliver of his divine sense and sent it toward the transfer array. When it got close, a black line drilled into his divine sense as fast as lightning. Wang Lin's divine sense quickly backed away and dodged the black line. The black line suddenly changed directions and charged toward Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. His divine sense no longer dodged, but went up to meet the black line. He wanted to see just how strong these black lines were. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to try, but since the mutated wandering soul was able to withstand a hit, then it shouldn't be too dangerous. The black line quickly entered Wang Lin's divine sense. Suddenly, a destructive force exploded forth within the divine sense and charged toward Wang Lin's main body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His powerful divine sense went forth and quickly surrounded the destructive force. Then, he began to carefully study this destructive force. After a long time, Wang Lin secretly sighed. His divine sense moved and crushed that destructive power. Although he wasn't able to completely see through this destructive force, he knew that this black line would greatly damage his soul. It was as if it was made to damage souls. Wang Lin knew that if the black lines exceeded a certain number, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Lin closed his eyes. After pondering for a long time, his eyes suddenly opened. He took out 3 bags of holding and searched through them. Aside from Mai Liang's token, he also took out several mid-quality spirit stones. Su Hao and Guiyang were also very unlucky. Right after they killed Mai Liang, they encountered a bunch of wandering souls. Although they managed to escape, they didn't know why, but every time they encountered wandering souls, the wandering souls would go after them. Even if the wandering souls were chasing someone else, they would give up and chase after the 2 of them. One wandering soul even spat out half of the soul it was eating and jumped at the 2. With such special care, there was no way those 2 would last. They were quickly devoured by the wandering souls. Because they didn't have any time to look through Mai Liang's bag of holding, that at least meant that nothing was missing from it. After going through the 3 bags of holding, Wang Lin was very shocked. Whether it was spirit stones, magic treasures, or materials, you name it and they had it. It has to be said that this was 50 years of work from the 2 of them. Just counting mid-quality spirit stones, there were more than 2,000 pieces between the 2 of them. Wang Lin held a spirit stone and remembered a formation that he had spent a lot of effort to learn when he was inside the world of decay called the mysterious turtle shell destruction formation. This formation had no offensive ability, but it had really good defense. This was also one of the few formations that could move with the person who set it. This type of formation that could provide mobile protection required a lot of spirit stones. Wang Lin thought that once he gets some spirit stones, he should lay down a few of these formations. He calculated the time it would take for the transfer array to open, then crushed a spirit stone in his hand. He calmly dabbed his finger in the crushed spirit stone and drew a symbol in the air. He was completely focused on every stroke. Once he finished the symbol, he quickly sent out a piece of divine sense. The symbol faintly glowed and floated in the air. Then, he crushed another spirit stone and drew another symbol. Each mid-quality spirit stone could draw 1 symbol and Wang Lin had crushed 70 already. There were a few that failed. Although Wang Lin was very clear on the theoretical, when it came to doing it live, he still made some mistakes. Looking at the 49 symbols floating before him, Wang Lin couldn't help but sigh. This formation was simply too expensive. Before this, Wang Lin didn't have many mid-quality spirit stones, so even if he used all of his wealth, he wouldn't be able to lay down the formation. Wang Lin took out another spirit stone to make the eye of the formation. He waved his hand and the symbols landed on the spirit stone one by one. Every time a symbol landed on the spirit stone, it glowed once. After the 49 symbols landed on it, the spirit stone became crystal clear. Wang Lin reached out and the formation's eye spirit stone landed in his hand. He pointed at his forehead and an invisible layer surrounded his body. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice a trace of it. Shortly after, Wang Lin made another formation. The more he did it, the more he got used to it, and the less he failed. The second formation only took him 60 mid-quality spirit stones. Time slowly passed and in the blink of an eye, the time for when the formation was going to open drew near. Everyone inside the transfer array was very nervous. They wished the formation would just open so they could leave this terrifying place. And in these few days, the collapse of the foreign battleground continued. Spatial rifts began to appear more and more often, and each time they did, they were larger than before. Large chunks of the foreign battleground began to collapse. The moment the transfer array opened, Wang Lin placed the last formation on himself. He stood up, stared at the transfer array with a serious expression. Waves of light came from the transfer array as spirit energy started to surge and the transfer array began to open. The wandering souls outside the transfer array quickly backed away when the transfer array opened up. This was probably the last time the transfer array will open in this foreign battleground. Each cultivator still had lingering fear on their faces as they disappeared one by one. Wang Lin stared at what was happening inside the transfer array. Every time someone disappeared, he would calculate the time. Zhou Zihong's group was conflicted. They didn't know if they should leave or not, until they suddenly heard Wang Lin's cold voice. "The three of you go first and wait for me on the other side." The three of them quickly relaxed. They took out their jades, sent in their spiritual energy, and disappeared. After all of the cultivators disappeared into the transfer array, Wang Lin muttered to himself, 3 seconds. After that, his eyes lit up and he charged toward the transfer array. While flying, he slapped his bag of holding and took out the jade that would allow him to use the transfer array. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the barrier around the transfer array. Just as he entered, a black line appeared. Wang Lin didn't dodge. He let the black line hit him. When the black line got near Wang Lin's body, his forehead suddenly started shining. 49 symbols automatically appeared and blocked the black line. The black line broke through 43 of the symbols before its energy was used up and it disappeared. Although it didn't seem like it, all of this happened very quickly. As Wang Lin got through the transfer array's barrier, he immediately used the jade to activate the transfer array. Wang Lin was very worried. From his observation, it would take 3 seconds for the transfer array and jade to link up. These 3 seconds were very dangerous, but if he could hold out, he believed he would be transferred out of here. The first second. More than a dozen black lines appeared and shot toward Wang Lin like arrows. Wang Lin knew in his heart that his body couldn't make large movements. The transfer would fail if he did. And small movements wouldn't help as the black lines were too quick. Wang Lin had considered all of this before. His face darkened and his forehead shined. One by one, groups of 49 symbols appeared from his forehead. Wang Lin made a total of 21 formations before. Taking into account the one formation that was just destroyed, Wang Lin had almost 1,000 symbols protecting him. Wang Lin could hear the constant sound of mirrors breaking as the symbols protecting him quickly shattered during the second. All of this happened very quickly and the dozen or so black lines broke through more than 900 symbols before they all disappeared. At this moment, not only had Wang Lin not relaxed, he became even more serious. He knew that all of the preparations he made would only hold out until now. The remaining 2 seconds would all depend on himself. He threw out 3 bags of holding, and countless magic treasures appeared and floated around him. If one looked closely, there were at least 100 magic treasures. Wang Lin had checked the 3 bags of holding and found that there were some things that could be used. A normal person wouldn't dare to control so many magic treasures at once. Even with Wang Lin's divine sense, it was a bit difficult. The connection between the transfer array and jade had reached the second phase. The first second had passed and now it was the second. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. He wryly smiled as more than 100 black lines appeared and charged toward him. He only had less than 100 symbols remaining. They didn't even have a chance to block anything, they were instantly destroyed. Shortly after, it was the magic treasure's turn. Sounds of explosions resounded everywhere as all of the magic treasures were destroyed. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He didn't have time to refine any of them, so he couldn't release their full power. The magic treasures were able to stop more than half of the black lines. The remaining black lines, without anything to block them, entered Wang Lin's body. The black lines entered his body and the destructive force exploded inside him. Massive explosions damaged Wang Lin's divine sense, but he held on and prevented his soul from being destroyed. He was able to forcibly hold out for the second. Wang Lin's face was grim as he stared into the void and madly laughed. What dogs hit, law of the world. Come and try to stop me from going back. I have already died once. No one can stop me this time. The G realm was a very extraordinary realm. Normally, the G realm comes from spiritual energy. However, Wang Lin currently didn't have any spiritual energy, but his soul started to show signs of the G realm. In this collapsing foreign battleground, a thunderous rumble rang across the foreign battleground and more than half the foreign battleground collapsed. The countless fragments of the foreign battleground formed countless spatial rifts. A powerful pressure came from the void and Wang Lin's three neighbors quickly returned to the world of decay, not daring to remain here any longer. If even they acted like this, then let's not talk about the wandering souls. The wandering souls panicked and entered any spatial rift they could find to return. At this moment, the connection between the transfer array and Jade had entered its final phase. It was now the 3rd second. Wang Lin's crazed eyes were filled with coldness. However, within his ferociousness, there was a sliver of calmness. Wang Lin's body easily stood straight under the pressures. Although his soul was heavily damaged, there was a mysterious force rising up from within him. This was the aura of the G realm within his soul. This was the aura that nothing living could block. If the pressure right now was like Mount Tai, then Wang Lin's aura was like an unbending sword. Maybe Mount Tai could crush this sword, but even shattered, this sword will leave through the transfer array. In the 3rd second, a giant hand made of black lines appeared and tried to grab Wang Lin. The number of black lines that formed the giant hand was impossible to count. The moment the giant hand appeared, the foreign battleground began to collapse completely. Like a large chunk of ice being hit from the side, large pieces of the foreign battleground shattered to pieces and mixed together with the spatial rifts. In the blink of an eye, the foreign battleground disappeared. Only the 4 transfer arrays remained, each one floating alone in the void. The 3rd second was a confrontation between the G realm and the law of the world. Wang Lin's soul collapsed the moment the giant hand touched him, but the moment it collapsed, it was put back together by the mysterious G realm and continued resisting. During this process, Wang Lin once again truly felt the G realm. The first time was in the ruin in the jungle. The second time was inside the Juming Valley. The 3rd time was when his soul awakened in the world of decay. Now was the 4th time. Each time, his G realm got stronger, especially this time. Wang Lin's soul charged toward the G realm and was refined each time it was shattered. During this second, Wang Lin's large soul underwent more than 10,000 reconstructions. His soul gradually shrunk and condensed, but its quality went through an earth-shattering change. The G realm completely fused with his soul. No one knows where the G realm comes from, but it was certain that all of the cultivators that had the G realm only had it in their spiritual energy. Only Wang Lin, through some fluke, had the G realm imprinted to his soul. In truth, the giant hand formed by the law of the world was the catalyst to allow Wang Lin's soul to contain the power of the G realm. After the heaven-defying bead fused with Wang Lin's soul, there was a sliver of G realm left in his soul. However, without outside pressure, once Wang Lin had regained his spiritual energy, this sliver of G realm would disappear. But under the pressure from outside, Wang Lin's soul shrunk and the G realm expanded until they fused together. This type of fusion was still in its initial state. It can be said that Wang Lin's soul wasn't completely filled with G realm and had a lot of other stuff mixed in. The G realm is a type of pure realm. If it appears in spiritual power, then all of its development will happen in the spiritual energy. Similarly, now that Wang Lin's G realm was in his soul, his spiritual energy will no longer have any G realm, but his divine sense will be able to easily kill anyone at the same cultivation level as him, disregarding whether they are at the early, mid, or late stage. However, the limit of G realm was late stage nascent soul. Only one cultivator from ancient times was able to get past that point. No one else has ever been able to. And that person was only able to break through due to luck. It had something to do with someone undergoing divine retribution. As for what really happened, only the people who were there would know. The G realm is very terrifying. A power that can ignore the difference between the early, mid, and late stages is something the heavens would punish. If the G realm was allowed to grow unrestricted, then the G realm would be invincible. The people that studied the G realm deduced that the reason G realm cultivators can't break through the nascent soul stage is because when they try, the heavens mercilessly kill them. The heavens wouldn't allow a cultivator with the G realm to break past the nascent soul stage. However, with Wang Lin's current G realm, it was still too weak compared to the law of the world. As the hand got closer and closer, the speed at which Wang Lin's soul was collapsing was surpassing the rate of reconstruction. Finally, with a bang, Wang Lin's soul completely collapsed, but along with the collapse of his soul, all of the impurities in his soul also collapsed. What remained now was very close to the origin of the G realm soul. If there was no law of the world and Wang Lin had tried to form his G soul himself, he wouldn't be able to do it in his lifetime, but now it was complete. The moment his pure G realm soul appeared, the large hand couldn't help but pause for a moment, and at that moment, the transfer array opened. Because the giant hand suddenly paused due to the G realm soul, Wang Lin's body disappeared into the transfer array the moment it opened. The giant hand turned into countless black lines. They hovered around the transfer array for a long time before finally disappearing. Because of the existence of the G realm, Wang Lin became the first soul devourer to go from the world of decay to the world of the living. Although his soul had been refined to just a small piece of G realm soul, the essence of a soul devourer was still with him. The rank 3 cultivation of Ho Fun was at the southern part of planet Suzaku and was to the south of the Sea of Devils. On this day, at the top of the volcano at the center of Ho Fun, stood a group of people from the War God Shrine. The War God Shrine's 6 nascent soul ancestors were sitting comfortably at the top of Ho Fun. Back when the battle for the right to enter the foreign battleground began, the War God Shrine crushed the competition and was the only sect to enter. The person leading the group wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, but an early-stage core formation elder named Hua Hongfei. Maybe it was because his cultivation method was the divine path, but he didn't look old at all at the age of 200. Rather, he looked like a very handsome middle-aged man. The divine path is the top cultivation method of the War God Shrine. Only when someone reaches the foundation establishment stage can they cultivate using this method, which is said to help with reaching the core formation stage. As to exactly how it works, outsiders don't know. But since all of the core formation and nascent soul cultivators from the War God Shrine were natives of Ho Fun, there must have been something special about the method. If the divine path had such a strong effect, then it wasn't surprising that others would want to try to steal it, but even if the other sects tried, they didn't have the ability to because the War God Shrine was simply too powerful. But with people constantly trying to steal it, the War God Shrine finally gave up and decided to hold a general assembly every 20 years for people to view the divine path. Of course, everyone must pay a certain amount of spirit stones to view it, and whether or not they could comprehend it was up to themselves. As a result, the War God Shrine stopped having to worry about it. They also gained a large amount of income, so they were very happy about how it turned out. This divine path method only had 100 words. Each word was hard to understand and very few people could comprehend it. In truth, what Hua Hongfei was cultivating was a method a very talented member of the War God Shrine created after studying the divine path for more than half of his life. Not only was this method very powerful, it also had the ability to keep you looking young after practicing it for a long time, so it was favored by the disciples of the War God Shrine. Beside Hua Hongfei stood a group of people. The most eye-catching one was a young woman with a very graceful figure. She was as pretty as a peacock and her delicate face was like that of a fairy. Her mouth was slightly open as she talked to a handsome and tall young man next to her. There was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. The transfer array suddenly opened and everyone's gaze focused on it. The transfer array became brighter and brighter as 3 figures appeared and became more clear. Hua Hongfei frowned and secretly sighed. He learned a while ago that the foreign battleground was collapsing and was prepared for the fact that not many disciples might make it back. But seeing only 3 people, even though he was prepared, he still felt very sad. But when he clearly saw Zhou Zihong among them, he felt relieved. Zhou Zihong was his disciples and was very stubborn. When she told him that she wanted to go to the foreign battleground, he strongly disagreed, but the kid still went anyways. Hua Hongfei felt helpless. After giving her some magic treasures, he reluctantly let her go. After seeing that she had made it back, he finally relaxed a bit. After the three of them appeared, they looked at the familiar scene before them and felt very unreal. However, the three of them looked at each other and their hearts became heavy again. What they cared about the most right now was whether Wang Lin lived or died. It has to be said that the three of them had already given their soul essence blood to Wang Lin. If he were to die, then they would find it difficult to escape death as well. After greeting Elder Ho Hongfei's gaze swept past them. He said, "Not bad. Everyone's cultivation level has increased greatly." Zihong and Tang Xiong both reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Lin Tao is a bit behind, but is very close to breaking through. Very good. After experiencing this trial at the foreign battleground, your cultivation speed will increase greatly. It is a pity that too few disciples have returned. Zhou Zihong sighed and whispered, "Master, when the foreign battleground suddenly collapsed, many strange creatures appeared. Once they jumped on you, you would immediately die. No one in the foreign battleground was able to resist. This all happened too quickly. Originally, our harvest was very rich, but now, with that, her expression suddenly became very gloomy." Ho Hongfei waved his hand. Looking at the three, he frowned and said, "We can talk about it later. Now tell me, why has your appearance not changed?" It has to be said that while inside the foreign battleground, your appearance wouldn't change, but you would instantly age those 50 years right after leaving. Although the cultivation method the three of them used helped maintain youth, they still shouldn't look exactly like they did before they left. Tang Xiong was the senior disciple and was also the sect head's proud disciple. After he heard Ho Hongfei's words, he quickly said, "Elder doesn't know, but junior apprentice brother My Liang got his hands on pills that could preserve our appearance for 100 years per pill. The three of us took 2 pills each." The disciples that were around that heard it enviously looked at the three of them. Especially the young woman, who had been looking at Zhou Zihong with doubt in her eyes the whole time. She suddenly said, "Senior apprentice sister Zhou, do you still have that pill?" Zhou Zihong coldly looked at her and said, "You have to ask junior apprentice brother My Liang about that." The young woman was angry, but she only smiled and no longer said anything. She secretly thought that the timid My Liang must have already died, so how could she even ask? Clearly, Zhou Zihong didn't want to tell her. The young man next to her whispered something in her ear. The young woman stuck her tongue out at him and her face reddened. Ho Hongfei looked at the two and ignored them. He then looked at Zhou Zihong's group and said, "Okay, since everyone has returned, we should go back." Ancestor Lan Feng came out of closed-door cultivation to hear about the matter of the foreign battleground from you guys. With that, he meaningfully looked at the three of them. Lin Tao hesitated for a bit and whispered, "Junior apprentice brother My Liang is still back there. The situation was grim, so he told us to return first and he will follow suit." Ho Hongfei raised his eyebrows and said, with a touch of surprise, "My Liang. He is also one of the lucky survivors?" The moment he said those words, the expressions of the disciples of the war god shrine became strange. Especially that beautiful young woman's. She asked, "My Liang didn't die?" Zhou Zihong's expression was strange. She looked at the young woman and said, "Junior apprentice sister can relax. During those years in the foreign battleground, his personality has changed. The current him won't bother junior apprentice sister anymore." The young woman frowned. She shook her head and said, "You guys don't understand. How could My Liang still be alive?" Ho Hongfei stared at her and shouted, "What nonsense! Do you wish for My Liang to die? Is this what your master taught you?" The young woman lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. The young man next to her said, "What are you afraid of? If he still dares to bother you, I'm here." Yang Xiong sighed and said, with a deep voice, "Junior apprentice sister, junior apprentice brother My Liang won't bother you anymore. You can rest assured." With that, he secretly thought, that senior's personality is cold. How could he possibly fancy you? Just at that moment, the transfer array suddenly lit up again. Everyone looked at the transfer array only to see a thin and weak figure walk out of it. Everyone suddenly felt a coldness inside them the moment that person appeared. The coldness wasn't in their bodies, but in their souls. It was as if the person before them was a piece of ice that could freeze the soul. This feeling was very oppressive. The disciples of the war god shrine were the first to experience the tyrannical nature of the G realm. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The young woman, Su Si, shivered and felt very confused. Although this person looked like Mai Liang, his aura was completely different from before. Wang Lin walked out and looked around. When he noticed Ho Hongfei, he quickly clasped his hands and said, "Disciple Mai Liang greets Elder Ho." Ho Hongfei's eyes lit up brightly as he said, "It is good that you're back." With that, he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he said, "Disciple still has something very important to do. Once I'm done, I'll return to the sect." Ho Hongfei frowned and was about to speak when Wang Lin threw out a bag of holding and said, "This is all that Disciple has gathered in these past 50 years. All of the magic treasures have been destroyed, so only these materials remain." With that, Wang Lin jumped into the air and flew into the distance. Ho Hongfei took the bag of holding. He scanned it with his divine sense and his expression became strange. The contents of the bag of holding were very valuable. When he raised his head, Wang Lin had already disappeared, but he didn't follow him. He had his doubts, but he felt like he should go back and report it to the sect head. The most important reason he felt that was because he didn't feel like he could easily make Wang Lin stay. That coldness he felt made him dread Wang Lin. Even if he had tried to make him stay by force, if he had ended up in a sorry state, he would lose a lot of face in front of the disciples. After considering that, he decided that it wasn't worth it and didn't chase after Wang Lin. From beginning to end, Wang Lin never looked at the young woman. The young woman looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to with eyes filled with confusion. The Mai Liang from back then would constantly bug her. Even when she'd yell at him or hit him, he would just not stop. She and Mai Liang grew up in the same village. Their families were very close and their parents set their marriage when they were kids. Later, the two of them were accepted into the war god shrine. The more she looked at Mai Liang, the more she'd see him as a country bumpkin, so she became very disgusted with him. They were already engaged, but she hid this very well. She used the engagement to trick Mai Liang into going into the foreign battleground. She told him that once he comes back, she would form a cultivation pair with him. But now, Mai Liang came back and completely ignored her. In regards to this, Su Si had a strange feeling in her heart. Adding on that sudden feeling that made her shiver, this huge contrast made her mind go blank. As for Wang Lin, he flew for a long time in this foreign country of Ho Fun. He stopped at a mountain range. According to Mai Liang's memories, this was a famous mountain range of volcanoes. Ho Fun got its name because of all the big and small volcanoes like this one. If they weren't being watched and sealed by cultivators, they would have already erupted. In the history of Ho Fun, there has never been a massive eruption of volcanoes. This has a lot to do with cultivators keeping them in check. After looking around, Wang Lin left and arrived outside a village. The village was currently very busy and the children of the village were playing outside. Wang Lin felt a wave of pain in his heart. After a long time, he slowly walked into the village. He found some buckets in a deserted house. After filling them with water, he quickly flew away. After returning to the volcanoes, he found a natural cave. He immediately sealed the cave and used rocks to make defensive formations. Only after that did he sit down cross-legged and began to cultivate. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's face was completely pale. He had sustained heavy injuries in the foreign battleground and his divine sense was completely shattered. He escaped with that sliver of G-realm divine sense and then, ignoring his injuries, used that sliver of G-realm so it would be easier for him to leave and recover. After he started cultivating, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes to nurture his soul, and his thoughts sunk into his own consciousness. Wang Lin's sea of consciousness was a golden sea, but most of this sea was blocked by a gray fog. Only a very small portion of it wasn't covered by the gray fog. Thorns of black light were blocking out the gray fog. A 3-inch sword was standing there all by itself. Those light thorns came from the sword. Upon closer inspection, there were deep cracks on the sword. On the other side of the sea of consciousness, there was a white space. Within it floated a gray bead. The gray fog didn't dare to go within 10 feet of it. Inside Wang Lin's sea of consciousness, aside from those 2 points, everywhere else was covered in gray fog. Suddenly, the thick gray fog began to churn as a streak of red lightning flashed by. Wherever the lightning went, the gray fog would back away. Although Wang Lin's divine sense had completely collapsed, he was able to condense a sliver of G-realm divine sense. This was a type of divine sense, but its quality was much better than Wang Lin's previous divine sense. Although Wang Lin's divine sense was large, it was nothing compared to the law of the world. But with just a sliver of G-realm divine sense, he was able to resist the law of the world. That sliver of G-realm divine sense allowed him to escape. Its power was clearly not ordinary. This red lightning was that sliver of G-realm divine sense. Wherever the right lightning went, the gray fog moved out of its way. Even the golden ocean that was previously calm began to stir. The red lightning arrived next to the sword and entered it. The sword flashed red. The green sword immediately let out a hum and charged out, following the red lightning. The 2 rays of light charged through the fog, causing the golden ocean to stir. They arrived next to the bead and the bead followed them as they charged out of the gray fog. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His hands formed a seal and he pressed it on his forehead. Suddenly, 2 lights shined from his forehead, then a sword and bead appeared before him. Wang Lin didn't even look at them. He quickly closed his eyes again. His red lightning charged about his sea of consciousness for a while. After finding that nothing else was abnormal, it returned to the golden ocean. The gray fog covered the gaps and then the entire sea of consciousness calmed down and returned to normal. In the depths of the golden ocean, the red lightning rested there as it slowly absorbed the energy from the ocean. Wang Lin could clearly feel that his G-realm divine sense was growing inside the golden ocean. Although it was slow, Wang Lin could feel that if he continued to be alive, then in tens of thousands of years, his soul would return to what it was before. If that day really comes, then even the law of the world would be nothing in his eyes. He could go in and out of the world of decay as he wished. Wang Lin pondered for a while as he looked at the 2 lights before him. He waved his hand and 2 bags of holding appeared in his grasp. All of the magic treasures from the 3 bags he obtained were used to block the law of the world. As for the materials, he sorted them into 3 portions when he made the turtle shell formations. His divine sense entered a bag of holding. He took out a piece of black metal that was the size of his palm. This piece of metal was clearly a piece of armor. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. His current weakness was that his knowledge of materials was really poor. Like right now, he had 2 bags full of materials, but he didn't know what to do with them. He felt helpless. It was as if he had entered a mountain-filled treasure, but didn't know what any of the treasures were. This piece of metal was one of the few of the things he knew. It was a piece of refined iron. The reason he knew about refined iron was due to the secret exchange among the inner disciples back at the Hanyu sect. He saw someone take out a piece that was the size of a fingernail to trade. It was an important material for making flying swords. He put away the bag of holding and decided that once he finished cultivating, he would spend a lot of effort on getting information on materials. Wang Lin threw the refined iron into the air and the flying sword immediately moved and stabbed into it. A speck of green light peered out of the center of the refined iron. The green gradually spread until finally, a beam of sword chi was shot out. Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he looked at the piece of iron. He was feeling depressed because didn't know how to refine magic treasures. This was the most he could do. Then, his thoughts moved and that piece of refined iron quickly flashed and appeared behind him. However, the piece of refined iron was a lot smaller and the edges were glowing red as liquid metal dripped to the ground. Wang Lin secretly let out a sigh. After the temperature of the refined iron lowered, he put it away in his bag of holding. Then, he looked at the bead's image and felt a connection to his soul. He waved his hand. After the bead's image landed in his hand, it gradually became solid. The pattern on the bead was still 2 leaves. Without a word, Wang Lin brought out the buckets filled with water and dropped the bead inside. Moments later, Wang Lin took out the bead and drank the water. Suddenly, he felt spiritual energy enter his body, so he quickly took out the other 3 buckets and dipped the bead inside them. Then, he stared at the bead to see if he could still enter the dream space. When he arrived inside the dream space again, he looked at the familiar scene. Wang Lin pondered a little and quickly moved until he arrived at the place Situ Nan's nascent soul was in. Situ Nan's nascent soul was still there, but it had shrunk to less than 1/10th the size of a normal person. Compared to before, it was a heaven and earth difference. The nascent soul was very dim, looked sluggish, and his eyes were closed. Next to his nascent soul were 2 faint lights. Wang Lin shed 2 streams of tears as he kowtowed at the 2 lights. Then, he sat down and brought out the 4 buckets. He downed a large gulp of water and began to cultivate. Wang Lin's body didn't have a sliver of cultivation, so he would have to cultivate all over again from the qi condensation stage. But whether it was Wang Lin or Mai Liang's body, both had already experienced the qi condensation stage. Thanks to that, Wang Lin was easily recovering his cultivation. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed. Although it was 1 year, 7 years had passed inside the dream space. In this year's time, whether Wang Lin was inside the dream space or outside, he spent all of his time cultivating. He had only gone out several times in order to replenish his spirit water. In the 3rd year inside the dream space, Wang Lin reached the 15th layer of qi condensation. He then spent 2 more years reaching the foundation establishment stage. In the last 1+ years, he finally recovered his cultivation and reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With just his G realm divine sense, Wang Lin was the natural enemy of all foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Lin was even confident in fighting against early-stage core formation cultivators. He felt like he would have a 70% chance of killing an early-stage core formation cultivator after reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. Similarly, if he could form his core, then he would be the number 1 cultivator in the cultivation union below the nascent soul stage. This was the power of the G realm. The relationship between the G realm and Wang Lin was like fish and water. Although the G realm was powerful, without any cultivation to back it up, it couldn't last. Only with increases in cultivation can the G realm grow stronger and last. The stronger your cultivation, the more of the G realm's power you can use. The current Wang Lin had completely fused with Mai Liang's body in these 7 years. There was no longer any discomfort, but the coldness coming from his body became even stronger. It was like a 10,000-year-old ice mountain that no one could melt. Wang Lin waved his right hand to open up the stone door and walked out. Currently, the sky was blue and clear for 10,000 kilometers. His body moved and he flew to a nearby volcano. When he exited the dream space, his divine sense found a fluctuation of wood element inside the volcano. Shortly after, Wang Lin arrived at the mouth of the volcano and looked inside. Waves of heat floated up from inside the mouth of the volcano. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he jumped in without any hesitation. He used the attraction force technique to control his descent. The Burning Gold Mountain Range was a famous mountain range in Hofun. As for why it was famous, it was because an alchemy material called the burning gold fruit grew here. This burning gold fruit is a key ingredient in making the soul harmony pill. The spiritual energy in the country is filled with the fire element. Absorbing this spiritual energy for a long time causes harm to the cultivators' bodies. So, because the soul harmony pill is a pill that can regulate the spiritual energy in the body, it is beloved by the cultivators here. It can be said that this soul harmony pill is the most consumed pill in Hofun. There are many different recipes for the soul harmony pill, and they all have varying degrees of effectiveness. The most popular recipe is the one that uses the burning gold fruit. This burning gold fruit only grows in the mouth of the volcano. It also only grows if it's in a range of volcanoes, not just a lone one. Every time the burning gold fruits are ripe, the 4 major sects send disciples to harvest them. This fruit is very strange. It can't harvest it early or late. It must harvest it in the 3-day period that it is ripe. On this day, the 4 sects had sent out their disciples early. Each of the sects had taken over one volcano. The 4 major sects had an agreement regarding this much-needed material, so there wasn't really any fighting over them. There were a total of 3 corpse sect disciples, 2 males and 1 female. They carried coffins behind them as they stood at a volcano opening, waiting for the right time to go in. Time slowly passed. Seeing that the other 3 volcanoes had green smoke leaking out, the other 3 sects jumped into their respective volcanoes. The 3 disciples of the corpse sect revealed confused expressions. The female frowned and said, "Senior apprentice brother Mai, do you know what is going on?" The male named Mai was also frowning as he said, "The green smoke means the burning gold fruit is ripe and ready to be harvested. The 4 volcanoes should be ripe at the exact same time. Senior brother Zhou, do you think we should go down and check?" The young man named Zhou pondered for a bit. Then, he shook his head and said, "Let us wait for a bit. If the green smoke doesn't come out and dissolve the poisonous gas of the volcano, we will be in danger if we go down." Time slowly passed. Seeing the green smoke become even thicker at the other 3 volcanoes, the 3 disciples became impatient. The young man named Zhou clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, let's go down and look." With that, he was about to jump down when a cold aura came from inside the volcano. Shortly after, a youth filled with coldness appeared. The 3 disciples were dumbfounded as they watched him fly out while carrying a purple vine as thick as a person. The vine was filled with burning gold fruits. This person was Wang Lin. After he appeared, he didn't even look at the 3 as he left. He had already noticed the 3 a while ago, but he was having a headache figuring out how to take the fruit. Every time he pulled the fruit off the vine, it would be turned into dust by the heat. Thus, Wang Lin decided to just pull the entire root of the burning golden fruit out. However, what made him helpless was that he couldn't put this vine into his bag of holding, so he had to carry it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had great use for these wood element fruits, he wouldn't be bothering with all of this. The young man named Zhou swallowed hard as he stared at the vine on Wang Lin's shoulder. His expression changed many times. This was his 3rd year here to harvest the fruit. At most, they would only take 10 fruits because the root grew the fruits to be nutrients for itself. Only with enough fruits could the root survive. If too many fruits were taken, the root would die. If the root died, then there wouldn't be any more burning gold fruits appearing in this volcano. But this person had pulled out the entire root. Did this person not know that the root will die 2 hours after it is pulled out? He was angry and saw that Wang Lin was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet he dared to ignore the 3 of them and was going to carry the root away, so he shouted, "Stop! I don't care what sect you're from. You need to pay the price for destroying the root of the burning gold fruit." With that, he slapped the coffin behind him and suddenly stood up straight. The lid of the coffin let out a creak as it moved a bit to the right and a black hand came out. Slivers of black gas came from its finger and a rotten stench immediately began to spread. The 2 other disciples behind also put down their coffins and angrily stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around, looked at the 3, and rubbed the burning gold vine as he asked, "Pay what price?" Zhou Gang sneered, "Immediately cut off both your arm and legs, dig out your own eyes, and follow us back to be judged by the sect head." With that, he didn't wait for Wang Lin to reply. He pointed at the coffin. The lid of the coffin moved more to the right until it flew off and a completely black mummy came out. It suddenly jumped at Wang Lin with black gas coming out of its hand. At the same time, the other 2 disciples of the sect behind Zhou Gang both slapped their coffins. 2 more mummies jumped out, got information, and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as a loud bang occurred in the golden ocean inside his consciousness. The red lightning suddenly charged out through Wang Lin's eyes. The 3 corpse sect disciples' bodies shook as their eyes dimmed and they died from having their souls destroyed. Then, Wang Lin casually raised his head to look at the 3 corpse puppets. 2 of them immediately began to rot and turned into piles of white bones. Only Zhou Gang's corpse puppet didn't take any damage. It suddenly stopped charging at Wang Lin. Its emotionless eyes shined a golden light as it looked at Wang Lin with a horrified expression. It quickly backed up and was about to escape. Wang Lin sneered in his heart and said, "Take one more step and you will die." Wang Lin's words fell on deaf ears as the corpse puppet covered itself in black gas and ran off. But then, the corpse puppet let out a miserable scream as a light flew out from its body. The light took the shape of a small person who bowed at Wang Lin and begged, "Fellow cultivator, please have mercy. I'm Su Ligua, a disciple of the Tian Gang sect from a rank 4 cultivation country. Just now, I have offended you, so I'll pay you back. If you need anything, we can talk. Please, don't be rash." This little person was already scared to death. He originally wanted to flee, but then he suddenly felt a destructive force enter his body. He felt a sense of danger, so he quickly escaped from the body. Although he was a nascent soul cultivator, he was heavily injured in a war. He managed to escape with his nascent soul, but he was so injured that his nascent soul was about to scatter. His close friends gathered up a large amount of wealth and bought him a body from the corpse sect. The bodies provided by the corpse sect were very famous in the rank 4 and 5 cultivation countries. All of them had very good talent and their looks could be customized to the customer's preference. They even provided some of the weird cultivators with bodies of the opposite sex. As long as you can afford it, then you can find a satisfactory answer at the corpse sect. More importantly, there would never be any problems with the body, and if you're willing to pay extra, you can receive full protection during the possession process. In addition to that, the corpse sect's research into possession had reached a very high level. They could provide very detailed instructions to help the possessor in the process of possession. As long as you can pay the price, you can pick any body of any cultivation level. As we all know, for a nascent soul cultivator, the best body is another nascent soul cultivator's. If you use a core formation cultivator's body, then your cultivation will weaken greatly and will take a long time to recover. If you really can't afford it and can't even afford a core formation body, then you can only pay for the bargain bin priced foundation establishment bodies. Even if you're a nascent soul cultivator, it will take a very long time for you to recover your cultivation. Su Ligua was one of those nascent soul cultivators that couldn't afford the price. If nascent soul stage bodies were the highest quality bodies the corpse sect could sell, then they wouldn't be a big deal. Nascent soul bodies aren't their main source of income. The perfect body for a soul formation cultivator is another soul formation cultivator's, but the difficulty of obtaining a soul formation cultivator's body in perfect condition is too high. And almost every soul formation expert has a large sect from a rank 5 cultivation country behind them, so they are not easily touched. But this problem can be solved by the corpse sect if you can pay the price. The body would be soul formation, but no matter how hard you look, you won't be able to find where that soul formation body came from. This is the corpse sect's greatest secret and nobody knows the truth. There is even a rumor that the corpse sect can provide the only rank 6 cultivation country's top experts with matching bodies. This is a very powerful and mysterious sect. Each subsect's leader only knows that the main sect is inside a rank 5 cultivation country. But is the real headquarters really at a rank 5 cultivation country? No one knows the real answer to that question. But one thing is certain, no one would dare to mess with the corpse sect in rank 4 or above cultivation countries. As for rank 3 and below countries, as long as the sect is not wiped out, the corpse sect won't care. After all, this is only a farm for low-level bodies and the place where the business is occurring. Wang Lin looked at the talkative Su Ligua. He was about to respond when his expression slightly changed as Zhou Gongsan's bag of holding flew into his hands. At the same time, he waved his hand and several fireballs flew out. They landed on the bodies of the corpse sect disciples and their corpse puppets, turning them into dust. Shortly after, he reached out and grabbed Su Ligua, who didn't dare to resist. Then, he disappeared into the sky, leaving a trail of rainbow-colored light. At this point, the disciples of the other 3 sects had already finished harvesting the burning gold fruits and were gone. Wang Lin returned to the cave and placed the burning gold fruits vine on the ground. He also threw Su Ligua forward, causing Su Ligua to panic and say, "Fellow cultivator, if there is any problem, we can talk about it. We can talk about it." As long as you don't kill me, I can agree to any request. I was wrong before. Please don't be angry. Su Ligua felt very wronged. He was a nascent soul expert, but he had lost his body and his nascent soul was injured to the point of collapsing, causing his cultivation level to drop. In addition, he couldn't afford the high price of a nascent soul cultivator's body, so he thought about possessing a disciple of a sect, but if he was found out, it would lead to endless trouble. In the end, he decided to pay the corpse sect so he could possess a body without worry. But possessing a Foundation establishment cultivator's body meant that it would take him a long time to recover his cultivation, almost as long as if he were to start over again. Right now, he only had the cultivation of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. His nascent soul was just for show. It had no reasonable power. Also, with how dominating Wang Lin's G realm was, Su Ligua right now was a paper tiger. However, if Su Ligua was able to recover his strength to the core formation stage, then the result would be very different. Wang Lin completely ignored Su Ligua's plea for mercy as his eyes blinked and he moved a pillar to lock the cave down. Su Ligua secretly groaned as he slowly floated backwards into the wall. Wang Lin didn't stop him. He sent out his G-realm divine sense and the red lightning shot out. As the red lightning shot toward him, Su Ligua could feel the destructive power fill him. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed Su Ligua's trembling nascent soul. Wang Lin stared at the nascent soul and then his eyes suddenly lit up. When he first saw Su Ligua's nascent soul, he felt something familiar. He thought about it during the flight here, but couldn't recall where this feeling came from. When he looked at Su Ligua's nascent soul this time, he suddenly remembered. This nascent soul was similar to the wandering souls in the world of decay. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and a thought appeared in his mind. If he could devour souls like back in the world of decay, then his G-realm divine sense would become a lot more powerful. Also, wandering souls were very powerful. They were able to devour people's lives, regardless of their cultivation level. Once he gathers enough wandering souls in the living world, getting revenge on Tinghuayuan won't be a problem. More importantly, Wang Lin knew that if he were to meet a core formation cultivator, all he would be able to do was run, but if he had a wandering soul, then he would have the power to protect himself. If there were enough wandering souls, then he would even be willing to fight nascent soul cultivators. He knew that his own techniques were too simple. He only knew some minor techniques. And as for magic treasures, all he had was a flying sword. After experiencing the events in Zhao, Wang Lin's mind underwent a great change. Everything he was doing now was to make himself stronger so that his destiny would no longer be in someone else's control. Su Ligua's nascent soul caused Wang Lin's heart to skip a beat as he thought of an idea. Since I can't bring the wandering souls out of the world of decay, can I make them here? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and a piece of metal appeared. He pointed at the wall and the piece of metal carved out a cave. While doing this, Wang Lin used this moment to send his G-realm to wipe out Su Ligua's memories. Su Ligua was, after all, a nascent soul cultivator, and even with his cultivation level lowered, Wang Lin had to use all of his G-realm to barely succeed. Su Ligua's nascent soul became a semi-transparent object with no consciousness. After the cave was finished, the piece of metal flew back into Wang Lin's bag of holding. Wang Lin waved his right hand and threw the nascent soul into the cave. He left a sliver of his G-realm divine sense to guard the nascent soul before leaving the cave again. He searched through nearby mountains, catching small animals as Su Ligua's nascent soul just floated motionlessly in the cave. After returning, Wang Lin looked at the soul for a while, then threw a small animal toward it. The animal let out a shriek before running into the corner, completely oblivious of the soul in the middle of the cave. Wang Lin frowned as he watched the two. He strengthened the G-realm guarding the cave before digging another cave on the side and throwing the remaining small animals inside. After finishing all of that, he slapped his forehead and the heaven-defying bead flew out. The bead circled him once before immediately diving into the burning gold fruit vine next to him. All of the fruits on the vine shrunk and disappeared at a visible rate, and all of the wood element was absorbed by the stone bead. A third leaf slowly appeared on the stone bead. After the vine completely shriveled up, the third leaf became solid. A flash of happiness appeared on Wang Lin's face as he reached out and grabbed. The stone bead flew into his hand. He looked at the stone bead carefully before holding it up against his forehead. The bead quickly entered his body when it touched his forehead. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After pondering a little, he left the cave and ran toward the volcanoes. It took him 3 days to harvest all of the burning gold fruit vines in the area, making them extinct in this region. The heaven-defying bead now had 5 leaves. 3 days later, Wang Lin looked into the small cave again and saw some pee and poop on the ground. The small animal was trembling in the corner. After digesting all of the food it had eaten 3 days ago, it was now very weak. Su Ligua's nascent soul was still floating in the air. If you looked closely, his nascent soul was even more transparent than it was before. It looked as if it could disappear at any time. Wang Lin pondered a little. He sent out his divine sense and drove the nascent soul toward the small animal. After a while, the nascent soul was above the small animal. Finally, the nascent soul had nowhere to hide and jumped at the small animal. Wang Lin suddenly became very focused as he saw the small animal shake violently. It got up from the ground with eyes emitting golden light, but the light soon dimmed and the animal fell to the ground. Just at that moment, Su Ligua's nascent soul quickly flew out of the small animal's head and charged toward the wall. When it hit the wall, it let out a painful scream. Then, it went and slammed against the other walls a few times, until it finally just floated back and forth in the room. Wang Lin wasn't surprised. In fact, he was happy. He could clearly see that the nascent soul was no longer transparent and was filled with a hint of madness. He quickly threw all of the small animals he had caught 3 days ago into the cave and carefully observed. The moment the few small animals fell to the ground, they ran to the corners of room with fear in their eyes and screamed non-stop. But what caused Wang Lin to frown was that the nascent soul ignored the small animals. The hint of madness disappeared and the soul became confused again. Wang Lin pondered a little and then he used his G-realm divine sense to force the nascent soul onto another small animal. When the small animal died, the nascent soul charged out. Its eyes were filled with madness again. But the nascent soul still ignored the other small animals. Wang Lin snorted and used his G-realm divine sense to force the nascent soul to devour the other small animals. Now the madness in the nascent soul's eyes was even stronger. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then went out. He caught a lot of beasts in the nearby mountains. He purposefully caught vicious beasts. There was even one that had a strange aura. After he returned to the cave, he made a few more rooms to separate the beasts. Then, he carried a beast with bloodshot eyes that kept roaring at him and threw it into the room with the nascent soul. After being forced by the G-realm to devour the beast again, the madness in the nascent soul became even stronger. Wang Lin observed from outside the room for a long time. He didn't know if the nascent soul would turn into a wandering soul, a so-called devil, if he continued this. The truth was that the best way to test this was to capture cultivators to use as guinea pigs, but he was afraid of the nascent soul's cultivation level increasing after devouring a cultivator. If the nascent soul's power exceeded the power of the G-realm, Wang Lin would be in danger. Thus, unless he absolutely had to, he didn't want to risk using cultivators. For days later, aside from the animal with the strange aura, all of the other beasts he had caught had been devoured. Today, Wang Lin held that beast and threw it into the stone room. The nascent soul was slowly forced by the G-realm to go toward the beast with the strange aura. Just as it was about to touch the beast, the nascent soul abruptly stopped itself from jumping on it and revealed a look of hesitation. Wang Lin's G-realm moved, forming red lightning and pressuring the nascent soul. The nascent soul finally entered the beast. For a long time, the beast trembled. Half an hour later, the beast exploded as a red soul escaped from its body and let out a roar. The shape of the nascent soul had completely changed and was glowing red. It was releasing a powerful aura that even Wang Lin could feel through his G-realm restrictions. As of now, this was no longer a soul, but a devil. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering for a while, he opened up the cave and walked inside. The devil suddenly turned its head and jumped at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at the devil. Red lightning shot out of his eyes, pushing the devil away and causing it to let out miserable groans. A vicious expression appeared on the devil's face as it jumped at Wang Lin again, but Wang Lin waved his hand and grabbed the devil. "You're courting death." Wang Lin's voice was cold and his eyes flashed red. Every time his eyes flashed, the devil would shake. After a while, the vicious expression was replaced by a fearful one. In the end, the devil revealed a pitiful expression. Wang Lin held the devil and exited the stone room. After arriving at the room he was using to cultivate, he tossed the devil into the air. The viciousness appeared on the devil's face again as he rushed toward the ceiling to escape. Wang Lin sneered in his heart as his G-realm divine sense quickly caught up and punished it. The devil let out a miserable groan as a thin line of smoke appeared on its body and it visibly weakened. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of metal. Then, he blandly said to the devil, "Hide inside here. You're not allowed to come unless I let you." The devil looked at Wang Lin with fear as it turned into a ray of red light and entered the piece of metal. After putting away the piece of metal, he regrettably looked at the cave. He exited the cave, waved his hand, and the cave collapsed in on itself. Wang Lin didn't look back as he flew eastward. According to Mai Lang's memories, the war god shrine was located in the east. Wang Lin had already decided. Since he couldn't find the location of Zhao in Mai Lang's memory, he would need to go check out the map that was in the war god shrine's treasury. In addition to everything that had happened so far, his blood-refined small, green sword was now just a piece of metal and its power had greatly weakened. If he was against Foundation establishment cultivators, he wouldn't need to use it. However, if he was against a core formation cultivator, then this piece of metal would be able to save his life. So he had to learn how to refine treasures. That was another reason he needed to return to the war god shrine, because they have a refining house there. And in addition to all of that, he had to find a place of extreming, or he will be stuck at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Only with extreming can he form the third cold core and reach the late stage of Foundation establishment and then form his core. Wang Lin decided not to give up cultivating the underworld ascension method. After all, Situ Nan told him that after he forms the 3 cold cores and fuses them, he will have a high chance of entering the core formation stage. When he was recovering his cultivation, because he didn't have any ing spirit liquid, he could only cultivate the war god shrine technique from Mai Lang's memory, but what interested him was the divine path. Although the spiritual energy from cultivating the divine path had no attribute, from an objective point of view, it was worse than his previous ing spiritual energy. But the divine path of the war god shrine was not without its benefits. If the ing spiritual energy was like an invincible sword, then this cultivation was flexible as silk. The war god shrine was located on a heaven-piercing mountain in the eastern part of Ho Fun. The mountain was shrouded by clouds and was filled with spirit beasts. There were 4 sub-mountains that housed the 4 sub-sects of the war god shrine. As one of the 4 head sects of the country of Ho Fun, the war god shrine had more than 3,000 disciples. Even if you excluded the random outer sect disciples, there were still around 2,300 disciples. On this day, at a low, snowy peak 1 kilometer away from the war god shrine, Zhou Zihong, Yang Xiong, and Lin Tao were waiting. 3 days ago, the 3 of them suddenly felt their souls shake as Wang Lin sent them a message via their soul blood essence. He told them to bring a few items. The appointed time had long passed, but the 3 of them didn't dare to leave. Among the 3 of them, Lin Tao was the most scared as he looked for words to say. Zhou Zihong looked dazed as she bit her red lips. Her mind was blank. Mai Lang had been gone for over a year. She originally thought he would never appear again. However, when she got his message 3 days ago, her face immediately became pale. Yang Xiong's expression was the most composed. Aside from lights flashing from his eyes every now and then, he looked the most normal. However, upon closer inspection, his right hand formed a tight fist. Time slowly passed and night came, but Wang Lin still hadn't appeared. The three of them looked at each other in confusion. At a mountain peak 2 kilometers away, Wang Lin coldly looked at the three of them. Since the upheaval in Zhao, Wang Lin had become very cautious. Although he had their soul blood essence, the three of them might be determined enough to fight to the death. Therefore, Wang Lin was waiting. If there was anything abnormal, then he would crush their soul blood essences and flee. At the same time, Wang Lin was also gauging their reactions. It has to be said that even if they were pretending, they couldn't do it for a long period of time. Among the three of them, Lin Tao's expression was the most normal. From the start, he had been scared and unsettled. Zhou Zihong had been in a daze the whole time. Confusion appeared on her face despite her best efforts to hide it. After observing the two of them, Wang Lin focused his attention on Yang Xiong. This person's expression was really composed at the start, but as time passed, his expression became more unsettled. Wang Lin stared at Yang Xiong's right hand and his eyes became cold. He pondered for a bit before quickly moving toward the three of them. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared before them. A cold aura spread out. After they saw Wang Lin, all three of their hearts trembled and all of their fatigue disappeared. In this past year, the various things that happened in the foreign battleground echoed in their dreams every night. They weren't really sure how powerful Wang Lin was, but the Mai Lang before them caused their hearts to tremble. They had a feeling that even if Wang Lin didn't have their soul blood essences, he could still kill them in an instant without them being able to protect themselves at all. This type of feeling reached its peak after Wang Lin coldly looked at them. Lin Tao was the first to hit his limit as he knelt to the ground and said, "Lin Tao greets master." Yang Xiong and Zhou Zihong weren't much better off. They were just withstanding the aura by sheer force. Wang Lin withdrew his Ji realm divine sense. Only then did that sense of danger disappear. The three of them let out breaths of relief. Then, Yang Xiong and Zhou Zihong bowed to greet Wang Lin. As they bowed, a trace of bitterness flashed across Yang Xiong's face as he clenched the jade in his right hand. He came here with two thoughts in mind. One was to cheat Wang Lin to come back to the War God Shrine and ask the elders to help him steal back his soul blood essence. The second was if Wang Lin wasn't willing to go, then he would secretly emit his current location with the jade. Back at the War God Shrine, his junior apprentice brother was holding another piece of jade. If he were to insert spiritual energy into this jade, the jade his junior apprentice brother was holding would light up and his junior apprentice brother would call their master. But he now found out just how stupid his idea was. If he really did that, then he would have been the first one to die. This senior that possessed Mai Lang's body must have been a cultivator from a high-ranking cultivation country. How else could this senior, being only be at the foundation establishment stage, have a divine sense that caused his heart to tremble? Yang Xiong secretly sighed and gave up on any ideas of resisting. He took a deep breath and quickly slapped his bag of holding with his left hand. He then took out a jade and respectfully said to Wang Lin, "Master, I have gotten what you requested of me 3 days ago. This is the jade from the refining house." After Wang Lin received the jade, he scanned it with his divine sense. Without showing any expression, he nodded. His gaze then fell on Lin Tao. Lin Tao's heart sped up and he whispered, "Master, that map is placed at the top of the treasure pavilion. I can't go up there because my cultivation level isn't high enough." Seeing Wang Lin's deadpan face, Lin Tao clenched his teeth and said, 10 days. "Master, just give me 10 days of time. By then, it will be my cousin's turn to patrol. I will at least be able to get him to make me a copy." Wang Lin looked at him, nodded, then blandly said, "If you really manage to get it, then when I leave Ho Fun, I'll return your soul blood essence to you." With that, he looked toward Yang Xiong. His eyes became cold as he said, "Normally, I would have returned your soul blood essence to you, but the item in your hand voids your achievements. This time, I won't kill you, but whether or not I return your soul blood essence to you will depend on next time." Yang Xiong's body shook and his face immediately became pale. When he saw Wang Lin just now, especially because of the look in Wang Lin's eyes, he felt a strong sense of fear. He knelt on the ground and handed over the jade in his right hand. His face was very tense. Wang Lin no longer looked at him. He now looked toward Zhou Zihong. Zhou Zihong clenched her teeth, raised her pretty face, and said, "Senior, that divine path is very strange. Although I saw it 6 months ago, I couldn't remember anything afterward, so I can't make a copy of the jade that contains the technique. Actually, Senior doesn't have to go through such a roundabout way. With my Lang's contribution in the foreign battleground, once you return to the sect, you will naturally be allowed to study it." The divine path was what interested Wang Lin the most from my Lang's memories. My Lang dreamed of studying it. For some reason, the war god shrine was very strict when it came to their own disciples studying the divine path, but people outside the sect only had to pay spirit stones in appointed times in exchange for studying it. But for disciples of the war god shrine, they must either have reached the core formation stage or have contributed greatly to the sect. Only after achieving one of these can they study it under the supervision of an elder. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this divine path must have something special about it. It could be that if someone at the Foundation establishment studied it, it would be dangerous without someone protecting them. When he asked Zhou Zihong to make a copy, he didn't plan on it succeeding, so he wasn't disappointed. He carefully looked at the three of them and gently said, "The three of you don't have to be so on guard near me. As long as you don't mess with me, then when I leave Ho Fun, I'll return your soul blood essences. However, if you dare to plot against me, then don't blame me for being merciless. The three of you can return. Lin Tao, I'll wait for you here in 10 days. With that, Wang Lin's body floated backward and flew away in a rainbow-colored light. Lin Tao quickly responded and thought that once he got back, he would have to have a good talk with his cousin. This was a life-and-death situation, so no matter what, he had to get a copy of that map. Yang Xiong's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The cold breeze blew on his body, causing him to shiver. Waves of coldness came from his heart as he knew that he had just walked past death's door. Zhou Zihong calmly looked at Yang Xiong and left. Wang Lin aimlessly flew in the sky as he pondered in his heart. Before long, his eyes lit up. No matter what, he couldn't go to this war god shrine. Not to even mention that if any of those three were thinking of rebelling, the secrets he was holding right now couldn't be hidden from a nascent soul cultivator at all. It was very likely that the nascent soul ancestor had already used some strange method and figured out that he had possessed Mai Liang. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a hint of fear as his face darkened and his speed increased. Wang Lin had already speculated this would happen, but Yang Xiong's group's actions made him even more convinced. As he was flying, a gentle voice suddenly entered his ears. "Little friend, could you please return my disciple's soul essence blood?" This voice was very beautiful. It was very sweet to listen to. Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped. Before him, an enchanting woman walked toward him. The woman's steps were as light as the clouds and each one created a rustling sound. She wore a blue court dress. The bottom half of the dress was covered in triangular emeralds. There was a belt around her waist, and from the belt extended many long ribbons. The court dress on this woman created a sense of intelligence and elegance. The woman was very beautiful. Without any makeup, there was a red glow on her face, and her skin was a creamy white color. As the woman walked forward, Wang Lin backed up to keep a constant distance between them. He put his hand on his bag of holding and coldly stared at her. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual, but in his heart, he was on full alert. This woman's cultivation level was something he couldn't see through. She was clearly a nascent soul cultivator. Wang Lin calmly looked at the woman and said, "What is the name of Senior's disciple?" The woman revealed a gentle smile and replied with a soft voice, "My disciple's name is Zhou Zihong." Wang Lin nodded without any hesitation and decisively said, "Okay, once Junior is 1,000 kilometers away, I'll definitely send out the soul essence blood. Otherwise, even if Senior acts, I'll struggle to make sure the soul essence blood is destroyed." The woman looked at Wang Lin and said, "Little friend doesn't need to be so nervous. I have already heard about you from Zihong. It was all thanks to your help that the three of them were able to safely return to the war god shrine. Just with that, we can ignore you possessing Mai Liang. Ignoring everything else, because you saved Zihong, I can forgive you for everything that has happened. Wang Lin was startled and carefully looked at the woman's eyes. He saw that the woman didn't seem to be lying. Then, he pondered a bit and said, "Please don't blame me, Senior. Please wait until Junior is 1,000 kilometers away before I return the soul essence blood." The woman raised her hand and made a pose that would shock any man's heart. She shook her head and laughed. 1,000 kilometers. I'll call you Mai Liang. Mai Liang, 1,000 kilometers is only a few breaths for me. If I wanted to kill you, then unless you could escape to 10,000 kilometers away, it would be pointless. Fine, if you insist, then go. Without a word, Wang Lin's body shot into the distance, leaving a trail of rainbow-colored light. Half an hour later, he had already traveled 3,000 kilometers. He stopped at the mouth of a volcano to catch his breath. After adjusting the spiritual energy in his body, he pointed at his forehead and a silver speck of light floated out. Wang Lin didn't even take another look at it as his body jumped into the air and he left. Along the way, Wang Lin wondered if what the woman said was true or false, but no matter what, it was not wise for Wang Lin to offend a nascent soul cultivator right now. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to return Zhou Zihong's soul essence blood. A few minutes later, the woman's figure appeared at the mouth of the volcano where Wang Lin left Zhou Zihong's soul essence blood. She reached out with her right hand and Zhou Zihong's soul essence blood quickly came to her. The woman looked at the speck of light and revealed a tender and loving expression. After carefully putting away the soul essence blood, she looked at the direction Wang Lin went and softly muttered to herself, "Seeing that you saved Hong Er and readily returned her soul essence blood, I'll solve the issue of possession for you." For 2 days, aside from some necessary rest, he had been continuously flying. Because that woman had never appeared again, he relaxed a bit, but suddenly, his eyes focused on the ground not far from him. Just at this moment, several sword lights flew toward him from the distance. After seeing Wang Lin, they quickly changed direction and headed toward him. When they arrived, 7 or 8 youngsters landed near Wang Lin. They looked at him with hostile gazes. Among these people, the most prominent was a young man in the front. The man's face was as white as jade. He looked very refined. His cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment and already at pseudo-core formation. He wore a purple robe and stood on top of a green flying sword, creating a very noble air. Beside him followed a girl dressed in red. There was a hint of red on her pale face, making people want to love her. The young man's eyes were cold as he looked toward the girl and whispered, "Wan Er, is it him?" The girl looked at Wang Lin. She let out an apologetic smile and whispered to the young man, "Brother, it is not him." Although that person was good at the art of disguise, he couldn't fake this person's temperament. The coldness disappeared from the young man's eyes. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and honestly said, "Please don't blame us, fellow cultivator. I'm Li Qiqing from the Lu He sect. Please forgive our rudeness." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he calmly said, "No problem. Since it is a misunderstanding, then how could I hold it against you?" Li Qiqing let out a laugh and said, "I believe fellow cultivator is here to attend the Ravine Workshop Assembly. Maybe we can meet again in the future, but I still have an important matter to attend to today, so I'll take my leave." With that, he clasped his hands again, grabbed the girl next to him, and left with the other 6 or 7 people. After they left, Wang Lin looked at the ground and moved forward without a word. Before long, he frowned. He took out the piece of metal from his bag of holding and smashed it into the ground. The piece of metal was very quick and hit the ground with a bang. Then, a very pathetic figure came out of the ground 20 meters away. This person's appearance was very normal. Only his eyes contained a look of intelligence. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." As he spoke, he quickly looked around and jumped up. A flying sword came out and carried him to Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator, I'm Sun Yukai. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't want to purposely follow you, but I had to. That girl from the Lu He sect is looking for me, and since I can't beat them in a fight, I can only hide. They are still looking for me, but if I follow you, then that Li Qiqing won't be able to find me. Wang Lin looked at him. Then, he flew forward and completely ignored the guy. Sun Yukai quickly followed him up and slyly asked, "Fellow cultivator, what sect are you from?" "I'm a disciple of the evil devil sect." Wang Lin's brow slightly furrowed. He didn't say a word as he used spiritual energy to move faster. His speed suddenly increased and he left Sun Yukai behind. Sun Yukai looked at Wang Lin. He sneered in his heart, but his expression remained the same. He slapped both his legs and kicked off from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was next to Wang Lin again. He continued to say, "Fellow cultivator, I'm really sorry about before. It is all that girl's fault." "Ah, fellow cultivator, you are going to the ravine workshop, right? How about we go together? I know a lot of people in the area and can even buy a few chi condensation females to use as furnaces." "What speed?" Wang Lin's heart moved as he turned to look at Sun Yukai and smiled. Sun Yukai saw this smile and suddenly felt his skin crawl. This feeling disappeared as soon as it appeared and Sun Yukai shook his head. He thought this person was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he couldn't be wrong. He slowly smiled and asked, "How about it, fellow cultivator?" Wang Lin sneered in his heart and decisively said, "Okay, then I'll bother Brother Sunday." Sun Yotsai's heart shook. He didn't expect Wang Lin to agree this easily. He had a lot of words he was preparing to say, but now they were all pointless. However, his reaction was very quick. He smiled and said, "No problem. It was originally my fault for using fellow cultivator to hide." "What is your name?" "My name is Mai Liang. I'm a disciple of the War God Shrine." Wang Lin faintly smiled. In Sun Yotsai's eyes, the smile was filled with naivety, but only Wang Lin knew the truth. Sun Yukai let out a mischievous smile. He looked around and whispered, "Brother Mai, I heard your War God Shrine has a beauty named Zhou Ziwei. Our future sect leader saw her 6 months ago and was completely mesmerized by her. You're from the War God Shrine. Is she really that pretty?" Wang Lin was startled and asked, "Zhou Ziwei? Are you talking about Zhou Zihong, elder apprentice sister Zhou?" Sun Yukai suddenly slapped his forehead and smiled. Looked at his memory of mine. "That is right, it is Zhou Zihong." "So, how does she look?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "Elder apprentice sister Zhou is indeed beautiful, but her personality is very cold, so I have only seen her a few times." Sun Yukai let out a laugh as he reached out to grab Wang Lin's shoulder and said, "Let's not talk about her anymore. Brother Ma, there is a transfer array to enter the ravine just ahead." Wang Lin's shoulder moved to dodge the hand. He said, "That is good. Let's quickly go so we can enter the valley sooner." With that, he flew forward. Sun Yotsai's hand hit empty air, but his expression didn't change as he asked, "Brother Ma, did you come out by yourself this time?" He casually followed Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered, but his expression didn't show any abnormality as he answered, "That's right, I'm the only one that came this time." Sun Yukai let out a laugh and whispered, "I guess Brother Ma secretly left the sect and came to the ravine to get some technique jades. I heard that in 3 months, it will be the War God Shrine's 5-palace competition. At that time, Brother Ma can use them to become famous." Wang Lin faintly smiled, but didn't say a word. Seeing Wang Lin's reaction, Sun Yukai sneered, "Little brat, it doesn't matter if what you say is true or false. Since you've met your grandfather today, consider yourself unlucky. Hee, I'll use your body to make a puppet. I believe that Li Qiqing won't be too on guard against you." He was thinking this, but to ensure that everything would go as planned, he took out a jade before Wang Lin and said, "Brother Ma, I'll call a friend over. He is very close. When he gets here, we can go through the transfer array together. That way, we can save a spirit stone." There was memory of a transfer array in Ma Liang's memory. It cost a spirit stone to open the transfer array, and every time it opened, it could transfer up to 3 people. So there was no issue with Sun Yat-sen's suggestion. After seeing Wang Lin nodding his head, Sun Yukai placed the jade on his forehead and threw it into the air. After a few flashes of light, the jade disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin followed Sun Yukai. As they flew, he noticed that the farther they went, the more deserted it got. There were more and more big and small volcanoes around them. Some of the volcanoes spat out black smoke. Afraid that Wang Lin would become suspicious, Sun Yukai quickly explained. "Don't worry, Brother Ma. The transfer array is not far away. I don't know what has been going on recently, but all of the volcanoes have been releasing black smoke. I remember that the 4 great sects' nascent soul ancestors just finished sealing them last year." Wang Lin's expression became cold as he laughed. "Yes, this place is indeed deserted. A very good place. Especially these volcanoes. After killing someone, you can just toss their body into them. That will save yourself from using a fireball technique." Sun Yat-sen's body suddenly stopped. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Ma." Before he even finished speaking, sounds of wind and thunder came in from the distance along with a black sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword arrived near them. When the light dissipated, it revealed a skinny middle-aged man. His eyes revealed a ruthless light. This person was wearing all black. Even the flying sword under his feet emitted a black light. Both of his hands were covered in black smoke. He didn't even look at Wang Lin as he said to Sun Yukai, "He is the fat sheep." Wang Lin looked at him and noticed that this person's cultivation level was higher than Sun Yat-sen's. This person had already reached the pseudo-core formation stage and could compete with Li Qiqing. Sun Yat-sen's face suddenly smiled like a flower. His voice sounded like he was trying to please the person as he said, "Senior Marshal Brother, it is him. I saw that girl, Li Muan, and her brother Li Qiqing, have a good impression of him. If we turn him into a puppet and use him to approach them, we might have a better chance." The black-clothed man turned his head toward Wang Lin. He was surprised that Wang Lin didn't run away. Wang Lin was only a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, so he didn't think of Wang Lin as a threat at all as he coldly said, "Brat, you can die now." With that, the flying sword under his feet shot out toward Wang Lin's chest. At the same time, the black-clothed man jumped forward and clapped his hand a few times. The black mist spread out, forming a giant skull. It quickly followed the black sword toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He didn't even mind the mist or the flying sword as he pointed his finger at the middle-aged man and said, "Destroy." The moment the G realm appeared, the sky darkened. The moment the G realm divine sense appeared, the soul was destroyed. Wang Lin was invincible among Foundation establishment cultivators. If he reaches the core formation stage, he will be the king of core formation cultivators. If he reaches the nascent soul stage, then he will be the #1 cultivator under the soul formation stage in countless countries. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly bulged out. He could feel that his soul was hit by a powerful destructive force. He didn't have any power to resist, so his soul instantly shattered. When he revealed a look of fear, he had already died. His body then went limp. Even until his death, he still didn't understand how it all happened. Everything happened too quickly. The flying sword didn't even travel half the distance to its destination when the divine sense from the middle-aged man broke and it fell from the sky. The black skull followed behind it and slowly dissipated with the death of the middle-aged man. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and the black flying sword quickly flew into his hand. He slapped his bag of holding and the piece of metal came out. "Devour that black mist." After saying those words, Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to it and turned to Sun Yukai, who was completely dumbfounded. A flash of red light appeared on the piece of metal as the devil came out and jumped on the black mist. He didn't stop to consider whether or not he could even devour or digest the black cloud as he devoured it with a bitter smile. He didn't dare to disobey Wang Lin as he knew how scary Wang Lin was. Sun Yukai finally realized what was going on as he took a few steps back. He quickly jumped to the ground and disappeared. The devil's eyes turned and he slowed down on devouring the black mist. He was pretending to still be devouring. However, Wang Lin's next sentence caused him to frown again. Follow me. With that, Wang Lin's body moved and his G-realm divine sense quickly spread out. He chased northwest. The devil revealed a struggling expression as he backed up instead of charging forward. Suddenly, he let out a miserable scream as green gas appeared on his body, causing him to not dare to hesitate anymore. Wang Lin retrieved the divine sense he used to punish the devil and focused on chasing Sun Yukai. He was very interested in Sun Yotsai's speed. He knew that his own speed was lacking compared to Sun Yotsai's, just like with the middle-aged woman who could travel 10,000 kilometers in 2 breaths. If someone like that wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even be able to run. When Sun Yukai caught up to him before, he was already using his full speed, so it showed how fast Sun Yukai was. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't kill him. He decided to catch him alive to get the technique out of him. Sun Yukai was scared now. Ever since he started cultivating 30 years ago, since he was a 15th layer Qi condensation cultivator, he had been killing people. But he had always been very careful and only killed people weaker than him. He never dared to kill people stronger than him. Over the years, he used all of the treasures he had found and traded them at the ravine workshop for pills to increase his cultivation level. This caused his cultivation level to continue to rise, but as his cultivation level increased, normal pills lost their effect. High-quality pills were either hard to find or the prices were too high, so he set his sights on the Luohe sect. The Luohe sect was famous for formations and alchemy, especially when it came to pills. If the pill was refined by the Luohe sect, then it must be a high-quality pill. Sun Yotsai's target was the Luohe sect's Li Muan. He wanted to get some pills or pill recipes from her, but her older brother Li Qiqing's cultivation level was a step above his at pseudo-core formation. Completely above him, who had just entered the late stage of foundation establishment. The current Sun Yukai wished his speed could be even faster. Even now, his mind was recalling the terrifying moment from before. Fourth senior apprentice brother was a pseudo-core formation cultivator, yet he was so easily killed. If that Ma Liang had used some powerful treasure, then he wouldn't be so scared, but he didn't even see the shadow of a magic treasure. He only heard Ma Liang say the word, destroy, and fourth senior apprentice brother just died. What kind of technique is that? Thinking about this, Sun Yukai couldn't help but feel his skull go numb. The more he couldn't understand, the more terrified he was. What cultivation level would you need to be able to kill a pseudo-core formation cultivator with just one word? Could it be that Ma Liang had already reached the core formation stage? No. Sun Yukai quickly rejected the idea because he had met core formation cultivators before. Even if the core formation elders were to fight a pseudo-core formation cultivator, it wouldn't be this easy. Although they would win for sure, they couldn't just kill them with one word like it was some sort of heavenly decree. Sun Yotsai's heart trembled. Could it be a nascent soul cultivator? But he soon rejected this idea as well. He had seen a nascent soul cultivator act before. It was when the demon sect ancestor killed a late-stage foundation establishment trader. In front of everyone's eyes, he only threw out a sword and the trader died while running away. He didn't even have any chance to dodge or resist. But still, in his eyes, when he compared Wang Lin killing a pseudo-core formation cultivator with just a word to the nascent soul elder who used a flying sword, it was clear who was stronger. With that, his mind suddenly went blank. Could it be that he is soul formation? When Sun Yukai said the words soul formation, all of the strength left his body. The more he thought about it, the more accurate it felt. Sun Yukai bittered muttered, a soul formation expert, that is someone of legends. How is it possible, but if not soul formation, how could he kill fourth senior apprentice brother with just one word? Rumor has it that soul formation cultivators can control the ways of the heavens, so killing a pseudo-core formation cultivator with one word would make sense. I am being hunted by a soul formation expert. Sun Yotsai's body trembled as he escaped underground. The fear was making him feel like he couldn't even breathe. Just at this moment, He felt the ground before him warm up and he secretly complained. This earth escape move was an amazing technique anywhere else, but here in Ho Fun, where there were many volcanoes, there were some serious restrictions. If he accidentally tunneled into lava, then he could only blame himself. Normally, when Sun Yukai runs, he identifies the direction and immediately changes direction when he feels heat. But now, he believed that he was being chased by a soul formation expert. He didn't pay attention and now it was too late. All he could do was use all his might to raise his body up. With a loud bang, his body bursted out from underground into a cave inside a volcano. A wave of heat immediately hit him, causing his hair and eyebrows to immediately curl. He let out a scream as he quickly threw out his flying sword and moved onto a rock. After just these few moments in the heat, his skin was already cracking and his clothes were instantly turned to dust. Even the flying sword under his feet had turned red, and its temperature kept on increasing. The moment sweat appeared on Sun Yotsai's body, every drop turned into white vapor. Looking at him now, his entire body was surrounded by this white vapor. Although he was naked, there was still a hint of a divine being. Below him was a large pool of lava. There were many large bubbles in the pool, and every time one burst, black gas would rise up. Sun Yukai was able to bite the bullet and rush through to the other side of the volcano before he stopped in place as he looked at the lava below him with a look of terror. At this moment, Wang Lin had caught up. He didn't know the earth escape technique, but his divine sense had been locked onto Sun Yukai the whole time. He suddenly noticed that Sun Yukai had stopped, so he took out the piece of metal and pointed at the ground. The metal spun as it hit the ground and dug a tunnel. Wang Lin's body quickly followed and entered the lava pool Sun Yukai was at. The moment he entered the volcano, Wang Lin noticed Sun Yukai, who was staring at the lava below in terror. Wang Lin followed Sun Yotsai's gaze into the lava and saw triangle-shaped eyes. Wang Lin took a deep breath and backed out of the tunnel. He hid, not moving an inch, and stared at the eyes. According to Ma Liang's memories from when he grew up as a kid, there was no creature in Ho Fun that lived inside a volcano. If there was, then it would be impossible for them not to be found by the cultivators of Ho Fun. It has to be said that every few years, the ancestors of the four great sects seal the volcanoes for safety. At the same time, Sun Yukai seemed to be possessed as he stared at the eyes. He got off the flying sword and stepped onto the rock with his bare feet. The moment his feet touched the rock, the smell of burning flesh spread out. He only took 3 steps before his flesh and skin were completely burned off, revealing bones that had been burnt black. However, Sun Yukai didn't reveal any look of suffering as he jumped into the lava from the edge of the rock. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his hand reached out. The moment Sun Yukai started falling, he grabbed Sun Yotsai's bag and then quickly backed away without even looking back at the lava. A roar came from behind Wang Lin and the heat in the area suddenly intensified. As Wang Lin ran, the tunnel around him turned red. If someone were to look from above, they would see that all of the big and small volcanoes were spewing black smoke, especially one of the large volcanoes. Around it, a red light visible to the eyes spread out. Everything that was touched by this red light turned red. Wang Lin's face was dark as he followed the tunnel. He suddenly stopped as he saw an ocean of flames gathered in the tunnel before him. The fire formed a creature with triangular eyes and a single horn. It looked at Wang Lin with killing intent. Without a word, Wang Lin sent out his G-realm divine sense. One could only see a ray of red lightning shoot out from Wang Lin's eyes and enter the fire beast. The fire beast's fire dimmed for a moment, but it soon recovered. It then opened its mouth and let out a roar before charging at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face darkened even more. He turned around, but his pupils suddenly shrank as another fire beast appeared behind him. At this moment, inside the narrow tunnel, there were 2 fire beasts blocking both sides. He clenched his teeth as he sent out the piece of metal. The metal began to dig another tunnel and Wang Lin quickly followed. But just at this moment, the 2 fire beasts suddenly let out roars. Wang Lin's heart sank. The dirt around Wang Lin suddenly turned red and hardened until it formed a cage. Wang Lin was trapped inside. This cage was closing around him until it completely surrounded him, finally trapping Wang Lin inside. At this moment, waves of cracks appeared on the ground. The ground collapsed inwards, forming a basin. A ball of black dirt was formed with Wang Lin inside. Around the dirt ball were 8 fire beasts that constantly spewed fire at the ball of dirt to make it smaller. Soon, the ball grew smaller and smaller, and the beasts eventually stopped. One of the fire beasts grabbed the ball of dirt and jumped onto the ground. The other fire beasts quickly followed. They soon returned to the cave they were in before. The fire beast threw the ball of dirt into the lava before jumping in with the other fire beasts. They all disappeared into the lava. The lava let out a few more bubbles before calming down. The surrounding volcanoes stopped spewing black smoke and the heat wave disappeared. Aside from the giant basin that was formed by the fire beast, there was no other evidence of what had just occurred remaining. And basins were very common in Ho Fun. Almost next to every volcano, there would be big and small basins. Wang Lin hugged his body as he resisted the high-temperature waves. The moment the dirt surrounded him, he covered his body in his G-realm divine sense. At the moment, his divine sense was slowly dissolving the dirt ball. He could clearly feel that he was shaking. With a shake, he could feel that he was thrown to the ground. Currently, his divine sense had broken through the restriction of the dirt ball, so he could clearly see everything before him. In front of him was an endless pool of lava. There were countless openings above it. Lava flowed down into this endless pool from the openings. The dirt ball he was trapped in was currently floating in the lava. Around him were 7 or 8 more dirt balls floating around. On top of each one sat a fire beast. Then he looked at the lava around him and saw countless triangular eyes. One of the fire beasts jumped up from the lava and sat down on top of Wang Lin's ball of dirt. The fire beasts didn't notice Wang Lin's divine sense at all. Time slowly passed and more fire beasts came from the tunnels above. Every group carried a dirt ball as well. At this moment, the entire pool of lava began to shake. Every fire beast quickly made an opening where a giant fire beast appeared. Wang Lin quickly withdrew his divine sense and began to observe carefully. A normal fire beast was only 3 feet tall, but just the head of this large fire beast was already larger than 10 feet. Slowly, a large portion of the big fire beast's body appeared. Along with this large body, a powerful pressure came, causing all of the small fire beasts to stop moving. Wang Lin's heart was shocked. The power this large fire beast was at was least at the nascent soul level. As for exactly how strong, Wang Lin was unable to determine as he had never met a soul formation cultivator before. This large fire beast looked around before moving to the left. Soon, another large fire beast came out. One by one, they appeared until there was a total of 16. These 16 fire beasts formed a circle. Once the circle was complete, a translucent ring of fire appeared in the middle. Rainbow-colored light emanated from it. Wang Lin carefully looked and saw a figure slowly become solid as it formed a ball of fire the size of his fist. Slivers of red lines lined the ball of fire to the ring of fire. The moment the ball of fire appeared, the 16 large fire beasts let out roars. One by one, their bodies jumped up from the lava pool. They then proceeded to kneel on the lava. All of the smaller fire beasts also jumped out of the lava and kneeled. Wang Lin was observing when he suddenly felt a shock in his brain as the heaven-defying bead appeared without him willing it for the first time. If he didn't quickly stop it, then it would have broken through the dirt. Just at this moment, a fire beast grabbed the dirt ball beneath him and threw it at the ball of fire. The dirt ball suddenly stopped in mid-air and the ball of fire quickly entered the dirt ball. The sucking noise was very clear in this silent cave. A chilling scream came from inside the dirt ball. The scream continued, but got softer and softer until no sound came out anymore. Soon, slivers of blood mist came from the dirt ball and the ball of fire came out. The dirt ball fell from the air and sank into the lava. Wang Lin's heart sank as well. He now understood that he wasn't the only person alive inside a dirt ball. Even if he didn't protect himself, the dirt ball wouldn't have killed him. At most, he would be asleep. Subsequently, for more dirt balls were tossed at the ball of fire. Screams rang out as the ball of fire entered them. The screams lasted for more than half an hour. When the fifth dirt ball sank into the lava, the dirt ball Wang Lin was in was thrown out. The heaven-defying bead shook violently, and with a never-before-seen momentum, it broke through Wang Lin's hold. Just at this moment, the ball of fire entered the dirt ball Wang Lin was in. A wave of heat quickly spread throughout the dirt ball as the ball of fire smoothly entered it. However, at the exact same moment, the heaven-defying bead charged out, causing the ball of fire to pause and then turn away without any hesitation. But it was still too late. The heaven-defying bead ignored everything in its way and slammed into the ball of fire. The ball of fire let out a scream and began to struggle, but before it could struggle for long, it was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. The leaves that were on the heaven-defying bead disappeared and were replaced by a ball of fire. Soon, many more balls of fire appeared on the heaven-defying bead. The ball of fire became dimmer and dimmer until it dissipated completely. At this moment, the 10th ball of fire appeared on the heaven-defying bead, causing it to let out a bright light that could be clearly seen even from outside the dirt ball. At this moment, with the disappearance of the ball of fire, the fire ring began to dim and the red slivers that connected the ring of fire to the ball of fire broke. Wang Lin stared dumbfoundedly at what had happened. Not only him, all of the fire beasts were also completely stunned. They stood motionless in the cave, not knowing what to do at all. The heaven-defying bead quickly moved toward Wang Lin and retreated into his brow. Wang Lin didn't have time to check the bead as he moved his body and activated the attraction force technique. He carried the dirt ball up and into one of the tunnels. All of this happened in a very short period of time. It wasn't until Wang Lin's dirt ball left that the fire beasts realized what had happened. The 16 large fire beasts let out roars as they tore open the tunnel and chased after Wang Lin. Behind him, tens of thousands of fire beasts let out angry roars and chased him. Wang Lin's body was trapped inside the dirt ball as he moved through the lava. It has to be said that the lava was flowing down into the cave. Wang Lin was currently going against the current, so there was no way for him to move fast. But the fire beasts weren't slowed at all because they grew up in the lava. It could be said that they were fire spirits, meaning that the hotter it was, the faster they moved. Although Wang Lin didn't know what that ball of fire was, just the fact that it was able to complete the fire element for the heaven-defying bead was already a big enough shock. From the respect the beasts showed and how angry they had become, that ball of fire must have been very important to them. It was likely that the ball of fire was their king. Wang Lin's guess was not wrong. The fire beasts were born from the lava. It could be described as a fire spirit and was ranked fairly high. According to the Cultivation Union, they were universally called fire spirit beasts. From the moment of its birth, it had intelligence. It cultivated in the lava under Ho Fun for many years and its cultivation was very powerful. In the countless years it had been alive, it had transformed 5 times. If it changes 9 times, then it can change from a spirit beast to a desolate beast, but after every transformation, it is in a weakened state for 500 years, unable to use any spiritual energy at all. In order to protect itself, every time it's about to transform, it spreads out its spiritual energy to speed up the growth of the next generation to protect itself. At the same time, as it transformed more and more, it learned that there was a way to shorten the time of weakness: devour cultivators. He didn't need to devour a lot, only a few cultivators every once in a while. So it used its offspring to catch cultivators that came into the volcano and fed them. To prevent the cultivators from harming the fire spirit, they would all be trapped in dirt. As a result, the fire spirit could leisurely enjoy its meal. But now, the weakened fire spirit itself was devoured instead, and the moment it disappeared, all of the fire beasts became angry. In their hearts, the fire spirit wasn't only their king, it was also their father. Their father was killed before them, how could they not be angry? Gradually, they got closer and closer. One of the 16 fire beasts in the front opened its mouth and spat out fire that was almost pure white. Inside the purple lava, the white flame was very eye-catching. When it hit Wang Lin's dirt ball, the dirt ball immediately shrunk one size. Wang Lin bled everywhere as the white flame hit his dirt ball. His G-realm divine sense could only stop so much. He clenched his teeth and used even more spiritual energy to escape. The fire beasts destroyed everything in their path as they charged at Wang Lin. They got closer and closer until 8 fire beasts spat out white flames together. The moment the flame hit the dirt ball, Wang Lin's body shook and he charged out from inside it. His body was surrounded by his divine sense as he withstood the unbearable heat and charged out. After he came out, he stopped for a moment as the piece of metal appeared from his bag of holding and flew to under his feet. The piece of metal formed a rainbow and carried Wang Lin out from the top. Looking from the outside, one could see a completely black figure with clothes that were almost all burnt charge out of the mouth of the volcano. Behind him followed the 16 fire beasts. They chased him all the way to the entrance of the volcano. They roared at him in frustration, but strangely didn't dare to follow him out. Only now did Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. He looked down and his scalp suddenly went numb. He saw that below the 16 fire beasts were countless triangular eyes looking up. Their eyes only had one point of interest, and that was him. Any one of those fire beasts could block his G-realm divine sense. This should be impossible, but if this was really true, then the only explanation was that these fire beasts didn't have souls or divine sense. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. He looked at the countless fire beasts below him and flew into the distance without a word. Gradually, he became even more gloomy as along the way, every time he saw a volcano, he would see fire beasts. These fire beasts all waited at the mouths of volcanoes, starting at him with cold gazes. All of them seemed to be waiting for a command, and once the command was issued, they would all charge out of the volcanoes. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb as he rubbed his temple. He decided that he would get a map as soon as possible so he could leave Ho Fun and never come back. Thinking about that, he stopped moving and spread out his divine sense. After probing for a while, he changed directions and flew north. Although he didn't look at the volcanoes on the way anymore, he could still clearly see those cold gazes staring at him. At this moment, all of the nascent soul ancestors came out of their closed-door cultivation sessions. They, ones who stood at the top of the rank 3 cultivation country, could clearly feel the waves of destructive energy brewing inside Ho Fun. This had happened many times before. This meant that the volcanoes inside Ho Fun were about to erupt. Every time this happened, they would go to the volcanoes they were each responsible for to seal them to prevent them from erupting. Because if they were to erupt, then it would be a great disaster for Ho Fun. Mortals might be able to run to another country without my resistance. Even the royal family would have the cultivators coming out to speak for them. After all, even though mortals were like ants to cultivators, there was a higher chance of finding disciples among the mortals if there were more of them. Mortals could go, but cultivators couldn't, because if a large amount of cultivators were to go to another country, there would be a great war. In the cultivation world, it is a huge taboo for a cultivation country to migrate, because migration equates to a large amount of spiritual energy loss, chaos between all of the sects, and a large shift in ownership of spirit stones and magic treasures. On planet Suzaku, there is a fixed number of cultivation countries. If the volcanoes were to erupt, then the consequence would be a large amount of violent fire element spiritual energy escaping. This violent spiritual energy is impossible to cultivate, so for a long time, cultivators won't be able to survive in Ho Fun. But luckily, these kinds of things have not happened even once. Every time, the volcanoes would be sealed without any real problems. Even if there were eruptions, they would only affect small areas, not the entire country. 3 hours later, Wang Lin stopped above a main road. If his face was already dark, then when he saw what was on the main road, it turned green. On the main road were dozens of bodies, as well as several dead horses, on the ground beside a wagon. Most of the dead bodies were male. Without exception, all of their faces revealed looks of suffering. They were all still holding weapons in their hands. It was clear that they were still fighting when they died. Wang Lin stopped next to a carriage and waved his hand. A violent wind hit the carriage, causing it to fly into the air. As a dead body fell out from inside it, a flash of red light came out from the corpse, taking the form of a devil. He stared at Wang Lin with a look of terror on his face, but that expression soon turned vicious as he shouted, "You came at a good time. I was about to go find you. These mortal souls are too plain. I wonder how yours taste." With that, he jumped at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was extra careful. He was able to track this devil because he left a mark with his divine sense on all of the beasts he fed the devil with. If he keeps feeding it like that, then no matter how strong the devil gets, he will be able to easily control it. But now time was short, so he could only detect them if they were within a certain distance. However, when he was chasing Sun Yukai and met the fire beasts, the devil managed to run away. After Wang Lin came out of the volcano, he used his divine sense to chase after the devil. After devouring so many mortals, the devil had recovered its cultivation level to the peak of the foundation establishment stage and entered the pseudo-core formation stage. He believed that he was already stronger than Wang Lin, so he attacked. Wang Lin's gaze became cold as red lightning surged from his eyes. The devil suddenly let out a scream as the lightning struck him. He quickly stopped his attack and retreated. How could Wang Lin let him get away? He took one step forward and grabbed the air with his hand. The attraction force technique activated and caught the devil. The devil begged for mercy, but Wang Lin didn't pay any attention as his G-realm divine sense repeatedly pierced through the devil. His control was very good. He always stopped just before the devil was about to collapse. This cycle continued until smoke came from the devil's body. His scream became softer and softer until they stopped altogether. The fear in the devil's eyes deepened even more. After this incident, he truly begun to fear Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. Wang Lin's cold eyes revealed a ruthless emotion. He stared at the devil and said, "If this happens again, you're dead." The devil trembled in fear as he meekly nodded. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the piece of metal appeared. The devil didn't even need Wang Lin's order, he entered the piece of metal on his own. The piece of metal flashed red a few times before returning to the bag of holding. Wang Lin looked at the bodies of the people the devil devoured and pondered for a while. His current mentality was night and day compared to how it was back in Zhao. Before, the simple nature of a village boy was still ingrained in Wang Lin's personality, but after the death of his family, that simple nature had disappeared. The cultivation world was where the strong ruled. If he couldn't even protect himself and his family, then what right did he have to show compassion? Sitinan had always wanted him to walk the demonic path, but Wang Lin always refused it. However, after dying once, he had discarded every reason to refuse it. So what if I become a demon? He let out a cold laugh as he waved his hand and jumped into the air. Wang Lin circled around a volcano in a deserted area of Ho Fun. After selecting a place, he landed and carved out a cave in the mountain with the piece of metal. After 1 hour, the cave was completed, and Wang Lin walked into it. He used the rubble to place a few confusion formations before sealing the cave entrance. After finishing all of that, he sat down on the ground, pulled out the bags of holding he got from the middle-aged man and Sun Yukai, and searched through them for a while. He took out 3 pieces of jade from them. He placed the first piece of jade on his forehead. After viewing it for a while, he placed it to the side. This one contained a cultivation method from the evil demon sect called No Restraint Cultivation Method. The evil demon sect was one of the demonic sects in Ho Fun, and their cultivation method would make one's skin crawl. This no restraint cultivation method had 6 levels and focused on ruthlessness. The jade's instructions were, kill someone, then refine their heart. As you refine their heart, use this experience to transform your own heart into the heart of a killer and walk down the path of ruthlessness. Immerse yourself in the path of ruthlessness to form a Shura soul to replace your nascent soul, then this cultivation method is complete. There was a strict requirement to cultivating this method at the start, and that was to kill 1 person a day. He guessed that the middle-aged man was cultivating this method and that this jade came from his bag of holding. Wang Lin didn't have any interest in this cultivation method, but was interested in some of the techniques. Although these demonic techniques were cruel, they were also very practical. He picked up a second jade. Its contents made him smile. There was only 1 technique recorded on this jade. It was named Earth Escape Technique. This Earth Escape Technique was one of the 5 elements escape techniques. Speaking of the 5 elements escape techniques, they were extremely famous techniques even back in the ancient cultivation world. After the cultivation Eon appeared, this technique became extremely rare. But the 5-element escape techniques were too famous and thus countless branches appeared from it. Most of these branches used the name, but they really weren't that much different from any other type of escape techniques. The jade in Wang Lin's hand didn't contain the real 5-element escape technique either. It was slightly more refined than the other imitations. However, just that little refinement created a world of difference. Time slowly passed as he immersed himself in studying the Earth Escape Technique. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed a look of understanding. Instead of standing up, he hit the ground with both of his hands. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared 30 feet away. A look of joy appeared on Wang Lin's face as he couldn't help but mutter, "This Ma Liang's body is much stronger than my previous body. Although it is not top grade, it is still middle grade, so it is not hard to learn this Earth Escape Technique. But I will still need to practice for a long period of time to truly master it." Wang Lin took out the wooden bucket filled with spirit liquid. He drank it all, then began to cultivate. Half an hour later, all of the fatigue from practicing the Earth Escape Technique was gone. He casually picked up the 3rd jade and looked through it. This jade contained recordings of Sun Yotsai's daily activities. It seems Sun Yukai had a habit of keeping a daily log. This jade roughly contained his 30 years of being a cultivator. It also contained information on his complicated relationships with several women. Wang Lin skipped over all these things. What interested him was the summary of all of the pills Sun Yukai had taken in the last 10 years. The jade contained information about more than 10 different types of pills, including the effects they would have on the body, amount of spiritual energy given, and how fast they would raise his cultivation level. In addition to these, it contained information on 7 or 8 pills that he really wanted, but could not get his hands on. After that, he looked through the bags of holding for other things. Besides a few bottles of pills, Sun Yukai didn't have any magic treasures. If it was before, Wang Lin would have been suspicious, but after reading his logs, he knew that Sun Yukai traded everything he had for pills to increase his cultivation level. The black-clothed middle-aged man had one thing that caught Wang Lin's attention. It was a yellow paper with a black symbol on it. The symbol released waves of a powerful aura. Wang Lin knew what this yellow paper was as he had owned one before. It was made by a core formation cultivator and contained one of that cultivator's attacks at full power. Wang Lin couldn't help but sneer as he held the yellow paper. If the middle-aged man had been more careful and had taken this out, then he wouldn't have died. But it was obvious that this was the middle-aged man's ace in the hole. He wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, he met Wang Lin's G realm. Adding on the fact that he underestimated Wang Lin, he didn't even have time to take out this treasure. Compared to this talisman, nothing else in the bag of holding was worth mentioning. After he finished organizing his spoils, he pointed at his brow and the heaven-defying bead floated out. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile as he looked at the bead. The heaven-defying bead had already returned to having 5 leaves on its surface. Wang Lin pondered a little. The heaven-defying bead needed to complete all 5 elements to release its true power. Water and fire were done and wood was half completed. He still needed earth and metal to complete all 5 elements. Wang Lin couldn't wait to see what power this heaven-defying bead will have once the 5 elements are complete. Looking at it now, the only ability it had was access to another space. However, how could a treasure that caused planet Suzaku's #1 expert, Situ Nan, to lose his body be this simple? Staring at the bead, Wang Lin's eyes trembled. He put it back into his brow. Next, he shook his bag of holding and a jade flew out. His divine sense entered the jade. This jade contained the refining technique Yang Xiong had copied for him from the War God Shrine. This whole time, Wang Lin hadn't found the time to check the jade. Now he could finally study it in peace. At this moment, the countless volcanoes in Hofen emitted black smoke. The smoke became even denser as it spread. Spiritual energy filled with rage across Hofun. In addition to all of this, the disciples of the various sects noticed the fire beasts at the mouths of the volcanoes. They were all shocked and used various methods to report the information back to their sects. The four major sects were very used to sealing the volcanoes and were very used to the fire beasts. However, only cultivators at the nascent soul level knew about them. At this moment, in the main hall of the war god shrine, there were 4 males and 2 females sitting inside, silently frowning. One of the old men to the left spoke with a grim voice. "What does everyone think of this matter?" "Senior brother Song, I have only seen these fire beasts in some old records. The records only say that they are spirit beasts. The descriptions are overly dramatic, but I believe they shouldn't be ignored. However, since they are spirit beasts, I believe they can be tamed. If the 6 of us move, we should be fine. I refuse to believe 6 nascent soul cultivators can't deal with mere fire beasts." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Although his face was gentle and his voice soft, they were filled with pride. The beautiful woman who met Wang Lin ruthlessly said, "Absurd. Master has met the fire spirit beasts once when they were only at the core formation stage. It is a nature fire spirit, so all fire-based techniques have no use on them. Only ice-based techniques can hold out for a bit. Don't even talk about killing or taming them." The middle-aged man didn't feel embarrassed. He looked at the woman awkwardly and no longer spoke. "This matter is really simple. The fire spirit beasts have existed for a long time, but they never left the volcanoes. I believe there are some natural restrictions preventing them from leaving. I just need to increase the intensity of the seals. Instead of wasting time here talking, we can be doing that right now. I'll go ahead." The person who spoke waved his sleeves, stood up, and walked out. This person was 6 feet tall and with a forehead that extended 3 extra inches forward. Seeing that everyone went silent, the old man named Song said, "Forget it. I hope that the appearance of the fire beasts won't cause the seals to fail. Let's do what we normally do and seal the volcanoes we are responsible for." The same scene happened at the Lu He sect, Evil Demon sect, and Corpse sect. The results were roughly the same, and all of the nascent soul cultivators in Hofun went about sealing the volcanoes. Suddenly, the entire county of Hofun could see various nascent soul cultivators from different sects floating around volcanoes, sealing them. The fluctuations of spiritual energy became more violent in these past few days as well. As they sealed the volcanoes, all of the nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but feel that something was off. Every volcano had countless fire beasts just waiting at their mouths. They didn't stop the sealing or attack the cultivators, they just waited with cold gazes. Their actions gave the feeling that they didn't even mind the seals at all. Gradually, the hearts of the nascent soul cultivators that had joined the sealing became heavier and heavier. Even those that had optimistic views changed their minds. Wang Lin wasn't ignorant to all of this while he was immersed in learning how to refine magic treasures. He knew that the fire beasts would appear one day, but he had to wait 10 days for Lin Tao to bring him the map. Only at that moment could he leave. It would be too difficult to find a map after entering another country. There were still 4 days left before the day Wang Lin was supposed to meet Lin Tao. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the jade. Although he was tired, he revealed a joyous expression. The refining technique was very deep and not something he could master in a short period of time. Once he realized that, he focused his attention on refining flying swords. After putting away the jade, he waved his hand and the piece of metal immediately flew out of his bag of holding. It circled around his head once before stopping in front of him. After being used so much recently, the piece of metal had shrunk. The edges were all black, which was caused by all of the high-speed flying. The edges had melted more and more each time he flew. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then closed his hands. When he opened them, there were thin lines of spiritual energy between his hands. This was the first step to the War God Shrine's refining technique. The refining technique from the War God Shrine was different from the traditional refining techniques. It could be said to walk its own path. It didn't involve using fire to refine, placing formations, or mixing materials. Instead, it was a very mysterious system that was like a Pegasus appearing out of thin air. This special system required 3 steps: adjust, fuse, and harmonize. The war god's shrine also required a very important tool called the reaction furnace that was mentioned many times in the Jade. The effect of the reaction furnace was to stimulate the various elements of each material. Only after successfully creating a reaction furnace could one be considered to have taken the first step in this refining technique. Both of Wang Lin's hands moved very quickly as the amount of spiritual energy threads between his hands increased. Soon, he formed something like a sheet of cloth made of shining spiritual energy between his hands. Once this thin cloth of spiritual energy was made, he waved his hands and it floated into the air. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he recalled the methods of making the reaction furnace. There was one very difficult requirement, and that was the skull of a spirit beast to use as the body of the furnace. Wang Lin didn't know that just this requirement caused many disciples in the war god shrine to be stuck forever. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. The corpse of a snake with a head and body that were as thick as a small wooden bucket floated out. This snake came from the bag of holding he got from Su Hao in the foreign battleground. Wang Lin wasn't sure where he had gotten it and he didn't really care. But now that he needed to make the reaction furnace, he took it out to try. According to his analysis, this snake was once the pet of some powerful cultivator. Su Hao got lucky and found its body while cleaning up the foreign battleground. He carefully cut the snake's head off and got rid of all of the skin and meat. What appeared before him was an oval skull. After removing the insides, the body of a reaction furnace was complete. Next, Wang Lin carefully controlled the layer of spiritual energy and delicately placed it over the skull. He only heard a snap as cracks appeared on the skull. The cracks increased until the skull broke into pieces. At this moment, the layer of spiritual energy began to slowly dissipate until it completely disappeared. The production of the reaction furnace failed. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile. Although he was disappointed, he was still somewhat prepared for this result. The Jade said that the chance of creating the furnace was low. He would need to gain better control over the strands of spiritual energy, but the most important part was still the material for the furnace's body. It would be best if he could get the skull of a beast that had just died or the skull of a powerful beast. A desolate beast would be even better. If the beast had been dead for a long time, the chance of succeeding was very slow. If it was not a spirit beast, then the success rate was basically 0. The quality of the reaction furnace will affect his refining capability in the future. The Jade repeated this many times. Wang Lin pondered a bit after the production of the reaction furnace failed. As for spirit beasts, he only had the one snake in his bag. Now that the snake's skull had shattered and there was no way to make a reaction furnace, Wang Lin could only take a step back and look for another way to refine treasures. He pointed at the piece of metal and it immediately began to spin rapidly. Soon, drops of liquid metal fell from the piece of metal as it shrank. Finally, the piece of metal turned into a puddle of liquid metal. The devil had already left the metal and looked at Wang Lin sheepishly from the side. The image of the little cyan sword flew out and floated around Wang Lin. He then took out the black sword that belonged to Sun Yutsai's senior apprentice brother. This made it easy for Wang Lin. Wang Lin pointed at the image of the little sword. It flew into the black sword and slowly fused with it. This method was the most direct and the worst type of refining. It really couldn't even be considered refining, more like finding a new body. For your flying sword, much like how cultivators possess bodies. Wang Lin frowned as he tested the flying sword. The sword was much faster than the piece of metal, but still far from what it was back in Zhao. However, this was the best result he could get for now. The devil didn't wait for Wang Lin's order and obediently entered the flying sword. Wang Lin put away the flying sword. He did some calculations to figure out the time for a bit, then took a break to cultivate. After recovering his spiritual energy, he took a step without any hesitation and disappeared. Wang Lin didn't know that during the few days he had been in closed-door training, some earth-shattering changes had occurred in Ho Fun. The source of this change was a volcano a nascent soul cultivator from the Lu He sect was sealing off. One of the volcanoes he had sealed suddenly erupted, spewing lava hundreds of feet into the air. At the same time, large amounts of black smoke filled the sky. This wasn't much, but what caused the nascent soul cultivator's scalp to go numb were the countless fire beasts that charged out with the lava. Among these spirit beasts, there was one that was especially large. After the nascent soul cultivator fought the giant fire beasts, he found that he was no match and escaped with injuries. Luckily, the fire beast didn't chase him. It went to destroy the seals on the other volcanoes instead. Suddenly, many volcanoes across Hofen erupted, filling the air with violent spiritual energy. If anyone were to cultivate that spiritual energy right now, if they were lucky, they would just go mad, but if they were not, they would burn themselves to death. The moment this happened, the entire country of Hofen went into chaos. The first to be affected were the mortals, as they couldn't defend against the fire beasts at all. All of the mortals were moving out of the country. Second were the various small and medium sects and families. They all looked toward the four main sects to see if they were fighting or running. The nascent soul cultivators of the four sects met at the war god shrine. After reporting the news to the upper cultivation country, they gave out the order to migrate. After all, there was a chance that the rank 4 cultivation country would show up at any time. Even if they were to win, their losses would be heavy and they were likely to drop back down to rank 2. Bordering Hofen was the country of Xianwu. Compared to Hofen, Xianwu was much messier as there were a lot more sects there. When Wang Lin exited the cave, it was just as the four main sects were migrating. A migration of sects sounded simple, but because such a thing rarely happened, it was anything but. Because of the fire beasts' constant attacks, the sects had to keep sending out disciples to hold them off. As a result, once the four main sects finally grouped together, adding on the various other families, they formed a group of 20,000 plus cultivators. At this point, not only had all of the fire beasts broken open the seals on all of the volcanoes, they also formed a 100,000 fire beast army, which was closing in. After several large battles, the cultivators broke out of the encirclement. They left behind a group to hold off the fire beasts as everyone else closed in on Xianwu. The moment Wang Lin left the cave, his pupils shrank as he saw 7 or 8 cultivators get jumped on by fire beasts and instantly die. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the earth escape technique to move toward the war god shrine. As he moved, he found fire beasts everywhere. The more he traveled, the more shocked he became. He quickly changed directions. Meeting Lin Tao wasn't his objective anymore. Instead, he moved toward the border of the country using information from Ma Yang's memories. He could no longer stay in Hofen. But before he got very far, a giant divine sense swept by him. This divine sense quickly moved back and concentrated on him. Shocked, he scanned the sky. What he saw were 16 giant fire beasts in a circle with a ring of fire in between them. Threads of fire from the fire ring were connected to the fire beasts' heads. The powerful divine sense came from the ring of power. This was clearly a special technique the fire beasts were born with. It was something they could only use when working together. When they found Wang Lin, all 16 fire beasts' eyes went cold. They all roared as they descended from the sky and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sped up without a word and escaped. The 16 giant beasts all let out angry roars and spat out fire, causing the ground to turn red and split apart. Wang Lin had already seen this before, so how would he let it hit him twice? As the fire came out of the beasts' mouths, he came out of the ground and disappeared in a ray of rainbow light. The 16 beasts didn't give up. The only reason they left the volcano was to find and kill the cultivator that killed their ancestor. This was the only thought in their minds right now. At the same time, because of Wang Lin, these fire beasts now hated all cultivators. They basically wanted to kill every single one they saw. Their losses were heavy too, especially under the powerful cultivator's magic treasures. To be more accurate, these fire beasts don't have a souls, they exist in a special way. Normal flying swords cannot damage their hard bodies. The best way is to hit them with powerful blunt weapons. However, there were just too many of them. Even now, there were endless fire beasts coming out of the big and small volcanoes in Ho Fun. As for exactly how many there were, no one but the ancestor fire spirit, who was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead, would know. As Wang Lin flew more, he got faster. These fire beasts were faster than him when they were inside the lava, but out here in the open, Wang Lin managed to keep his distance. However, Wang Lin didn't feel very well. The surrounding spiritual energy was filled with fire element. Every time he absorbed some, he would feel waves of pain. In addition to the constant roars of the 16 giant fire beasts behind him, there were countless fire beasts coming to obstruct him. More and more fire beasts accumulated behind him, chasing after him. He spread out his divine sense and felt his scalp go numb. There were so many fire beasts behind him that he couldn't tell how many there were right away. If he were to pause for just a moment, the fire beasts would tear him apart, but Wang Lin was not one to be hunted. Back when he was only at the chi condensation stage, he dared to sneak attack Ting Li, who was at the late stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, a vicious gaze flashed across his eyes. He took out a bucket full of spirit liquid and drank it as he ran to recover the spiritual energy he had consumed. Next, a black light flew out of his bag of holding and disappeared. It reappeared before a fire beast and stabbed it. The sound of two pieces of metal hitting each other rang out. A bloody wound appeared on the chest of the beast and it was knocked far away. It let out a roar as it got up and continued chasing. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but his face darkened. Not only were the fire beasts immune to his G-realm divine sense, but their bodies were also this tough. The flying sword was only able to wound that beast's body, and from the looks of it, it could only be considered a light wound. Wang Lin was unwilling to give up. As he flew, he continued to attack the fire beasts. Using its ability to teleport, the sword moved in a very strange way until it stabbed in between the brows of a fire beast. The sword sunk in and the fire beasts exploded, releasing waves of heat. Wang Lin's hair immediately curled as the smell of burning hair reached him, but his eyes lit up. Although these fire beasts were tough, they were not without weaknesses. After this, Wang Lin continued to control the flying word to ambush the fire beasts. One by one, the fire beasts were beheaded by him. Based on his calculations, the normal-sized fire beasts were only at the chi condensation stage, but because they had no souls and tough bodies, it was difficult to kill them. But because Wang Lin was only one person, and adding on the fact that the fire beasts knew no fear, they continued to chase after him. Eventually, the flying sword teleported too much and its shape began to change. After all, the sword's spirit was simply possessing a new body. It was not fused with it. There were dents on it and some parts of it had completely melted. If the flying sword's original owner were to be revived, even he wouldn't be able to recognize it anymore. Wang Lin realized that this was not a long-term solution as more and more fire beasts showed up. Even though he had spirit liquid, once he runs out and can't recover fast enough, he will die. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and changed directions. He no longer went to Xianwu, but flew toward the War God Shrine. He didn't believe that the War God Shrine would have been wiped out by these first beasts. If he was the War God Shrine's ancestor, he would definitely decide to move, and that would take time. And even if they were going to move, it wouldn't be too quick because there were too many people. He had only been in the cave for a few days. Even if the fire beasts had moved on the first day he went into the cave, the War God Shrine still wouldn't able to move this fast. These were merely guesses by Wang Lin. What made him make this decision was the soul blood essences telling him the general location of Yang Xiong and Lin Tao. The moment Wang Lin changed directions, the fire beasts closed in on him. They spewed lava at him, and many times, he was almost hit. He clenched his teeth as he moved even faster toward the War God Shrine. Not long after, Wang Lin felt a powerful aura from a distance. He spread out his divine sense and noticed a group of tens of thousands of cultivators slowly closing in. The scene of tens of thousands of cultivators on their swords shocked Wang Lin for a moment, but he quickly recovered and charged toward the army of cultivators. Among the army of cultivators, there were many war chariots that emitted waves of spiritual energy. The fire beasts suddenly stopped and the 16 large fire beasts blocked the army of cultivators. The army of cultivators didn't stop. More than 10,000 flying swords attacked without any hesitation under the orders of 10 nascent soul cultivators. Soon after, 2 more groups flew out from the army and 2,000 more people joined the battle. Before Wang Lin even arrived got to the army, 2 lights flew out and surrounded him. The person in the middle was an ordinary-looking young woman, but there was heavy killing intent coming from between her eyebrows. She looked at the fire beasts behind her and revealed a look of hate. She turned to Wang Lin and asked, "Fellow cultivator, which sex disciple are you? Quickly, say your name." Wang Lin revealed a look of fear and quickly replied, "I'm a disciple of the war god shrine, Mal Yang." The woman looked at Wang Lin coldly and said, "Chang Xian, take him to the war god shrine to verify his identity. If he isn't a disciple of the war god shrine, kill him." A young man flew out and nodded at Wang Lin, gesturing Wang Lin to follow him. Then he flew toward the army. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the young woman before following the young man. Soon, they arrived at the center of the army of cultivators. The closer he got to the center, the more he realized how terrifying an army of cultivators large enough to cover the sky was. The fluctuations of spiritual energy here had already reached an unimaginable level. Although the entire country was covered by the black smoke coming out from the volcanoes, under the fluctuations of the spiritual energy from the army of cultivators, a path has been cut open in the huge cloud of black smoke. Everywhere the black smoke was split apart, unable to stop the army at all. What was even denser than the fluctuations of spiritual energy was all of the sword chi. It was so dense that it could cause the sky to change colors. The sword chi revealed its might as it clashed against the black smoke. Especially now, at dawn, and adding on the fight before them, it created this very majestic feel. Various flying sword and magic treasures shined in the sky, like fireworks that were too chaotic to keep track of. This scene was something Wang Lin will never forget. After all, this scene was something that only appeared in large-scale battles. Compared to the collapse of the foreign battleground, there was an extra sense of everyone working together and the need to charge out of Ho Fun. This power wasn't something an individual could wield, it was achieved because the entire country had been forced to move to survive. Only the horde of fire beasts could compete with it. Wang Lin couldn't help but enter a trance. By the time he regained himself, he had already reached to the center of the army with the young man. Xian Qing shouted, "Scout from Lu He sect, Qing Xian, has brought War God Shrine disciple Mal Yang." Would someone from the War God Shrine confirm his identity? Wang Lin's expression was normal. That nascent soul woman didn't act against him and her voice was filled with the intention of bringing him to their side. But even without that woman's intent, Wang Lin would still come here. After all, this was the only place he could go while being chased by the army of fire beasts. But Wang Lin was a very cautious person, so he was prepared to escape the moment things looked bad. With the battle with the fire beasts before them, there wouldn't be many people willing to chase him. As for the nascent soul cultivators, none of them would take time away from managing the migration to come and kill him. Core formation cultivators were the main fighting force against the fire beasts, so the best people to send after him would be late-stage foundation establishment cultivators at the pseudo-core formation stage. But foundation establishment cultivators were no threat to Wang Lin. If 1 came, he would kill 1. If 10 came, he would kill 10 without any fear. The moment Qing Xian finished speaking, the expression of a female cultivator, who was standing on a flying sword, suddenly darkened and became unsettled after hearing the words, Mal Yang. She clenched her teeth, stopped, and turned around. This woman was very beautiful, but her expression was very ugly as she came over. This woman was the person who Mal Yang couldn't get out of his mind even in the foreign battleground, his junior apprentice sister Su Si. She greeted Qing Xian, then looked at Wang Lin with an ugly expression and cold eyes as she said, "Where did this evildoer come from? You dare to pretend to be a disciple of the War God Shrine? Brother Qing Xian, please help me kill this person." With that, she slapped her bag of holding and a 2-inch black rain needle appeared in her hand. She gently moved her wrist and the rain needle violently attacked Wang Lin. Strands of gray light spread from the needle, creating a shower of needles. The shower of needles covered the sky, then rained on Wang Lin. Qing Xian was startled. He didn't act, but took a few steps back. He stared coldly at Wang Lin without saying a word. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he sneered on the inside. He reached out, formed a giant hand with his attraction force technique, and easily caught all of the needles. He wiped off the divine sense on them, snorted, then casually placed them into his bag of holding. The young woman's beautiful face suddenly turned pale as a stream of blood flowed down from her red lips. Her body shook, and the flying sword under her feet lost its shine. She stared at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. In her memory, Ma Liang couldn't possibly have this kind of power. Not to mention stopping her magic treasure, but also to be able to so casually wipe her divine sense away from it. Her heart was in turmoil as she thought about this. Just at this moment, 3 sword lights came from the middle of the army of cultivators. When they arrived, they revealed 3 young men. One of them was Yang Xiong. He looked at the woman once, then turned around to Qing Xian and said, "Sorry for bothering you, brother Qing Xian. Junior apprentice Ma Liang is indeed a disciple of the War God Shrine. Thank you for guiding him here." Qing Xian looked at them meaningfully. He let out a chuckle as he shook his head and left. After he moved away a bit, he turned around and saw Yang Xiong being very respectful to Ma Liang. This startled him. After pondering for a bit, he changed directions and went toward the He Tu sect. Yang Xiong ignored everyone around him and whispered to Wang Lin, "Does Master know Ancestor Feng Wan? The person on the 5-colored phoenix chariot is her. She ordered me to bring you to her." Wang Lin raised his head to look at the constantly moving army of cultivators. In the center, there was a 5-colored phoenix chariot, and standing on it was a woman wearing a court dress. She seemed to notice Wang Lin's gaze and glanced at him. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he knew what was going on. This ancestor Feng Wan was the same middle-aged woman who had come for Zhou Zihong's soul essence blood. After pondering a little, he moved toward her with Yang Xiong. When he passed Su Si, he shot her a vicious look and silently placed a sliver of his divine sense on her. This divine sense will activate after 1 month and then this girl will die. After experiencing the events in Zhao, Wang Lin decided he would eliminate anyone who had ill intent towards him, whether they were man or woman. He would nip the bud before anything else could happen. Since this Su Si attacked first, then she couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Yang Xiong guided the way and whispered, "When Lin Tao was making a copy of the map, he was caught by Ancestor Feng Wan, so the map is currently in her hands. Lin Tao was also punished. If it wasn't for the migration, he would have been locked away for 10 years. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but he became even more cautious and followed Yang Xiong to the 5-colored phoenix chariot. Yang Xiong stopped after arriving near the chariot, but Wang Lin went past him. He arrived before Ancestor Feng Wan, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, "Wang Lin greets Senior." The woman withdrew her gaze from the battle and looked at Wang Lin. She gently asked, "Wang Lin is your real name?" Wang Lin silently nodded. The name Wang Lin was simply too common, so there was no need to hide it. If it was discovered by her that he was lying about his name, then it would be bad. The woman looked at the advancing army of cultivators. She pondered a bit before saying, "Currently, the country of Ho Fen is in danger. Once we reach Xian Wu, there will be another big battle. Thus, we can forget about this matter, so you don't have to worry about it. If someone bothers you, I can protect you, but only once. After I help you, then I no longer owe you for saving Zihong." Just as Feng Wan finished speaking, the skies suddenly darkened. In the distant battlefield, 10 large volcanoes were ripped out from the ground and tossed aside by the 10 nascent soul cultivators. The fire beasts all scattered, but some of them were hit by the impact and were turned to paste. Using this chance, the army of cultivators charged through the opening and broke through the army of 20,000 or so fire beasts that were chasing Wang Lin. Flying swords charged into the gap one by one. Once a gap was opened, the cultivators had already won. After all, their goal wasn't to eliminate the fire beasts, but to escape. Feng Wan stared at the battlefield. The phoenix chariots suddenly charged forth and broke through as well. The 16 giant fire beasts were held down by the nascent soul cultivators. They roared repetitively, but eventually stopped and stared coldly at the escaping army of cultivators. Then they linked their hands together in a weird wave, and waves of roars like before came from their mouths. Shortly after, red lines came out of their foreheads to form the ring of fire. The moment the ring of fire appeared, the 16 giant fire beasts revealed looks of devotion and let out sad growls. Their bodies shrank rapidly as bursts of dark red energy entered the ring of fire. This process lasted more than an hour. Some cultivators noticed the change and came to stop them, but when they got close, they were turned to dust by a destructive force. After seeing this, no one else dared to come too close. 1 more hour later, the bodies of the 16 giant beasts had dissipated. They had all fused with the ring of fire. The ring didn't grow any larger, but the color was now dark red. Finally, it silently shattered into tiny red specks and disappeared. At this moment, all of the fire beasts inside Hofen stopped moving and knelt on the ground, letting out sad sounds at the same time. Suddenly, one of the fire beasts fell to the ground and started twitching. If one looked closely, they would see a speck of red light on its forehead. Its body rapidly expanded, and in less than 1 hour, it grew to 10 feet tall. Shortly after, one fire beast after another was touched by the red speck, and their bodies rapidly grew. In less than 2 hours, all of the fire beasts in Hofen seemed to have undergone a change. Their powers were also increased tenfold. The beasts that changed flew into the air and chased after the army of cultivators. More and more changed fire beasts joined the chase. This scene looked very intimidating. As for the army of cultivators, of the 10 nascent soul cultivators that returned from the battle, 4 came back to the war god shrines group. One of the old men with a pale face swept the chariot and locked onto Wang Lin. His voice was cold as he asked, "It was this junior who lured the fire beasts here?" Wang Lin stared at the old man with his cold gaze and nodded. The old man let out a few cold snorts, then his giant hand reached toward Wang Lin. Feng Wan's face slightly darkened as she slapped the 5-colored phoenix chariot. A 5-colored phoenix appeared and let out a chirp. It flapped its wings and a 5-colored light spread out. The old man withdrew his hand. He stared at the woman and angrily shouted, "Feng Wan, what are you doing? Not only did this guy possess a disciple of our war god shrine, but also lured the fire beasts here. You have to know that more than 1,000 disciples of Hofen died in that battle." Feng Wan revealed a determined look and decisively said, "As long as I'm here, you can't kill him." Zhou Jin stared at Feng Wan with a dark expression. He pondered for a bit, then said, "This person isn't Ma Yang, so he isn't a disciple of my war god shrine. Although I can't kill him, he can't stay here either." Feng Wan turned toward Wang Lin and asked, "Wang Lin, are you willing to become my honorary disciple?" Wang Lin quickly thanked her and nodded. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed and became cold. Feng Wan's cultivation level was the same as his, at the early stage of nascent soul, but her cultivation partner, Yang Sen, was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. It wasn't really worth it to offend 2 nascent soul cultivators over something this small. Zhou Jin snorted and said, "Since junior apprentice sister Feng Wan is willing to take this person as her disciple, then I naturally won't pursue this matter anymore." Putting the identity of this person aside, seeing that there are more battles to come, with his mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation level, it would be hard to ensure his safety. With that, he waved his sleeves and left. Of the 3 remaining nascent soul cultivators, only 1 flew toward Feng Wan. The other 2 wryly smiled and scattered. The person who flew toward Feng Wan looked like a middle-aged scholar. He was the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator that Zhou Jin dreaded, Yang Sen. He looked at Wang Lin and frowned. He then sighed at Feng Wan and asked, "Junior sister Wan, why did you do this?" Feng Wan coldly stared at the middle-aged scholar and said, "If it wasn't for him, Hong Er would have died in the foreign battleground. If it wasn't you for inciting her, how could Hong Er have entered that dangerous place?" The middle-aged scholar turned toward Wang Lin and deeply bowed. After he finished, he took out a piece of jade and swiped his hand over it. He threw it at Wang Lin and said, "This jade is a nascent soul-level treasure I made in my earlier years. I have already removed my divine sense from it. Once you imprint yours, you will be able to use it to protect yourself in the coming battles." Wang Lin revealed a joyous expression as he accepted the jade talisman. The middle-aged scholar no longer said anything to Wang Lin. He entered the phoenix chariot to talk to Feng Wan. Wang Lin was not someone who didn't know his place. The moment the middle-aged scholar walked into the phoenix chariot, he left and joined the army's ranks. At the border of Ho Fen was Xian Wu. Along with the cultivators, all of the mortals were also migrating with their families to Xian Wu. Those fire beasts that underwent change rarely attacked mortals now. Their only target was Wang Lin. As time passed, the fire beasts began to catch up. More and more fire beasts appeared behind the army of cultivators, causing a heavy pressure to weigh above everyone's heads. There was a giant basin at the border of Ho Fen. After the army of cultivators arrived there, the heads of various sects and cultivation families, along with the 19 nascent soul cultivators, began an important secret meeting. After the meeting was over, 19 figures flew into the air above the basin. One of the Lu He sect cultivators shouted, "After many years of studying, my Lu He sect has determined this to be the ancestral home of the fire beasts, the birthplace of the fire spirit beasts. If we lay a seal here, it will affect all of the volcanoes in Ho Fen. Then, if we use the country sealing array left by our ancestors from more than 1,000 years ago, we can seal the fire beasts within Ho Fen." One of the evil demon sect's nascent soul cultivators looked at the ground and snorted. If our ancestors already had things prepared, then why didn't they just wipe them out back then instead of letting things become like this? The 3 nascent soul cultivators of the corpse sect had no coffins behind their backs. That meant they were close to completely possessing their bodies. The 3 of them had the most calm expressions. It was as if nothing interested them. If it wasn't for the fact that Ho Fen's current spiritual energy made it impossible for them to recover, they wouldn't even be involved in this migration. Ancestor Song of the War God Shrine rolled his eyes and said, "Even the ancestors wouldn't be able to predict that this disaster would come. Even if they did predict it, they wouldn't be able to help. To be able to leave something behind from 1,000 plus years ago to give us a chance to live is good enough. Fellow cultivators, let us begin." After Ancestor Song finished speaking, 6 nascent soul cultivators, including the middle-aged scholar and Feng Wan, stood together in a certain formation and formed a strange seal with their hands. The 6 of them let out shouts together and 6 lotus flowers flew out toward the eastern corner of the basin. The entire basin shook as a cloud of red smoke floated into the air. After that, the Lu He sect, Corpse sect, and Devil Demon sect shot lotus flowers at the south, west, and north corners respectively. More roars echoed in the basin as more and more red smoke appeared. The red smoke gathered in one place and formed many shapes before turning into a hollow ring. At this moment, the nascent soul cultivators from the cultivation families who hadn't acted yet let out bitter smiles. They hit their own foreheads and their nascent souls appeared. Then they flew into the empty space inside the ring and stayed there. One of the Lu He sect's cultivators shouted, "Fellow independent cultivator, act now. What are you waiting for?" One of the nascent souls inside the ring replied with a sharp tone, "Forget it. Since the 4 great sects are willing to repay us with nascent pills, it is only losing 100 years of spiritual energy. I'll do it." With that, the nascent soul formed a seal and charged into the smoke. The moment he entered the smoke, his nascent soul disappeared as if it had fused with the fog. The rest of the nascent souls clenched their teeth and changed in. The ring of fog didn't change in size, but there were movements of spiritual energy within it. The country sealing array left by this ancestor not only required all 4 sects to act, it also required nascent soul cultivators to use their nascent souls to ensure that the seal was perfect. The color of blood became stronger and stronger on this ring of smoke as it floated higher into the air. Soon after, the ring quickly expanded toward the 4 corners of Ho Fen. All of the volcanoes that the red ring passed released red smoke. The red smoke from the volcanoes joined the ring and increased its expansion speed. After 1 hour, the ring covered the entire country of Hofen like a bowl. The country's sealing array had successfully opened. Once the country's sealing array had opened, only mortals could freely enter. Anything with spiritual energy and under the soul formation stage would not be able to pass. As the sealing array opened, the 19 nascent soul cultivators of the 4 sects grabbed the bodies of the independent nascent soul cultivators. Those who had families had entrusted their bodies to them, while those without had entrusted their bodies to the Lu-He sect. Several cultivators of Lu-He sect stood outside the array. They bowed and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, please be at ease while you maintain the array. We promise to keep your bodies safe. This array only needs to last 3 months. I believe we will have a spot in Xianwu by then. I believe that by then, the higher cultivation country will also come to wipe out the beasts. We will personally come to greet your return." The moment that those words were said, the nascent soul cultivators of the other 3 sects sincerely bowed without a hint of dishonesty. After the country sealing array opened, the fire beasts let out angry roars and slammed into the red cover. Every time they slammed into it, the barrier would tremble, but none of them could break through. Now that they had managed to temporarily stop the fire beasts, the cultivator army moved at top speed. One could see ray of light left by the flying swords charging toward Xianwu. At the border of Xianwu were some mortal armies. These mortals gawked at the sky as countless flying swords flew over their heads. No one knew who, but someone let out a scream and began to kowtow toward the sky. Soon, everyone was kneeling on the ground, praying to the sky. There was one person who was dressed like a cultivator within the army. His face was pale as he muttered, These are the cultivators of Hofen." He sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back, but just at that moment, a creepy laugh came from the sky. One of the devil demon sex core formation cultivators came by on a flying sword. 3 flying swords quickly pierced through the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator let out a miserable groan as he was cut into pieces. The mortal army immediately scattered. Even the mortal general ran away, afraid of getting caught in this mess. Tens of thousands of flying swords charged into Xianwu in the blink of an eye. They stopped at a mountain covered in fog. An old man with a gloomy expression moved to the front of the army. He waved his hand and a powerful force smashed down on the mountain. Rays of golden light appeared, forming a screen to block the descent of the hit. Below the light screen were thousands of cultivators. They looked at the sky with fear in their faces. An old woman walked out and shouted, "Fellow cultivators of Hofen, what is the meaning of this?" The war god Shrine's Yangsen gently moved his body and appeared on top of the light screen. His expression was plain as he grabbed with his right hand. The light screen immediately cracked under the pressure and shattered. The old woman's pupils shrank. She turned around and left without a word. Her body disappeared and reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. However, clouds gathered before her in the shape of Yang Senator. He looked at her with a cold gaze and waved his hand at the old woman without a word. The old woman let out a roar as she hit her head and her nascent soul came out. The moment her nascent soul appeared, her body was disintegrated by a destructive force. The old woman was frightened. She was only at the early stage of nascent soul, while her opponent was clearly at the peak of the mid-stage of nascent soul. There were only 3 people at this cultivation level in Xianwu. She didn't even have the heart to resist, she only wanted to survive this. Yang Sen let out a snort and shouted, "You won't be able to run." Ignoring Yang Sen, the moment the light screen failed, all of the core formation and foundation establishment cultivators of Hofen attacked. They killed everyone they saw, and in the blink of an eye, the entire mountain peak was covered in blood. No one was left alive. This large mountain was now completely occupied by the 4 sections. Tens of thousands of disciples stood on the mountain peak with all of the nascent soul cultivators other than Yangsen above them. The war god Shrine's ancestor Song's eyes were like lightning. His voice was filled with killing intent as he shouted, "This is a war without right or wrong. If we can't establish a foothold in Xianwu within 3 months, then we must face the fire beasts. The fire beasts aren't scary. What is scary is not having spiritual energy to cultivate. As of today, the War God Shrine, Evil Demon Sect, Luhi Sect, and Corpse Sect will become the Ho Fan Union. Every disciple of the Ho Fan Union will be gifted a core formation treasure, and every core formation disciple will be gifted a nascent soul treasure. During the war, everything you seize belongs to you. The Union will not take it from you. Disciples, this is war, but I personally want you all to see it as an invasion for survival. A nascent soul cultivator of the Luhi sect on the side let out a cough and said, aside from the treasures, each of you will receive a jade talisman that can be used to record the number of enemies you have killed. Anyone who kills 105th layer chi condensation or higher cultivators, or 10 foundation establishment cultivators will be gifted 10 medium quality spirit stones. Anyone who kills 205th layer chi condensation or higher cultivators, 20 foundation establishment cultivators, or 1 core formation cultivator will be rewarded 10 bottles of spirit pills. A very skinny and old man walked out of the Luhi sect section. He was wearing a black robe and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were dull, as if his soul wasn't there. His eyes turned and then he said, whoever kills the most enemies each month will be given a distance heaven pill. The moment the distant heaven pill was mentioned, Wang Lin noticed that all of the surrounding cultivators became tense and their breaths became ragged. There was some information about the distant heaven pill in Ma Liang's memory. There were no more than 30 of these pills in Ho Fan, and it could be considered one of the top pills in Ho Fan because it could increase one's chance of forming their core. If someone who just formed their core consumes it, then they would immediately enter the early stage of core formation and stabilize. The key ingredient had long gone extinct. These 30 or so pills were carefully preserved from over 1,000 years ago. After that, 5,000 cultivators were split into teams, each with their own mission. Wang Lin was among them. The teams were to spread out and kill any cultivator they saw. The nascent soul cultivators would also be around to help deal with enemy nascent soul cultivators. Wang Lin was assigned to the 8th Squad of the 10th Brigade. There was a total of 30 people in the 8th Squad, all from various sections. It contained 5 foundation establishment cultivators, while the rest were 13th or 14th layer chi condensation cultivators. The person leading them was a core formation cultivator from the Evil Demon Sect. For some reason, Wang Lin was the only person from the War God Shrine in his squad. Their mission was to help the 10th Brigade take control of a medium-sized spirit vein. As a foundation establishment cultivator of the War God Shrine, Wang Lin received a core formation treasure. This treasure wasn't very strong. It could be used many times, so the quality of each attack was low. It would not be inappropriate to say it was quite weak. Before he left, Feng Wan ordered someone to call Wang Lin over. Feng Wan stood at the window of a beautiful loft looking over Ho Fan. After a long time, she threw out a piece of jade and said, Hong Er said that you were extremely powerful in the foreign battleground, so why is your cultivation level only mid-stage foundation establishment? Wang Lin caught the jade. After sweeping it with his divine sense, his expression became strange. This jade contained a small portion of a map. It included about 7 or 8 countries north of Ho Fan. It even showed the rank of each country and what products they were known for. After pondering a little, his eyes lit up. He was able to guess the hidden meaning behind her words. Feng Wan waved her hand and said, there are a total of 3 pieces to this map. If you can kill 50 foundation establishment cultivators, I'll give you the second piece. If by the end of the war you can kill 150 or more foundation establishment cultivators, I'll give you the last piece. Wang Lin left without saying a word. He understood what Feng Wan wanted. There was no such thing as charity in this world, only unfair exchanges. In comparison to the other nascent soul cultivators in Ho Fan, this Feng Lu was at least quite sympathetic. Because of the matter with Zhou Zihong, she dealt with the matter of him possessing Ma Liang's body. As for the map, her intentions were clear. If Wang Lin had the ability, he could have the map, but if he didn't, then he couldn't blame anyone if he were to die on the battlefield. Wang Lin originally didn't intended to get mixed up in this war, but now he had other plans. The map was only one reason. That distance heaven pill was the main reason. A pill that could increase the chance of his core forming was something he must have. According to his plans, He already had a high chance of forming his core once he created his 3 cold cores, but there was still a chance of failure. Wang Lin was really anticipating reaching the core formation stage. Once he successfully forms his core, he will be the #1 cultivator below the nascent soul stage. Thus, he won't allow any mistakes to be made. With the distance heaven pill and the underworld ascension method, he was 80% confident in forming his core. Thinking about this, his eyes released a powerful killing intent. The invasion team from the Hofen Union spread out on the second day. 10 nascent soul cultivators circled the area. The moment an enemy nascent soul cultivator appears, they will immediately teleport over. A team of 30 cultivators flew north on their flying swords and stopped above a desolate mountain. An ordinary-looking old man, whose eyes would occasionally reveal powerful killing intent, proudly said, "The cultivators of the 10th Brigade have already begun their attack on the people around the spirit vein. I believe they will have reinforcements coming, so our job is to stop anyone from passing this 500-kilometer area. All of you, spread out and immediately report to me if you find anything." With that, the old man sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. This old man, Zhang Zili, was the captain of the 8th Squad, an early-stage core formation cultivator from the evil demon sect. He only cared about the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, the rest weren't worth his attention. Wang Lin took one step and flew far into the distance. He landed on top of a canopy and began to cultivate. As for the rest of the team, they all spread out to look for places to cultivate. Soon, it was completely silent in the area aside from the sound of breathing. Zhang Zili opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings with contempt. He was very dissatisfied with being assigned to this place. In his mind, he should be in the main army, attacking the enemy sections. If that was the case, there would be enough targets for him, but now he was assigned to this place where there wasn't even any guarantee that there would be any reinforcements for them to stop. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He looked into the distance and sneered. At this moment, Zhang Zili also noticed the change and stood up. He looked into the distance and saw more than 10 flying swords coming this way. He licked his lips and spat out a black light. The moment the black light appeared, it turned into a pair of scissors. He waved his hand and the scissors flew out. He let out an insidious smile and shouted, "Kill." With that, he took a step and his body shot out like a sword. The rest of the 8th Squad flew into the air to form a blockade. The two sides didn't waste any time talking. The moment they saw each other, they attacked. The 15 or so cultivators of Xianwu were all Foundation establishment cultivators, so when they saw Zhou Zili, 8 of them placed down a very strange sword formation and surrounded Zhou Zili. Suddenly, Zhou Zili was trapped inside the formation, unable to escape. This caused him to curse loudly. The remaining 7 people began their battle with the 8th Squad. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. He didn't have any time to waste as he had to get the map and distance heaven pill. At this moment, his body moved and he shot out his flying sword. Like lightning, the sword went through a Foundation establishment cultivator's chest, causing blood to spray everywhere. His G-realm divine sense spread out and the remaining 6 Foundation establishment cultivators' eyes immediately dimmed. Then his flying sword quickly stabbed through their chests. From an outsider's point of view, these 7 Foundation establishment cultivators died to Wang Lin's sword. Little did they know that these cultivators' souls had been destroyed. The moment the 7 Foundation establishment cultivators died, both sides were completely startled. Whether it was the 8 cultivators surrounding Zhou Zili, or the rest of the 8th Squad, they all had their gazes locked onto Wang Lin. That killer flying sword was currently floating around Wang Lin, releasing a very cold aura. The faces of the 8 people surrounding Zhou Zili immediately turned pale. One of them quickly shouted, "Retreat!" Shortly after, the 8 of them quickly retreated and tried desperately to escape. Zhou Zili looked at Wang Lin and revealed a hint of dread. He wasn't confident he could kill 7 Foundation establishment cultivators in an instant like that. He believed that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level to look like a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He secretly cursed, but suddenly thought that this idea was really good. Once the enemy drops their guard, it would create great opportunities. But none of those things were important right now. Those 8 Foundation establishment cultivators were able to use some kind of formation to trap him. This was a bit too embarrassing, especially when it happened in front of his own team. Zhou Zili's face was gloomy as he charged out to chase them. Just as he was about to catch up, the 8 cultivators used some strange technique that made white gas come out of their bodies. The white gas surrounded their legs and made their speed increase by 1-fold. Zhou Zili sneered. He formed a seal with both of his hands and pressed it on his chest. Suddenly, he spat out a golden core that was emitting thick spiritual energy. After pointing with his finger, the golden core shot out and quickly caught up to the 8 Foundation establishment cultivators. The golden core smashed into 3 of them before returning to him. The 3 who were hit coughed out blood and fell from the sky. The remaining 5 didn't even bat an eye as they pushed their bodies to the limit to escape. Zhou Zili let out an angry roar just as the bodies of the 5 that escaped suddenly went limp and fell from the sky. Zhang Zili suddenly became very cautious as he saw Wang Lin approaching from the distance. After seeing this, his expression quickly changed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Wang Lin's voice. There are no less than 100 cultivators coming from behind us. With that, he passed by Zhou Zili's body and disappeared into the distance. At the same moment, Zhou Zili also noticed more than 100 flying swords in the distance. He turned around to leave and saw that Wang Lin had already disappeared. He couldn't help but secretly curse. The rest of the 8th squad saw that things were going south and retreated toward the spirit vein. After Wang Lin flew far away, he made sure no one was around before entering the ground with the earth escape technique and moved south. He had killed 12 Foundation establishment cultivators just now, so he only needed 38 more to get the second piece of the map. This would be very difficult if he traveled with his teammates. Although it wouldn't be as safe, he would need to move alone if he wished to get enough kills to get the distant heaven pill. Hundreds of flying swords flew by toward the spirit vein. Wang Lin stared at them with a cold gaze and followed them. The flying swords were fast, but the earth escape technique was even faster. Wang Lin trailed them from a distance as the 100-plus cultivators flew across the sky and arrived at the location of the spirit vein. There were powerful spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the many holes on the ground. There were limbs all over the place and a strong stench of blood covered the area. The moment the 100 cultivators arrived, countless cultivators from Hofen appeared and the battle began. At the same time, 8 rays of light charged in and a powerful aura surrounded the area. Wang Lin's eyes squinted. Those 8 were all nascent soul cultivators. The moment they came close, they were targeted by the patrolling nascent soul cultivators of Hofen. Nascent soul cultivators from both sides began fighting. The earth shook and the sky changed colors. Shortly after, 100 more teams appeared in the distance and joined this battle. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. After looking for a while, his G-realm divine sense shot out from the ground and charged into the battlefield. A Foundation establishment disciple of Xian Wu had just killed a 15th layer disciple of Hofen. Just as he was about to attack again, a red light flashed past him. He felt like his head was hit with a giant hammer and lost consciousness. His soul was destroyed without any resistance and he fell from the sky. 8 Foundation establishment cultivators of Xian Wu used a sword formation to trap a core formation cultivator of Hofen, but after a red light flashed by, the 8 of them trembled and their faces froze. They felt their souls being stirred into a mess and lose their shapes as their bodies fell from the sky. The trapped core formation cultivator was startled, but the current situation didn't give him time to think as he charged toward the enemies. After a pseudo-core formation cultivator of Xian Wu killed several cultivators of the same level with the help of a nascent soul-ranked flying sword, he grabbed the neck of a female early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He ripped off her clothes, revealing her pink pocket. She let out a scream, which sounded very weak in this messy battle. The pseudo-core formation cultivator licked his lips. His eyes revealed an evil look as he quickly backed up with the female cultivator in his hand. However, a red light flashed by him and his body trembled. He let go of the female cultivator and his body fell from the sky. After he died, not only did his flying sword not stop, it charged toward the ground. Just as it got near the ground, a hand came out, grabbed the sword, and retreated back into the ground. As more and more Foundation establishment cultivators from Xianwu fell from the sky for seemingly no reason, the cultivators of Xianwu began to pay close attention to this matter. A purple-robed core formation cultivator from Xianwu stared at the ground and pointed with his finger. He used some unknown method to send out a message. Then, 10 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators charged toward that direction. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He turned around to leave at a leisurely pace using the Earth Escape technique. One of the 10 cultivators held a compass and chased after Wang Lin. After moving more than 10 kilometers, Wang Lin stopped and sent out his G realm. Before Foundation establishment cultivators, Wang Lin was king, with full control over their lives and deaths. The 10 of them didn't even have time to react as their souls were destroyed. The current Wang Lin no longer had the naive nature or the kind heart of a village boy. He would now kill anyone who dared to get in his way. There was no right or wrong on the battlefield, only life and death. If he had a sliver of pity, then the person to die would be him. Along with the power that the G realm had brought him, it also quietly changed his nature. The G realm focused on the extremes. If the user planned to walk the path of good, then he would be a hero of the generation who would fight all evil. If one walked the path of evil, then that person would definitely be a demon king, evil enough to even cause the demonic cultivators to fear him and be worthy of the title of demon king. Under the influence of the G realm, it was impossible to have a personality that switched between good and evil. Wang Lin, with his honest personality, wanted to become an immortal hero and create a righteous path to honor his ancestors. Unfortunately, Situ Nan's appearance caused his personality to slowly change, which eventually led to disaster. What family was there to honor when his family had been wiped out? The G realm caused his personality to change. Since he couldn't become a hero of his generation, then he would become a demon king. Wang Lin's eyes were emotionless as he collected the bags of holding without even looking at the bodies. He returned to the ground and headed toward a different part of the battlefield. But soon, he came out again. He looked at the battlefield, then took out a few spirit stones, formed a formation, and threw the 10 bodies inside it. Each body exploded into a bloody pulp before being absorbed by the formation. When the last body exploded, Wang Lin bit the tip of his finger and flicked a drop of blood onto a spirit stone. Suddenly, a sliver of purple smoke came out of the formation and circled it once. The purple smoke disappeared along with the spirit stones. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice any difference. After finishing all of that, Wang Lin sank back into the ground and returned to the battlefield. The battle had become even more tense as everyone was engaged in the fight. The battle between the nascent soul cultivators also became more intense, forcing the rest of the cultivators to avoid them. Just at this moment, Foundation establishment cultivators of Xianwu started to mysteriously fall from the sky. Their bodies became bloody messes as they hit the ground. As more and more Foundation establishment cultivators of Xianwu died due to mysterious circumstances, the cultivators of Xianwu panicked. The cultivators of Hofen took this opportunity to attack. The purple-robed middle-aged man who had sent the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators to kill Wang Lin frowned. His eyes swept the ground like lightning before locking onto a spot on the ground. He pointed at the location and an early-stage core formation cultivator charged out without a word. The moment the core formation cultivator charged over, Wang Lin quickly escaped. The core formation cultivator sneered as he slammed his hand into the ground. A huge handprint appeared on the ground, forcing Wang Lin to come out. Wang Lin came out from underground and quickly ran toward the formation he had set up. The core formation cultivator revealed a mocking smile. He believed that Wang Lin was only able to kill so many Foundation establishment cultivators because he was using a powerful magic treasure. He thought that with a bit of caution, he could easily kill Wang Lin. With that in mind, he waved his hand and a golden awl appeared before him. It paused for a moment before lunging toward Wang Lin. The awl's speed was too quick. It created ripples in the air as it traveled. Wang Lin didn't even turn his head as he threw out the treasure passed out by Ho Fun. The treasure turned into a silver fist and attacked the awl. The moment they collided, the awl spun even faster and pierced through the silver fist. The awl dimmed, but it didn't slow down. It continued to chase Wang Lin. Wang Lin was calm. As the awl caught up to him, he jumped into the ground again. He activated the earth escape technique to move a few dozen meters before coming out again. Wang Lin did this several times before arriving at the formation he had laid down. The core formation cultivator casually caught up. His eyes were filled with disdain as he shouted, "You little rat! Do you have no other ability besides ambushing people?" Wang Lin didn't say a word. He charged through the formation without pausing. After going past it, he stopped and turned around to see the core formation cultivator above the formation. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he shouted, "Open." The moment he shouted that word, purple smoke came out of the formation and trapped the core formation cultivator inside. If someone were to look from a distance, they would be unable to see what was going on through the thick, purple smoke. Wang Lin sat down cross-legged and sneered as he threw out the treasure Yang Sen had gifted him. Suddenly, a ring of energy came out from the treasure and surrounded Wang Lin. The awl hit the ring of energy, but it only caused it to ripple slightly. Wang Lin didn't even pay attention to the awl as he stared at the purple smoke and took out his flying sword. After he touched the sword, red smoke escaped from it and the devil appeared. The devil stared at the purple smoke with greed in his eyes. He wanted to go devour the person inside, but he was hesitant because of Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes without a word. Rays of red light came together to form a red cloud, which charged out of Wang Lin's consciousness. This was the first time the Ji realm had gone all out and left Wang Lin's body. The moment the devil saw the red cloud, his face became filled with fear and he stepped off to the side. The red cloud immediately turned into a circle and circled the devil once before dragging it into the purple smoke. The core formation cultivator sat cross-legged inside the formation with a dark expression on his face. There was a gourd floating around the cultivator. It was slowly absorbing the purple smoke. This was a very vicious formation called Heaven-Devouring Demon Formation. The key ingredients were the bodies of cultivators to use as the base of the formation. Wang Lin used 10 foundation establishment cultivators to set up this formation, so it wasn't too big of a deal to trap a core formation cultivator for a while. If he had the bodies of core formation cultivators, then he would only need 5 to kill any mid-stage or lower core formation cultivator. But this formation had a high requirement for the bodies. He had to have killed the people himself, making this formation very inconvenient to use. The moment Wang Lin's Ji realm divine sense entered the purple cage, the core formation cultivator noticed that something was off and opened his eyes. Wang Lin quickly charged into the core formation cultivator's consciousness with the devil while completely ignoring the gourd. Inside the core formation cultivator's consciousness, the cultivator's soul took the form of a giant and angrily roared at Wang Lin. The Ji realm divine sense activated its full power against the cultivator's soul. Wang Lin commanded the red cloud to send out countless bolts of red lightning to attack the core formation cultivator's soul. The giant revealed a painful expression and his body shrank. He quickly waved his hand and a chunk of red lightning was split in half. Shortly after, the red cloud turned into more red lightning bolts and once again charged toward the giant. The giant's body became smaller and smaller, but his fists became more and more deadly. Every time he punched, a large number of red lightning bolts were destroyed. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could barely handle early-stage core formation cultivators. If he were at the pseudo-core formation stage, it would be much easier for him. But Wang Lin was not a reckless person. Why would he take a fight he only had a chance of winning? As the fight reached its peak, the devil received an order from Wang Lin and reluctantly attacked. The giant panicked. He immediately hit the devil with his hand and the devil shattered into pieces. The giant let out a sigh of relief before panic filled his face again. He saw the devil reappear on his hand. The devil began taking large bites out of his soul. No matter how hard the giant swung his arm around, the devil clung onto him like it was part of his body. Eventually, the giant gave up on fighting the red lightning and used his other hand to constantly smash the devil. Every strike would cause the devil's body to dim a bit, but the devil not only never let go, it began to devour even faster. The truth was the devil was also in a pretty sorry state. If he were to let go now, Wang Lin would surely kill him. If he let go, he would die, but if he held on, there would be a chance for him to survive. If he could devour this core formation cultivator, there would be a chance for him to become powerful enough to deal with Wang Lin. Once he deals with Wang Lin, he will be free to do as he pleases. With that idea in mind, the devil became determined and started to devour even faster. It can be said that the devil focused all of his power on devouring. The giant began to weaken. His strikes became weaker and weaker. His giant body rapidly shrank until it became a smaller, golden soul, which was devoured by the devil. The devil revealed a look of ecstasy as he attempted to quickly devour this soul, but the red clouds suddenly surrounded the devil. The devil let out frustrated roars as it slowly spat out the core formation cultivator's soul. After having passed through the devil's body, the soul's consciousness had been wiped out. It had become divine sense. Without an owner. Wang Lin controlled his G realm to leave the collapsing consciousness with the divine sense and return to his body. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and let out a cold smile. The core formation cultivator's divine sense was floating in his consciousness and being slowly devoured by his G realm. The golden all-attacking Wang Lin lost its glow and fell to the ground. Wang Lin put away the treasure that had been protecting him. He grabbed the all and, after examining it, put it away. Then he walked forward and stopped at a corner of the formation. He dug out a piece of spirit stone from underground and crushed it. The purple smoke dissipated, revealing the corpse of the core formation cultivator. Wang Lin stood next to the corpse. His hand pointed at the corpse's brow and he shouted, "Come out now or I'll immediately kill you." A ray of red light unwillingly came out of the cultivator's head and turned into the shape of the devil. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he soon let out a sigh and obediently returned to the flying sword in Wang Lin's bag of holding. Wang Lin stared at the cultivator's body. Ideas flashed through his mind. He took the cultivator's bag of holding and waved his hand. The body was lit on fire and burned to ashes, but within the ashes there was a shiny, golden core. The golden core was rapidly shrinking and its color was becoming dim. It seemed like it was about to disappear. Wang Lin grabbed the golden core and put it into his mouth without any hesitation. He then took a step back and sunk into the ground. Wang Lin sunk more than 1,000 feet into the ground and sat down cross-legged. He began digesting the core. The core immediately dissipated and spiritual energy surged through his body. This spiritual energy was too powerful for Wang Lin's body to handle, so he bled out of his mouth and nose. Wang Lin pointed at his brow and the heaven-defying bead appeared. He grabbed it and disappeared into the heaven-defying bead space. Inside the heaven-defying space, Wang Lin immediately flew to Situ Nan's nascent soul and began to cultivate. He began bleeding all over his body and his veins began to show through his skin. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal. He entered a weird position where one hand was on his forehead and the other on his stomach. This formed a complete loop. The large amount of spiritual energy rapidly cycled through his body, and with each cycle it would strengthen his body. After 2 months had passed inside the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. However, his eyes were cloudy and it took some time before they became clear again. The jade from the evil demon sect said that one can raise their cultivation level by devouring cores. This seems to be true as long as I follow the seal and chant in the jade. Sadly, I have to use the same cultivation method as them to absorb more than 20% of the core's spiritual energy. Right now, I can only absorb 10%. Wang Lin stood up and checked his cultivation. He secretly thought, I only absorbed 10% of the core's spiritual energy, yet it allowed me to break past the mid-stage of foundation establishment into the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, putting me at the pseudo-core formation stage. The 2 months in the heaven-defying space were like 10 days outside. Once Wang Lin left the heaven-defying bead, he immediately moved away with the earth escape technique. It was currently late at night. Wang Lin arrived at the scene of the battle. There were many corpses strewn about, and the spirit vein had been pulled out of the ground by someone, leaving a bottomless chasm. After checking for a bit, he quickly charged toward the mountain the Hofen Union was at. Once he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he came out of the ground and jumped on his flying sword. There were a lot of cultivators patrolling the area, but once they saw the jade Wang Lin used to record his kill count, none of them stopped him. Wang Lin went straight to one of the side buildings at the mountaintop. This was where Fan Luo had summoned him last time. There are 2 female core formation cultivators cultivating outside. They opened their eyes as he walked toward them, but when they noticed that it was Wang Lin, they closed them again. Wang Lin stood outside the building and loudly said, "Disciple greets master. Come inside." Fan Lu's gentle voice came from inside the building. Wang Lin walked in. Without a word, and saw Fan Lu sitting on a stone bench. There was another person beside her, young senator. He nodded at Wang Lin before turning his gaze back outside and furrowing his brow. Fan Lu's expression seemed tired as she looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What is it?" Wang Lin didn't say a word, he only threw out the jade. Fan Lu was startled. She hadn't checked the jade yet, only Wang Lin. After her divine sense entered the jade, her expression became strange. Yang Sen took the jade from Fan Lu and scanned it with his divine sense. His face brightened up and he smiled. "Not bad. You killed 61 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 1 Core Formation cultivator. If you can continue this, then you have a chance of getting the Distant Heaven pill. But I am very curious. You were only at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment before. How did you reach the pseudo-core formation stage so quickly? And even so, it should be almost impossible for you to kill a core formation cultivator. How did you do it?" Near the end, his voice became more serious. Wang Lin had already expected these questions before he came here. His expression was calm as he plainly said, that core formation cultivator was already heavily wounded by other people before escaping. I was lucky to catch him off guard and took his core. Then I used the evil demon sex technique to devour his core to reach the pseudo-core formation stage. Devouring technique. Yang Sen's eyes pierced through Wang Lin. He noticed the trace of core spiritual energy inside him. This made him believe Wang Lin's story a bit and he remained silent. Fan Lu shot Wang Lin a meaningful look, then threw the jade back to him. She said, "This is the second piece of the map. I'll count that core formation cultivator as 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators. If you manage to kill 150 Foundation Establishment cultivators, then you can come to me for the 3rd piece." Wang Lin nodded. He checked the jade with his divine sense and found that it was indeed the map. If he were to combine the 2 maps, then he would have a clear understanding of Hofen's surroundings. Hofen bordered the Sea of Devils. According to the map, there was no Zhao around Hofen. According to the description on the map, there was another continent on the other side of the Sea of Devils. He believed that on the 3rd piece there would be some information on that other continent. There was also a detailed description of the Sea of Devils, but Wang Lin didn't pay much attention to it as he withdrew his divine sense. Yang Sen looked at Wang Lin in a favorable light and said, "The cultivators of Xian Wu have gathered together for a big fight. If you want to get credit, then this will be your best chance." Wang Lin was about to speak when a scream suddenly came from outside. Yang Sen and Fan Lu immediately disappeared as they charged outside. Wang Lin quickly walked out and saw a nascent soul that had many wounds. It was leaking spiritual energy everywhere. The nascent soul said, "Fellow cultivators, the country sealing array has been broken, the fire beasts are on their way." Wang Lin's expression became unsettled as the country sealing array being broken was very bad news for him. Once those fire beasts get out, their first target will be him. The thought of the fire beasts chasing him made Wang Lin's scalp go numb. He immediately made up his mind. He had to get the map no matter what, and it didn't seem like he could wait until the end of the month for the Distant Heaven pill. Thinking of this, Wang Lin's brow furrowed. The last piece of the map was in Feng Wuan's hands and he didn't have enough time to kill the required cultivators. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made a decision. He immediately found Lin Tao and Yang Xiong with his divine sense and then quietly moved away before flying toward Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong was one of the disciples responsible for patrolling the area. He didn't dare to relax at all as he vigilantly kept watch, but his eyes couldn't help but move toward the top of the mountain. When that broken nascent soul flew past him, he had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Yang Xiong let out a sigh as he suppressed the heavy feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to go patrol the northwest area, he suddenly felt something, so he flew into the dense forest in the north. After he entered the dense forest, he looked around and respectfully said, "Yang Xiong greets master." Wang Lin came out of a tree. He examined Yang Xiong before asking, "Where is Zhong Zihong?" Yang Xiong was suspicious, but he didn't dare say anything. He pondered for a bit before replying, "If I remember correctly, junior sister Zhong should be in the 3rd Squad of the 4th Army, but I don't know the exact details." Wang Lin looked at Yang Xiong and said, "I have already returned Zhong Zihong's soul essence blood." Yang Xiong's body shook and his breathing became rough, but he quickly calmed himself down. He raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "If you can make Zhong Zihong come here, then I'll return your soul essence blood to you." Yang Xiong's eyes became bloodshot and his breathing became rough again. After a long time, he whispered, "Is what master is saying true?" Wang Lin frowned but still nodded. Without a word, Yang Xiong took out a piece of jade and placed it on his forehead. Wang Lin only saw the jade gleam a few times before being thrown. Yang Xiong then disappeared into the distance. After 1 hour, the sound of flying swords came from the distance and a very beautiful woman with red lips, white skin, and a curvy figure arrived. This person was Zhong Zihong. She put away her flying sword, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Wang Lin beside Yang Xiong, making her face immediately go pale. Wang Lin waved his hand and Yang Xiong's soul essence blood flew toward Yang Xiong. He felt very shameful as he caught it and left without daring to look at Zhong Zihong. Zhong Zihong's face was pale and she bit her red lip. After a long time, she talked with a chill on her back. "Ancestor Feng Wan is my mother. When she saw me, she immediately noticed that something was off, so..." Wang Lin shook his head. He sighed and said, "This matter is over, so there's no need to mention it again. Zhong Zihong, I would like you to help me with something." Zhong Zihong was startled and asked, "Is it the map?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "My home is very far away. It would be impossible to find it without a map." Zhong Zihong looked at Wang Lin with a very complex gaze and said, "Help me kill 2 people." Wang Lin raised his brow. "What cultivation level?" Zhong Zihong's eyes became cold as she answered, "One is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and the other is at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment." "Okay." Wang Lin didn't hesitate to agree. "You should know the 2 of them. One of them is Ma Liang's precious junior apprentice sister, Su Si. The other is Zhou O, who is always fooling around with her. You don't have to kill them now, you can kill them when you leave. As for the map, I'll bring it to you within 1 hour." After Zhong Zihong finished speaking, she looked at Wang Lin meaningfully before leaving on her flying sword. "Ma Liang, this is the last time I'm helping you," Zhong Zihong revealed a melancholy look as she slowly flew away. Wang Lin meaningfully looked at Zhong Zihong's back before spreading out his divine sense to find Su Si. He left a sliver of his G realm on her before, so it was very easy to find her. After finding Su Si's location, Wang Lin took a step forward and went underground. Half an hour later, Wang Lin resurfaced. He sat down cross-legged, waiting for Zhong Zihong's return. There was a strange look on his face as when he found Su Si and Zhou O. The 2 of them were in a remote area of the mountain. They were having fun with their 2 white bodies colliding and creating popping sounds. Wang Lin took one look and placed a sliver of divine sense that would activate in half a month on Zhou O before quietly leaving. After waiting in the dense forest for a while, the person that came wasn't Zhong Zihong but a female qi condensation disciple. She threw a piece of jade into the forest and ran away without even looking back. Wang Lin's right hand moved and the jade quickly flew into it. He checked the jade with his divine sense before putting it away. Then he took a deep breath, entered the ground, and quickly left. After the 3 pieces of the map were fused, Wang Lin could tell that Hofen belonged to the Zhou Wu continent. A place called the Sea of Devils was between here and the continent Zhao was on. If he wanted to return to Zhao, he would have to cross this Sea of Devils, which was rumored to be filled with demonic cultivators. The map contained only some details of the Sea of Devils. It only said that it was a very dangerous place and that even nascent soul cultivators didn't dare to casually enter. And the map even pointed out that the Sea of Devils wasn't a real sea anymore. Back in ancient times, the sea was evaporated by a very powerful cultivator to kill his enemy. Since then, the entire Sea of Devils was filled with fog, so it's more accurate to say that it's a fog sea. The creatures living in the Sea of Devils have adapted to survive in this fog too. At the same time, because of the special fog of the Sea of Devils, the fog becomes seawater for 1 month out of the year. Due to the harsh landscape, resources are very lacking, there are very few spirit veins, and killing people is very common. All of this caused the Sea of Devils to become a gathering point for demonic cultivators. Even criminals from high-ranking cultivation countries being hunted by their countries escape to the Sea of Devils. The name Sea of Devils comes from this. As for its real name, no one even remembers it. The Sea of Devils is a very messy and chaotic place. Very few non-demonic cultivators are willing to enter that place. Wang Lin digested the information in the jade as he was using the earth escape technique. He suddenly stopped when his divine sense spread out from the ground and saw 2 flying swords flying across the sky. The one in front was a girl whose face was very flustered and pale. Her body seemed like it was ready to fall over. This girl was as beautiful, graceful, and elegant as a fairy. She was Li Muan from the Lu He sect who he met once. The person chasing her was a young man with slicked hair. Not only was the young man not in a rush as he casually chased her, but he also loudly teased, "Little darling, I have killed everyone else in your 13-man squad. Where can you possibly run to?" Li Muan remained silent as she bit her lower lip and flew forward. The young man waved his hand. Li Muan let out a scream as a large piece of the clothes on her back was torn off, revealing her white and tender skin. The young man let out a laugh as he sniffed the ripped piece of cloth. His eyes lit up. Wang Lin only looked for a bit before withdrawing his gaze. That young man's cultivation level was very high, at the mid-stage of core formation. He doesn't want any trouble as his goal is to leave before the fire beasts arrive. He only met Li Muan once, so there was no real reason to risk his life to save her. But just at this moment, the young man's eyes lit up and he threw a black light toward where Wang Lin was hiding. There is a junior who knows the earth escape technique hiding here. Since we met, you might as well stay. Wang Lin let out a sigh and jumped out the moment the black light hit the ground. Li Muan noticed a change, so she turned around. She revealed a joyous expression and shouted, "It's you. Senior apprentice brother, please save me." With that, her flying sword turned and arrived next to Wang Lin in an instant. The young man let out a laugh. He waved his hand, making 8 flying swords appear. They all shot toward Wang Lin and Li Muan. The flying swords closed in, but most of them were targeting Wang Lin. Only one sword was targeting Li Muan, and it wasn't trying to kill her. Clearly, the young man wanted to keep her alive. Wang Lin secretly let out a sigh as he grabbed Li Muan's arm and dangerously dodged the flying swords. He pulled her underground and activated the earth escape technique to run away. The earth escape technique was really a technique of the ancient cultivation world, even if this was just an inferior branch of it. Even when Wang Lin was carrying another person, his speed barely dropped. The youth controlled the flying swords to attack the ground. He showed a mocking smile as the shock waves transferred underground, but as Wang Lin's speed became faster and faster, the youth's expression became more serious and he focused on chasing. Although he was a core formation cultivator, he wasn't specialized in speed. If Wang Lin was using a normal flying sword of a foundation establishment cultivator, it would be nothing, but against the specialized earth escape technique, his weakness was exposed. The more he chased, the bigger the gap between him and Wang Lin became. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he looked back at Li Muan with a merciless expression. Li Muan's heart began to pound. She knew that she had dragged him down with her. She bit her lower lip and quickly said, "That person is the Xian Wu's double cultivation sex elder. He somehow knew that I had a distant heaven pill. That's why he disregarded his status and came after me." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked, "You have a distant heaven pill?" Wang Lin's gaze caused Li Muan to become very frightened. She was a very clever person, or else she wouldn't have risked saying the 3 words, "distant heaven pill," to get him to save her. After all, they were both from Ho Fun, so falling in his hands would be better than falling in the hands of that core formation cultivator. Thinking about this, she immediately said, "I don't have a finished distance heaven pill, only a semi-complete product." Her eyes began to turn red as she saw Wang Lin's unkind gaze and quickly explained, "None of the Lu He Sec's distance heaven pills are complete, they are all in a semi-complete state. However, it would only take half an hour of refining to make it a complete product. This is because once the distance heaven pill is complete, there is no way to store it. It must be consumed within 1 year, otherwise its effectiveness will drastically decrease." Wang Lin's mind quickly turned. He originally planned on going around Ho Fun to get into the Sea of Devils, but now he grabbed Li Muan's soft little hand and charged toward Ho Fun's border. Wang Lin had 2 options right now. One was to return to the Ho Fun Union. There were many powerful cultivators there, and the moment they arrive, they would be safe. However, that core formation young man might not even let them get that far. If Li Muan changes her mind once they get to safety, then it would be very hard for him to get the distance heaven pill. The second option was to go to the border of Ho Fun. Considering how long it had been since the country sealing barrier broke, the fire beasts should be on their way. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to choose the second option. The young man kept chasing. Seeing his prey getting farther and farther away, he let out an angry grunt and took out a crystal leaf from his bag of holding. The young man looked at the leaf for a bit before throwing it out. The leaf immediately grew longer and wider until it was 10 feet long. The young man jumped on the leaf, then his hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Quick!" The moment he said that word, the leaf flew forward at an incredible speed. It was so fast that it left an afterimage that took a while to dissipate. The distance between the 2 parties began to lessen and Li Muan's face became even more pale. She didn't dare to think of what would happen if the young man caught up. She was angry that Wang Lin didn't go toward the Ho Fun Union, but she only dared to kept it inside as she didn't want to show her face in fear of Wang Lin leaving her behind. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he carefully calculated the time. It had been about 3 hours since the news of the country sealing array breaking arrived. Adding the time it took for the nascent soul to use all its power to teleport here and the time after the fire beasts broke the array, the fire beasts must have arrived at the border of Xian Wu by now. As he was calculating, he detected a red cloud rolling in from the distance with his divine sense. When the young man saw the red cloud, he immediately stopped and gave up the chase. With his position, he knew the reason Ho Fun was invading Xian Wu. The reason was that the fire beasts were forming that red cloud. The herd of fire beasts was very fast and Wang Lin's earth escape technique was also very fast, so when they passed each other, a huge gap was created. Li Muan's heart pounded rapidly as she watched the red cloud. She finally calmed down a bit when she noticed that they moving farther away from it. However, she suddenly realized something and shouted, quickly, "Stop! We need to go back and report it. Aren't the fire beasts supposed to be sealed by the country sealing array?" Wang Lin looked at her coldly and said, "They already know, there is no need for you to worry." Just then, a powerful divine sense spread out and suddenly locked onto Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin realized that something was wrong, so he took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and drank it all. He throttled the earth escape technique to 120% of its normal speed and quickly escaped with Li Muan. The fire beasts that had already flown far away suddenly stopped. They all let out roars, then turned around and started chasing after Wang Lin. However, the distance between them was very large and Wang Lin's reaction was very quick. Instead of slowing down, he sped up, so even though the fire beasts were chasing, they could only follow far behind and were unable to catch up anytime soon. Li Muan was horrified as she noticed the change, but then she suddenly had a very strange thought. It felt as if the fire beasts weren't out to destroy Ho Fun but were after this cold youth. The real 5 elemental escape technique is a legendary technique. Not only does it require a large amount of spiritual energy, it also has strict requirements for one's talent. However, what Wang Lin learned was only a branch variant called the Earth Escape Technique. Aside from the large spiritual energy consumption, the amount of talent required isn't very high. He could even fine-tune the technique after many uses. Although he hadn't known the technique for long, he had used it a lot since learning it, so now he could use it with ease. As for the spiritual energy consumption, well, to be honest, the last thing Wang Lin was afraid of was the consumption of spiritual energy. Wang Lin continued to use the Earth Escape technique for 3 days straight as he brought Li Muan across Ho Fun. The fire beasts chasing him had gotten closer and their roars could now be heard. At the border of Ho Fun, Wang Lin came out of the ground. He looked at the Sea of Devils, then he turned to Li Muan, who had a pale and weary face, and asked, "Are you confident you can finish refining the pill before the fire beasts catch up?" At this point, Li Muan feared Wang Lin from the bottom of her heart. She was now sure that the fire beast's target was the person before her. Why would those fire beasts ignore the Ho Fun Union and all turn to chase him otherwise? Also, looking at the fire beasts, it was as if they all had some deep hatred for this person. Most importantly, Li Muan knew a bit about the Earth Escape technique. Unless one reaches the core formation stage, it is impossible for a cultivator to use for it 3 days straight. She became very curious about the liquid Wang Lin always drank whenever he ran low on spiritual energy. Now that she heard Wang Lin's words, her face became even more pale. With how smart Li Muan was, how could she not realize the hidden meaning in that question? If she could do it, then he might give her a way out, like luring the fire beasts away or something. But if she couldn't, she believed that this cold youth would take away her half-completed Distant Heavens pill and leave her behind. Thinking about it, Li Muan's body began to tremble. She had seen a lot of cultivators being torn apart by the fire beasts, so she was terrified right now. Wang Lin's brow furrowed. Time was of the essence right now, yet this girl was in a daze. How could he possibly know what was going through her head right now? Li Muan's guess was a bit off, however. Even if she couldn't finish it now, Wang Lin would have taken the semi-complete product, but he still would have given her a life-saving treasure. Adding on the fact that the fire beasts were after him, she would have had a high chance of survival. Li Muan's heart trembled when she saw Wang Lin frown. She bit her lower lip and said, with a trembling voice, Senior apprentice brother, time is too short for me to produce a complete product, but I can refine pills. I know how to refine almost every pill from the Lu He sect and I have memorized many ancient recipes. As long as I have the materials, I can refine them." Wang Lin was startled and looked at Li Muan a few times, then he saw the red light coming in from the distance and grabbed Li Muan. He then charged toward the Sea of Devils. Li Muan didn't know that her words had really tempted Wang Lin. In his eyes, Li Muan was a walking pill furnace. If he used her properly, his cultivation level would be able to increase greatly. Wang Lin obtained this idea from Sun Yotsai's life journal. The Sea of Devils was very large, and it was basically a big hole. It wouldn't be wrong to call the Sea of Devils a giant basin, only this basin had many mountain ranges within it. There weren't any trees, but there were many strange plants. If one were to check their ancestry, they would find that these plants would trace all the way back to ancient sea plant life. The season Wang Lin entered the Sea of Devils was when the fog was the thickest. Shortly after, the fog will turn into water, and then 1 month later, all of the water will become fog again. Li Muan was dragged into the thick fog by Wang Lin. Her charming body trembled as she bit her lower lip and whispered, Senior apprentice brother, this is the Sea of Devils." Wang Lin coldly replied, "I know." Li Muan secretly let out a sigh and no longer said a word. The moment they entered the Sea of Devils, slivers of ing energy entered their bodies. This caused Wang Lin to become alert. He didn't expect to finding spiritual energy here. This made him very happy. Compared to Ho Fun, the Sea of Devils was like a piece of ice, creating a vast contrast with Ho Fun. This was the first time Li Muan had come to the Sea of Devils. Various stories she had heard about the Sea of Devils entered her mind, causing her face to become ever paler than it was before. Wang Lin stopped in the middle of the fog. The fog in this spot wasn't too thick, so the border of Ho Fun was visible. He saw the red cloud closing in from the distance, but once the fire beasts arrived at the border, none of them crossed it. They could only roar at Wang Lin. Gradually, more and more fire beasts gathered, but not one fire beast entered the Sea of Devils. It was as if there was a giant crevice in the way and they didn't want to cross it. After a long time, one fire beast finally charged out, but the moment it touched the fog, it let out a miserable scream. Its body quickly shrank and its skin went from white to red to gray. This scene looked exactly like throwing a hot coal into ice water. After seeing this, Wang Lin's heart calmed down a bit. According to his plan, even if the fire beasts charged in, the beasts and cultivators from here would stop them. And the Sea of Devils was the size of several thousand ho fens. Although the map did not show it, it clearly pointed out the difference in size. With how large the Sea of Devils was, if Wang Lin were to hide here, it would be hard for the fire beasts to find him. Wang Lin's body moved and he grabbed Li Muan, the portable pill furnace, and quickly flew away. His G-realm divine sense spread out. He kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. He had to make a cave and reach the core formation stage as soon as possible. Only after reaching the core formation stage and becoming the number 1 cultivator below the nascent soul stage would he have any confidence in surviving in the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin flew at a low altitude near the bottom of the sea with a flag in his hand. This was a soul flag with over 100 souls sealed inside, including the soul of Sang Muya from earlier. The soul flag used to belong to Sang Muya and he didn't expect it to be his own grave. After talking with Sang Muya, Wang Lin learned that everything within a 1 million kilometer radius was considered the outer rim of the Sea of Devils. There were countless large and small sects in this area, and the Fighting Evil sect was one of them. The highest level cultivator of the sect was the sect head, Lu Sen, who was Sang Muya's ancestor. He was at the peak of mid-stage core formation and was somewhat famous in this area. The outer rim of the Sea of Devils was very lacking in resources with very few spirit veins. There were very few nascent soul cultivators here as many weren't willing to live in this area. Most of them lived in the middle section of the Sea of Devils. In addition to all of this, Wang Lin also learned that there weren't any spirit beast bones in the outer rim of the Sea of Devils. Those powerful spirit beasts all lived in the middle section of the, and even if one were to wander out here, it was not something the demonic cultivators that lived here could kill. But Wang Lin still managed to obtain some useful information. Within the outer rim of the Sea of Devils, there were 3 danger zones. One of the 3 danger zones, the Corpse Valley, had many beast bones. If nearby sects needed such materials, they would go there. The strange thing was that every so often, new corpses of newly dead spirit beasts would appear in the Corpse Valley. Some of these spirit beasts were very powerful when they were alive. There was actually no explanation for how they appeared there, much less how they died in the Corpse Valley. Although the Corpse Valley was mysterious, as long as one doesn't enter the central part of the valley, then generally nothing dangerous happens. As for the bones Sang Muya was using to deal with his senior apprentice brother, it came from the Corpse Valley. It was made from the bones of a mysterious crow beast. After studying it for a long time, Wang Lin found that this poison only worked on Foundation establishment cultivators. The effect was drastically weaker against more powerful cultivators. Wang Lin's current destination was the Corpse Valley. He quickly flew toward the direction Sang Muya pointed to. What he saw when he arrived outside the Corpse Valley were countless mountain ranges. There were tall and low mountains, and where the mountain ranges met, there were large and small valleys. This was the Corpse Valley. The fog here was very thin and didn't affect visibility at all. However, as Wang Lin entered, he felt Yin energy that was very different in terms of quality to the energy outside. Wang Lin immediately formed a seal and began to chant, then slivers of light gathered before him. Eventually, they formed a ball of white light, but right after it appeared, it began to change colors until it finally settled and became blue. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the technique to determine the type of Yin energy in the area. Based on the color of the ball, it would tell him which of the 4 Yin energies it was. There were 4 colors: purple, blue, silver, and red, which represented heaven, earth, mysterious, and death Yin. Since the light was blue, then this place contained the very rare earth Yin energy. Wang Lin took a deep breath and pointed forward. The ball of light immediately flew forward. Wang Lin slowly followed behind the ball of light and observed its color as he searched for beast bones. Wang Lin's divine sense found several cultivators inside the corpse valley, but they were all focused on looking for beast bones. Even if they were to meet, all they would do was nod at each other as they passed by. Wang Lin pondered a little. There wasn't only one corpse valley but countless ones of varying sizes. There were fewer cultivators deep inside the valley, meaning there was a higher chance of finding beast bones there. After passing through the 9 valleys, there were much more remains of beasts. Some of them were terrifyingly large as they took up a majority of the valley. Wang Lin was standing on top of a giant beast corpse, but after examining it for a while, he gave up on the idea of taking it away. Although this corpse was large, there wasn't spiritual energy in the bones. Meaning this wasn't a spirit beast. It just had a large body. As he got closer and closer to the center of the corpse valley, the deeper the color of the ball of light became. After he passed the 9th valley, he no longer saw any cultivators, and the amount of corpses increased. Wang Lin paused in the 9th valley for a while. He was very careful and had his divine sense spread out. For some reason, after he arrived at the 9th valley, he felt that it was different from the previous 8. He couldn't clearly say what was different, but he felt as if countless pairs of eyes were gathered on him the moment he entered. Wang Lin sneered in his heart as he swept the surroundings with his G-realm divine sense. The eyes on him immediately disappeared and the valley became silent again. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then casually collected beast bones before moving to the 10th valley. When he arrived at the 13th valley, the ball of light split into 2. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that this meant that the quality of Yin energy had broken past rank 10 normal quality and entered rank 1 good quality. Waves of Yin were coming from the 14th valley. Wang Lin felt his body stiffen. Wang Lin looked around and let out a sigh. In truth, this was the best place for him to go into closed-door cultivation. However, although this place looked calm, for it to be considered one of the 3 danger zones, it must have its dangers. Wang Lin didn't dare to go into closed-door cultivation for long no matter how good the conditions were. Before he fully understands this place, he won't stay here for long unless he absolutely has to. He hesitated for a bit. He had already collected a few beast bones. Although their quality wasn't very high, they should at least be able to increase the power of the 9 skeleton formation a bit. But he was a bit unwilling to walk away now. From his current position, he could see just how big the 14th valley was. This 14th valley was clearly different from the 13 before it. Its size was almost the same as the previous 13 combined. In addition to all of this, what was most strange about the 14th valley was that there were no corpses in sight. The entire ground was covered in shining blue frost that looked very mysterious. From a distance, Wang Lin could see that the 14th valley wasn't the center of the corpse valley. It could only be considered the halfway point. Wang Lin shook his head and decided to head back. Just as he was about to leave, a roar came from the distance and a giant dragon over 1,000 feet long appeared from the fog. Wang Lin's expression changed as he took a few steps back and entered the ground. His divine sense spread out and was locked onto the giant dragon. The dragon's body was very large. As it moved its body, it created huge gusts of wind. In one jump, it crossed 13 valleys and entered the 14th valley. As the giant dragon passed over Wang Lin, a large amount of fresh blood fell from the sky. Wang Lin looked up and saw that there was a giant wound on the dragon's stomach. The wound covered half of the dragon's body length. Wang Lin looked at the direction the dragon came from and saw a trail of blood. It seemed the dragon was bleeding non-stop on the way here. The dragon stopped above the 14th valley and seemed indifferent about the amount of blood he was shedding as he let out one last roar. The moment this roar came out, the air around the dragon rippled and spread out like waves in the ocean. The bones in the other valleys were turned to dust and were pushed outward by the air waves. Wang Lin could feel that 3 inches of the ground were peeled off. He was extremely shocked. This dragon was probably even stronger than a nascent soul cultivator. This roar lasted for 1 hour before the dragon's eyes dimmed. It used the last of its strength to smash into the blue ice on the ground and dug into it. At this moment, Wang Lin jumped out of the ground and charged toward the dragon without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the 14th valley. As he floated in the air, he grabbed the tail of the sinking dragon and pulled with all his might. He only heard crackling sounds as the dragon's body was pulled out by him. His heart pounded as he carried the heavy body and flew out of the corpse valley. The dragon was too heavy. Even when using all the spiritual energy in his body, he could just barely carry it. He could hear his own bones compressing under the pressure, but when he thought about obtaining the body of a dragon that had just died, Wang Lin completely ignored the pain. After shakily flying out of the corpse valley, Wang Lin could see the cultivators that were collecting bones on the outer rim. All of them had activated defensive treasures as they looked at him. They were stunned. These cultivators were used to these kinds of things happening, so the moment the dragon appeared, they all scattered, opened up their defensive treasures, and found a sturdy place to hide. Even so, there were still people who had their bodies shattered by the roar. In order to survive, not only would they need a certain level of cultivation but also a quick mind. These people were here year-round as they relied on selling the bones from the corpse valley for a living. Because they were here year-round, they did sometimes see spirit beasts dying inside the valley, but this was the first time they had seen someone carry out the body of a spirit beast that had just died. They have never even heard of it, let alone seen it. However, this person had not only done it, but was carrying a complete dragon corpse. A complete body that hadn't rotted. At this moment, most of the cultivators had lost their reasoning and revealed looks of greed. Wang Lin could feel countless eyes looking at him. He let out a cold snort as he stepped on the ground and went underground using the earth escape technique with the entire dragon. The moment he sunk down, his G-realm divine sense shot out. All of the cultivators here were below the core formation stage, so every single one of them died. The dragon's body was simply too large. Even though he was constantly drinking spirit liquid, he couldn't move very fast. He could only ever so slowly move toward the cave as he was carrying the dragon. It took Wang Lin 10 days to slowly move from the corpse valley back to the cave. After he appeared outside the cave, he carefully checked his surroundings. When he was sure that nothing was wrong, he came out and dragged the dragon out with him. The ground shook and alerted Li Muan. She opened the formation and poked her head out after Wang Lin called her. However, the moment she poked her head out, her eyes were drawn to the 1,000-foot-long dragon. She was dumbfounded for a long time. Wang Lin dragged the dragon into the formation and said to Li Muan, "Would the bones of this dragon be enough for the formation?" Li Muan nodded in a daze as her mind was a complete mess. She had seen records of this type of dragon. They were powerful enough to kill late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and their entire bodies could be considered treasures. Inside the head of the dragon was a dragon pill. It was a natural pill that only needed a bit of refinement to become a real pill that will increase cultivation. The dragon's skin was top-quality material for making armor, and the dragon's bones and tendons were also rare materials. The most precious material of all, though, was the marrow. The quality of the marrow depended on the age of the dragon. The older the dragon, the less marrow. Once it reaches a certain age, it will become a dragon pill. The dragon pill was something even ancient cultivators would dream of. It would allow one to obtain a dragon's body and allow them to switch back and forth. Also, from that point on, they will never reach a bottleneck when cultivating. However, for a dragon to form a dragon pill, it would need to be alive for 9,990,000 years. This was why no exact records of the dragon pill existed. Its effects were still only rumors and legends. After passing the dragon to Li Muan, he no longer bothered with it and went on his way. He had obtained everything he needed besides a furnace in this trip, but he learned that there was a place called the Treasure Refining Pavilion where he could buy one. The Treasure Refining sect had a lot of shops all over the Sea of Devils. The closest one was in North Dipper City, 40,000 kilometers away. However, things like a pill furnace usually cost a lot, and after hearing Sang Muya say that the head of the fighting evil sect had spent almost all of the sect's spirit stones for one pill furnace, he gave up on the idea of going to buy one. He decided to put the matter of the furnace aside for now. Because they had the dragon's bones, the 9 skeleton formation will be strong enough to provide them decent protection. Wang Lin was going to go into closed-door training, aiming for the core formation stage. Wang Lin sat down in one of the stone rooms and sealed it with a large rock. Then he took out 30 flying swords and pointed at the ground. The flying swords immediately flew into the ground and started digging a tunnel to the bottom of the mountain. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he shot out some spiritual energy that became a ball of fire. The color of the fire gradually became light blue. Wang Lin slightly frowned, but his face immediately lightened up. Rank 1 Common Earth Een. Although it couldn't compare to the Corpse Valley, it was more than enough for common cold cores. His body moved and jumped into the bottom of the pit. It reached rank 3 Common Earth Een. This was clearly the limit, so he put out the ball of fire and began to cultivate. Wang Lin had already learned the underworld ascension method once, so he was able to quickly pick it up again. Time slowly passed and 3 days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a contemplating expression before he took out the heaven-defying bead and gathered the spirit liquid. Time quickly passed by. Aside from cultivating, Wang Lin only gathered the spirit liquid from the heaven-defying bead every day. Once he had gathered enough dew, he would spend part of the day cultivating inside the heaven-defying bead with the spirit liquid. As a result, his progress was very rapid. It only took him 1 month to form 2 cold cores. He only needed to form the last one to attempt to reach the core formation stage. This last cold core would take longer to make. After all, he had only formed 2 cold cores last time. However, he was at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment, so at least it wouldn't take him years of cultivation for it to finally form. Wang Lin was confident that he could form his 3rd cold core within 3 months. As a result, he wasn't in a rush at all. Aside from cultivating and gathering spirit liquid, he found time every day to nurture some devils. Wang Lin had tried many times, but he couldn't imprint his divine sense onto the devil, so he had to work around it by slowly nurturing them. Speaking of the devil, he was of great use for Wang Lin. He slowly took out souls from the soul flag and fed them to the devil. All of the souls inside this soul flag were cultivators from the Sea of Devils, and a majority of them were disciples of the fighting evil sect. According to Sang Muya, all of these souls belonged to people who fought with him for the attention of their master. After they were killed by him, he sealed their souls inside. Time slowly passed, and by the time the devil had devoured most of the souls in the soul flag, a sliver of Wang Lin's divine sense developed inside the devil. The devil itself hadn't realized that this sliver of Wang Lin's divine sense had developed within itself as it thought about ways to escape. 3 months had passed since he had gone into closed-door cultivation. The prototype for his 3rd cold core had already formed. In these 3 months, he had gone outside several times. The room Li Muan was in was filled with materials. She even managed to get some soil from somewhere and planted some spirit herbs. There was also a formation of low and medium quality spirit stones laid out around the spirit herbs to ensure they had enough spiritual energy to grow. A small pill furnace was placed in the center of the room with a pile of failed pills beside it. Li Muan had started refining pills when Wang Lin had gone into closed-door cultivation. Aside from the failures on the ground, there were also jades scattered on the floor. Whenever Li Muan gets stuck or had some inspiration, she would immediately search through the jades. Of the 4 rooms inside the cave, 1 was used for Wang Lin's cultivation, 1 was for alchemy, 1 was for growing plants, and the last one had been renovated into a shower room by Li Muan. The Sea of Devils was filled with fog, so the air was very humid. The inside the cave was no exception. Clothes will get wet very quick and stick to your body. Li Muan was a girl, and adding on the sticky feeling the wet clothes gave her, she really couldn't stand it anymore, so she put in a lot of effort to make this shower room. Wang Lin didn't care about the shower room at all because all he had to do was cycle his spiritual energy and all of the yin energy would be sucked into his cold core. The 9 skeleton formation's power had greatly increased with the dragon's bones. However, Li Muan said that it should be called the 9 dragon bone formation instead of the 9 skeleton formation. The moment the formation was turned on, it could trap a core formation cultivator for months, or block a nascent soul cultivator for a few days. However, Li Muan regretted that they couldn't catch the dragon while it was alive, because if they had infused the dragon's soul into the formation, it would be even stronger. Not only would it be able to defend, it would also be able to attack. Any core formation cultivator would die instantly, and a nascent soul cultivator would be forced away in a sorry state. Unfortunately, the soul of a dragon was too hard to obtain, so she could only dream about it. As for the dragon, Li Muan took out the dragon's pill and stored it until she obtains a better pill furnace. As for the skin, Li Muan spent a month removing it from the dragon and stored it for later. In addition to all of this, there were the dragon's tendons. This was the third mysterious part of the dragon aside from the dragon's pill and marrow. If a treasure refiner was here, they would be able to refine the tendons into weapons that could change their size at will and split into countless branches. The last part was a small bottle of bone marrow. It was so precious that Li Muan was scared of using it to refine pills. She handed these things over to Wang Lin and painfully withdrew her gaze. Wang Lin kept the dragon's marrow and veins and gave everything else to Li Muan. With her tender hands, she made 2 inner armors from the dragon's hide. After Wang Lin put one on, he looked at the other one that was clearly made for a woman and threw it at Li Muan. She let out a smile as she silently put it away in her bag of holding. There was still a lot of dragon's hide left after the armor was made, so Wang Lin put it all away to exchange for other resources in the future. The entire dragon became various treasures. Another month passed and Wang Lin finally formed his 3rd cold core. The yin energy cycled through the cold core at his head, chest, and dantian. Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed an excited look. He closed his eyes and decided to do it all in one go, so he fused the 3 cold cores into one. Situ Nan had explained in detail before about the process of fusing the 3 cold cores into one. The fusion was divided into the initial step and completion. If he could reach the initial step, then he would truly be half a step into the core formation stage. If he were to take the distant heaven pill at the same moment he completes the fusion, then he would have an 80% chance of reaching the core formation stage. He didn't let Li Muan complete the distant heaven pill because it required a better pill furnace and there was only one incomplete pill. He had to ensure the highest success rate of the pill being completed. At the same time, he made the backup plan of using the demonic blood root to make a fake distant heaven pill. Before, he thought buying a pill furnace would be too expensive, but now that he had the dragon's hide, he could try to get one. If it was still not enough, then he would do whatever was necessary to get a pill furnace. He took a deep breath and began to attempt fusing his cold cores. There were cold cores in his head, chest, and dantian. He had to break the balance between the 3 so the cold core at the head would sync and fuse with the one in the chest. If that succeeded, then that was the initial fusion. The next step would be for that fused cold core to sync and fuse with the one in the dantian. The moment the 3 cold cores fuse, there is a chance for a real core to form. Wang Lin quietly sat inside this small, stone room filled with yin energy. His eyes were cold, his divine sense was in his body, and his focus was on the cold core in his head. The first step for him was to make this cold core sync. Wang Lin knew that it would be difficult to fuse the 3 cores before, but after experiencing it, he felt like difficult was an understatement. It was more like unimaginably difficult to fuse the 3 cold cores. Wang Lin had already tried to sync the first cold core for more than a month, and he never stopped trying the whole time. There seemed to be some mysterious force blocking him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through. The requirements to cultivate the underworld ascension method were to break the ancestral point, Chi-Si, and Dantian 3 times each, with each time being harder than the last. The first time could be said to be difficult, the second time was very difficult, and the third time was extremely difficult. However, what Wang Lin was attempting to do right now was really making his ancestral point break a fourth time, so one could only imagine the difficulty. After attempting to break through many times, Wang Lin changed tactics and decided to slowly grind the barrier down. As time went on, that force that was blocking him weakened greatly. However, the pain caused when grinding it was not something a normal person could imagine. Every time he grinded it, his body would shake and his forehead would be covered in sweat. His clothes had been dry ever since he had started this process. Turning 3 cores into 1 was not something that could be achieved without great determination. However, determination was not something Wang Lin lacked. Even back in the Hangyu sect, his determination had left 2 streaks of blood on the road up the mountain. If it wasn't for his bad talent, he would have definitely been the focus of the Hangyu sect's nurture and care. However, all of this was pointless now with the destruction of the Hangyu sect. Wang Lin's determination was unimaginable. After enduring 3 months of this pain, the ancestral point finally broke once more. The fist-sized cold core slowly sank down toward his Chi-Si. As it sunk, slivers of energy from the cold core entered his body. Every time the cold core sunk, more and more of these threads of energy appeared until the core was finally right above the Chi-Si. Wang Lin took a deep breath and started grinding the barrier in front of the Chi-Si without any hesitation. Another 3 months had passed before the barrier finally broke and opened. At the same time, the 2 cold cores collided with each other. Wang Lin heard a boom as a terrifying energy surged through his body. Wang Lin's face immediately became pale. After his throat moved a bit, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood came out, it froze and hit the wall, causing the wall to be covered in blood-colored ice crystals. After coughing out the blood, he quickly took out 8 medium-quality spirit stones, all of which he crushed and turned to dust. The dust quickly circled around him and formed a strange symbol. The symbol faintly glowed before disappearing. Then a black flying sword appeared and circled Wang Lin once before stopping before him. The devil's figure slowly appeared from the sword. The devil first looked at Wang Lin and began to struggle on what to do. Just at this moment, the divine sense implanted in the devil activated and it lost every urge to attack Wang Lin, then started to obediently guard him. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin's body fell to the ground. He only had enough time to place a formation before he passed out. Speaking of this formation, Wang Lin had prepared several simple formations to use during emergency situations. The devil guarded the cave and secretly glanced at Wang Lin a few times. He began to struggle again and thought, should I attack him? Well, he doesn't seem to be faking it, it's hard to say. This guy is just too sly. Should I fight with him? But if I can't defeat him, the devil shivered and threw this idea out of his mind. After one day, the idea he had thrown out of his mind came back again and he began to struggle. Should I attack him? This is the perfect time. If I miss this chance now, then I might never have another. No, this Wang Lin is too cunning. How could he not have some sort of defense against me? He was passing out, yet he still let me out. This doesn't make any sense. The devil shook his head and looked viciously at Wang Lin. I'm not going to fall for it. You can continue to pretend. The idea was once again thrown aside. Another day passed. The devil looked at Wang Lin and became tempted again. Forget it, let's fight. I don't think this guy is faking it. I wanna fight, fight, fight. His eyes turned red and he jumped at Wang Lin. The defensive formation had no effect, so he managed to touch him. But shortly after, the devil let out a miserable scream as green gas came out of his body and he seemed like he was about to disappear. He quickly backed up while miserably crying, I knew this guy was cunning. Why else would he let me out without a care? Damn it, when did he leave that divine sense inside me? How am I going to live from now on? The devil slumped to the ground and began wailing. After experiencing this, the devil obediently stayed in a corner. He stared at the wall with eyes filled with anger. On the third day, Wang Lin woke up and let out a bitter smile. He underestimated the difficulty of the fusion. The destructive force created by the fusion was the key part of the process. He couldn't let this energy escape or the fusion would fail, but if he were to keep it in his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Lin's expression was very dark and unsettling. In truth, his body couldn't handle this level of yin energy, which confused him greatly. How did the senior that practiced the underworld ascension method fuse the 3 cold cores? Forget about others, how did Situ Nan succeed in cultivating the underworld ascension method? Wang Lin thought very hard but couldn't come up with an answer. This was one point Situ Nan had never brought up. How could I make my body be able to withstand the yin energy? Wang Lin muttered to himself for a long time before letting out a sigh, then his gaze landed on the devil in the corner. After Wang Lin woke up, the devil had constantly been taking peeks at him. Now that Wang Lin looked at him, his body quivered and he quickly said, "I have been guarding you this whole time and was always vigilant." Wang Lin grabbed the devil and threw him into the flying sword before leaving the stone room. Wang Lin looked into Li Muan's room and saw her slumped over a table, sleeping soundly. Her silky hair was tied up in a ponytail. Part of the ponytail was on the side of her face and the rest was behind her ear. Her face was slightly red and had a glow like sunlight reflecting off snow. The purple dress she had on made her look like a painting and would cause anyone's heart to beat faster. At this moment, there were slivers of white smoke escaping from the pill furnace next to her, making her look like a fairy in a painting. The decorations Li Muan had added to her room, like the green vines she had picked up somewhere, made this scene look even more like a painting. A faint aroma of herbs came out of her room. When Wang Lin breathed it in, his mind immediately became clearer. He looked for a long time before withdrawing his gaze and looked at the other stone room. His room. Half of the room was filled with herbs and the other half was filled with other materials. The dragon's skull was among those materials. The dragon's corpse was too large, especially the bones. It would be too wasteful to use it all on the formation, so Wang Lin came out once to tell Li Muan to save some of it. After giving out that order, he began fusing the 3 cold cores. Wang Lin began to ponder. There was a bit of purple on this bone that make it look more like metal than bone. He thought that this must have been formed due to the dragon's unique bodily structure. Just as Wang Lin was observing, his heart suddenly moved and he turned around. Li Muan stood up with a yawn and opened the door. She was surprised to see him. All of her drowsiness went away. In these past few days, Li Muan's mentality had been slowly changing. At the start, she was always on guard against Wang Lin because she was afraid he might suddenly attack her. After all, people who practiced the death spell often harvested yin energy. But then she realized that this Wang Lin was almost always in closed-door training. Before, she thought that her brother was diligent in cultivation, but after seeing Wang Lin, she felt that he was truly diligent. In her view, Wang Lin was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and only one step away from the core formation stage. However, how could the core formation stage be that easy to reach? In Li Muan's memory, the youngest person to reach the foundation establishment stage was 17 years old, but that person took 30 years from there before they reached the core formation stage. This person was Ho Fan's ancestor, the first person to reach the nascent soul stage, and the person who raised Ho Fan from a rank 2 to a rank 3 cultivation country. But looking at Wang Lin's appearance, she thought that he was only in his 20s. It would be impossible for him to form his core in a short period of time. When Wang Lin told her that he will send her home once he reaches the core formation stage, she secretly sighed. She believed that it would take him a few decades to successfully reach the core formation stage. She felt a hint of disdain toward Wang Lin. If he wanted to keep her, he could have just said so instead of using this trick. Li Muan pondered for a bit, then asked, Your cultivation has reached a bottleneck? Her soul blood essence was in his hands, so if he were to ever have some crazy demand, she wouldn't know how to respond. This question had been in her mind for a long time. Today, when she saw his frown, she couldn't help but remember that the death spell required the user to absorb yin energy from females to cultivate. Based on her calculations, it has been months since he had last killed anyone or touched any woman. Wang Lin didn't know what Li Muan's was thinking. He looked at her and nodded. Li Muan's heart skipped a beat. She took a few steps back and her face became pale. She struggled a bit as she bit her lower lip and said, I only promise to help you refine pills. If even if I die, I won't agree. Wang Lin was caught off guard by Li Muan. He turned his gaze toward the dragon's skull and asked, why is the skull of the dragon this color? She bit her lower lip and softly said, the dragon's body is filled with poison, so it is not surprising that the bone is this color. Filled with poison? Wang Lin was shocked as he carefully examined the skull. Before a dragon dies, its body gets filled with deadly poison. Once it dies, the poison can change its body to become a type of treasure. The most poisonous part of the dragon is its marrow, and the most valuable part is also its marrow. Li Muan's expression gradually became cold and her voice calm. Wang Lin silently stared at the dragon's skull and began to ponder, his expression unsettled. He muttered, a body filled with poison. Why isn't the dragon affected by the poison when it is alive? An idea flashed across his mind. The idea came quick, but it left just as quick. Wang Lin only got a hint before becoming confused again. Li Muan coldly looked at Wang Lin. Seeing that his frown had become tighter, she couldn't help but say, the dragon's body is made of poison from its flesh, bone, innards, and even its saliva, so it naturally won't be affected. An idea suddenly flashed across Wang Lin's mind. The idea became clearer and his frown gradually loosened up until he finally let out a laugh and put the dragon's skull inside his bag of holding. Since my body couldn't withstand the yin energy, then let my body completely become one with the yin energy. As a result, I will be able to withstand it. Wang Lin took a deep breath, looked at Li Muan, and walked toward her. Li Muan's face became every paler. She backed up to the wall, her body trembling, and just as she was about to kill herself with a bitter smile on her face, Wang Lin said, when I reach the core formation stage, I'll send you back to the Lu He sect. With that, he turned around, rushed out of the cave, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Muan was completely stunned. Her mind was in chaos as various thoughts flooded her mind. Finally, she sat down with her back against the wall. Wang Lin activated his earth escape technique to its peak as he charged toward the corpse valley. After gaining insight from Li Muan's words, he was now 100% confident in making the 3 cold cores fuse. His speed was very fast. He arrived at the corpse valley in 3 days. He charged directly in and flew from the first valley to the 13th valley. Outside of the 14th valley, he took a deep breath and stepped in. In the 14th valley, the ground was covered in a layer of frost. As Wang Lin walked on it, slivers of yin energy entered his feet. Wang Lin hesitated a bit before slowly sinking into the ground with the earth escape technique. As he sank, the yin energy became even more powerful. After he sank about 100 meters, he had to stop as the powerful earth yin energy had frozen his body. This was his limit. If he were to go any deeper, then even his soul would freeze. As for how deep the 14th valley was and what secrets might be within it, Wang Lin didn't care. He carefully controlled his heartbeat and moved his body into the lotus position. I'm not leaving this valley until the 3 cores fuse into one. Wang Lin muttered this in his heart and closed his eyes. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The disaster at Ho Fen was finally resolved. The rank 4 cultivation country had sent 3 soul formation cultivators. They had spent 19 days taming all of the fire beasts. They refined them all together into a medium-quality spirit beast, then returned to their country. The quality of spirit beasts have very wide gaps. They are categorized into abnormal, spirit, desolate, and celestial beasts. Each stage has high, medium, and low quality. The fire spirit that was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead was half a step into becoming a desolate beast. According to this scale, it would be at the peak stage of a high-quality spirit beast. All of its descendants were low-quality spirit beasts. This clearly shows the difference between high, medium, and low quality. If it wasn't for the fact that the fire spirit was in a weakened state, it wouldn't have been so easily devoured. It has to be said that a high-quality spirit beast is the equivalent of a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator. A medium-quality spirit beast is the same as a peak late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and an early-stage spirit beast is the same as a peak late-stage core formation cultivator. The dragon that died was a medium-quality spirit beast. Although the fire beasts were gone, the fire spiritual energy in the country made it impossible to cultivate. They could only wait for the fire spiritual energy to slowly dissipate with time. The battle with Xianwu continued, but battles between hundreds of people were very rare now. Most of the battles now were between a few dozen people. After taking about 1/3 of Xianwu, the cultivators of Hofen really didn't have any more power to push further, so everything stabilized. As for the battle between the two countries, it turned from killing each other to a training ground for the disciples of the two countries. This was a great insult to all of the disciples that had died during the start of the war. As for Wang Lin, after he sunk 100 meters into the ground of the 14th valley, he sat there like an old monk. His heartbeat slowed down even more as an endless amount of energy entered his body and spread to his flesh and bones. Gradually, more and more extremely energy gathered in his body, so his flesh was now blue. It was as if it was about to turn to ice. In the past 6 months, his heart had beaten 9,837,543 times and he had sunken down to 180 meters. Another 6 months passed. The energy had invaded all of his internal organs now. His flesh and blood started to freeze and his hands and feet had become ice crystals. It felt as if any amount of force would shatter them. In these 6 months, his heart had only beaten 487,659 times and he had sunken down to 730 meters. Another 6 months passed. The ice crystals had extended to his arms and legs. If one looked at it closely, they would see his bones inside the ice. His torso was also starting to turn into ice. His heart had beaten a total of 3,865 times and his body had sunken down to 1,460 meters. 6 more months passed. His entire body, besides his head, had become an ice crystal and his heart had stopped beating. His body had sunken down to 3,672 meters. 2 more years passed. Halfway through the 3rd year, his head turned into an ice crystal as well. There was no more signs of life from Wang Lin. He had finally reached the underworld state required in the underworld ascension cultivation method. His body had sunken to 7,979 meters and appeared in a dark blue space. His surroundings were filled with bones of beasts. For some reason, all of the flesh of these beasts had disappeared, leaving behind this sea of corpses. All of the bones here had been turned into blue ice crystals. Wang Lin sat inside the sea of bones and spent 1 month to restore his heartbeat, 2 months to recover his divine sense, and 3 months to feel the 3 cold cores. Afterward, the cold cores from his ancestral point and Qi Si collided, creating a surge of powerful energy. However, compared to the energy currently in Wang Lin's body, it felt a bit underwhelming. He easily fused the 2 cold cores together and condensed them into one. Shortly after, the fused cold core sank and arrived at the Dantian. The barrier at the Dantian lasted only half an hour before it collapsed. The fused cold core sank and collided with the cold core in the Dantian. Suddenly, more than 10 times the energy from last time surged forth. This energy was very dense, but it was still a bit short of the energy in Wang Lin's body. Slowly, the 3 cold cores fused into one. However, its color wasn't golden but a very full gray. Wang Lin didn't know that the underworld ascension cultivation method had undergone some changes due to the heaven-defying bead and the G realm. It could be said that the difficulty he faced had never happened before. The reason the underworld ascension cultivation method was said to be the fastest way to reach the core formation stage was because it formed a prototype cold core first. It would then use spiritual energy to turn it into a golden core. He had now completed more than half of it, so he only needed more spiritual energy to make that final push. However, the core formation stage wasn't that easy to achieve. There was a certain chance of failure. If he were to fail, the prototype core would shatter and he would have to start again. The 3 cores fused into one to form the prototype core. The next step will be for it to fuse with the body. If his body doesn't reject it, Wang Lin will begin to nurture it with his spiritual energy and divine sense. After a certain point, it will turn into a golden core. When that happens, Wang Lin will have stepped into the core formation stage. The final push with spiritual energy would require the help of the distant heaven pill. As Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, cracks started appearing below his head. His body let out crackling sounds and soon, the cracks covered his body. As his body moved, the cracks became even larger. Wang Lin slowly stood and violently shook his body. The ice fragments quickly fell as if there was a powerful wind blowing them away. The clothes on his body also turned to dust and disappeared. Only the dragon hide inner armor still remained tattered on his body. Wang Lin silently stood in place and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them. A blue light shined from his eyes. Although he was only half a step into the core formation stage in terms of cultivation, his underworld ascension cultivation method had reached completion. A mass of blue flames came out of his prototype core and flowed through his body before appearing in his hand. At this moment, 3 inches above his hand, there was a silently burning mass of blue flame. Instead of releasing heat, the flame emitted cold. This flame was the essence of the underworld ascension cultivation method, the underworld flame. The moment the underworld flame appeared, the blue ice around him immediately started to emit a white gas. It was as if it was going to melt. Wang Lin waved his hand and the blue flame disappeared. The white gas slowly dissipated and a dent was revealed in the ice. Wang Lin examined the power of the flame before looking around and putting on another set of clothes. With his eyes locked onto the bones, he began to think. After a while, he sat down in the lotus position and took out the dragon's skull. Staring at the skull, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He decided to go to Nandos City to trade for a pill furnace so Li Muan could complete the distant heaven pill. Although 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, he knew through the soul blood essence that Li Muan didn't meet any danger. However, after seeing the countless frozen beast bones, he hesitated. The war god Shine's refining technique required a reaction furnace. After the first failure, he never gotten his hands on more skulls of spirit beasts. He told Li Muan to save the dragon's skull because he wanted to use it to make the reaction furnace. However, due to him trying to fuse his 3 cold cores, plus the fact that he wasn't sure he would succeed, he hadn't tried it yet. After all, should he fail, it would take a lot of effort to find another one. But now that he found that he was surrounded by bones, his urge to make a reaction furnace surfaced again. He recalled the steps to make the reaction furnace from his memory before taking out the jade to double-check. He put his hands together, then, as he reopened them, threads of spiritual energy connected his 2 hands. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he threw his hands up. The threads of spiritual energy flew up as well. Wang Lin didn't even blink as he joined his hands again and repeated this process over and over again. More and more threads of spiritual energy gathered before him until they were like a tense bundle of glowing silk. After doing all of this, Wang Lin let out a sigh. The first step to making the reaction furnace was complete. Now he had to see if the skull could withstand the fusion of the threads. He pointed at the dragon's skull and the threads touched it. The threads slowly fused with the skull and the purple of the skull gradually lessened. But before long, cracks started to appear where the threads were touching. Then the skull shattered into pieces, leaving only the threads of spiritual energy hanging in the air. Wang Lin let out a dark sigh, but then he quickly revealed an unwilling expression. He stood up, grabbed the threads, jumped to another corpse, and pressed them down. This corpse was about 500 or 600 meters long and was gray. Its head was very big, almost the same as the size as the dragon's skull. The moment the thread reached the corpse, it went right through it. Wang Lin was startled. He tried again and the threads once again just went through the bones. Wang Lin stared at the beast and his eyes lit up. The bones were covered in his blue ice, as if they were frozen. Wang Lin reached out and squeezed the bone. There was a series of crackling sounds, but the bones didn't break. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then took out the underworld flame. The moment the flame got near the bone, waves of white gas floated out of the beast bone. The closer the flame got, the more white gas appeared, and the blue ice melted at a visible rate. Eventually, all of the blue ice melted, revealing the gray bone within. Wang Lin didn't hesitate, he pressed the threads of spiritual energy down. This time, the threads directly warped around the skull. But after half an hour, the skull changed colors 3 times before shattering. There were now a lot less threads. It seemed they had lost a lot of spiritual energy. Wang Lin frowned. The difficulty of making this reaction furnace was far higher than he threw. It seemed the reason there were so few people who had managed to learn the refining technique was due to this reaction furnace. It already took a large amount of luck to even obtain the skull of a spirit beast, and for a reaction furnace, you want the skull of a spirit beast that had just died, and the higher quality the spirit beast, the better. If you use the skull of a spirit beast that has been dead for a while, the success rate drastically lowers. Of course, if one could get the skull of a desolate beast, then even if the beast had been dead for a long time, the success rate would increase several fold. As a result, the difficulty became exponentially more difficult. If he had tried right as the dragon died, then his chance would have been higher. However, back then, he didn't have any time to think about it as all of his focus was on reaching the core formation stage. Wang Lin let out a soft snort as he looked at the endless sea of corpses around him. As for how much spirit beast bones there were, he didn't know. I don't believe that I can't make one reaction furnace with this many spirit beast corpses. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he closed his hand and created more threads of spiritual energy. After replenishing the threads, he grabbed them and placed them on another skull. 1 hour later, the skull shattered again. Just like this, he continued trying. Wang Lin didn't even remember how many skulls he had shattered, but he knew that he had replenished the threads more than 100 times. His eyebrows furrowed even harder. Finally, he jumped into the air and coldly looked around. He threw the threads of spiritual energy out and they began to circle around him. His hands constantly opened and closed. Every time he did this, more threads were made. His hand moved faster and faster and the threads appeared like rain. Gradually, the amount of threads of spiritual energy increased. The number of threads of spiritual energy greatly increased and he didn't stop as he used up all of the spiritual energy in his body. He quickly took a few gulps of spirit liquid and continued to make threads. Time slowly passed and the mass of threads became larger and larger. It was now more than 100 meters wide. Wang Lin looked at the size of this sea of corpses and thought, still not enough. Then he drank more spirit liquid and began to make more threads. Finally, when the mass of threads was more than 1,000 meters wide, he stopped. He spread out his divine sense to control all of the threads, then pressed them down. With that, blue flames appeared as well. There were thunderous rumbles as the threads pressed down and kicked up waves of ashes. The wave of ashes roared forth and all of the bones in its path were turned to ashes and joined this wave. Along with this wave, there was also a mass of white gas. This sight was very breathtaking. Once all of the white gas dissipated, nothing was left. Wang Lin clenched his teeth as he drank more spirit liquid and created more threads before pressing them down again. Waves of ashes roared across the area. After the white gas dissipated, Wang Lin's eyes locked onto the corpse of a small beast all by itself in this 1,000-meter radius open area. Wang Lin revealed a happy expression and immediately flew toward the corpse. He took a closer look and found that there was nothing unusual about it. The bone was very white and looked very normal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he pointed at the sky. He quickly grabbed the threads of spiritual energy and pressed them against the small beast's skull. The skull's color quickly changed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, after it changed color 9 times, the skull detached from the spine and floated into the air. The threads had completely fused with the skull. After the skull changed color 9 times, it slowly morphed into a bowl shape while emitting waves of spiritual energy. Wang Lin caught it in his hand and began to examine it. The origin of the war god shrine's refining technique was very mysterious. Rumor has it that it was found with the Heaven's Way technique by the war god shrine's ancestor. The later generations spent a lot of time developing it into the current refining technique. The reaction furnace is a part of this and has 10 ranks of quality. The higher the rank of the reaction furnace, the better it is. It's also easy to identify the rank. When it is being made, the number of times it changes colors determines what rank it is. Rank 9. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He felt very regrettable. With this vast amount of spirit beast bones at his disposal, he still wasn't able to make a rank 10 reaction furnace. However, a rank 9 was better than none. Wang Lin took out the jade and checked it again. What the jade didn't mention was that even the nascent soul cultivators in the war god shrine only had rank 6 reaction furnaces. As for the rest, almost all of them were rank 3 or lower. Wang Lin's reaction furnace being rank 9 had a lot to do with the corpse of that little beast. This little beast was a rare desolate beast in this sea of beast corpses. After a desolate beast dies, its bones aren't much different from a spirit beast's. Unless you are an expert on this, it is hard to tell them apart. After Wang Lin's divine sense withdrew from the jade, he began to ponder. The war god shrine's refining technique focused on 3 key points: transfer, melt, and fusion. Wang Lin became very focused as he took out materials from his bag of holding and threw them into the reaction furnace. These were some of the materials recorded in the jade. After he got familiar with the contents of the jade, he was able to find some in his bag. Chicken bloodstone. When infused with spiritual energy, it can produce a lot of heat. Violent moonvine, a type of plant that can produce decomposition effects after being refined by the heaven star wood. Heaven star wood, a type of wood with corrosive properties. Wang Lin had all 3 of these materials in his bag. Although it was not much, it was enough for refining a treasure. Wang Lin had always been very confused about the materials he had obtained in the foreign battleground, but at least he knew a bit now. He started putting the violent moon vine inside the reaction furnace. Every time he placed a piece, he would crush it with a piece of spirit beast bone. His divine sense was focused on the inside of the reaction furnace. Gradually, the reaction furnace was filled with a thick, violet paste. Staring at the reaction furnace, Wang Lin muttered as if he was waiting for something. Then his eyes lit up and he flicked a drop of his blood inside. At this moment, bubbles appeared inside the reaction furnace. Wang Lin didn't panic as he calmly sent spiritual energy into it. The jade gave a detailed description of what the reaction furnace did. The reaction furnace takes a side route in refining by using the reaction furnace as a medium to allow the refiner to directly manipulate the materials inside. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After hesitating for a bit, he took out the heaven star wood, crushed it, and sprinkled it into the reaction furnace. The violet liquid quickly started bubbling and released a pungent smell. Wang Lin quickly took out his only piece of chicken bloodstone and threw it in. After finishing all of this, his expression became even more serious as his hands quickly formed seals. The violet liquid inside the reaction furnace quickly gathered together to form a violet ball. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then waved his hand. The ball split in half. One half floated upward while the other sank back into the reaction furnace. Under Wang Lin's control, the ball that floated up went higher and higher. Wang Lin pondered a bit before pointing at his chest and forehead. He spat out a mouthful of purple spiritual energy, then the spiritual energy immediately entered the ball. The first step of the war god shrine's refining technique, transfer, was complete. Now it was time for the second step, melt. This melting process required treasures to use as materials. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and 35 flying swords came out. Wang Lin pointed at one of the flying swords and stabbed the ball with it. Slowly, the tip of the sword melted until the entire sword melted into the ball. After that, the remaining 34 flying swords melted into the ball under Wang Lin's control. Finally, the ball began to emit a rainbow-colored light that was very blinding. The entire process, from placing the violent moon vine into the reaction furnace to now, had taken 2 hours. In these 2 hours, Wang Lin focused all of his attention on refining. Not only did he not relax, but he became even more focused as he took out the black flying sword from his bag of holding. It could be said that this flying sword had been through a lot with him. From when he got it after killing Zhang Hu's master, to being chased by Tingli, and finally when he died in the battle outside the Juming Valley. Then he was saved by Situ Nan's nascent soul and the sword's body was destroyed. However, due to its connection with Wang Lin, the sword spirit was able to survive by staying within Wang Lin's soul. Afterward, Wang Lin tried to find multiple new bodies for it, but none of them worked. This black sword was the latest one, and after using teleportation a few times, it was already a mess. Wang Lin grabbed the sword and gently rubbed it. The sword hummed loudly. Shortly after, an illusionary image of the sword flew out. The devil also flew out and stood to the side. He stared blankly at his surroundings. No one knew what he was thinking about. Wang Lin took a deep breath and grabbed the ball. He clenched his teeth, sent out an order, and the black flying sword flew right into the ball. Wang Lin's divine sense immediately spread out and surrounded the ball. The last step of the War God Shrine's refining technique, fusion, started now. Time slowly passed. The ball slowly elongated and gradually solidified. After an unknown amount of time had passed, there was a loud cry, then a crystal-clear flying sword appeared before Wang Lin. The moment this flying sword appeared, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared next to Wang Lin. After circling Wang Lin a few times, the vortex entered the flying sword. Wang Lin looked at the flying sword for a long time before opening his mouth. The flying sword flew inside. The devil was startled. He forced a smile, rubbed his hands, and said, "Since you swallowed the sword, where am I going to live?" Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the devil. He waved his hand and the dragon's tendon flew out from his bag of holding. He reached inside the reaction furnace and scooped out the half of the ball that had gone back into the reaction furnace. His eyes lit up and the dragon's tendon immediately flew into the ball. After he refined it for a while, the ball became smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned back into the dragon's tendon, but now it was a golden color. Wang Lin looked at the devil and he obediently entered it. He waved his right hand and the dragon's tendon came down. After observing it for a while, he put it away. He raised his head and looked at the icy, blue wall above him. The blue underworld flame appeared in his hand and he flew up. He charged through over 1,000 meters of dirt and rock like he was breaking through paper. His speed was too fast, and adding on the destructive power of the underworld flame, it caused the corpse valley to tremble. This caused the expressions of all the cultivators inside the corpse valley to change. They all quickly left the area as the trembling on the ground intensified. A few key cultivators saw that a loud roar came from the 14th valley as a black shadow charged into the sky and disappeared into the fog. The cultivators stared confusedly at the 14th valley for a long time. After all of this happened, various rumors began to spread. Finally, the rumor became that it was a corpse that had been sleeping inside the corpse valley for tens of thousands of years. Then it suddenly woke up and charged out from underworld. The thing that flew up was the cultivating corpse. After Wang Lin flew out, he didn't stop and continued flying north. According to the information he had received from Sangmuya, Nando City was about 300,000 kilometers north of the corpse valley. Wang Lin knew that he had already spent a lot of time refining, so he didn't want to waste any more time. He only had one goal right now, and that was to get a pill furnace to complete the distant heaven pill. After 2 days and nights of flying, a city came into Wang Lin's view. This city was very large, and at first glance, he couldn't even see where it ended. This was Nando City, one of the 999 cities in the Sea of Devils. The city was named Nando because that was the city's lord's name. He was a nascent soul cultivator with many experts under him. It could be said that he was the ruler of this area. Basically, if someone owned a city, they must have at least a certain status, and the city's lords were always well known. Under the city's lord, there were various sects, but none of them could compare to the city's lord. Luckily, Nandos City's lord disappeared 500 years ago, so this area had been going out of control like a headless dragon. This was also what allowed large sects like the Fighting Evil sect to form. Nandos City became a lordless city in the Sea of Devils and was managed by a few of the large sections. However, Nandos City was at the edge of the Sea of Devils, so resources were scarce, and the lack of spirit veins made it so nascent soul cultivators would rarely come out here. This resulted in a situation where within millions of miles of Nandos City, there were no nascent soul cultivators but a lot of core formation cultivators. Someone once said that if a nascent soul cultivator were to appear here, that person would become Nandos City's new lord. It was not like there hadn't been any nascent soul cultivators that wanted to rule the city, but none of them could stand the lack of spiritual energy and barren land, so they all eventually gave up. At some point, nascent soul cultivators stopped coming. After all, there were almost 1,000 cities in the Sea of Devils, so there was no reason to come to a crappy city like Nando. The current Nandos City was managed by the Punishing Heaven sect, the Soul Extinguishing sect, and the One Heaven Path sect. Although the Fighting Evil sect had the power to also be a ruler, thanks to the power of the three sects, they couldn't get a foothold in the city. After all, splitting the ownership of the city 3 ways was very different from splitting it 4 ways. Also, no one liked watching the Fighting Evil sect wiping out other sects as they grew in power, so the 3 sects agreed on this matter. After paying 10 low-quality spirit stones and obtaining the token for entering the city, Wang Lin quickly walked through the streets toward the treasure refining pavilion in the east. The treasure refining pavilion had 3 floors. The items in each floor were several times more expensive than the ones in the last. Currently, there were about 7 or 8 cultivators bargaining with the workers inside. Before Wang Lin entered, he took out a black cloak to cover his head. After entering, he looked around the first floor and found that it mostly contained flying swords. All of the swords were high quality and sealed in boxes with talismans on each end to prevent the sword chi from escaping. In addition to all of these swords, there was a crystal pillar in the center of the room with 3 flying swords floating in the middle with the tips of the swords pointing down. The 3 flying swords dimmed and brightened. Sometimes they would even shine brightly. As Wang Lin looked at the 3 swords in the center, a worker walked up. He was about 20 years old and looked very bright. He carefully examined Wang Lin. It was pretty normal for customers to hide their faces because many cultivators didn't want to be recognized. As for Wang Lin's cultivation level, he had the treasure refining pavilion's own special technique to check. The more he checked, the more excited he became, because Wang Lin's cultivation level kept changing between core formation and peak late-stage foundation establishment. Although this worker was surprised, he didn't show it on his face. He respectfully asked, "Does Senior have his eyes on these flying swords?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the worker. He was instantly able to see that the worker was at 7th or 8th layer of chi condensation and calmly asked, "Does the treasure refining pavilion sell pill furnaces?" The worker nodded and smiled. "Senior, I'm afraid that you will only find pill furnaces in our treasure refining pavilion, as they are not things normal people can buy. If Senior is interested, please follow me to the 2nd floor." Wang Lin calmly walked toward the stairs. The worker quickly followed to lead the way. Just before he stepped on the ladder, he turned and looked at a cultivator that was currently bargaining with a worker. He pondered for a moment before stepping onto the stairs. After arriving at the 2nd floor, the worker quickly went to talk to a middle-aged man in a room to the right before quickly returning downstairs. The middle-aged man didn't have any hair and his eyes occasionally shone. He got up, clasped his hands, and said, "What quality of pill furnace does fellow cultivator want?" Wang Lin took a look at the middle-aged man and found that this middle-aged man's cultivation level was at the peak of foundation establishment, just like him. He was surprised by this. The 1st floor had a chi condensation cultivator and the 2nd floor had a foundation establishment cultivator. Does this mean that there is a core formation cultivator in charge of the 3rd floor? Wang Lin's expression was relaxed as he asked, "Could you take out a few for me to see?" The middle-aged man laughed and pointed at the chair to the side. "Fellow cultivator, please sit and I'll go grab them for you." With that, he poured a cup of tea before walking next to a wall and hitting it. Ripples appeared on the wall, then it turned more and more illusionary. Then 3 beautiful girls walked out, each holding a white jade tray. On each tray was a large, red box. Each box was about 2 square feet. These 3 wooden boxes were the exact same size, but the patterns engraved on them were different. There were also seals placed on every box. The 3 beautiful girls walked up to Wang Lin and gazed at him. The middle-aged man picked up one of the wooden boxes, placed it on the table, and said, "Fellow cultivator, this is forged from the green star rock and mysterious fog crystal from the depths of the Sea of Devils. It took 49 months of refining to create this mysterious green pill furnace. This is a rank 3 pill furnace." With that, he tapped the box, causing it to open, revealing a fist-sized pill furnace. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He remembered that Li Muwen told him that the pill furnace she carried around was only a rank 2 one and that she would need a rank 4 or better pill furnace to ensure there weren't any problems with the distant heaven pill. After taking one look, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He didn't say a word. The middle-aged man faintly smiled. He waved his arms and the box returned to the jade tray. He passed over the second girl and directly grabbed the box from the third girl's tray. He gently placed it on the table and smiled. "I believe fellow cultivator must be refining a top-quality pill. This pill furnace is refined from the cores of 99 low-quality spirit beasts from the Sea of Devils. It's called the 100 Beast Pill Furnace. If you use this pill furnace to refine a pill, there is a high chance of the pill absorbing some of the beast core's aura. This will increase the quality of the pill." With that, he tapped the wooden box. The box slowly opened, revealing a blood-red pill furnace. If one looked closely at it, they would see the face of 99 spirit beasts. These spirit beasts looked as if they were real. They even gave off slivers of spiritual energy. This furnace was also in a sealed state. If it was unsealed, the spiritual energy inside it would surge forth. Even Wang Lin was tempted by this 100 beast pill furnace, but his expression didn't change at all. The middle-aged man touched the wooden box and said, "Fellow cultivator must know that low-quality spirit beasts are equal to core formation cultivators. Our sect spent a lot of time and effort to make this pill furnace. This pill furnace has reached rank 5. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. After pondering for a bit, he asked, "What price?" The middle-aged man smiled and answered, "The standard price is 100,000 high-quality spirit stones, or you can take out a treasure that is equal to that price." After hearing this price, Wang Lin's heart sank, even though he was prepared for it. No wonder the Fighting Evil sect head used up almost all the money of the sect to buy just one. The smile remained on the middle-aged man's face as he poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, "This 100 beast pill furnace is indeed expensive. How about fellow cultivator considers the mysterious green pill furnace from before instead? Although it is still 100,000 spirit stones, it is mid-quality spirit stones, which is only 10,000 high-quality spirit stones." Wang Lin looked at him and slapped his bag of holding. A piece of dragon hide appeared on the table. "Dragon's hide," the middle-aged man said, in surprised tone. He picked it up and carefully examined it, then said, "This is the hide of a medium-quality dragon spirit beast. How much more of this do you have?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "How much is needed to exchange for the 100 beast pill furnace?" The middle-aged man lowered his head and calculated for a bit before raising it. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "If the dragon is at least 1,000 meters long, then the entire hide would be enough to exchange for it." Without a word, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the dragon's hide formed a small mountain before the middle-aged man. Wang Lin didn't even look at the middle-aged man as he grabbed the pill furnace and walked down the stairs. The middle-aged man breathed rapidly and looked at the dragon's hide. He spread out his divine sense and found that although it was missing a small piece, it was not much different from a complete dragon. The complete hide of a medium-quality dragon spirit beast. It has to be said that a medium-quality spirit beast is the same as a nascent soul cultivator. Even in the inner parts of the Sea of Devils, it could be considered a powerhouse. Although the middle-aged man had seen a lot, he had only seen the complete hides of low-quality spirit beasts. As for the hides of medium-quality spirit beasts, he had only seen pieces. This was the first time he had seen the complete hide of a medium-quality spirit beast. When he raised his head, Wang Lin had already put the box inside his bag of holding and quickly went downstairs. Wang Lin knew well that it was not wise to display his wealth to others. This was why he decided to cover himself. However, he still didn't feel safe. Even though he didn't understand the value of the dragon hide as much as the middle-aged man, he knew that it was a rare material. If the middle-aged man were to start thinking about the other parts of the dragon and got greedy, it would cause trouble. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to trade the dragon's hide, but the price of the pill furnace was simply too high. Aside from the dragon's hide, the only other thing he had was the spirit liquid. In comparison, if he were to take out something heaven-defying like the spirit liquid, it would cause even more problems. After considering the choices, he decided to trade the dragon's hide and quickly leave. He left the treasure refining pavilion and coldly looked across the street. When he went upstairs, he had already noticed someone spying on him, so he left a trace of his divine sense on that person. When he came out, he noticed that person was in the inn across the street. There were quite a few people in the inn, including 3 core formation cultivators next to the person Wang Lin had left a trace of his divine sense in. Wang Lin pondered a bit and decided to not detonate the divine sense. After making a few turns, he took a step and activated his earth escape technique. However, there was a flash of white light and he didn't enter the ground. The entire city was covered in a formation that prevented his earth escape technique from working. Wang Lin's brow furrowed as he jumped into the air and flew toward the city gates. He only flew for a bit before a black-clothed cultivator arrived at the spot where Wang Lin attempted to use the earth escape technique. He looked at the direction Wang Lin flew in and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with greed. This cultivator was one of the people that was bargaining on the first floor when Wang Lin entered. This person was named Wei San. He was one of the disciples of the fighting evil sect who had come to buy stuff in Nando. When he saw Wang Lin enter the second floor, he was tempted and casually took a few glances before watching from the inn across the street. He even sent out a voice transmission jade to fellow fighting evil sect disciples who were also in town buying stuff. After a long time, he saw Wang Lin leave and calculated that Wang Lin must have gotten some treasures. Wei San couldn't help but get some evil ideas. But he couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation level. Based on his guesses, Wang Lin must have been at the core formation stage. This made him want to back down, but when his fellow disciples arrived with some elders, he was very happy and explained everything in detail. Besides him, more than 10 people appeared, all at various cultivation levels. Most of them were at the foundation establishment stage, but 3 of them were covered in black fog. These 3 were the 3 cultivators that caused Wang Lin to worry. Wei San turned around and respectfully said, "Elders, I can't believe that you 3 are in Nando as well. I'm sure that person must have some sort of treasure on him." A husky voice filled with anger said, "Wei San, you exaggerated too much. I thought it was really a core formation cultivator." How could a mere pseudo-core formation cultivator have any treasure? What a waste of time. Another person covered in black fog said, "You, damn it." A hand reached out to slap Wei San. Wei San's face immediately became pale and he knelt onto the ground. He chattered, "Disciple, everything Disciple said is true. Aside from me guessing his cultivation level wrongly, Disciple, the fear caused his words to become incoherent." None of the other fighting evil sect disciples revealed any expressions. Some even felt happy watching his misery. Seeing this made Wei San's heart become even colder. He saw the hand come closer, then suddenly had an idea and shouted, I remember now." He asked the worker at the treasure refining pavilion if there is any rank 5 or higher pill furnace. In truth, Wei San didn't clearly hear those words, but in this stressful situation, he began to make stuff up. As he spoke, even he himself began to believe that maybe that person really was there to buy a pill furnace. The hands suddenly stopped. A husky voice said, "Pill furnace? Wei San, do you know the consequences of lying to me?" Wei San clenched his teeth and said, "Disciple is willing to bet his life on it." He couldn't help but bitterly smile in his heart. If he didn't promise now, then he would die instantly, so he might as well risk it. He was going to die anyway, but if he was right, then he would get to keep his life. The third elder that still hadn't said a word finally said, "It doesn't matter if he is telling the truth or not. Let us just go and see for ourselves." The moment those words came out, the three of them no longer hesitated and followed after Wang Lin. The other disciples quickly followed them. Wei San wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and secretly cursed but still followed them. The three elders of the fighting evil sect came to Nandos City to have a very important meeting with the elders of the three other sects, so orders were given to not obstruct them. Now that the meeting was over, no one stopped them, even though there was a large group of fighting evil sect members together. As for Wang Lin, someone would stop him to check his token every once in a while. This made him move very slowly, and adding on the fact that he noticed people following him, he decided to just charge through everything. Soon, he arrived at the gate and charged out of the city. Shortly after, the fighting evil sect members flew by the gate as well. After they left, disciples of the three major sects of Nandos City appeared at the gate. They were being led by a few core formation cultivators. They had received orders to kick out the members of the fighting evil sect if they started fighting inside the city, but if they leave the city, don't stop them or help them. After Wang Lin left Nandos City, he quickly went underground using the earth escape technique and quickly escaped. One of the three core formation cultivators was surprised. He waved his hand and an ancient mirror appeared in his grasp. He spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy and guided it into the ancient mirror. The ancient mirror shined and a rainbow-colored light shot out from it. The light pointed at the ground toward where Wang Lin went and quickly went forward. The three of them sneered and followed the light. The disciples of the fighting evil sect were all very excited. Hunting prey with the elders of the sect made them very excited. Wang Lin slightly frowned and let out a snort as the divine sense left in Wei San detonated. Wei San, who was with the group of fighting evil sect members, suddenly let out a miserable scream, coughed out blood, and fell off his sword. His fellow disciples' expressions immediately changed. Wang Lin's speed didn't slow down. He spread out his divine sense and focused on one person. Once again, another disciple of the fighting evil sect let out a miserable scream and fell down. As a result, the disciples of the fighting evil sect all stopped, not daring to continue chasing. Only the three core formation cultivators didn't care. They continued to chase after Wang Lin. One of the cultivators waved his hand and a giant, black stamp appeared. It circled him once, then he let out a cold smile and waved his hand. The black stamp smashed down. The moment the stamp smashed into the ground, Wang Lin quickly turned and dodged it. The cultivator's smile became even colder. He controlled the stamp to continue smashing into the ground. A figure then came out from under the ground. After coldly looking at the three of them, Wang Lin quickly flew away. The cultivator with the ancient mirror shouted, "Hand over the treasure you got at the treasure refining pavilion, or die." Just as he said those words, a bright light appeared before his eyes as a flying sword stabbed toward him. He felt terrified as he forced his body to move left a bit. He felt pain as the flying sword went through his chest and came out the other side. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. What kind of flying sword is this? His face was pale and filled with lingering fear. If he hadn't reacted fast enough there, he would have died. Wang Lin secretly sighed and waved his hand. The crystal sword reappeared in his hand. The other core formation cultivators were shocked. They quickly took out a few defensive formations before finally staring at Wang Lin. Scram! Wang Lin's eyes were cold. After saying that one word, he continued to fly forward. The three core formation cultivators looked at each other, then at the flying sword around Wang Lin. This powerful of a flying sword was very rare. Greed appeared in the three's eyes and they continued to chase Wang Lin. The wounded cultivator took out several defensive treasures before finally relaxing a bit. Then he took out pills to help himself heal. Finally, he crushed some of the pills and smeared them on the wound. Then he hesitated a bit and took out a jade. He placed it on his forehead and threw it out. In a few breaths of time, the jade disappeared. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found that the three were still chasing him. He couldn't help but sneer. The three of them must be wanting to kill him to steal his treasure. For Wang Lin, being chased by 3 core formation cultivators wasn't much. If it was only one, he could fight. However, there were 3 of them. Even though they were all at the early stage of core formation, he couldn't underestimate them when they were together. However, once he succeeds in forming his core, killing the 3 of them would be as easy as crushing ants. Under the pursuit of the 3 core formation cultivators, Wang Lin ran for a whole day. During this time, the 3 used various treasures, causing Wang Lin to slow down. After the first sneak attack with the crystal sword, the 3 of them started to be on guard, so future attacks weren't as effective. Wang Lin's gaze became colder and colder. His divine sense locked onto the 3 of them and the G realm red lightning shot out. The 3 core formation cultivators saw a flash of red light before feeling like hammers had hit their heads. Blood came out of their mouths and noses and, after stumbling a bit, the 3 of them revealed terror they had never shown before. The already wounded cultivator coughed out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were red and filled with pain. If it wasn't for someone next to him grabbing him, he would have fallen off his flying sword. He took a deep breath, calmed down his divine sense, then said to the other 2, "He is no ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. He must be someone who is only an inch away from the core formation stage. We must kill him. If we let him succeed in forming his core, then with his technique, the 3 of us will surely die. I have already informed the sect head. I believe he will send backup soon." Wang Lin's brow furrowed. Normally, the G realm would have no effect on core formation cultivators, but it was affected by his current cultivation level. With the completion of the Underworld Ascension cultivation method and the formation of the prototype core, he was able to wound core formation cultivators but not kill them. Although the injuries seemed really heavy, the core formation cultivators would only need to rest for a bit to recover. If there was only one person, then using all his power, along with help from the devil, he would win, but there were 3 people, so he could only run right now. Wang Lin secretly sighed as he quickly flew forward. 8 hours later, when the day had darkened. He had used his G realm several times, but it could only slow them down. He spread out his divine sense, then suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the enemies that had chased him for 2 days and 1 night. The 3 of them were also very tired, but they couldn't stop chasing. If they were to let Wang Lin get away and reach the core formation stage, the 3 of them would die for sure. Suddenly seeing Wang Lin stop, the 3 of them were very confused. Just at this moment, Wang Lin raised his hand into the air as if he was going to fight the heavens. His gaze became even colder and his hair flowed in the wind. The crystal flying sword released a cold aura below his feet. Soon, a mass of blue flames appeared in his right hand. The moment the fire appeared, the air surrounding the area immediately became colder. This blue flame was Wang Lin's other ace besides his G realm. Since he had already used G realm, he didn't want to use this blue flame. In the 14th Valley, he found out that this blue flame was not reusable. Every time he uses it, there would be less left. However, since the 3 wouldn't stop chasing him, he had no choice but to use it. The moment the blue flame appeared, the 3 core formation cultivators' faces greatly changed. Before they could do anything, Wang Lin waved his hand and the blue flame slowly flew toward them. Although it looked very slow, it was very fast. The harsh wind froze and smashed toward the 3 of them. The 3 of them didn't hesitate to split up. However, the blue flame's speed quickly increased several fold and landed on the core formation cultivator that had been injured multiple times. In the blink of an eye, his body released a blue light and disappeared. He didn't even have time to scream. The blue flame weakened a bit and quickly went after the next target. However, just at this moment, a thunderous roar came from the distance. Wang Lin spotted 7 or 8 rays of light quickly flew toward this direction. Wang Lin's expression changed. He reached out with his right hand and recovered the blue flame before escaping. This time, he used 120% of his spiritual energy and ran for his life. As he escaped, he checked the weakened blue flame. This blue flame came from his prototype core. The more he uses it, the weaker it will become. He didn't want to use it too much before reaching the core formation stage because he believed that it getting weaker would affect his chance of breaking through. Although it was powerful, it was like something without a root. Every time it was used, it would shrink a little. Back in the 14th Valley, he didn't really use it. He relied on its ambient temperature to melt the ice. But when used to kill an enemy, it was very different. It wouldn't be too bad if it could simply kill an enemy without much resistance, but if he were to start fighting against the enemy's treasures, the flame would get used several more times than normal. Also, there were 3 people. The reason that last attack worked so well was because they were all scared like little birds after seeing the techniques Wang Lin threw at them along the way. This was proven when the other 2 had plenty of time to attack him but didn't. This was also why he didn't use it before now. After all, he hadn't reached the core formation stage yet, so he didn't want anything to go wrong. It was best to only use this blue flame when absolutely necessary. If that wasn't the case, with Wang Lin's personality, he would have used it at the start and killed the enemies before letting it get to this stage. Wang Lin really didn't want to waste all the effort he had put into making this prototype core. If it wasn't for the fact that they had pushed Wang Lin into a desperate position, he really wouldn't have risked it. However, they never stopped chasing, so Wang Lin decided to risk breaking the prototype core to kill them. But suddenly, 7 or 8 more core formation cultivators showed up, and one of them was at the mid-stage of core formation. Wang Lin was shocked. This caused him to give up on the idea of killing them. At the moment he escaped, he knew that he is walking down a path with no return. If he doesn't reach the core formation stage, the repercussions will be very bad. The 300,000-mile escape was reaching its end as the core formation cultivators carefully chased after Wang Lin. The head elder slowly said, "This old man wants to see where this junior can run to." For killing an elder of the fighting evil sect, even if you escape to the most remote corner of the world, you are still dead. He waved his hand and a golden symbol suddenly appeared. Then he pressed forward and the golden symbol flew out. The hair on the back of Wang Lin's neck stood up, his body shivered, and he barely dodged the symbol, but shortly after, more symbols appeared. Wang Lin dodged all of them. He clenched his teeth and quickly flew forward. Gradually, the cultivators behind him got closer and closer. He thought of one method. Although this method was very dangerous, if it succeeds, then all the danger would dissolve. Thinking about this, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Then he turned around and changed directions. Soon, a mountain covered in fog appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. After seeing the mountain, Wang Lin charged into it without any hesitation. The moment he got near the fog opened up a path and a beautiful girl in purple revealed her frightened figure. However, just at this moment, a series of golden symbols charged out like lightning and landed on Wang Lin's back the moment he entered the fog. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the fog like a kite with its string broken. The girl in purple looked at the core formation cultivators with a pale face. She waved her hands and the fog hit her figure. At the same time, the 10 core formation cultivators of the fighting evil sect arrived outside the fog. One of the old men, whose head was clearly larger than everyone else's, rubbed his head and sneered. "That little girl belongs to this old man. I was just lacking a cultivation furnace." With that, he licked his lips, formed a giant hand, and grabbed at the fog. However, the moment his hand touched the fog, the image of a 1,000-foot-long dragon appeared. The big-headed cultivator let out a scream and quickly backed up with a surprised look in his eyes. The other core formation cultivators also revealed looks of surprise as they stared at the fog. The head elder, Qian Kuan, coldly said, "When did a formation like this appear?" The remaining cultivators all looked at each other, but no one responded. "Qian, Kuan let out a snort and carefully looked at the formation, then said, "Since this formation can summon a dragon, it must not be normal. Kuan-san, try using the 10,000 seal stamp." Kuan-sang was one of the 3 elders that were chasing Wang Lin at the start. Without a word, he stepped forward and waved his right hand, making a black stamp appear. It quickly grew to the size of a small mountain as Kuan-sang's eyes locked onto the fog. He moved his hand and the small mountain smashed down. The dragon formed by the fog quickly let out a roar, charged up, and collided with the small mountain. A thunderous roar exploded forth and the small mountain was thrown back. Kuan-sang's face became pale. It took him a while to stabilize his breathing. The same moment the mountain was blown away, the dragon turned back into fog and disappeared. The formation returned to normal. Qian Kuan sneered. "Kuan-sang, let me use your stamp." With that, he didn't wait for Kuan-sang to agree and reached out. A powerful force pulled the small mountain towards him, but by the time it reached his hand, it had returned to its original shape. Qian Kuan swept his hand over the stamp to remove Kuan-sang's divine sense and left his own. Then he spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy was fused with the stamp, he threw it into the air again. The stamp turned back into a small mountain, but this time, it was at least twice as large as last time. The small mountain floated in the sky, covering the area with its shadow. Qian Kuan stared at the fog and waved his hand, making the small mountain smash down again. The fog formed the dragon again, which charged at the small mountain. The scene from before played out again, but the result was very different. The moment they collided, the small mountain stopped for a moment, but the dragon dissipated and the mountain continued to descend. But as it fell, 10 more dragons took shape in the fog and charged at the mountain. Qian Kuan sneered. "Fellow elders, attack." With those words, the remaining core formation cultivators took out their treasures and began to try to break the formation by force. As for Wang Lin, after being brought into the cave, he immediately coughed out several more mouthfuls of blood. The dragon vest on his back caved inwards and released black smoke as it moved. Soon, the vest returned to normal as if was never damaged. If he didn't have this dragon vest, then he would be more than just injured. Although Qian Kuan was only a mid-stage core formation cultivator, his destructive symbol was very powerful. People who were hit by it would have all of the bones in their bodies shattered and would die. Wang Lin's face was very pale. Once he was inside the cave, he quickly took out the wooden box containing the 100-beast pill furnace. He then gave it to Li Muan and weakly said, "This is a rank 5 pill furnace. Quickly, complete the distant heaven pill." With that, he spat out the crystal flying sword. The flying sword slowly landed on his shoulder. It was emitting a cold light. Although he had Li Muan's soul essence blood, he didn't trust her completely. Necessary precautions still needed to be made. Li Muan stared at the wooden box in her hand. After taking a glance, she already knew how precious this pill furnace was, so she asked, "Are they chasing you because of this?" Wang Lin closed his eyes and focused on cultivating as he casually replied, "No." Li Muan looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression. With her cleverness, she had already guessed that the 10 cultivators were after this pill furnace. Wang Lin might not know the worth of this pill furnace, but how could she not know? A rank 5 pill furnace's price was sky high. She stared at Wang Lin. Her gaze became more gentle as she softly asked, What did you use to exchange for it? Or did you steal it?" Wang Lin frowned. He opened his eyes and coldly said, "Go refine the pill." Just at this moment, the cave violently shook as sounds of fighting came in from outside. Wang Lin took a deep breath and began to cultivate again. Li Muan hadn't seen Wang Lin for 3 years. In those 3 years, she analyzed the time she had spent with him. Her conclusion was that he wouldn't do anything bad to her. In the past 3 years, she had been too scared to go outside. Luckily, cultivators don't need much food, some spirit fruits and pills were enough. In the past 3 years, every time she thought of Wang Lin, she felt complicated. Someday, she might suddenly die, which would mean that Wang Lin had died outside as well. She also imagined Wang Lin suddenly reappearing inside the cave, but she never imagined that Wang Lin would return with 10 core formation cultivators chasing him. She let out a sigh, then grabbed the pill furnace and quickly returned to her room to refine the distant heaven pill. Time slowly passed. Whenever Li Muan started refining pills, she would throw out all distracting thoughts and would focus solely on refining. She still felt very nervous though. Not even when she refined for the first time before the eyes of her master was she this nervous. She kept telling herself in her heart that she must succeed, otherwise, once the formation breaks, there will be unimaginable consequences. If she could succeed, there was still a chance. At least there should be no problems in escaping. The cave shook more and more violently. Dust fell from the ceiling and walls until a layer of it formed on the floor. The sounds of fighting from outside became louder and closer. Wang Lin cultivated the entire time. Every now and then he would look outside and his gaze would turn colder. The aroma of medication floated out, and after taking a sniff, Wang Lin calmly opened his bag of holding and began to organize the stuff inside. When he took out the dragon's tendons, his eyes narrowed. This treasure wasn't very powerful. Although it could split many times to warp around a target, if it were to meet a sharp flying sword, it would be cut in half. Even a powerful fire technique could burn this dragon tendon. As he thought about it, he let out a cold smile. Once he reaches the core formation stage, there would be a use for this dragon tendon. The sounds from outside became even louder. It was as if they were right beside him. When he looked toward Li Muan's room, his heart became heavy and he let out a sigh. Li Muan bit her lower lip until it bled and her eyes were filled with tears. That incomplete distant heaven pill had failed at the moment of its completion. As an alchemist, she had failed many times, but none of them had ever felt as bad as this. This was one of those times where she absolutely couldn't fail. Li Muan looked at Wang Lin, who was cultivating outside, and her tears finally started flowing down. The current her looked very weak. After a while, she bit her teeth and took out the demonic blood vine. Since the first one failed, then she must hurry and use the demonic blood vine to make another. Time slowly passed and the cave was starting to collapse. Chunks of rock fell down from the ceiling and the fog outside had been greatly reduced. It seemed like it could collapse at any time. Wang Lin's calm expression slowly changed, revealing a hint of anxiety. Just at this moment, Li Muan rushed out of her room. Her hair was a mess, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked extremely tired as she threw a blood-red pill at Wang Lin. There were traces of powerful spiritual energy coming from the pill that made Wang Lin excited. This is a distant heaven pill made from the demonic blood vine. Its effect isn't as good. Without a word, Wang Lin picked up the pill and looked at it. He looked back at Li Muan and threw the pill into his mouth. After the pill entered his body, he felt a fire in his dantian. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and drank a lot of spirit liquid. Then he closed his eyes and began attempting to break into the core formation stage. The cave shook again as more rocks fell down from the ceiling. There was only a thin layer of fog left outside. Li Muan stared dumbfoundedly for a bit before taking out her flying sword. She stood in front of Wang Lin, guarding him, and knocked away any falling rocks. Qian Kun continued to smash the small mountain down on the formation. His gaze swept past the other cultivators. He found that all of them were attacking the formation with excitement on their faces. His mouth twisted into a faint, vicious smile and said, "Big head, we can give you that girl, but once this formation breaks, you have to let us play with her first." The big-headed cultivator paused for a moment, then he let out a bitter smile. "Head elder, since you already spoke, how could I dare to disagree?" Qian Kun sneered. He controlled the small mountain to smash down again and said, "This brat is merely at the pseudo-core formation stage, but he has techniques that can kill a core formation cultivator. He is not simple. But today, he will die for sure." With that, his eyes lit up and he thought, "I especially want that blue flame. That is definitely a rare treasure." The big-headed cultivator felt every gloomy. When he first saw that girl, he had only caught a short glimpse, but his heart itched, so he said those words. Originally, he thought that no one would challenge him, but he didn't think that the head elder, who never cared about women, would say those words. He angrily attacked with his treasure to vent his anger. The fog created by the formation had become very thin. Only one of the 10 1,000-meter-long dragons formed by the fog remained, and it was only 30 meters long at this point. Qian Kun waved his hand. The stamp changed back to its normal shape and returned to the hands of Kun Sang. After returning the stamp, Qian Kun let out a roar and arrived next to the dragon. He closed his hands, and when he reopened them, an electric net appeared and covered the dragon. He let out a laugh and shouted, "Break!" The fog dragon let out a miserable scream as it disappeared. Along with it went the fog, forming the 9 skeleton formation. Although the formation was powerful, under the attack of 10 core formation cultivators, it was broken after stalling for 3 days. If Li Muan hadn't been refining the pill and were controlling the formation instead, then this formation wouldn't have been broken like this. With the formation broken, a tattered cave was exposed to the open. The 10 fighting evil sect core formation cultivators rushed forth, but just as they arrived within 20 meters of the cave, bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Although the lightning wasn't powerful, there was a lot of it, so it looked very threatening. The hundreds of basic formations Wang Lin had placed down came into effect. However, they were only basic formations, so they were continuously broken by the angry roars of the core formation cultivators. Qian Kun looked onward coldly, but he didn't do anything. His target was that pseudo-core formation junior. He prepared an electric net in his hand and decided to capture that junior the moment he appears. When all of the basic formations were broken, the cave no longer had any protection, so the demonic cultivators could see inside. An exquisite figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Her clothes were plain, but she looked very elegant and refined. Her skin was white and her cheeks were red. Her appearance would make anyone's heart beat faster. Even Qian Kun couldn't help but narrow his eyes. However, he quickly looked past her into the cave, but the cave was completely dark and he couldn't see anything. Li Muan looked at the demonic core formation cultivators. She waved her hand and the 100-beast pill furnace appeared. She coldly asked, "Are you guys here for this?" Qian Kun saw this and let out a smile. The person who started chasing Wang Lin in the beginning, Kun Song, stared at the pill furnace and laughed. "I didn't think that that brat really had a pill furnace, and it is even the 100-beast pill furnace that costs 100,000 high-quality spirit stones from the treasure refining pavilion." "You're correct, originally, our goal was this pill furnace. Little girl, hand the pill furnace over." With that, he reached out and grabbed the pill furnace from Li Muan. Everyone here knew the value of this pill furnace, so he decided to just point it out before everyone. Kun Song and the other elder that was chasing Wang Lin from the start clasped their hands and said, "Head elder, this pill furnace will belong to the two of us. In the future, we will definitely send out gifts to thank you all. How about it?" Qian Kun's gaze swept past the pill furnace, then he silently nodded. The big-headed cultivator let out a devious smile as he reached out to grab Li Muan. "Little girl, after you finish serving my fellow sect members here, you will be my personal cultivation furnace." Li Muan's face became pale. Just as she was about to end her own life, the big-headed cultivator stopped and let out a miserable scream. He coughed out a large amount of blood and then even more blood came out of his orifices. His body then flew back as if it had been hit by some powerful force. But before he landed, he was grabbed by another force and pulled back. His head exploded and his golden core flew past Li Muan and entered the cave. "From this moment on, I will be the strongest person below the nascent soul stage. If there is no nascent soul cultivator hiding his cultivation level, then you can all die." A very cold voice came out from deeper inside the cave. Then a dark figure walked out and appeared before everyone. He has a head full of black hair, his expression was cold, and his eyes revealed a cruel look. It was as if he was a piece of never-melting ice. A feeling of meeting their natural predator took hold of the hearts of everyone present. This feeling came from their souls. It was as if they had met some prehistoric beast. This disturbance caused all of their souls to become so chaotic that they were on the verge of collapsing. This disturbance raged inside them like thunder, striking next to their ears. Pu Lin's soul was already damaged from the G realm attack from before, and although he suppressed it, he hadn't had time to recover. At this moment, his soul shattered and he coughed out blood before collapsing. His body twitched on the ground, and every time he twitched, blood squirted out of his orifices. Qian Kuan's heart shook. Thanks to this shock, the electric net in his hand broke. His expression was unsettled as he took a few steps back and tried to escape. The idea of stealing the blue flame was already gone without a trace. He was scared. As a mid-stage core formation cultivator in Nando City, he had never been scared before. He had even met late-stage core formation cultivators before. They were messengers from the inner parts of the Sea of Devils that would come every year to take materials. Although he couldn't beat them, he had never felt scared of them. This was the first time since he had reached the core formation stage, and the last time, where he was scared. As a result, he decided to escape without hesitation. Normally, he would never be the first to run. He would wait for others to escape first, then choose a safe direction to escape toward. But right now, he had a feeling that if he didn't immediately escape, the only result would be his death. As for the rest of them, after seeing each other's faces change, Pu Lin mysteriously dying, and head elder Qian Kun running without any hesitation, they all activated all of the spirit energy in their bodies and escaped in all directions. They were afraid that if they were a tad bit slow, they would die. The moment Li Muan saw this figure, she let out a sigh of relief and her body went soft. She had to lean against the wall. A cold hand went under her armpit, which surprised her, then she immediately found herself take off from the ground. A familiar smell entered her nose and made her relax. Seeing the fog before her, she was about to speak when she heard Wang Lin's indifferent voice say, "Don't move. I'm taking you to kill people." Wang Lin held Li Muan and paused in the air for a moment. He took out the dragon tendon, which was now like a whip, and swung it. One end wrapped around the headless corpse of the big-headed cultivator and then the end split and grabbed Pu Lin's corpse. Wang Lin's right hand held the dragon tendon as his divine sense spread out and located the ones that ran away. He let out a sneer as he flew northeast, and as he flew, the dragon tendon flew behind him with the bodies of the two core formation cultivators. Kuan Sang's heart was in panic. The moment he saw Wang Lin, he felt like there was a large hand stirring up his soul, and all it would have to do was use a little force to destroy it. Pu Lin's mysterious death frightened him the most. There were no words that could describe the regret he felt in his heart right now. For a pill furnace, 2 out of the 3 of them had already died. Just thinking about this caused him to feel rattled as he quickly took out some pills and threw them in his mouth. After his spiritual energy was refilled, he bit his tongue and spat out some blood. His hand quickly formed seals, which he sent into the blood. As he made the seals, his body quickly withered, but his speed increased several fold. He left an afterimage as his body charged out hundreds of meters. Wang Lin sneered as he flew through the sky like a meteor. When he saw Kuan Sang, a cold light flashed across his eyes. He opened his mouth and a crystal-colored light flew out. In almost an instant, the crystal light flew hundreds of meters. As Kuan Sang ran, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, he saw a crystal light penetrating his chest. His core flew out from his chest and slowly flew backwards. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. His vision grew darker and darker as he fell from the sky. Even until the moment of his death, he couldn't understand how all of it had changed so quickly. The prey suddenly became the predator. As his body fell, a thin, golden light extended from the dragon tendon toward the body. When Wang Lin flew by, the body was bound by the dragon tendon and floated behind him. The 3 bodies of the core formation cultivators became like 3 feathers of a peacock's tail, and Wang Lin was the head. The third one. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he placed the golden core inside his bag of holding and flew toward his next target. Li Muan looked at everything that was happening before her. Even though she was prepared, she couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Lin's strength was deeply engraved in her heart. Chen Hai was an elder of the fighting evil sect who normally enjoyed a lot of respect. He knew that his speed wasn't fast enough, so after running for a while, he dug a big hole in the ground, withdrew his presence, and buried himself. When he was only at the foundation establishment stage, he had used this trick many times. As he lied underground, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and think about how long it had been since he had to use this life-saving technique. He let out a sigh, but his sigh froze in his mouth as his eyes suddenly widened, revealing the red lightning flashing across it. Blood endlessly flowed out of his orifices and red lightning filled his soul. A golden thread drilled into the ground, grabbed Chen Hai's body, and dragged it out along with a large chunk of dirt. The fourth one. The dragon tendon split into 4, holding a body in each thread. Aside from the one body without a head, the remaining bodies were all complete and covered in blood, which made them look very frightening. After killing 2 people, the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes had not only not lessened but became even stronger as he continued to chase. 1 hour later, the number of bodies behind Wang Lin had risen from 4 to 9. The last remaining person was the head elder, Qian Kun, who ran away first. The more he ran, the more scared he became. This fear reached its peak as his divine sense detected Wang Lin and the 9 bodies flying behind him. His scalp went numb at the sight. In just this short period of time, Wang Lin was able to kill all of the other core formation cultivators. What kind of cultivation level was needed to do something like this? Could he be a nascent soul cultivator? Qian Kun's heart shook at the thought of this idea, but he quickly dismissed it. When they were chasing Wang Lin before, they clearly saw through his cultivation level. He was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, a pseudo-core formation cultivator. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have chased so leisurely. However, everything happened too fast, to the point that Qian Kun still thought that he was daydreaming, only this dream was a nightmare. As Wang Lin closely followed behind, his eyes became even colder. He sneered as he looked at Qian Kun before him. This Qian Kun was, after all, mid-stage core formation cultivator, so he was several times faster than the others. However, flying at this speed would waste a lot of spiritual energy, so Wang Lin was in no rush. Once Qian Kun starts to run out of spiritual energy, he will have to slow down. Qian Kun clenched his teeth and turned his head. He remembered that there was a fighting evil sect branch nearby with 2 core formation cultivators in charge. He hoped that they could hold Wang Lin off long enough for him to save himself. He used 120% of his spiritual energy as he charged toward the branch of the fighting evil sect. Wuding Mountain was a huge mountain with many lofts built on top of it. It used to be the home of a very large sect thousands of years ago, but after they fell from power, they were wiped out by the fighting evil sect and became a branch of the fighting evil sect. On this day, the disciples of the branch were cultivating when the 2 core formation elders in charge, the brothers Mu Nan and Mu Bei, opened the door and went out. In the air, Qian Kun was battered and exhausted. He didn't even wait until he got close to shout, "Mu Nan, Mu Bei, I order the 2 of you to gather all of the disciples at Wuding and stop the person behind me. Do not allow this person leave Wuding Mountain. If you succeed, I'll reward you 2 with 10,000 high-quality spirit stones." With that, he fled in panic. The moment Mu Nan and Mu Bei walked out, they heard the head elder's words and were startled. How would the 2 of them be able to stop someone even the head elder had to run away from? Just at this moment, Wang Lin appeared before their eyes. The 2 of them wondered what kind of person would force even the head elder to run away. The moment they saw Wang Lin, they were shocked, especially after seeing the 9 bodies flying behind him. The 2 of them carefully looked at each other. Their faces changed color repeatedly. Mu Nan bursted out, "The 9 elders from headquarters, this. Mu Bei took a deep breath. He felt chills all over his body. He quickly dragged Mu Nan and respectfully said, "Junior Mu Bei greets Senior." Mu Nan's body shivered and he quickly said, "Junior Mu Nan greets Senior." Wang Lin coldly looked at the 2. He went past them without slowing down. That one look caused their skins to crawl. Their backs were soon covered in sweat. Qian Kun had been flying at top speed for such a long time that his spiritual energy was about to run out. He quickly took out some pills, but just this pause allowed Wang Lin to close in even further. Seeing that Wang Lin was getting closer and closer, he let out a pitiful smile before turning around and giving Wang Lin a vicious look. He clenched his teeth and took out a red token from his bag of holding. On this token was the word, punish, written in dark red. This token was the famous 10,000 Devils 100-day kill order token in the Sea of Devils. This token came from ancient times, and the method of making them has been long lost. Even in the Sea of Devils, there were only 10 or so remaining. Qian Kun accidentally obtained it and immediately refined it. He was afraid of others finding out about it and had always kept it as his ace. He was hoping to use this to help increase the power of his techniques in the future. The requirement for activating this token was very strict. It required someone at the core formation stage or higher to trade their life to activate it. The person who activates it will have their entire cultivation refined into a pill, which will be gifted to the person who manages to kill the target. Because of the special ability of this token, whenever a demonic cultivator sees someone who is marked, they will attack them. It was also because of this strict requirement that the owners of the tokens rarely ever used them themselves. They would find a core formation cultivator and force them to use it. As for the target, they could just find someone nearby. That way, they could easily obtain a cultivation pill. As a result, the amount of tokens has greatly decreased, so even saying that there were 10 tokens left might be a little too much. Qian Kun also originally planned to force someone to use the token, but now that he was about to die, he became ruthless and waited for Wang Lin to catch up. Anyone who was marked by token rarely lasts 100 days if they are within the Sea of Devils. However, if they can last more than 100 days, then they can devour the pill themselves. Seeing Wang Lin closing in, Qian Kun held the 10,000 Devils 100-day kill order and shouted, "Stop! Do you know this token? I have refined this with my soul. If you kill me, you will be marked by the kill order. Today's matter is my fault, but you have already killed 9 elders, so why kill more? If you spare me, I can refer you and allow you to become a head elder at the fighting evil sect like me. How about it?"